Chapter 251 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Surprise. On the 5th day after returning to Konoha, the ninjutsu hall voucher was issued, and Miyu went to the ninjutsu hall to select ninjutsu. He can choose any 10 ninjutsu. If the choice is good, it will greatly improve his strength on the surface. He cannot use many good ninjutsu on the surface. Usually the ninjutsu that can be traced back to the source, the Great Dragon Fire and Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, were given to him by Danzo, and the Vacuum Ball was rewarded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In addition, he also legalized some common ninjutsu through various opportunities, such as using the Water Array Wall Water Dragon Bullet when teaching Asuma. Because he was watched by the 3rd generation or the Anbu, these 2 ninjutsu will be recorded in his record, and he also used a Water Rush Wave in the battle with the Tailed Beast. However, this method can only be used for very common ninjutsu, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will not care if he knows this kind of ninjutsu. Konoha's control over ninjutsu is mainly high-level ninjutsu and forbidden ninjutsu. After becoming a ninja, it is not difficult to learn ordinary ninjutsu. Moreover, in battle, ordinary ninjas really can't use a few ninjutsu. Most of them rely on physical skills and ninja tools to deal damage. Learning too much is useless because there is not so much chakra. If Miyu uses a water break wave, it will not work, because this is a high-level water escape developed by Senju Tobirama, and ordinary people can't learn it, even members of the root. Miyu doesn't know if the ninjutsu hall has Tobirama's water break wave. If so, he must choose it. Water break wave is very difficult to learn. If he can learn it, it proves his talent for water escape. At first, Miyu thought that the ninjutsu hall would be hidden in a hidden place and guarded by a barrier. After going there, he found that it was not on the ground, but built underground, and there were ninjas guarding the entrance. Miyu showed his credentials, and the guard took a closer look and nodded to open the door. There was also a middle-aged ninja on duty inside the door, and Miyu handed him the credentials. You can choose 10 ninjutsu from all ninjutsu regardless of level, but I suggest you choose some ninjutsu that suits you, rather than just looking at the level of the ninjutsu. The middle-aged ninja took the voucher and reminded him. Few people can get 10 chances to choose at once, and he saw that Miyu was very young, so he reminded Miyu in particular. The level of ninjutsu is not actually based on power, but on the difficulty of learning ninjutsu, so the higher the level, the harder it is to learn. If you choose a bunch of advanced ninjutsu, whether you can learn it and how long it will take to learn it are all problems. Of course, it doesn't mean that advanced ninjutsu is not powerful. In fact, advanced ninjutsu is generally very powerful. The reason why it is more difficult to learn is that it adds difficult nature changes and form changes, and various advanced ninjutsu knowledge, so the power of advanced ninjutsu will not be bad. The main problem is that it is difficult to master and may waste a lot of time. Thank you for the reminder. Miyu replied with a smile. Although this suggestion does not apply to him, it is more appropriate to say thank you in the face of others' kindness. Miyu glanced at the entire ninjutsu hall. The layout here is similar to that of Konoha's library, but it is much smaller. The 2-meter-high bookshelves were filled with various ninjutsu scrolls. There was a small sign in front of each ninjutsu scroll, which contained a brief introduction to the ninjutsu. Miyu first went to the nearest water escape ninjutsu area. There were 5 basic properties. Currently, he could use wind, fire, and water. These 3 would have a slightly higher priority. Miyu looked through it for a while and really saw the water break wave in it. The small sign directly marked that it was extremely difficult. It was not recommended for ninjas who were not proficient in water escape and skilled in controlling the change of form. Miyu took the scroll of the water break wave directly and continued to look through it. He also saw the water escape developed by other Tobirama, but Miyu did not choose any of them. He took a water break wave and walked out of the water escape area and entered the fire escape area. Miyu looked for it and found that there was no head escape here, so he went directly to the wind escape area. His open fire escape was enough. Perhaps the wind blade is unique to the sand village. Yu did not see it here, but he saw the cyclone and picked it up directly. He had encountered the cyclone twice during class. It was better than the breakthrough, whether it was used for combined ninjutsu or alone. Then Yu picked a thunder escape technique, a earth escape technique, and then a palm technique and a series of other ninjutsu. It was quite important for him to be able to use the palm technique openly. He didn't have to be sneaky when treating his disciples, and he could get close to Tsunade as a medical ninja. After choosing, Yu went to the door to register with the ninja on duty. Looking at the 10 ninjutsu selected by Yu, the middle-aged ninja couldn't hold it anymore. Among the 10 ninjutsu, there were 6 different chakra nature changes, and all of them were advanced ninjutsu of level B and above. Are you sure you want to choose these? You can change them now. If I register, I can't change them. The middle-aged ninja reminded him at last. Sure, thank you for your help. Yu nodded with a smile. Seeing Yu nod, the middle-aged ninja didn't say anything and helped Yu complete the registration. After choosing the ninjutsu, Yu went to the South Forest to continue teaching his disciples. In addition to teaching his disciples, Yu also practiced the water-style waterfall technique given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In order to better establish his image as a genius ninjutsu ninja, he would go to Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask for ninjutsu, and then use the ninjutsu given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen in person. Maybe because of the mastery of water attribute chakra nature change with many memories of practicing water escape in his mind, Yu's progress in practice was quite fast, much faster than the original owner's practice of fire escape in his memory. It took almost a week to master the Great Waterfall technique. At 7 o'clock in the evening on the day of entry, Yu went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. Teacher Yu. Asuma immediately smiled and greeted Yu after seeing Yu. Teacher Yu, why are you here? You shouldn't be here to teach at home so late, right? Asuma asked curiously. It's been a long time since he practiced with Yu, and he missed her. Yu should come to me to ask for advice on ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting on the chair, said slowly. Without waiting for Yu to answer, Asuma looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with suspicion and said. You come to teach Teacher Yu? Really? What are you teaching? Feeling his son's distrust, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. He was the famous third Hokage in the ninja world and a professor of ninjutsu who mastered thousands of ninjutsu secrets. It was more than enough for him to teach Yu, a young jonin. The third Hokage wants to teach me the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique and the water-style waterfall technique. Both are A-level ninjutsu, and both are powerful. The Shuriken Shadow Clone technique was created by the third Hokage. Yu said with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Asuma, and his eyes seemed to say that even the teacher you respects me so much. Asuma immediately felt unhappy and said, Is this Shuriken Shadow Clone technique really powerful? I have never heard of it. The wood release technique developed by the first generation is known to everyone in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. It is definitely not comparable to the wood release technique. This is just an attack ninjutsu developed based on the Shadow Clone technique. How can it be compared with wood release? It is definitely incomparable to the wood release technique of the first generation, but you will know how powerful it is later. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to teach Asuma a lesson while teaching Yu. Sarutobi Hiruzen brought the two to the backyard and threw a shuriken into the air. Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed a seal after the shuriken flew out. Swish, swish, swish. The shuriken split into 2 and then split into 4. In the blink of an eye, one shuriken turned into thousands of shuriken, all stabbing into the ground fiercely. Thousands of shuriken fell to the ground together, and the ground immediately splashed with a lot of green grass and sand, and the ground was also full of shuriken. How is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and looked at Yu and Asuma with a smile. This ninjutsu is his masterpiece, and it is very powerful. The shuriken thrown by a ninja is not at the same level as the hidden weapons thrown by ordinary people. For a ninja of his level, the shuriken thrown can penetrate boulders, and the shuriken shadow clone technique can turn such shuriken from 1 to 1000 or 10,000, making it difficult for the enemy to dodge. It's really powerful. Asuma had to admit that this ninjutsu that didn't sound very good was indeed quite powerful. Miyu, have you read the ninjutsu scroll I gave you these days? Seeing his son was shocked by the power of his ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a satisfied smile and asked Miyu. Well, I have started to learn it and can use it initially, but I am not as proficient as you, the third generation. Miyu thought for a while and replied. Can you use it already? Then show me once. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised. The shuriken shadow clone technique is more difficult than the multiple shadow clone technique, because it is more difficult to create a shadow clone with a material like a shuriken than to create your own shadow clone. It is considered a difficult one among the A-level ninjutsu. If Miyu could learn it in half a month, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be very impressed, and after only a week, Miyu could use it. It was hard for him not to be surprised. Miyu took out a shuriken, threw it out quickly, and immediately condensed chakra and began to seal. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Swish, swish, swish. The shuriken quickly split into dozens of shuriken, and then stabbed into the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled wisps of white smoke from his mouth, and looked at Miyu with more and more appreciation. He originally thought that it was useless to educate talents to stay in the roots, but he didn't expect to accidentally discover a ninjutsu genius. Very impressive, you learned it in a few days, you are worthy of being teacher Miyu. Asuma said with a happy face. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking, was choked by Asuma's words. He split thousands of shuriken and it was just okay, but Miyu split dozens of them and it was amazing. Whose son is this? Asuma, go back to the house and take a shower. With the idea of out of sight, out of mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen drove Asuma back into the house. Teacher Miyu, come on, come and teach me when you learn it, the old man doesn't know how to teach people at all. Before leaving, Asuma cheered Miyu up and slandered his old father. Miyu, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead with a headache, and said to Miyu helplessly. He was a dignified professor of ninjutsu, but his own child said to his face that he couldn't teach. Children of Asuma's age are more rebellious, and they say one thing and do another. He should still respect you in his heart. Miyu said with a smile. In fact, according to Miyu's judgment, it was almost inevitable that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma would have a disagreement when they were young. There were too many inducements. The conflict between Asuma's own personality and Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality, and the pressure brought by the identity of the third generation's son, would lead to too many points of disagreement between the two sides. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed a good politician, but his performance as a father is actually quite average. I also know that he is still young, so I don't care too much. When he grows up, he will understand everything I have done for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and smiled. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen began to teach Miyu the secret of the shuriken shadow clone technique to stably split more shurikens. Miyu, what do you think about working in a ninja school? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked Miyu. If you don't want to work in a ninja school, I can make you a guiding jonin, and students can keep the candidate for the internship team. Now Miyu has shown the ability to defeat Shao and has shown an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen has the idea of focusing on training Miyu. Compared to attending classes at the ninja school, the teaching time for guiding the jonin is more flexible. You can decide the teaching time of your disciples by yourself, so that you have more time to improve your strength, and you can get a lot of money to buy training resources by completing the commissioned tasks. Miyu shook her head and rejected the kindness of the third Hokage, and explained with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, third Hokage, but I really like the feeling of attending classes at the ninja school, and I also like the students in the school. I feel very relaxed and happy in the ninja school. But don't worry, third Hokage, I am also seriously improving myself after class. The more knowledge I master, the better students I can teach. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say that you really don't need to be so good to teach the students of the ninja school, but when the words came to his lips, they turned into encouragement. After all, this was Muyu's own choice. He guessed that it might be because Muyu saw too much darkness when she was in the route, so she liked the ninja school full of innocent children so much. Danzo, you almost ruined a genius. After being glad that he had pulled Muyu out of the route, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that the control of the route should be strengthened after the war. In addition to showing the Shuriken shadow clone technique that he had learned, Muyu also asked Sarutobi Hiruzen some questions about the Great Waterfall technique to pave the way for the next water escape. The next day at noon, after completing the morning practice, everyone began to rest. Muyu selected some questions from Shisui to explain, and asked all students to come and listen to the lessons. 4K, maybe I have been staying up late to code a little bit recently, always writing until 1 or 2 o'clock. Today I am not in a good state, I feel my brain is very slow. Today I probably won't write 10,000 a day, maybe 7K, to prevent sudden death. Chapter 252 Uchiha, From the Warring States Twins to the Extinction of the Clan. Material 1. During the Warring States period, there were two powerful ninja families, one was the Senju clan that valued love, and the other was the Uchiha clan that valued strength. The two clans fought for their lives and hated each other. Once both sides heard the surnames of the other clans, they would immediately attack. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, and the head of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama, had a special friendship. After winning several times, Senju Hashirama finally moved Uchiha Madara, and the two clans finally reconciled and worked together to establish Konoha. Senju Hashirama supported Uchiha Madara to become Hokage, and Uchiha Madara himself also wanted to become Hokage. When the Hokage was elected, all the clans and residents of Konoha supported Senju Hashirama to become Hokage, and finally Senju Hashirama became Hokage. Based on the content of the materials and the history you have learned, analyze why Uchiha Madara was ultimately defeated and the reasons for Senju Hashirama's success. After Muyu finished reading, he looked at all the students and asked. Even Shisui, who had already done the questions, showed a thoughtful expression, because Muyu did not give him many points. Obito scratched his head, feeling that this question was more difficult than any history question he had ever done, because the textbook did not talk about Uchiha Madara at all. He only remembered that Uchiha Madara was very bad, defected and brought great damage to Konoha. Is it because Uchiha Madara defected? Obito suddenly had a whim in his mind. It was reasonable that a defector could not become Hokage. However, Obito did not say this, because he thought that maybe it was the Hokage election before. Because the Uchiha clan advocates power and has no good reputation, everyone supports the beloved Senju clan. Kakashi thought for a while and answered. Not only in the Warring States period, the Uchiha in Konoha today is almost the same image. Except for this guy Obito. Kakashi added silently in his heart that Obito was indeed an outlier among the Uchiha. What do you mean by advocating power without a good reputation? Kakashi, you are slandering me. Obito said with an indignant look. Is there a possibility that you are not a normal Uchiha, and I am just answering questions? Kakashi said lightly. You can only say one thing right. If it is 10 points, I can give you 4 points. Muyu scored. Only 4 points. Kakashi continued to think. Because the youth of Senju Hashirama burned more fiercely than that of Uchiha Madara. After a while of thinking, Might Guy said his answer. 0.5 points. Muyu gave a point for hard work. Obito and Nohara-rin also said their answers, but none of them scored higher than Kakashi. Kakashi's answer is correct, but it is not complete, not only because Uchiha Madara and the reputation of the Uchiha clan worse, because the Senju clan and Senju Hashirama were the winners of the war. Uchiha Madara reconciled with the Senju clan in the war they lost to the Senju clan. In essence, the Uchiha clan had already been defeated, which is different from other ninja clans that actively joined Konoha. One side is the winner and the other side is the loser. Everyone is naturally willing to vote for the winner with a good reputation. Even if Senju Hashirama wanted Uchiha Madara to become the Hokage, his followers would not agree. Miyu gave the complete answer. This question is actually quite simple in Miyu's opinion, and it does not require much knowledge. Why is this the case? Didn't they reconcile and become companions? Why do we still care about the previous victory or defeat? Obito asked with a puzzled look on his face. He could understand that Hashirama Senju had more support, but he didn't understand why everyone would support Hashirama Senju, when Hashirama Senju himself clearly supported Uchiha Madara. Even if Uchiha Madara regarded others as companions, others might not necessarily regard Uchiha Madara as a companion, and the interests of various families were also involved. Miyu patiently answered Obito's questions. Miyu liked Obito's kindness very much, but Obito should not think that other people are as kind as him. When it comes to the benefits that Hashirama's becoming Hokage brought to various families, Obito was even more confused. He could understand the words, but he couldn't understand them together. Miyu scanned some of them, and only Kakashi and Shisui could barely keep up. Kakashi was more mature, and Shisui was more involved because he was an Uchiha. Miyu didn't care. It was good to have such performance at this age. He continued to talk about the next question. After the death of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, his younger brother Senju Tobirama served as the second Hokage. In order to prevent the next Uchiha Madara from appearing, he integrated the Uchiha clan and created the Konoha Police Department responsible for maintaining the village's security. The Konoha Police Department was fully handed over to the Uchiha clan for management, allowing the Uchiha clan to gain the right to govern public security. Shortly after the establishment of the Konoha Police Department, some Uchiha clan members tried to rebel and seize the position of Hokage, but they failed under the attack of the Anbu. Since then, the Anbu began to monitor the Uchiha clan. At the same time, the reputation of the Uchiha clan became worse and worse, and they were disliked by many ninja clans and the public. Through the above materials, analyze the impact of the Konoha Police Department on the Uchiha clan and the reasons why the Uchiha clan was disliked by the public. Worried that some people would not understand the Anbu and the Konoha Police Department, Miyu also explained the functions of these two departments. So everyone doesn't like Uchiha, I don't feel anything at all. Obito scratched his head and asked in confusion. He felt that he was quite popular. Those grandpas and grandmas were very enthusiastic about him and always stuffed food for him. Because everyone doesn't hate every Uchiha equally, Obito, your kindness is loved by the villagers. Miyu said with a smile. Yes, Obito is very popular with the old ladies. It seems that everyone likes Obito very much. Nohara-rin said with a look of agreement. Obito's face turned slightly red after being praised by two people he cared about. He laughed and said, everyone is too enthusiastic. Shisui was deeply touched by this. Obito was indeed the only Uchiha he had seen who was popular among the villagers. Shisui admitted that he was not as good as Obito. Kakashi lowered his head and thought for a moment, then answered. The Konoha Police Department gave the Uchiha great power, so they became arrogant and wanted to gain more power, so they rebelled. The Uchiha clan's reputation became worse because the rebellion was disliked by everyone, and the Uchiha with bad personality engaged in the work of maintaining public order may further cause dissatisfaction among residents. Shisui, do you have any new ideas? Miyu didn't rush to give Kakashi a score, but looked at Shisui and asked. It's roughly the same as Kakashi, but I have a different opinion on the rebellion. I think the rebellion will happen because of Uchiha Madara's previous defection. Uchiha Madara is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan after all, and can influence many people. Shisui thought for a while and answered. Miyu nodded, then looked at the other students. I feel that the Konoha police department has allowed the clan members to contact with outsiders less. Before, someone from the Uchiha 8th generation said that he wanted me to enter the police department directly after graduation. As for why I was not liked, I don't understand. Obito replied. Obito, you answered well this time. Miyu nodded with a smile. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Obito really hit the point this time. Obito smiled immediately, feeling that his theory could still be saved. After listening to all the students' answers, Miyu announced the answer. This question was much more difficult than the previous one. This question could be said to be the core problem of the Uchiha clan. Because of the power brought by the Konoha police department, the Uchiha clan became inflated. At the same time, because a large number of clan members joined the police department, the Uchiha clan became more closed, and communication with outsiders was greatly reduced. A single family controlled the entire department, which aroused the fear and suspicion of other families and residents. A more closed Uchiha would make the clan members more arrogant. Managing public security in this state would breed more troubles. Therefore, there were more and more negative news about the Uchiha clan, and the rebellion also made the Konoha high level more vigilant against the Uchiha clan. In the end, the contradiction between the Uchiha clan and Konoha expanded, and the reputation continued to deteriorate. In fact, there are some things that Miyu hasn't mentioned yet, such as arranging a large number of Uchiha to the police department. A more comfortable environment can reduce the production of Sharingan and Mangekyou Sharingan, weakening the Uchiha clan's overall strength. But this is a bit too much of a conspiracy theory, we have to take it step by step. Miyu really feels that Tobirama is a genius. Except for his strength that is not as good as Hashirama, he is perfect in other aspects. Relying on the Konoha police department, the Uchiha people happily receive their lunch boxes. The more Shisui listened, the more frightened he became. After careful thinking, he found that everything Miyu said was right. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, came to him in person and said that he could use his power to transfer him to the police department to study in advance. This Konoha police department, which made the Uchiha proud, actually brought so many troubles to the Uchiha clan. Shisui really felt terrified when he thought about it carefully. Did the second generation consider this result at the beginning, or was it the Uchiha's own fault? Shisui couldn't help thinking. It's so complicated. It turns out that the questions you usually do are so difficult, Shisui. Obito sighed. Hey? Isn't this the kind of questions you're doing? Shisui was stunned, and then asked. He thought Obito had always been doing this kind of questions. Of course not. Obito replied, and then took his test paper to Shisui. Looking at the questions on Obito's test paper, Shisui was a little confused. Isn't this the question of the ninja school exam? This kind of question is not something you can do casually. Although it is the same training, I will set questions according to your different levels. Miyu explained. His teaching is different for each person, and even the shadow clones chasing Obito and Shisui are not at the same speed. Of course, after Obito graduates, the questions will become the same as Shisui's, because at this time, he must grow. Miyu talked for a total of 1.5 hours, and then let the students rest for half an hour before starting the afternoon training. This chapter is 3K. I originally planned to write a paragraph. Miyu taught them questions to improve their knowledge, but I still wrote it in detail in the end. I think this kind of transformation is very important, otherwise the character setting will feel torn. Good night, everyone. I hope I can fall asleep early today. I have a headache. Chapter 253 Konoha, Victory is in sight. On an ordinary day, Miyu walked towards her home in the main city after finishing training with her disciples. On the way, Miyu found that Konoha's official newspaper was actually on sale today, so she bought one. Konoha has its own official newspaper, which was founded when Senju Tobirama served as the second-generation Hokage. However, this newspaper is not a daily or weekly publication, but a random publication, which means it is not published at regular intervals. Generally, it will only be published when something big happens, such as a war, Konoha has achieved some gratifying results in the war, or a new Hokage is replaced. At this time, the circulation of the newspaper will be particularly large. After returning home, Miyu sat on a chair to check the content of the newspaper, because the purpose is not to make money. Basically, it is published when there is a big event and it is worth reading. The frontline troops have defeated the Iwagakure ninja troops twice in a row, and victory in the war is in sight. Miyu saw the conspicuous big words on the headline at first glance. Obviously, this newspaper is mainly about the war. The Iwagakure ninja troops premeditated an unprecedented raid on our frontline positions, and sent out the Four Tails Jinchuriki and the Five Tails Jinchuriki at the same time. Among the ninja troops, there are elite ninjas such as hunting from the Iwagakure blasting troops. Facing the sudden attack, our ninjas fully exerted the spirit of the will of fire, and the commander of the frontline troops, Jiraiya, personally led the elite team to fight against the Jinchuriki. The first part talks about the raid that Miyu encountered when he was carrying out the food delivery mission. The main part is how Jiraiya exerted the will of fire to protect the frontline ninjas and successfully hit the Five Tails Jinchuriki. The secondary part talks about how excellent the outstanding Konoha ninja Minato Namikaze was, what results he achieved in the war, and why he was called the Yellow Flash. After reading the newspaper, Miyu learned that not long after they left, Konoha and Iwagakure had another battle. This time, Konoha took the initiative and drove the Iwagakure troops to the border between the land of earth and the land of grass. Miyu also saw his name in the newspaper, but it was at the very end. The Miyu in the newspaper was also an inheritor of the will of fire. Although he was only carrying out a sea-level grain transportation mission, he resolutely chose to step onto the battlefield to fight in order to protect the village. In the battle, he defeated the powerful Bakutan hunter and participated in the battle to repel the Jinchuriki, playing a significant role. In fact, Obito and Kakashi were also in the newspaper, but they did not have names. The three of them were summarized as members of the team led by Miyu. I will no longer be a nameless special jonin in the future. Miyu put down the newspaper and thought to himself. As the official newspaper of Konoha, and every time it is issued, it must report major events. The sales of this newspaper are still good. Ninjas basically buy it, and ordinary people who care about the situation in the ninja world will also buy it. Although he was only mentioned later, there are not many people whose full names appear in this newspaper, and those who know him know the value of his record. It is difficult for him to become famous in Konoha directly, but he can still stir up a wave of discussion in the ninja circle. Being famous is a good thing for Miyu, and sometimes you really need it to do something. However, it is not completely without disadvantages. For example, Danzo who doesn't pay attention to him may also remember that he has a subordinate who was taken away because of this report, and now he has become quite strong. But fortunately, Miyu is well prepared, and he has no flaws in any aspect, and Danzo can't ask him to go back to the route to work again, because Sarutobi Hiruzen will tell Danzo who is the Hokage. This newspaper did not have much impact on Miyu's life, because his original body maintained a straight line of life, either teaching disciples in the southern forest or learning sealing techniques or developing breathing techniques at home in the main city. However, it did have some impact on his shadow clone who was taking classes at the ninja school. Some teachers who saw the report were shocked to find Miyu's name on it. They may not know what kind of strength the explosive hunter active in the battlefield of the grass country has, but they can understand the value of the sentence that he played a significant role in the battle to repel the Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki is the trump card combat force of the 5 major ninja villages and the most terrifying existence on the battlefield. This is the impression of most ninjas on the Jinchuriki. And Mu can actually play a significant role in this level of battle. For a Chunin teacher, this is too extraordinary. Teacher Mu, you actually went to the battlefield to fight off Jinchuriki with Master Jiraiya. Kimura Shanran said in shock. If one day Ikegami Yang told him that he was pursued by a beautiful girl, it might be as shocking as this report. Although Kimura Shanran knew that Mu was different from them, she was valued by the Hokage for her strong teaching ability and became the deputy monitor of the teaching class within less than a year after entering the ninja school. But Kimura Shanran only thought that Mu had strong teaching ability. In his heart, although Mu was a special jonin, she was not much stronger than them in terms of strength. Kimura Shanran once thought that it was just a ninja with the same name and surname as Mu, until he asked casually during the lunch break and got a positive answer from Mu's shadow clone. No wonder teacher Mu, you took a leave of absence for a while not long ago. Is it because you were on the battlefield that you didn't have time to replenish the shadow clone? Ueda I guessed. Mu nodded. In order to prevent fatigue from accumulating too much, the shadow clones he placed in the ninja school were removed regularly, and basically maintained in a state where the memory flow would not be affected too much. Sometimes the mission was long, so he had to ask for leave. Although it sounds a bit exaggerated, it is reasonable if it is teacher Mu. Ikegami Yang was also surprised at first, but soon felt that there was no problem. After all, Mu is a ruthless person who teaches interns and uses shadow clones to teach students. Although shadow clones are indeed a very convenient ninjutsu, no one would want to use shadow clones to do double the work, because it is really tiring, and oxen that plow the land are not used in this way. Mu is so hard-working, it is reasonable for him to be stronger. The only doubt is why Mu is so strong and wants to take classes in the ninja school. Actually, it's nothing. I just assisted Master Jiraiya in the battle. The main person who contributed is Master Jiraiya. Mu said modestly with a gentle smile. That's nothing. The opponent is a Jinchuriki. The battle must be very dangerous. Kimura Shanran sighed. If he had such strength, he would definitely not be a teacher in the ninja school, but would choose to be a guiding jonin. With such merit, I guess you will be promoted to a formal jonin soon. Witnessing a colleague younger than himself from a chunin to a special jonin and then to a jonin, Kimura Shanran did not feel a trace of jealousy in his heart, because he really couldn't do it if he came, the gap was too big. And Mu has a good personality. Although he is already a senior executive of the ninja school, he has always stayed in this small office and has always maintained the original appearance with ordinary teachers like them. He has not changed because of his status. Facing such Mu, Kimura Shanran is embarrassed to be jealous, and only has blessings in his heart. Curiosity comes and goes quickly. After all, Mu is someone they can see every day. The teachers were excited for a few days, and then it was the same as usual. Mu's meritorious service on the battlefield did not have an impact on the student group, because no student would buy newspapers to read. Although newspapers are not expensive, wouldn't it be good to have that money to buy some snacks? Unless it is spread very widely and many villagers are discussing it, it may be possible for students to know it. But Mu's performance this time obviously cannot reach this level, because even Minato can't do it. The protagonist of this report is Jiraiya. When Mu walks on the street, he can hear many people discussing Jiraiya's defeat of the two Jinchuriki. There are also people who are not ninjas who seriously discuss the strength of the three ninjas and the Jinchuriki. Some people even quarrel about this, which is quite like the scene of netizens discussing the combat power of various characters in his previous life. The report can cause such an impact on one hand, and Jiraiya himself has a high reputation in Konoha and is one of the three ninjas of Konoha. Although the three ninjas of Konoha are titles given by the enemy after defeat, this does not mean that this title means shame, because the person who gave it is Hanzo of the Salamander. Although he is not the Kage of the 5 major ninja villages, Hanzo has a very high reputation in the ninja world with his strong strength. He is a recognized top ninja. Some people even think that Hanzo may be stronger than the Kage of the 5 major ninja villages. The title given by such a strong man is naturally not a shame, but a recognition from the top strong men in the ninja world. Compared with Jiraiya, Minato is naturally a little worse. In the eyes of most people, he is just a young man with a promising future. Why are you talking about Uncle Toad? I think Teacher Miyu is also very powerful. During the training break, Obito, who had not read the newspaper but felt the atmosphere in the village, complained. Obito, are you talking about Lord Jiraiya? Why do you call him Uncle Toad? Nohara-rin thought for a moment and felt that Obito was talking about Jiraiya, so she asked curiously. Because he said he was a Toad sage, but I don't think he is a sage, so I call him Uncle Toad. Obito explained. Obito believed that to be called a sage, one must have some abilities that others don't have, such as the sage Fukasaku and the sage Shima, who lived a long life, and the sage of 6 paths, who was recorded in mythology. You didn't read the Konoha newspaper, did you? The report on Mr. Miyu was at the end, and the discussion was certainly not comparable to that of Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi said lightly. Konoha newspaper, what is it? Obito didn't even know it existed. The newspaper published by Konoha records various major events that happened in Konoha. This time the report is about the war in the battlefield of the Land of Grass. Kakashi explained briefly. Wouldn't that include us? Obito's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested in the Konoha newspaper. If you insist, there is one, but it is. Without waiting for Kakashi to explain, Obito asked, then Kakashi, do you have it with you? Let me see it. Kakashi saw that Obito was a little anxious, so he threw the folded newspaper to Obito without explaining. Xiaolin, you haven't read it either, let's read it together and see what it says about me. Obito took it and quickly trotted to Nohara-rin and sat down to invite Nohara-rin. Yet, Nohara-rin, who was a little curious and had never read it, nodded in agreement. Obito put the newspaper on his and Nohara-rin's legs, and then lowered his head to read the content carefully. It's worthy of our Konoha. Looking at the biggest and most conspicuous victory in the war, Obito said with a smile. But soon Obito couldn't laugh anymore, because he found that most of the previous part was about Jiraiya, and then how the Konoha ninja troops persevered and defeated the enemy through the will of fire, and then it was Namikaze Minato. He saw Miyu's name at the end. Kakashi, you didn't buy it and didn't read it, there's no our name on it. Obito, who wanted to pretend, asked indignantly. So it's a bad habit to interrupt others. What I want to say is that we exist, but there is no specific name. Kakashi walked over and pointed to a paragraph and said. Obito looked at Kakashi's finger, and then subconsciously read it out. In addition to Hanya Miyu, his team members also did their part for the war. Their entire team understood and practiced the will of fire. Obito was confused. When did he understand the practice of the will of fire? Why didn't he know? He always lost points when he was asked about the will of fire in the exam. You have already written it, why don't you write our names? Obito asked with a puzzled look. Take a close look at the content and see how many names you can find in it. Kakashi reminded calmly. Obito looked carefully and found that in such a large newspaper, only 5 names of Konoha ninjas appeared, and 2 of them only appeared once. Although Miyu was at the back, the amount of description was not bad, and he could be ranked 3rd. This newspaper is like this. If it is not an important person, the name will basically not be written. Kakashi took back the newspaper and folded it and said. Sooner or later, I will be written about it. Obito thought of Jiraiya who was described in a long paragraph, and he had the idea of replacing him. If you practice seriously, you will have everything. Miyu, who had just finished practicing the Great Waterfall technique, came over and said with a smile. Your graduation exam is coming, there are only 2 weeks left. There is no theoretical exam this time, so use your strengths. Miyu patted Obito on the shoulder and said. The graduation exam of the ninja school does not test theory, but selects one from the basic ninjutsu. As long as there is no theory, I will definitely have no problem. Obito patted his chest and said confidently. Miyu nodded, feeling that he could get 3 ninjutsu proficiency scrolls in this exam. Those basic ninjutsu were simple. With the help of the upgraded professor, Might Guy could master them to a good level, and there was no problem in dealing with the ninja school exam. After teaching his disciples, Miyu returned home as usual, but today he met an acquaintance on the way home. Miyu. Minato, who was talking to his teammates, also noticed Miyu and greeted her with a warm smile. 4K, my stomach seems to be too fragile. I got up and drank a bottle of mineral water that I opened yesterday. It has been giving me a very subtle discomfort in my stomach. It's not painful, but it just feels wrong. Recommended a friend's book, Konoha, starting from the Hyuga experiment. Introduction, Konoha 54 years. The Third War has ended, the fourth generation has passed away, and Orochimaru has become healthy. And Kagura Hidezawa, the Hyuga experiment created by Orochimaru when he was bored and has become a thug of the root, fell into deep thought as he looked at the system tasks one by one. A few years later, Danzo let out a soul cry, I'm not dead yet, why are you crying? Chapter 254 Thoughts of the Human Version of the Tailed Beast Ball. Hearing Minato's words, Dekkai and Inuyama Sohei beside him also greeted Miyu. They didn't know each other before, but fighting against the Jinchuriki together was also a fight for their lives, so they formed a good friendship in those days. Minato, you guys are back, is the war on the front line over? Miyu asked with a slightly surprised expression. It's not completely over. Iwagakure hasn't surrendered and signed a peace treaty yet, but Iwagakure has already surrendered. The troops of Hidden Rock have been driven out of the land of grass, the war is over, my mission is also completed, and teacher Jiraiya asked me to come back first. Minato explained with a smile. It's only a matter of time before they are completely defeated. We are still stronger in Konoha. Dekkai said with a smile. The several great victories over the rock ninja gave him enough confidence. I see, it's really hard for you to successfully stop the enemy from the land of fire. Miyu nodded and praised. It's almost the same as Miyu imagined. The war with Hidden Rock has come to an end for the time being. If nothing unexpected happens, Minato will become the instructor of Obito and others. Haha, Miyu, aren't you also one of the hard-working ones? The battle with the Jinchuriki was thanks to you. Dekkai laughed and patted Miyu on the shoulder. Dekkai was deeply impressed by Miyu's ninjutsu. He almost injured the careless Five Tails Jinchuriki with his fire escape, and was able to resist the Four Tails Jinchuriki's melt escape for a short time alone. It was all thanks to everyone's joint efforts that we succeeded. Miyu said with a smile. Hey, isn't this Minato? You're back. A young female ninja with a single ponytail and a lively look suddenly felt bright when she saw Minato, and greeted Minato with a cheerful face. There were 2 female ninjas of about the same age next to her, and they also smiled and greeted Minato. Well, hello. Minato smiled and greeted. Although they were not very familiar with each other, he had to respond to others' greetings. Minato, you are so awesome. I saw the latest Konoha report. You and Lord Jiraiya repelled the Jinchuriki together. You are really a hero of Konoha. The girl with a single ponytail looked at Minato with admiration as if there were stars in her eyes. It's not just me and Jiraiya-sensei, many people have contributed. Minato corrected. Not only Miyu, but also Dekkai and Inuyama Sohei are facing the Jinchuriki with them. Hey, who are you? A girl with long black hair in the trio of girls noticed Miyu's appearance. So Minato, you have a brother, who is the younger brother and who is the older brother? After comparing the 2 people's smiles, the girl with long black hair asked curiously. My name is Hanya Miyu, not Minato's brother or Minato's younger brother, because we are not brothers, nor are we distant relatives. Muyu explained skillfully. After too many times, he got used to it. Minato looked normal, and he was no longer surprised. Hanyu Muyu, isn't that the ninja who fought against the tailed beasts with Jiraiya-sama in the newspaper? The girl with the ponytail heard the familiar name and immediately remembered it, looking at Muyu with surprise. It is indeed that Hanyu Muyu. Muyu smiled and nodded to confirm. You must be very tired after coming down from the battlefield, how about we treat you to a meal? The girl with wavy curly hair put her hands together and invited Minato and Muyu. The girl with long black hair and the girl with the ponytail gave a thumbs up to their good girlfriends behind their backs. You did a good job. Thank you for your kindness, but I have something to do later. Muyu smiled gently and declined. If it was really just a meal, he actually didn't care where he went, but if he went, it would definitely not be a simple meal, it would be mainly chatting and supplemented by eating, and maybe drinking or something. In short, it would be a waste of time. He is not a person without desires, but he is not in the mood at this stage. There are a lot of things to do, if it weren't for the shadow clone, he would be too busy. It's the same here, but thank you. Minato also smiled and declined. Compared to the restaurant's meals and cooking by himself, he was used to Muyu's meals. He had just finished reporting the mission and was about to go to Muyu's house and then take Muyu's dishes to find Kushina. He didn't have time to accompany a few unfamiliar female ninjas. That's a pity. Let's have dinner together next time if we have a chance. The curly-haired girl showed a regretful look on her face, but didn't say much. The three girls and Muyu and Minato waved goodbye and left. That Hanyu Muyu looks pretty. Why didn't I have an impression of her before? Yes, she looks pretty, but I still like Minato a little more. It's a pity that he didn't agree. I think Muyu-kun is more beautiful. She is also gentle and sunny, but she feels more intelligent and intellectual. Dekai and Shang Shan Shuping stared at Muyu and Minato with death eyes. Alas, I shouldn't stand with you, otherwise maybe I would have girls to chat with me too. Dekai sighed. Just now, there were 3 girls, but no one paid attention to him. They were all chatting with Muyu and Minato. When have you ever been approached? I was really affected by them. Shang Shan Shuping put his hand on Dekai's shoulder and said. He has fair skin and regular features. He is definitely handsome, but he is just ordinary when standing with Minato and Muyu. It is not necessarily a good thing to be approached. If Minato is approached and Kushina sees it, she may be sulking if she doesn't explain it well. Muyu talked to Minato about the conversation between Kushina and him before. Kushina once asked Muyu about the situation at Minato's house when she was away, and whether any girls came to see Minato. Minato was glad that he was for someone who knows how to say no. Kushina is not only hard to appease when she is angry, but also makes him feel distressed. After a brief chat, the 4 of them separated, and Minato and Muyu walked in the same direction because they were neighbors. Minato returned home and created a shadow clone to clean up, and then went to Muyu's house to help cook. I've really troubled you all this time. Minato said embarrassedly while washing vegetables. I can't come to eat, and I have to trouble Muyu to pack it up and take it away. Just thinking about it, Minato felt very embarrassed. We are friends, so let's just help each other. After all, you have helped me a lot in the sealing technique, and Kushina has also taught me the 4-symbol seal during this period. Muyu smiled nonchalantly and said. After I learned it, I realized how powerful this sealing technique is. If it weren't for Kushina, I would have found it difficult to obtain this level of sealing technique. The value of a technique lies in letting people learn it. Muyu, you have this talent. Kushina must be very happy when she teaches you. Minato broke the vegetables one by one and said seriously. He was a little surprised at Muyu's progress. She even learned the 4-symbol seal, which is already a top-level conventional sealing technique. To celebrate Minato's return, Muyo made Kushina's favorite braised pork, but this was more time-consuming, so the two chatted while waiting. Compared to us humans, the tailed beasts are really blessed. Not only do they have extremely huge chakras, they can also use the tailed beast ball, a ninjutsu with extremely terrifying power. Muyo exclaimed. Tailed beast ball. Muyu's words brought Minato's thoughts back to the battlefield again. The dazzling white light of the explosion and the deep pit caused by the explosion were still vivid. The reason why Minato's battle memory with the tailed beasts is so profound is not because the tailed beast ball is too strong and leaves him with a psychological shadow, but because his girlfriend Kushina is also a Jinchuriki, and the tailed beast in her body is the strongest tailed beast, the 9 tails. Minato would sigh for this when he thought of such a terrifying monster living in his girlfriend's body. Once the war is tight, the Jinchuriki will definitely be sent to the battlefield. Minato was very worried. Don't look at Konoha hiding Kushina tightly now, but this is just to allow Kushina to control the tailed beasts faster and turn them into controllable combat power. Minato knows very well the significance of Jinchuriki to the ninja village. Jinchuriki is not used to take good care of it, but to deal with war. In this extremely chaotic situation, Minato dare not guarantee that Konoha can continue to be strong. Maybe one day Kushina will have to go to the battlefield. And Kushina's opponent will definitely not be anyone else, either Jinchuriki or the top strongman of the other ninja village. It would be nice if there was a ninjutsu with the same power as the tailed beast ball. Thinking of this, Minato sighed. The tailed beast ball is so powerful that even if his teacher Jiraiya activates the Sage mode, he can only avoid its edge. If Kushina encounters a Jinchuriki who can release the tailed beast ball without mastering the tailed beast ball, she will suffer a great loss. Then why not develop a ninjutsu similar to the tailed beast ball? Muyu said with a smile. Hearing Muyu's words, Minato was stunned. If you want to have the same power as a certain ninjutsu, it should be the fastest to imitate and develop and improve it directly. Of course, I'm just talking casually. The tailed beast ball is definitely not something that can be imitated casually. Muyu said in a joking manner. Minato's eyes lit up, and he said to Muyu with excitement. I think your idea is completely feasible, Muyu. They are all ninjutsu. There is no reason that only the tailed beasts can use them. We can completely develop a human version of the tailed beast ball. It is feasible in theory. Muyu nodded. The tailed beast ball is spherical, and it seems that it is not a change in the nature of the 5 basic attributes. Then we can make an ordinary chakra ball to imitate it, and then... Minato was instantly inspired, and felt that it was no problem for humans to rub the tailed beast ball with their hands. The dishes have been packed for you, send them over early. After Minato fell into deep thought, Muyu packed the dishes and handed them to Minato. Minato realized that he had to go to Kushina, and hurriedly thanked Muyu and left Muyu's house. Today is also 7K, tomorrow morning I will not drink mineral water, but hot water. Chapter 255 The disciples also want to win Muyu's favor. 1 week before the graduation exam, Obito, Kakashi, and others who had completed their training did not go home, but gathered together at the dumpling shop. I think everyone should not miss it, right? Obito asked before ordering. Seeing that everyone nodded, Obito and the boss ordered 5 dumplings, and then found a seat near the inside of the store and sat down. You know what we are going to do, right? Obito looked around and said in a serious voice. Yeah, I know, it's for that. Noharalin nodded and answered softly. Oh, that's it. Might Guy also said in a low voice. Isn't it just to discuss how to hold a thank you party for Teacher Muyu? Is it necessary to look like you are on a confidential mission? Kakashi couldn't help but complain. Because Obito and others are about to graduate, they will have less time to meet Muyu, and although Kakashi has graduated, he will join a new team because the team is disbanded, and he won't be able to see Muyu every day like this in the future. So they discussed for a while, in order to thank Muyu for her teaching and help, they should give Miyu a gift. You held a thank you party. Although Shisui neither graduated nor was in the internship team, he would definitely participate in such things. Seeing Obito so serious, I thought of cooperating with him. Noharalin explained with an embarrassed smile. I thought they were going to integrate confidentiality into their daily lives to exercise. Might Guy said he misunderstood. Isn't it because you are worried about running into someone who knows Miyu teacher and Miyu teacher knows about it in advance? Obito believes that it is important to stay vigilant. How can it be such a coincidence that we just happened to run into each other at the dumpling shop and were heard? Kakashi was speechless. He felt that Obito's seriousness was misplaced. It would be better if he had this vigilance when performing the mission. Obito wanted to say something, but Shisui on the side couldn't stand it anymore and said, "These things don't matter. Let's discuss the specific content quickly." He understood Obito and Kakashi. Generally, if the two started to argue, they would not stop for a while. With Shisui as the middleman, both of them gave Shisui face and stopped arguing. Although Shisui is 2 years younger than them, Shisui's excellent performance in all aspects made Kakashi and Obito unable to treat Shisui as a student who is still in the first grade. How about choosing the day after the graduation exam? Obito asked everyone's opinions. I think it's good. If you pass the exam, the teacher will directly issue the forehead protector. You can wear the forehead protector to thank teacher Miyu for teaching us. Noharalin clasped her hands together and said with a smile. That's what I think. Obito nodded and laughed. Originally at the bottom of the class, he graduated with excellent grades under Miyu's teaching, and then wore the forehead protector to thank Miyu. I have no problem. Kakashi nodded slightly to show that he had no objection. For him, the choice of time is not particularly important, because there is no special day. It feels good. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Might Guy couldn't help but shed tears of emotion just thinking about it. Okay. Shisui agreed. He didn't have a better time to choose, so he agreed directly. After confirming the time, the next step was the specific content of the thank you party. Gifts must be given, but do you think it's better for everyone to give one together or for everyone to give one? Obito asked. Kakashi looked thoughtful, but Shisui quickly gave a perfect answer. Why do you have to choose? Isn't it okay for everyone to give one alone, and then give one together? Shisui thought that they could take all the non-conflicting gifts. Shisui makes sense. Obito thought about it and found that he was indeed in a blind spot. There was really no need to choose. They could take them all. What you want to give is personal privacy, and there is no need to discuss this, but what 5 people should give together is indeed a problem. You can start with Miyu's preferences. You have known Miyu for a longer time. You can talk first. Kakashi gave a suggestion and then looked at everyone quietly. Although he had a good impression of Miyu, Kakashi and Miyu had only been together for more than 3 months. He thought that Obito and the others might understand Miyu better. As the first person to know Miyu, Shisui fell into thinking. Miyu liked to see them grow stronger, but this obviously could not be a substantial gift. He recalled the details of his time with Miyu, trying to find something from it. The most obvious hobby was naturally calligraphy. Shisui had heard that Miyu basically practiced calligraphy in the office at noon, and occasionally Miyu would give them her calligraphy works. But Shisui wanted to dig out something deeper, so he tried harder to think and recall, trying to analyze what Miyu would like from his memory. But when he tried to analyze it, he suddenly found that he could not analyze it at all. In his memory, Miyu always taught them with a gentle smile, not only ninjutsu and taijutsu, but also solved bad emotions in time when they had them. Because they were the ones being helped, they didn't know much about Miyu. They only knew Miyu's personality, and they only had a vague understanding of many other things. Maybe if we grow up and become stronger, we can find more. Shisui thought in his heart. If Miyu encountered difficulties of his level, Shisui would definitely not be able to help now. Teacher Miyu likes calligraphy and likes to teach students, Shisui finally said. Now he can only say these two, he doesn't know the others. These two are indeed teacher Miyu's hobbies, but has no one come up with a more hidden one? Obito scratched his head and asked. Many people in the ninja school know that Miyu likes calligraphy. It is a very obvious hobby of Miyu. He also gave Miyu a brush. But Obito felt that the gift prepared by the 5 of them must take more effort, and buying a brush together for 5 people seemed a bit perfunctory. I remember that teacher Miyu seemed to say that he liked to eat egg dishes. How about we make a dish for teacher Miyu with eggs? Might Guy touched his chin and said seriously. He may not remember the names of unfamiliar people, but he usually remembers Miyu's words very clearly. Can you cook? Obito felt that this idea seemed to be okay, so he asked. Shisui and Kakashi nodded. Although Shisui was small, he was for special reasons, he was able to solve his own meal problem very early. Might Guy shook his head. He was just proposing an idea. He couldn't cook at the moment. Nohara Rin also shook her head in denial. Her parents were both alive and she was still in school. It was not her turn to cook, so she had not yet mastered the skill of cooking. I can't do it either. Then there are only Shisui and Kakashi. Let's forget it. We can't just let them do the work. Obito finally decided to give up this seemingly good proposal. Then Obito kept recalling every bit of his time with Miyu, trying to get inspiration for a gift. Then he found it really hard to think of. After thinking about it, calligraphy was the most reliable. Actually, I don't think we need to delve too deeply. Maybe teacher Miyu doesn't have any other hobbies. Nohara Rin thought for a while and said. Just convey our gratitude to teacher Miyu. And there's still a week left. We can also ask other teachers or friends of teacher Miyu. Nohara Rin smiled softly. That's true. Listening to Nohara Rin's words, Obito's originally somewhat impatient heart calmed down. There are still 7 days left, they can ask the teacher who is familiar with Miyu. If they can't ask, they can just do their best and convey their feelings. While the few people were chatting and discussing, the boss also brought 5 dumplings to the table one by one. Hello, Shisui. You met teacher Miyu when you just started school. Seeing Shisui, who has always been as steady as an old dog, Obito picked up a bunch of dumplings and stuffed them into his mouth and said with some envy. If he could meet Miyu earlier, maybe his strength would be much stronger than it is now, and he could have more time to spend with Miyu. Shisui's mouth corners slightly raised, and he smiled and comforted, although you have graduated, you are all disciples of teacher Miyu. You can still come to teacher Miyu to practice. Obito naturally knew this. If he graduated, he would have no chance to see Miyu again. He might have to deliberately fail and delay graduation for a few years. Kakashi, are the newly graduated genin busy? Obito asked the only official ninja present. He wanted to compare the life and internship with that of an official ninja. It's similar to the beginning of your internship, training every day, and you can't do missions above D level. Kakashi replied. In Kakashi's impression, ninjas are like this, either training or carrying out missions every day. Of course, it depends on the arrangement of the instructor. Kakashi added. I hope we can have a teacher who doesn't care about things, so that I can find teacher Miyu to practice as before. Obito clasped his hands together and prayed. In Obito's heart, Miyu becoming his instructor is the best solution, but he has already asked Miyu, and Miyu said that he has no idea of being an instructor for the time being. No, if that's the case, you can't be an instructor, and teacher Miyu also has to go to class. Kakashi poured cold water on Obito. Everything is possible. You really have no dreams. I feel sorry for your future teammates. They have to practice and complete missions with boring people like you. Obito said with an indignant look. Even if Muyu's original body is busy, can he not split a shadow clone to teach him? I feel sorry for your future teammates. They have to complete missions with you who are always daydreaming. Kakashi retorted. 3K, the coding state is not good, and it is stuck when writing. Chapter 256 Minato who wants to become a teacher. Because he got some inspiration when chatting with Muyu, Minato decided not to accept any missions for a while and calm down to develop ninjutsu. But just when Minato was thinking about how to imitate the tailed beast Jade, a ninja came to inform him that the Hokage summoned him, so Minato quickly went to the Hokage's office. Dong dong. Minato knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from inside. Minato then pushed open the wooden door and walked into the Hokage's office. Sandaime-sama, do you have any tasks for me to do? Minato asked directly without any nonsense. This kind of direct notification means that someone either specifically asked him to complete the task, or the Hokage has a special task for him. It's not really a task. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe, exhaled white smoke and said with a smile. Minato, you have been a jonin for a while, do you want to be a mentor? Sarutobi Hiruzen admired Minato very much, because Minato not only has excellent ninja talents, but also has a very good personality. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a headache. His 3 disciples were all strong in strength, but they all had defects in personality. Tsunade's gambling addiction has begun to play badly, and because of her hemophobia, she can only be responsible for treatment and cannot fight on the battlefield. Orochimaru has a cold temperament. Except for a few people with special relationships, he basically doesn't care about his so-called companions. As long as he can achieve his goals, he will do whatever it takes. Jiraiya is normal compared to the other 2, just a little bit lustful, but Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think that's a big problem. If he had to choose one of the 3 disciples to become Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen would choose Jiraiya. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Minato was in a state of panic. Minato was thinking. Minato's instructor was Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya often showed lust and various unreliable scenes, Minato believed from the bottom of his heart that Jiraiya was also an excellent teacher. Jiraiya rarely put on a teacher's airs with them. Except when they were practicing, they usually got along more like friends. And in carrying out tasks and teaching practice, Jiraiya has always been very reliable. Jiraiya's unreliability is more in daily life. Whenever Minato saw Jiraiya showing a serious expression, he could feel full of security. Minato believed that Jiraiya had contributed to his current strength. Then Minato thought of Muyu again, and recalled the warm scene of Muyu getting along with his disciples in the camp. The child named Uchiha Obito dared to refute even Jiraiya, but obeyed Muyu's words. Yes. Minato replied with a smile as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He also wanted to be a teacher, to cultivate excellent ninjas like his teacher Jiraiya, and to have several outstanding and lovely disciples like Muyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded with satisfaction. As Jiraiya's disciple, and so outstanding, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that Minato had a chance to become the 5th Hokage. To become a Hokage, training a successor is also a skill that needs to be mastered. The 2nd generation trained him and Danzo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also trained the 3 ninjas. The graduation exam of the ninja school is about to begin, and there will be a new batch of genin soon. You should be responsible for these 3 students at that time. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed 3 documents to Minato. Although the exam has not started yet, the 3 students he prepared for Minato are bound to pass the exam, and during the war, in order to increase the ability to deal with the war, the graduation standards of the ninja school will be lowered, and basically there is no situation where someone cannot graduate. Minato nodded and took the information, and was stunned when he saw the avatar and name on it. Hitaki Kakashi, Chunin. Looking at the white-haired boy with a mask on it, Minato was a little surprised. He remembered that this was a member of Muyu's team. He had gone to the battlefield with Mu last time. At his current age, his strength could be said to be very good. Mu only led the internship team. After the interns graduated, the team was disbanded, so was it reassigned to me. Minato thought of the reason in his heart. Mu's main job was still a teacher at the ninja school. As long as Kakashi didn't follow Mu to the ninja school as an assistant, he could only change to another team. What an excellent child, it's a pity that Senior White Fang didn't. After reading Kakashi's information, Minato sighed in his heart. When Minato saw the second information, he was a little confused. He saw Uchiha Obito written on it, and the photo was a black-haired boy with goggles smiling foolishly. He also knew this person because he was also Mu's student. Minato still remembered that when he was eating at Mu's house, Obito complained that he and Mu looked like twin brothers, and he also took photos for him. When Minato saw Obito's mission record, he was shocked. Obito, who was a student of the ninja school, actually had 2 A-level missions and 1 S-level mission. You know, many Chunins don't have a record of completing S-level missions. Even if Mu led the team, she wouldn't let the interns go on such a mission, right? Minato was a little confused. He could guess that the S-level one was because of the sudden war, and Mu mixed up with an S-level, but he couldn't guess the 2 A-levels, and there was also a B-level, but there was no C-level mission. After reading Obito's resume, he had to admit that this was an unprecedented ninja school student, and there might not be one in the future. This resume was too amazing. When Minato saw the third student's information, he breathed a sigh of relief, because it said no Hara-rin, not Might Guy. If the third student was Might Guy, I'm afraid Minato would have to ask what the meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's special arrangement was. 2 of the 3 students were Mu's disciples. Minato was ready to have a good chat with Mu during dinner. Minato, you need to pay special attention to the disciple named Hitaki Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen put the candy in his mouth and said with a puff of smoke. You should know Hitaki Sakumo. Of course, Lord White Fang is so outstanding, there will be no ninja in Konoha who doesn't know his name. Minato replied. When he saw Kakashi's surname, the first person he thought of was White Fang. Kakashi is his child. After that incident, Kakashi changed completely and turned in a bad direction. Sarutobi Hiruzen said Kakashi's experience with Asai, from a ninja school ninja to a cold-blooded teammate who was not liked. With Mu's efforts, Kakashi seems to have returned to his previous appearance, but I don't know if this is temporary or permanent. I'll trouble Minato to pay more attention. The huge changes in people can be seen with the naked eye. When he saw Kakashi in the mission hall before, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he had changed, and the whole person's atmosphere had changed. In order to prevent Mu's efforts from going to waste, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged Nohara-rin and Uchiha Obito, who had a good relationship with Kakashi, to be Kakashi's teammates. I will. Minato said solemnly. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't remind him, as long as he found that his students had problems, he would solve them, otherwise he would not be worthy of being called a teacher. In the evening, Minato went to Mu's house, ready to talk to Mu about Obito and the others, and to have a meal. It's not that he was too obsessed with eating for free, but because Mu would not be at home if he went too early. Mu would be at home except for mealtime and evening, and basically taught students at other times. Minato skillfully helped Mu wash the vegetables, and then said with a smile. Mu, I will be a teacher in the future. Although I will not teach in the ninja school, the instructor should also be considered a teacher. Of course the instructor is a teacher, and you have been my sealing technique teacher for a long time. Mu said with a smile. It's more Kushina who is doing the work. Minato said modestly. Although Minato's sealing technique level is not as good as Kushina, he is also a master in sealing technique, which is of great help to Mu who has just learned sealing technique. The third generation showed me the information of the disciples in advance. 2 of them are your disciples, Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Speaking of this, Minato's expression was a little subtle. That means you have a lot of fate with them. Miyu showed a surprised smile. They are lucky to meet a mentor like Minato. I know your strength. Among the Konoha Jonin, only the 3 Jonins are stronger than you. Miyu glanced at Minato's panel. After several months of experience on the battlefield, Minato's strength has been greatly improved. His chakra has reached 55,000, his proficiency in Flying Thunder God has also increased a lot, and his proficiency in other skills has also increased significantly. It can be said that his overall strength has been strengthened. Miyu feels that Minato has surpassed a lot of Konoha Jonins and is considered half of Konoha's top combat power. There are still some Jonin seniors who are not inferior to me. Minato waved his hand when he heard Miyu say that he was second only to the 3 Jonins. Everyone has his own strengths. Miyu, your ninjutsu is actually more powerful than mine. But if you can't hit the person, it doesn't make sense to be powerful. Minato, your Flying Thunder God is too fast. Miyu made a wave of commercial mutual praise. Usually, 3 students form a class, who is the other one? Miyu asked out of caution. Although the original work is about Nohara Rin, Obito, and Kakashi, after all, now that he is here, it is not impossible that Sarutobi Hiruzen sees that Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy get along well and puts them together. If Nohara Rin and Obito are not together, then Miyu will have to speed up the development of water breathing. If teammates are not strong, then she needs to improve her own strength more. It's a girl named Nohara Rin. Minato handed the washed vegetables to Miyu and replied. This is not the information of a secret mission, so there is no need to hide it. That's really a coincidence. In fact, Nohara Rin is also my disciple. Miyu said with a surprised expression. Before, he hid it because his strength was not strong, and he still had the identity of the root on the surface, which was not convenient. Now his strength on the surface is a powerful ninja who can defeat the explosion hunter, and the target is Minato, so there is no need to hide too much. Miyu, don't you have another disciple named Might Guy? Minato asked with a puzzled expression. I conducted a special training for the 4th grade of the ninja school before. During the special training, I discovered the potential of Nohara Rin, so I accepted her as a disciple to train her. Miyu explained. Minato showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then he felt strange in his heart. In this case, his 3 disciples were all Miyu's disciples. Miyu, why don't you become a mentor directly? In this way, you can always teach them. Minato asked. He felt that with Miyu's strength, it would be better to become a mentor, and it would be more flexible and could also train himself. I prefer to teach more in the ninja school, and after they graduate, I can also provide guidance during extracurricular time. Miyu smiled and replied. With his current strength, he would gain more from taking classes in the ninja school. According to the previous task rewards, disciples who perform tasks with Minato will also receive rewards, but there is no additional bonus, which is about 1/3 less. Then Miyu, when you have time, come and teach me how to teach students. You are better at this. Minato said with a smile. Miyu's teaching ability was praised by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. 3.4k, less than 7k today, I am furious, tomorrow I will strive for 10,000, I can't be decadent. Chapter 257 Shadow Clones make great contributions. After discussing for a while in the dumpling shop, Obito and others still couldn't discuss what the gift for the 5 people was, so they decided to ask other teachers in the school and Miyu's friends before making a decision. After the breakup, Obito went home for dinner first, and then returned to the streets of the main city after dinner. In fact, before this party, Obito wanted to give Miyu something, so he had an idea of his personal gift to Miyu in his mind. Although Obito didn't know much about calligraphy, he would ask. By asking the bookstore owner, he knew that calligraphy pen, ink, paper, and inkstone were very particular. Originally, he wanted to make a brush for Miu by himself, just like Miu made ninja tools. Later, he found that making a brush was too difficult and he was not that good at it, so he gave up the idea temporarily. He chose to make an inkstone, which was relatively simple. In Obito's opinion, an ordinary inkstone was just a stone dot holes, and a more complicated one is to carve something on the stone, which he thinks he can do. After asking many grandpas and grandmas, Obito finally got 3 stones for making inkstones from an old man who likes calligraphy. Obito, full of joy, gave the money to the old man, went to the bookstore to buy an inkstone, and then began to think about how to make an inkstone at home. Obito didn't start immediately, because he hadn't even thought about the shape of the inkstone yet. Obito took out a piece of white paper and a pen, wanting to draw the pattern he wanted first. 20 minutes later, Obito looked at a not-so-round circle in a rectangle and a bunch of black lines next to it, and his expression was a little distressed. The idea is good, but he can't draw. Obito felt that the dragon-patterned kunao that Miu gave him was very handsome, and he also wanted to make a similar dragon on the inkstone, but let alone carving, Obito didn't know what he was drawing on paper. Damn it, drawing is so difficult, it feels harder than ninjutsu. Obito sighed and lay on the seat. Should I ask Xylan or Kakashi for help? 2 figures appeared in Obito's mind subconsciously. Nohara-rin gave him paintings twice as a birthday gift, and he felt that Nohara-rin was quite good at drawing. As for Kakashi, although he had never seen Kakashi draw, Obito had an inexplicable confidence that Kakashi would definitely draw, and his level was not low. No, how can I ask other people for help with the gift I want to give? Obito shook his head and denied this idea. As a personal gift for Miu, Obito still wanted to complete it alone as much as possible. If the design was drawn by others, it would not be considered his gift alone. At this time, Obito suddenly had an idea to use the shadow clone technique to quickly increase his painting experience. After contacting the shadow clone technique, the memory will flow back. If he splits a few shadow clones to practice with him, maybe he will be in time. If you manage the time of the shadow clones well, you won't be too tired. The more Obito thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was good. He couldn't stand the fatigue of practicing with shadow clones, so it shouldn't be a big problem to just draw for a while. Of course, Obito knew that there was still a fatal problem with his idea, that is, the shadow clones might not follow his ideas. In battle, the shadow clones can execute various tactics, but in daily life, if he asked the shadow clones to do questions, the shadow clones would fight with him. Shadow clone technique. Obito made a seal and split into 2 shadow clones. Since there is a solution, he has to try it anyway. Just when Obito was about to persuade the shadow clones to practice drawing, something happened that Obito didn't expect. One of the shadow clones walked to the table and picked up a pen to start drawing, and the other shadow clone found paper and pen and drew on the floor. What are you still doing there? Why don't you hurry up and practice? The shadow clone on the floor said to Obito with a dissatisfied look. Obito was dumbfounded and couldn't help asking, why didn't you guys slack off this time? You're so proactive. He was prepared for his shadow clones to play badly and then fight alone, but the 2 shadow clones were more self-conscious than ever before. The shadow clone sitting on the chair glanced at Obito and said, Teacher Miu is so kind, of course we should do our best to give him the best gift. If you have time to ask this, you might as well hurry up. There's only 1 week left before the graduation exam, and time is running out. Obito, who was sitting on the floor, continued to urge. It was the first time that he was urged to act by his own shadow clone. With this fresh feeling, Obito quickly found paper and pen and started drawing. Obito vaguely guessed the reason for the change in the shadow clone, which might be caused by his own inner thoughts. He was very reluctant to do the questions. If it wasn't Miu's assignment, he wouldn't want to finish it at all, but this time the painting was different. This time he was trying to give Miyu a better gift, and he had no resistance to painting at this time. So the shadow clone when doing the questions was so different from the shadow clone at this time. Anyway, it was Tobirama Senju who didn't consider this when he developed the shadow clone. Obito finally put the blame on the developer of the ninjutsu. After drawing for 2.5 hours, Obito released the shadow clone. The experience of drawing the shadow clone flowed into Obito's mind, and he couldn't help but show a trace of fatigue on his face. Obito sorted out his memory and found that learning with the shadow clone technique was not as efficient as he thought, because most of the practice experience was the same, and it could not achieve the effect of 3 times the speed. It's better than me alone, and I'm more skilled at writing. Obito nodded with satisfaction after drawing another picture. Although it was still a lot different from what he had in his mind, it was better than the black lines that didn't make any sense at the beginning. After practicing alone for another hour, Obito went to bed. Maybe because he was very tired, Obito felt sleepy as soon as he lay on the bed, and then fell asleep. The next morning, Obito woke up at about the same time as usual under the influence of his biological clock, then washed up, had breakfast, and went to the South Forest to practice. Maybe because he practiced too much before going to bed, Obito couldn't help thinking about what the scenes on the street would look like on paper. "Good morning, Obito." Nohara-rin greeted Obito with a smile. Obito, who was originally dazed, woke up immediately after hearing Nohara-rin's voice, and greeted Nohara-rin with a smile. "Good morning to you too, Xiaolin. Did you stay up late last night, Obito? You seemed a little out of shape just now." Nohara-rin asked with concern. "Let me guess, are you busy preparing a gift for teacher Miyu?" Based on Nohara-rin's understanding of Obito, this is easy to guess, because they were discussing the gift yesterday. "Haha, Xiaolin, you really know me, but I didn't stay up late. I just used the shadow clone to speed up my study yesterday, so I was a little tired, but it didn't affect me." Obito laughed twice and began to explain. He really didn't stay up late, because he heard that staying up late would not make you taller. He was going to become a Hokage, so of course he couldn't be a dwarf. "Well, don't make yourself too tired, after all, the usual training is not easy, it would be bad if you get sick from exhaustion." Nohara-rin reminded with a smile. Obito patted his chest and said with a smile, "I am a man who wants to become Hokage, I know the importance, after all, if I have a little loss, it is the loss of the entire Konoha." Nohara-rin was amused by Obito's words, and covered her lips with her right hand and chuckled. "The loss of the entire Konoha is too exaggerated. Obito, you haven't become Hokage yet. I think that if you waste Rin's time again, it will cause Rin's loss." Kakashi, who was passing by, left a word, and then walked towards the training place without looking back. "Damn Kakashi!" Obito curled his lips, a little unhappy. He was looking at Nohara-rin's happy smile, and Kakashi suddenly appeared. "Really can't waste time, go to practice, and talk during the break." Nohara-rin smiled and walked towards the place of practice. Obito hurriedly caught up with Nohara-rin and walked side by side. When Obito and Nohara-rin arrived, Might Guy and Shisui were already practicing, and Kakashi also pulled out the white fang short blade, looking like he was going to practice. Obito walked to Shisui's side and began to practice armament haki. Now the breathing method is the main training content, but they have not neglected the practice of armament haki. They have to practice for 2 to 3 hours every day, and the rest is the practice time of breathing method. Learning armament haki can increase the upper limit, but it requires more chakra, but armament haki is difficult. When they learn it, the chakra will be more than what they have now. After the practice, the 5 people gathered together to discuss the gift. "Shisui, did your shadow clone ask for useful information?" Obito asked. Since Shisui's shadow clone would go to class every day, it was up to Shisui to ask questions to the teachers at the ninja school. The shadow clone could just ask when he went to school. No, those teachers don't know Miyu as well as we do. Shisui shook his head and said, recalling the memories that the shadow clone had brought back. They also knew that Miyu liked egg dishes, while the teachers at the ninja school only knew that Miyu liked to practice calligraphy. Then what should we do? I remember that the only person who was more like a friend to Miyu was Minato-senpai, but Minato-senpai was on the battlefield. Obito thought for a while and said, how about we all make a tights together and give it to Miyu-senpai? Might Guy suggested. I don't think it's a good idea. Shisui rejected the proposal. Okay, not everyone likes tights, especially green ones. Obito couldn't help but complain. He couldn't imagine what Miyu's face looked like in a green tights, it was too inconsistent. After a round of discussion, the 5 people still couldn't decide, but they agreed to decide on the gift tomorrow, otherwise there might not be enough time. 3K, although the momentum was strong today, it seemed that I got angry and the typing speed could not be improved, but 7K should be safe today. Chapter 258 Some Abnormal Disciples. After the disbandment, Shisui went to the ninja tool shop called Zwanzwanzwan. Is my customized katana finished? Shisui asked the young boss. Before proposing the thank you party, Shisui had the idea of giving Miyu a gift, because Miyu gave him a short blade before, so Shisui was going to give Miyu a weapon. Although he wanted to forge a weapon for Miyu, he was too young and it was a bit inconvenient, so Shisui chose the second best and chose to customize a good weapon for Miyu. However, it happened to be the thank you party, so Shisui thought about giving the gift out at the thank you party. It's done, I'll take you to see it. The young boss smiled and nodded, and called his wife down to look after the store, and then he took Shisui out of the store and went to the backyard of his warehouse. The young boss walked to the weapon rack and handed the forged katana to Shisui. Shisui took the katana and looked at it carefully. The katana was red in color, the handle was blood red, and the scabbard was orange-red like a flame, with a pattern of burning flames on it. Shisui nodded in his heart. This was his special request because Miyu taught him the breath of flame. The 1-meter-long katana was close to Shisui's height and length. Shisui, who was not yet 7 years old, was now 1.23 meters tall. However, Shisui was a ninja, so he easily pulled the katana out of it. Under the light in the warehouse, the silver-white blade glowed with cold white light, and there were flame-like patterns on the blade. Shisui was very satisfied. Although he didn't understand knives, this knife looked good. The young boss brought a wooden man and a stone, and smiled to Shisui, let's try the knife. Shisui nodded and walked towards the wooden man. Without using chakra, he swung the katana and chopped at the wooden man's arm. Bang! The katana easily chopped off the wooden man's arm, and the wood fell to the ground with a sound. Shua shua! Shisui did not stop, and swung the katana very quickly, instantly cutting the wooden man into pieces. The cuts were very smooth. Then Shisui condensed chakra in his hand, used chakra to strengthen the blade, and swung 2 knives to cut the stone into 4 pieces. The young boss was secretly shocked when he saw this scene, thinking that ninjas are different, even a child can have strength far beyond that of adults. Very good, this is the agreed money. Shisui sheathed the knife, took out 640,000 taels from his body and handed it to the young boss. Before that, he had also paid a deposit of 160,000 taels, and the total cost of this katana was 800,000 taels. Although it cost a lot of money, Shisui felt it was worth it. Miyu also spent a lot of money on him. Although the short blade was made by Miyu himself, the material cost was not less, and he would also prepare secret medicine for him to practice. Shisui didn't care much about money. He would definitely not be short of money after becoming a ninja. Then Shisui took the katana back home and started to make a gift box by himself. He couldn't make the katana by himself, but it was no problem to make a gift box by himself. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that he couldn't finish it before the thank you party, but it was completed ahead of schedule. At the same time, Kakashi at home was also relieved. It's almost done. Kakashi looked at the brush that was gradually taking shape, and a smile appeared on his face without a mask. Although he had not been with Miyu for a long time, Miyu had a pivotal position in Kakashi's heart, and he could feel Miyu's concern for him. Because Miyu liked calligraphy, Kakashi thought about making a brush for Miyu. After a period of study, he successfully learned how to make a brush. Kakashi now has some understanding of brushes and knows that brushes with different hairs have their own advantages. After carefully looking at the calligraphy that Miyu gave him, Kakashi judged that Miyu should use a sheep hair brush, so he made a sheep hair brush himself. If I give a brush, I feel like I might bump into other people, Kakashi thought. Since the disciples all know about calligraphy, if they can't think of any special gifts, they may end up giving something related to calligraphy. Kakashi thinks that most people will give a brush. Kakashi continued to deepen the details, so it doesn't matter if it's a bump, it means everyone is very attentive. The next day, Kakashi saw a golden figure on the way to the South Forest in the morning. Kakashi thought it was Miyu, but when he got closer, he found that it was the Namikaze Minato who looked very similar to Miyu. Kakashi originally wanted to say hello and then rush to the South Forest to practice, but he remembered that he said yesterday that Minato couldn't be asked on the battlefield, so he must not let him go if he met him. Good morning, Minato-senpai. Kakashi Minato greeted. Good morning, Kakashi. Minato, who was buying breakfast, responded with a gentle smile. Because he would become his student soon, Minato looked at Kakashi with a very kind look. Kakashi noticed that Minato's attitude seemed to have changed, but he didn't care too much and asked directly. Minato-senpai, what kind of gift do you think Miyu teacher would like? The team is about to disband, and I want to give a gift to Miyu teacher. Kakashi's words made Minato think. If he gave Miyu a gift, it would either be his experience in practicing sealing techniques, or just give a sealing technique. But Kakashi, a child, certainly couldn't give him such a gift, so Minato tried to recall what Miyu had a clear preference. After thinking for several minutes, Minato still couldn't figure it out. In his impression, Miyu didn't seem to have clear preferences in other aspects. I think it's enough to convey your feelings. Just give what you want. Minato finally answered. Based on his understanding of Miyu, this should be enough. Sorry to bother you, Minato. Kakashi didn't show a frustrated expression when he failed to get useful information from Minato. He thanked him and went to the South Forest to practice. He felt that what Minato said made sense. Since he couldn't find it, there was no need to go into a dead end. Minato smiled as he looked at Kakashi's leaving figure. He wondered if Kakashi would prepare gifts for him so thoughtfully in the future, and he looked forward to his life as a mentor in the future. Although he was delayed for a while on the road, Kakashi set off early enough, and he accelerated his journey later, so he was not late, but became the last one to arrive. Kakashi, you don't value your training time. You should get up earlier and come to practice earlier. Obito immediately took the opportunity to avenge the interruption of Kakashi yesterday. Kakashi glanced at Obito and said, I always get up early, but I met Minato-senpai on the way, so I wasted some time. Obito subconsciously thought about how to continue to confront Kakashi, and suddenly found that Kakashi he said he met Minato Namikaze, so he quickly asked. Isn't Senior Minato on the battlefield? How did you meet him? The war on the front line has come to an end, so Minato came back to rest. Miyu answered Obito's question for Kakashi. Obito then remembered that Miyu was by his side, and the thank you party could not be discussed, so Obito gave Kakashi a look and stopped talking. Let's talk after the training. Kakashi understood what Obito meant and did not speak again. Miyu looked at this scene with some doubts in her heart, and then she said a few words and then stopped, which was not like the style of Kakashi and Obito. Yu walked to Obito calmly, and then asked with a smile, Obito, Chang Zhong has been training for a long time. Do you feel that your breathing is more sustained when you are fully focused recently? No special feeling, maybe I don't practice at home enough. I have something to do recently, and I have other things to do at home. Obito answered honestly. He thought his progress did not meet Yu's plan. But don't worry, Mr. Yu. I am very focused when I practice. I will definitely practice more when I have time. Obito added. Yu touched Obito's head and said with a smile, of course I know that you practice very hard. As for extracurricular time, it is your free time. You can arrange it according to your own ideas. Then Yu walked to the side of Might Guy, watched Might Guy's practice for a while, and said, Akai, how is the practice of the 8 gates of ninjutsu going? Do you feel like opening the 3rd gate? Might Guy shook his head and replied, no feeling at all. Is it because I have been slack in preparing gifts recently? Might Guy couldn't help thinking in his heart. Yu asked this question, usually because the level that should be achieved has not been achieved. Maybe the amount of practice has been reduced recently. I will double my practice today. Might Guy shouted with a passionate face. No need to do this, I just asked, just train according to my arrangement during normal practice time. Yu smiled gently and patted Might Guy's shoulder and said, there is a problem. After asking Might Guy and Obito briefly, Yu guessed that the disciples might be busy with something he didn't know after the training time was over, and they were deliberately hiding it from him. Because I'm about to graduate, are they going to hold a celebration party to give me gifts or something? Yu guessed. After all, the 3 disciples are all at level 4 of trust. According to Yu's observation, this level of trust almost treats him as a relative. Although Kakashi is not at level 4, he is also in a state of high trust. With such a relationship and the approaching graduation, Yu would of course guess that they are preparing to hold a celebration party. Although there are many psychopaths in the Naruto world, no one is so crazy as to murder a teacher for excitement after graduation, and his disciples are currently very normal. Then Yu didn't think much about it. He couldn't use the caution he had for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo on his disciples, which would be too tiring. When the afternoon training started, Yu stopped Shisui and Obito who were about to start, saying that there was a new special training. Before, I chased you and beat you. This time, I will give you a chance to fight back. I will limit my speed to be similar to yours. You can use all means to attack my shadow clones, but the shadow clones will not attack you. Yu explained the rules of the new special training. This training is essentially the same as the previous one, but the focus is different. The previous one was more about training positioning, and this one is more about training offensive ability. No questions? Obito asked tentatively. It sounded very similar to the previous special training, and he was very worried that a large number of questions would be generated, which would affect his time to prepare gifts. Not yet. Yu smiled and replied. Originally, there were some question penalties in Yu's plan. As long as the shadow clones were not hit, it would be 5 questions per minute. If they were hit, they would be settled directly, and the upper limit was 10 minutes. However, realizing that Obito and the others might be preparing for the graduation celebration, Yu temporarily changed the plan. He has never been a rigid person. He will not put too much pressure on his disciples if they need more free time. Great! Obito cheered. He directly ignored the temporary special training without questions. Shisui also breathed a sigh of relief. Although his gift could be given away, he still wanted to strive for perfection and spend more time on the gift box. If there were too many questions, his energy would inevitably be dispersed. Shadow Clone Technique. Yu made a seal to create 2 shadow clones, and walked away separately. Shisui and Obito changed their breathing rhythms and entered a state of full concentration, absorbing a large amount of oxygen to strengthen themselves. Start. Miyu saw that both of them were ready, so she shouted. Obito raised his fist and rushed towards Miyu's shadow clone. Miyu's shadow clone did not run away, but stood there waiting for Obito's attack, and then dodged Obito's straight punch with a sideways move. Obito quickly swung his arm towards the shadow clone's head, and at the same time kicked out with his left foot, but these attacks were seen through by the shadow clone, and he easily dodged Obito's fist and kick combo with a step back. Obito opened his two Magatama Sharingan in disbelief, his eyes turned blood red, and he continued to attack. Then Obito found that it was even more frustrating to open the Sharingan, because he could clearly feel that he was just a little bit away from hitting Miyu. Fire. Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Obito used ninjutsu directly by making hand seals, because Miyu said they could use any means. Along with the hand seals, a large amount of chakra gathered at Obito's throat, and then he spat out a large number of small fireballs and smashed them towards the shadow clone. At the same time, Obito also began to run at full speed, trying to catch Miyu's flaw in dodging the ninjutsu and hit her. However, Miyu was much calmer than he thought, using the big trees in the southern forest to flexibly dissolve all the phoenix fire, making Obito's fire style offensive ineffective. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Shisui concentrated his chakra and then spat out a large amount of flames. The blazing orange-yellow flames quickly formed a 2-meter-high fireball and smashed it towards Miyu. But it was not over yet. Shisui spat out a great fireball of similar size without making hand seals, and the two great fireballs smashed in different directions. In fact, this can be called a great fireball, which can spit out two at a time in a short period of time. The power of a single fireball is reduced, but the coverage range will be increased. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. Miyu's shadow clone used Earth Escape with seals, and a thick earth wall rose up to block the two fireballs. Shisui was slightly stunned, but he soon remembered that the shadow clone just didn't attack them, and Miyu didn't say that the shadow clone couldn't use ninjutsu. Shisui opened the Sharingan and started the next round of attack. After fighting with the shadow clone for 5 minutes, Shisui gained a hidden intelligence. The shadow clone will only have a chance to use ninjutsu defense when he uses ninjutsu to attack. If he doesn't use ninjutsu to attack, the shadow clone will not use ninjutsu even if the situation is critical. Once he almost touched the shadow clone, but the shadow clone still didn't use any ninjutsu. Is this time to practice the grasp of the timing of the battle? Shisui had a guess in his mind. If it is really as he guessed, then the timing of using ninjutsu is very important, and it must be grasped to a very subtle degree. The shadow clone must not be aware that it cannot dodge without using ninjutsu, and at the same time, it must really have the ability to disrupt the shadow clone's movement. Although Shisui had this idea, it was still difficult to put it into practice. Until the end of the 10-minute training, Shisui did not succeed in hitting the shadow clone. Both of you have no hits for 10 minutes. Miyu announced the results. It's so difficult. Isn't this equivalent to fighting with a weakened version of you, teacher? Obito thought for a while and said. My shadow clones don't attack you. If it's a real fight, you would have been knocked down long ago. Miyu tapped Obito's head with 2 fingers together. Obito's Sharingan was not closed at this time. He watched himself being hit and couldn't dodge at all. The difficulty is not much harder than the last training. You can complete it if you make a breakthrough. Think more when fighting. Miyu looked at Obito and reminded him. Among his disciples, Kakashi has the strongest combat ability, followed by Shisui and Might Guy. Nohara-rin's data is not enough to analyze, and Obito is basically at the bottom. If all the abilities of the two are the same, Miyu feels that Obito has little chance of defeating Kakashi. Kakashi has a strong ability to analyze battles and has rich combat experience. Although he is not as strong as Obito and Might Guy at present, once his ability catches up, his strength will not be weak. I know, I will try to improve my combat ability in this training. Obito scratched his head and replied with a smile. He felt what Miyu meant. In this regard, he is indeed not as good as Might Guy and Shisui. He has lost many advantages in battles with Might Guy. 4.8k, today is 7.8k, I will try to get more tomorrow. I forgot to choose the chapter title in a hurry to publish it. This can only be changed by the editor. It's really troublesome. Chapter 259 The War Strategy of Uegakuer. After the training, the 5 people gathered at the dumpling shop again. Kakashi, where did you meet Minato-senpai this morning? Obito asked impatiently. Did you ask Minato-senpai about Miyu's preferences? You won't forget it, right? Today is the last day they agreed to come up with the gift, and they have to decide on the gift today anyway. Do you think I'm you? That's why I'm a little later than usual. Kakashi nodded and said, with a little aggression because it was morning. Hearing this, the other 3 also looked at Kakashi, but Kakashi's next words disappointed them. I asked, but Senior Minato didn't have the information we wanted. Kakashi replied. Senior Minato doesn't know either. Maybe Teacher Miyu only has calligraphy and education as his hobbies, and doesn't have any hidden hobbies. Obito sighed and felt that his expectations were in vain. He thought about it, even the disciples they get along with every day don't know, what can Minato know? But I think what Senior Minato said makes sense, just like what Xylan said before, just convey your feelings. Kakashi said seriously. Think about it, is Teacher Miyu teaching us so that we can give him good gifts? No, as long as we practice seriously, he will be very happy. Several disciples fell into deep thought, and Miyu said this to them all. As long as your strength improves, it will be the best reward for me. Might Guy's thoughts could not help but drift back to the time when he first won the first place in the class in the practical test, when Miyu said this to him. The longer he spent with Miyu, the more he felt that Miyu's words came from the heart, not just some nice words. Yes, the most important thing is to convey your feelings. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up and said with approval. Indeed, Miyu teacher probably doesn't want us to be entangled in such things and delay our training. Shisui also nodded. Then let's discuss what to give quickly. Obito stopped entangled. Nohara-rin looked at the faces of the 4 people, and suddenly a good idea came to her mind, so she smiled and said. Why don't we make a few small statues for Miyu teacher, each person makes one of their own, and then everyone will work together to complete Miyu teachers, just do it as usual during training, and put them together when they are all completed. Kakashi thought about it, whether it was from the division of labor or the meaning of the gift, it was very good, so he said, I think it's okay. That's great, Xiaolin, are you a genius? Obito praised with a smile. Might Guy and Shisui thought about it and nodded in approval, thinking that this gift was very good. It just suddenly felt that this would be very good. Even if we are not with Teacher Miyu, our statues are with Teacher Miyu. Nohara-rin said with a smile. The unanimous vote passed, and the gift for Miyu was decided. In the first 3 days, each of them would complete their own statues, and in the next 2 days, everyone would complete Miyu's statue together. The issue of what to give was solved, but Obito soon faced a new problem. This thing is not easy to make. After buying materials and equipment and returning home, Obito looked at his sculpture and finally sighed and threw it into the trash can. Shadow clone technique. Obito finally decided to use ninjutsu to let himself help himself. This was to stay with Miyu. It didn't matter how good it was, but at least it had to look like himself. Considering this, Obito bought a few more tools. The shadow clone didn't say anything nonsense and started practicing as soon as it came out. In addition to the gifts given by the group, Obito did not forget his own gifts, and finally finished the drawings before going to bed. Fortunately, Xylan came up with a good idea, otherwise I would be too busy. Obito sighed in his heart. Practicing sculpture is also beneficial for him to make inks tones. If he changes one, he will definitely fail to do one well. I wonder how others have done. Obito couldn't help but think of other people's sculptures while lying on the bed. First is Nohara-rin, who gave him the rock face. Nohara-rin has experience and should not be bad. As for Kakashi and Shisui, Obito feels that they may be similar to him. After all, they can also have shadow clones. As for Might Guy, Obito is hard to say. 3 days passed quickly. On the 4th day, the 5 disciples gathered together with their finished products to prepare for the production of the Mu-Yu statue. Since they had to make things, the location was not chosen at the dumpling shop, but at Kakashi's house. Kakashi, you are so amazing, how did you do it? Nohara-rin saw the lifelike Kakashi statue on the table at once. She looked closer and found that Kakashi had completed all the details. He was wearing a mask on his face and holding the white fang short blade in his right hand, looking like he was sprinting forward and slashing. Let me see. Obito, who had just walked in, heard Nohara-rin praising Kakashi so much, and he ran over at once. After seeing Kakashi's sculpture, Obito swallowed the words he had prepared in his mind. This level was really hard to criticize. What do you think, Obito? I feel like it really looks like Kakashi. Nohara-rin looked at Obito and asked with a smile. It's really okay, it's quite similar, but I feel there is still a lot of room for improvement. Obito commented and replied. If it was Nohara-rin's work, he would say it was simply invincible, so powerful that it couldn't be more powerful, and it was exactly the same as the real person, but this was Kakashi's work, and Obito could only say it was okay and needed more practice. Obito, your requirements are too high. I feel that this is already very powerful compared to mine. Nohara-rin put her sculpture on the table and said. Obito looked at Nohara-rin's statue. Compared with Kakashi's, Nohara-rin's was indeed a little rough. The facial carving was okay, but the clothes and other things on her body were far from Kakashi's. I think you did a good job, Xiaolin. It's not much worse than Kakashi, but the style is different. Obito praised. Kakashi. After saying so much, why don't you take out yours and let me see it? Kakashi asked indifferently. His sculpture took a lot of time to carve it carefully using earth escape. He didn't believe that Obito could do better than him. Ahem, my style is different from both of yours. It's more rough. Feeling Nohara-rin's curious eyes, Obito put his own statue on the table. Kakashi looked at Obito's statue. Obito carved himself using fire escape. The palms of the statue were put together, the little finger and the ring finger were crossed, and the remaining fingers were erected. This is the tiger seal. The last seal of fire escape is usually the tiger seal. But Obito only carved the fingers, the face was very rough, and the goggles that Obito wore daily did not appear. It feels pretty good, the hand gestures are very standard. Nohara-rin praised with a smile. It's not as good as yours, Xiaolin, after all, I haven't had much contact with it before. Obito he laughed. Only the hand seal is okay, the other parts are too rough and have you forgotten the goggles on your head? Kakashi commented directly. Since his is just okay, he will use Obito's standards to evaluate Obito's statue. I carved a day when I didn't want to wear goggles. Obito said stubbornly, in fact, he couldn't handle this well so he simply didn't do it, and he spent a long time to make the hand seal fingers well. Really? I was thinking that if you really can't do it, I can help you. In this case, forget it. Kakashi said with a look of pity. Although he was crazily criticizing, Kakashi still wanted to make this gift for Mu-Yu better, at least everyone should have their own look. Obito wanted to see how Kakashi would do it, but he couldn't say it. It would be a death sentence for him to ask Kakashi. In fact, I should have forgotten to wear it that day, not that I didn't want to wear it. Please help me, Kakashi. Obito finally spoke. Although face is important, the gift for Mu-Yu is more important. My dear friend, I've been waiting for a long time. Might Guy came in and greeted him. Kakashi responded to Might Guy, then turned to Obito and asked, "I didn't hear what you just said." Obito thought that Might Guy came at a really bad time. He felt very uncomfortable after saying it once, and he had to say it a second time. "I asked you to help me. The statue forgot to bring goggles." "Thank you." Obito used all his strength to say this sentence. After saying it, Obito felt as uncomfortable as if there were ants crawling all over his body. Kakashi raised the corner of his mouth and a thick smile appeared on his face. In fact, he heard it and said it on purpose. Looking at the smile in Kakashi's eyes, Obito felt cheated instantly, but he had no choice but to give him a look that said "you should remember it for me," and watched how Kakashi operated. Kakashi took out a piece of soil, then formed a seal and used the earth escape ninjutsu. Soon, a pair of goggles was completed. Then Kakashi put the goggles on Obito's statue and adjusted the size with earth escape, and finally merged them together. "So you did it with ninjutsu?" Obito was shocked, just like he had worked hard to complete his homework, and finally saw someone cheating and copying it in a few minutes. "What's wrong with using ninjutsu? Do you think it's easy to complete such a delicate operation with earth escape?" Kakashi said lightly. Obito couldn't refute it. Being able to use ninjutsu is also a skill. Finally, the 5 people took out their sculptures, and Obito found a statue that was even rougher than his, that is, Might Guy's. Might Guy carved himself using Konoha whirlwind, with one leg kicked out. "Akai, do you want to do it again on your face? It feels a little blurry." Obito reminded. "No need, I think it looks like me." Might Guy waved his hand and said. "Indeed, thick eyebrows and watermelon head, you can recognize it at a glance." Kakashi gave his approval. Might Guy is indeed rough, but all the necessary features are present, and it is easier to recognize than before Obito wore goggles. The statue of Shisui is in the form of practicing with a short blade, with the short blade in his right hand stabbing forward. "Shisui, your weapon is so exquisitely made." Nohara-rin found that the small short blade in the hand of Shisui's statue actually has many details. It took a lot of time. Shisui nodded. The short blade on the statue was the birthday gift that Miyu gave him, and he spent most of his time on it. The head will be given to Kakashi, and the hands will be given to Obito. Nohara-rin assigned work according to the strengths of the statues. In addition to Miyu's body, there are actually other places to do, such as the chassis of the statue, and the scene. For example, Nohara-rin wanted to make a broken tree next to her statue to make the training scene more restored. With the efforts of several people, Miyu's statue was completed, and the scene was also enriched. Miyu stood in the middle of the whole work with a warm smile. Miyu was surrounded by 5 disciples. To the north was Shisui, who was practicing with short blades, and next to him was a wooden man who was cut in half. To the south was Obito, who made explosion marks on the chassis in front of him. To the west was Might Guy, who seemed to be kicking towards several large trees. To the east was Kakashi, who had a cut wooden stake in front of him, and to the southeast was Nohara-rin, next to a broken tree. "Finally it's done, but it's too difficult to carry such a big thing." Obito wiped the sweat from his head and said. "Put it in the south border forest, and then give it to teacher Miyu there," Kakashi suggested. The other 4 thought it was a good idea. If they carried such a big thing, Miyu would definitely notice something, and the surprise would not be so great. So the 5 of them went to the south border forest together at night, and Kakashi used earth escape to hide the gift in the big box. In the land of earth, Iwagakure village, Tsuchikage building meeting room. 3rd generation, can such an action really allow Kumagakure to increase its forces to deal with Konoha? A bearded Iwagakure elder was somewhat puzzled by Onoki's plan. The 2 great Jinchuriki were sent out, and a large number of ninjas were hidden in the ninja village. "Don't worry, based on my understanding of Kumagakure, they must think that we really don't have the strength to fight Konoha. In order to prevent us from withdrawing from the war, they will definitely send a stronger force to attack Konoha. Onoki, who was sitting on a high chair, smiled. Wrong answered. When the time comes, Kumagakure, Konoha, and Sand Village are all deeply involved in the war, that will be the time for us to go all out. But Kumagakure and we don't have a good relationship, they should be on guard against us. Another elder pointed out the problem. Now the ninja world has entered a melee and Kumagakure and Iwagakure are also at war. That's why I want Kumagakure to underestimate us. Kumagakure is reckless, and they definitely can't imagine that we still have tens of thousands of ninja troops. Onoki explained in detail the benefits of showing weakness to the enemy. The land of Earth is difficult to break into because of the terrain. Even if he shows weakness, the enemies have to consider this. For the weak and difficult land of Earth, Kumagakure will definitely choose the land of fire and fight with Konoha. Once the foundation of other major ninja villages is clear, that's when their Iwagakure army will take action. Sand Village is weak, Kumagakure is reckless, and Konoha is also showing signs of decline. In the end, it will be us, Iwagakure, who will win this war. Onoki said with confidence. Once, their Iwagakure went to Konoha to form an alliance and was humiliated. Onoki and his teacher, the second generation Tsuchikage Mu, were seriously injured. This time, he wanted Konoha to see the power of his Iwagakure and let Konoha be beaten so hard that it would actively ask for peace with his Iwagakure. Before that, we can't withdraw from the war and continue to send ninjas to fight. Onoki arranged the next action. If he didn't fight directly, other ninja villages would definitely be secretly on guard against him. 4.2k, there is one more chapter to come. Chapter 260 Graduation Exam. Monday, early morning. Obito's biological clock woke him up automatically. After washing up, he ate the breakfast prepared by his grandmother and prepared to go to the ninja school. Today is the day of the final exam of the ninja school, but for Obito, this exam is different from any previous exams, because this exam is a graduation exam, and if you pass it, you will be issued a forward guard on the spot, which means you have graduated from the ninja school. Obito, are you up? Today is the graduation exam. Just as Obito was about to leave, Nohara Rin's voice reached Obito's ears, so Obito quickly changed his shoes and said, "How could I sleep in today? I've already had breakfast." Obito quickly put on his shoes and walked out. The moment he walked out, he saw Nohara Rin waving at him with a smile on her face. "I was worried that you would be late like when you entered school, so I came to call you. It seems that I underestimated you, Obito," Nohara Rin said with a smile. If she was late for the graduation exam, Nohara Rin didn't know what the consequences would be, but she felt that it would not be good, so she got up early to wash and eat, and then rushed to Obito's house to call him. "I am a man who wants to end the war and become a Hokage. I won't make the same mistake all the time," Obito said confidently with his chest raised. Even if Obito met someone who needed help again today, he would not be late. He could use the shadow clone technique to let the shadow clone help the old man and go to school to take the exam himself. Then Obito doesn't need my help anymore. Nohara Rin put her hands behind her back, leaned forward slightly, looked into Obito's eyes, and asked with a chuckle. This. Obito was a little incoherent. He felt a little embarrassed when he said he needed help, but how could he say that he didn't need Nohara Rin? It's not the same thing. Hokage also needs help from his companions, just like Hashirama Senju became Hokage with the support of everyone. "Of course, I need your help, Xiaolin." Obito's mind was spinning rapidly, and he suddenly thought of the case that Mu Yu said, so he said quickly. At this moment, he was glad that he listened to Mu Yu's lecture carefully that time. Although he didn't understand a lot of things, he remembered them in his mind. "Then let's go to school quickly." Nohara Rin looked at Obito's reaction, covered her mouth and laughed for a while, then spoke. In fact, she was just joking just now. Of course, she knew that Obito would never say that he didn't need her help. Well, if you go early, you can handle the situation on the way. Obito looked at the smile on Nohara Rin's face and breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded heavily and said, I wonder what the graduation topic will be this year. On the way, Obito looked for topics to chat with Nohara Rin. There were not many opportunities for the two of them to walk on the street. No matter which ninjutsu, Obito will definitely have no problem. Nohara Rin was very confident in Obito's ninjutsu level. In order to take the exam, Mu specially examined the basic ninjutsu of the disciples who needed to take the exam. Even Might Guy could use a good basic ninjutsu, and Obito was very proficient. Haha, after all, these basic ninjutsu are much simpler than the fire escape taught by teacher Mu. Obito couldn't help but smile proudly. There is no such thing as theory in the graduation exam. It only examines basic ninjutsu, and it is any one of the basic ninjutsu taught. Obito believes that he can easily get full marks no matter what he is tested. It would be great if there was no theory in every exam. Obito couldn't help but sigh. Theory is simply his lifelong enemy. His title of tail is given by others because of his poor theory. In fact, he is not at the bottom in actual combat. Because of this damn theory score, he did countless questions, but in the end he was still ridiculed by Kakashi for his poor theory. When I become Hokage, I must abolish theoretical exam. Obito thought. But he soon thought of another point. When he became Hokage, no one would come to examine his theory, and no one would understand the suffering he had suffered in school before. Forget it, this exam has its reason, so keep an eye on it. Obito felt that it was not good to deprive students of the qualification for theoretical exams at will. Not only can it not be cancelled, but more test papers should be issued as homework to improve the overall theoretical level of students. Obito, you can't stop studying after graduation. Didn't Kakashi say that there is also a theoretical exam in the Chunin exam? Nohara Rin reminded Obito after hearing what he said. The name he didn't want to hear and the exam he didn't want to hear were sent into his mind together, and Obito felt his head was big in an instant. Let's talk about the future later, pass the graduation exam first. Obito scratched his hair and said helplessly. After thinking about it, he decided to leave the troubles in the future to the future. Come on, future him. Obito-senpai, Rin-senpai, good morning. At this time, a lively and lovely female voice came from behind the two of them, accompanied by two male voices. Obito turned around and looked back, and found that it was a few students from Muyu's class, so he also responded. Obito-senpai, why are you so sad so early in the morning? Is it possible that even a strong man like you has troubles? Red Bean asked curiously. After the last announcement of the results, the quality of Obito and Might Guy's mission shocked the entire ninja school. This time, their reputations were completely spread to every grade, and they became the two strongest in the ninja school. Haha, it's nothing serious, I just thought of something unhappy. Obito laughed twice perfunctorily. He didn't want the juniors who admired him to know that he was afraid of the theoretical exam. Maybe this is the loneliness of the strong. Obito-senpai has been invincible in the ninja school. Gang Zisha made a melancholy expression, thinking that Obito was lonely as a master. Zisha, you have read too many novels recently. I think Obito-senpai should be reluctant to leave his friends and classmates because he is about to graduate. Shinzuki Izumo complained. I have read a lot of novels recently, and I feel like I will fail this exam. Gang Zisha nodded and said with a look of regret. Now that you mention it, I remember that I have been playing games every day and not reviewing recently. I feel that my score will be much worse than last time. I can't do this again next time. Shinayu Izumo also showed a regretful expression. Really? I reviewed for 3 days, so will I score higher than you this time? Hongdu was a little happy, but because of the past behavior of the two good brothers, there was still a trace of doubt in her eyes. No matter how innocent and thick-skinned she was, she should be on guard after being deceived so many times. That shouldn't happen. No matter how badly I do in the exam, it can't be lower than Hongdu. Gang Zisha shook his head and said. He felt that no matter how badly I do, it can't be lower than 95, and Hongdu didn't even take 90. Indeed, to be worse than Hongdu, I might have to not read books for 2 consecutive months, which is quite difficult in a sense. Kamizuki Izumo showed a look of agreement. Ah, I knew you two bastards had bad intentions. Have you had breakfast? If not, take my punch. Unable to hold back, Hongdu chased after the two and beat them. Gang Zaitetsu and Kamizuki Izumo fled to school at high speed. Hongdu did not dare to act recklessly after entering the examination room. It's great, this kind of friendship. Nohara Rin said with a smile as she looked at the backs of the 3 people chasing each other. Gang Zaitetsu and Kamizuki Izumo were ruthless in their words, and Hongdu was fast in his attacks, but Nohara Rin could see that they had a good relationship. Hongdu did not really use force when hitting, and Gang Zaitetsu and Kamizuki Izumo were mostly joking. I feel like I see the shadows of you and Kakashi in them. Nohara Rin smiled with her hand covering her mouth. Although their performances were different, they were also hypocritical and liked to pit each other. No, I didn't. Obito expressed a negative attitude towards this. When they were about to arrive at the ninja school, they also met Might Guy, who was running forward. The half-hour warm-up in the morning is completed, and now we will focus on the exam. Might Guy showed his shining white teeth, gave himself a thumbs up and laughed heartily. Well, come on. Nohara Rin clenched his fist to cheer for Might Guy. Might Guy is the worst ninjutsu among Muyu's disciples. His efficiency in learning ninjutsu is too low. This kind of ninjutsu talent is really embarrassing, but it is better to have a little bit than nothing. After all, if he really has no talent, he can't learn armament haki. For Might Guy, getting started with armament haki is a win. Akai, come on. Obito also smiled and cheered for Might Guy. There was no actual combat in the graduation exam, and they would not be opponents this time. Well, let's pass the exam together with our passionate youth. Might Guy smiled and nodded, and also gave a thumbs up to Obito and Nohara Rin. Then the 3 of them walked into the classroom together. They came relatively early, and there was still some time before the graduation exam began, and the students in the classroom had not yet arrived. After the 3 of them walked into the classroom together, they instantly attracted a lot of attention. Of course, they mainly looked at Obito and Might Guy. At that time, Might Guy and Obito took a look at the results and left, but they left many legends in the ninja school. For example, the communication between Obito, Kakashi, and Might Guy revealed the fact that Obito and Might Guy had defeated Kakashi in actual combat. For example, Obito's 2 mysterious A-level tasks, a Chunin teacher said that he had never done an A-level task. Everyone was curious about how Obito's team completed such a difficult task. You know, according to Obito, he encountered a Jonin during the mission. But after all, it was a graduation exam, which was about becoming a ninja, so the students took it seriously. Only a few people who were close to Obito took the opportunity to ask a question, and no students gathered to discuss it. When the exam time came, Ikegami Akari, the head teacher of Class 2, Grade 4, walked into the classroom with another teacher of Class 4. The graduation exam is usually supervised by the class teacher, and the head teacher must participate. Everyone, be quiet. The graduation exam officially begins. Students whose names are called will go to the next classroom with us to take the exam. This year's topic is the clone technique. Ikegami Akari announced the topic of this year's graduation exam. 3K, 7.2K today, please give me some monthly tickets to recharge, tomorrow I will get 10,000 a day, this time I can't get angry at once, I have to get angry at once. Chapter 261, Surprise from the Disciples. Great, it's the clone technique, I'm best at the clone technique. What bad luck, why not the transformation technique? Damn it, I've just been practicing the substitute technique recently, and the test is the clone technique. After Yang announced the topic, there was a discussion in the classroom. The clone technique, it's really simple, I'm sure I'll get full marks this time. Obito smiled, even the shadow clone was no problem for him, let alone the clone technique without a physical body. People who work hard will have good luck. Might Guy waved his fist and smiled. Among several basic ninjutsu, he was best at the clone technique. Nohara didn't have any special feelings. Her basic ninjutsu level was about the same, so it didn't make much difference to her what she was tested on. Be quiet, I'm going to start reading the names. Yang pressed his hand to signal the students not to make noise. Mirai Kazuyazu. The student whose name was called stood up quickly and followed Yang to the next classroom. A few minutes later, Yang and another invigilator returned to the classroom and said with a smile. Everyone, come on, Kazuyazu has successfully graduated, don't lose to him. Students who have finished the exam are not allowed to return to the classroom to keep the classroom quiet. After telling the students the good news, Yang continued to read the next student's name. Might Guy. Hearing his name, Might Guy stood up and walked towards the door, and under the leadership of Yang, he went to the next classroom. Might Guy looked around the classroom. The classroom was very empty, with only 2 chairs and a table, and a large number of ninja forehead protectors were placed on the table. Kai can prepare for it first, don't be nervous, the exam will officially start in 1.5 minutes. Yang said with a kind smile. When he first took over Class 2, Grade 4, he felt that he was unlucky because he met Obito and Might Guy, 2 well-known slackers in the school. After an exam, he realized that he was lucky. Thanks to Might Guy and Obito, he successfully got the first excellent teacher in his teaching career. Yang was naturally very easy to talk to the students who brought him blessings. Who? Might Guy nodded, took a deep breath, and his eyes became excited. Today, he will take a solid step on the road to becoming the strongest in physical skills and become a formal ninja. It's time to start. The question is the clone technique. Yang said, worried that Might Guy would forget the question, and reminded him. Clone technique. Might Guy steadily made hand seals to condense chakra and used the few ninjutsu he had learned. Just after Might Guy used the ninjutsu, 3 clones that looked exactly like him appeared beside him, maintaining the same action as Might Guy's original body. Yang carefully looked at Might Guy's clone, nodded with satisfaction, and lowered his head to score Might Guy. Generally, if you can split a clone and the appearance is not much different from the original body, you will pass. The more clones you have, the higher the score will be. The more similar the clones are to the original body in all aspects, the higher the score will be. In fact, Yang was very surprised to see Might Guy use such a clone technique. He knew that Might Guy was very powerful, but Might Guy never used ninjutsu in battle, not even a single ninjutsu. He was still thinking that if Might Guy really couldn't do it, he would explain the situation to the Hokage and let Might Guy graduate specially. After all, such an excellent student should not be restricted by the rules. After seeing Might Guy's clone technique, he knew that he didn't need to be so troublesome. Very good, Kai, you passed. Congratulations on your graduation and becoming a genin. Yang picked up a forehead protector and said to Might Guy with a smile. Might Guy walked up to take the forehead protector, pumped his fist and celebrated. To celebrate your successful graduation, you must double your training today. Yang felt a little strange after hearing this. Usually, people don't train today to celebrate, but why is it the other way around for Might Guy? Maybe this is why his physical skills are far superior to his peers. Yang thought to himself. You can't go back to the classroom next. If you have friends who need to wait, you can wait outside the teaching building. Iketani Yang reminded him. The entire ninja school is taking exams now, and you can't wander around in the corridors. Might Guy showed 2 rows of big white teeth, with a very bright smile on his face, nodded and walked out of the teaching building. Time passed, and the number of people in the classroom gradually decreased, but it was not Obito's turn. Nohara Rin. When he heard this name, Obito thought it was finally his turn. His student number was after Nohara Rin. When Nohara Rin came, it would be his turn next. Xiaolin, come on. Obito smiled and cheered Nohara Rin. Well, I'll wait for you outside after the exam. Nohara Rin responded with a smile, and then followed Iketani Yang to the next classroom. A few minutes later, Iketani Yang returned again, and Obito finally heard his name. Uchiha Obito. Obito quickly stood up and followed Iketani Yang out of the classroom. You have 1.5 minutes to prepare. The question is the clone technique. If you think you are ready, you can start early. Iketani Yang reminded with a smile. He was not worried about Obito's grades at all. Compared with physical skills, Obito was better at ninjutsu. You can start now. I don't need to prepare. Obito answered confidently. It's just a clone technique. He didn't think he needed to prepare. He had waited long enough and just wanted to finish the exam quickly and become a formal ninja. Okay, the exam begins. Iketani Yang agreed to Obito's request. Clone technique. Obito quickly made a seal, and white smoke appeared in the classroom in an instant. Bang bang! 8 clones of Obito appeared in the classroom in an instant, and each clone maintained the posture of making hand seals. As expected of him. Iketani Yang looked at all the clones and nodded secretly in his heart. 8 clones were created in one breath, and each clone looked exactly like the original body. This ninjutsu foundation is undoubtedly 100 points. And Obito's 100 points are different from others' 100 points. Others' 100 points can only be 100 points, while Obito's 100 points are the full marks of the ninja school. Excellent clone technique, Obito, you passed. Congratulations on your graduation and becoming a genin. After scoring Obito, Iketani Yang picked up a forehead protector and said to Obito with a smile. Teacher Iketani, do you know who I will be assigned to the same class with? Obito took the forehead protector and asked Iketani Yang. Iketani Yang shook his head and said, this will be decided after the list of graduates is submitted. I won't know until the list is sent out. The division of classes in the ninja school is decided by the Hokage, and he usually knows it one day earlier than the students. I see, goodbye, Mr. Iketani. Obito and Iketani Yang waved goodbye. Mr. Iketani, your lectures are really boring. You should learn more from Mr. Miyu. Obito said with a smile when he walked to the door, and then ran out of the teaching building. He had wanted to complain for a long time, and finally found the opportunity. This kid. Iketani Yang showed a somewhat embarrassed smile. After all, he has been interning with Mr. Miyu for so long, it's normal for him to think I'm not good enough. Iketani Yang quickly calmed down. If he was compared with Miyu, then no teacher in the entire ninja school would be good enough. As Miyu gradually showed her strength, her image in the eyes of others gradually changed. At first, she was a colleague with a good temper and was popular with students, then she was very capable in teaching. After the latest Konoha newspaper was published, her ninja strength also refreshed the cognition of many teachers. However, no matter how she changed, Miyu's initial gentleness and friendliness were still there, and she was still the core. It's just that the more she showed, the more humble and low-key she seemed. After Obito ran out of the teaching building, he saw Nohara Rin and Might Guy waiting for him outside. Xiaolin, Akai. Obito waved his forehead protector to greet him. Obito, aren't you afraid that it will fall to the ground and get dirty if you swing it like this? Nohara Rin responded and reminded that she had already put on the forehead protector. It's okay, even if it falls, I can definitely catch it. Obito said it was okay, but when he saw Nohara-rin had already put the forehead protector on his head, he was ready to put it on too. Obito's hands were fast, but because he was in a hurry to put it on, it was a little crooked. "You've worn it crooked, let me help you." Nohara-rin saw that Obito didn't wear the forehead protector properly, so she walked in front of Obito to help him adjust the position of the forehead protector. Seeing Nohara-rin's face getting closer and closer, Nohara-rin's crystal clear eyes gradually enlarged in Obito's sight. Obito's face gradually became ruddy, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. "Really, don't move," Nohara-rin said helplessly with one hand on his waist. "I deliberately wore it a little crooked, and it has its own characteristics." Obito's face was slightly red, explaining himself. "Okay, but when you go to see the instructor when the class list comes out, you must wear it properly and leave a good impression on the teacher." Nohara-rin stopped moving forward and said to Obito. "No one should care about this, right?" Obito scratched his head and said. He felt that a slightly crooked forehead protector should not have any impact, and it was too idle to pay special attention to whether the students wore the forehead protector properly. "But if you say so, it means that Xylan pays attention to me." Obito was secretly happy. If the teacher is particularly strict, he might care. Nohara-rin thinks that this kind of thing should be done as much as possible. "Okay, I will." Seeing Nohara-rin so serious, Obito no longer insisted and agreed. Then the few people wandering around the school met Miyu. "Congratulations, from today you are official Konoha ninjas." Miyu looked at the forehead protectors on Nohara-rin and Obito's heads, and the forehead protector on Might Guy's waist, and knew that they had passed the graduation exam. "Hehe, thanks to your teaching, Miyu teacher, I could only split one clone before, and I couldn't even split one clone. I know if I can pass the exam." Obito smiled and thanked Miyu. This semester, his strength has really improved greatly. He has learned several fire escape techniques and opened the Sharingan. He feels that he can easily beat 10 fourth-year students at the beginning of the school year. Might Guy showed a look of approval, gave Miyu a thumbs up, and said, "Although ninjutsu is difficult, it will become less difficult with Miyu's teacher. If there is no Miyu, he feels that he can't perform the clone technique that can split into 3 clones." The 3 disciples are grateful for Miyu's teaching. They know that without Miyu, they will never have such strength now. Miyu smiled warmly and said, "You are also working hard. No matter how much I teach, you can't make progress if you don't learn." At this time, Obito couldn't wait to bring Miyu to the venue of the thank you party and give Miyu the gift he had carefully prepared. Miyu gave too much to them, but always emphasized their efforts, which made Obito feel particularly indebted. But he knew it was not the right time yet, because Shisui still had to take the exam, and they agreed to hold the thank you party in the evening. "Teacher Miyu, do you have time now? I want to go to the South Forest to practice." Obito thought for a while and said. Now that he has graduated, he will not have much time to practice with Miyu after the class division, so he wants to use this opportunity to practice more. "Then let's go together." Miyu nodded and agreed. He didn't need an invigilator. In fact, there was nothing to do today. If it weren't for Obito's graduation exam today, Miyu would probably be at home studying the sealing technique. Might Guy and Nohara-rin also went to the South Forest together. When they arrived, Kakashi was training with his shadow clone Miyu. Seeing Miyu's real body coming with Obito and the others, Kakashi stopped training and greeted them. "Hehe, Kakashi, don't call me an intern ninja anymore. I'm a formal ninja now." As soon as Obito came, he couldn't help but want to show off the ninja forehead protector he had just obtained. "Oh, hello, Genin Obito, please call me Lord Kakashi from now on, because I'm a Chunin." Kakashi pointed to the Chunin vest he was wearing with a calm face. In terms of ninja level, he is an absolute leader. "Obito. It's just a Chunin. I'm sure I can become a chunin soon. After a half-minute silence, Obito said. He naturally couldn't say what Lord Kakashi said. That would be more painful than killing him. You too, really? Nohara-rin was forced to smile helplessly by their words. Whether you are a chunin or a genin, practice obediently, because I am your teacher. Miyu first knocked Obito's head with her fingers, and then used the skill of splitting tiles to knock people from a distance to knock Kakashi not far away. Feeling the transparent energy hitting his forehead, Kakashi didn't know what to say in his heart. It took this level of ability to knock a disciple. Got it. Obito, who was already used to it, didn't feel it, and even had the mind to do it. Then it was the practice time that was no different from the usual. Shisui had just practiced for a while after returning from the exam. Seeing that it was almost time, Miyu announced the end of the practice. But the disciples did not disband as usual, but surrounded Miyu. Teacher Miyu, can you close your eyes? We have a surprise for you. Obito looked at Miyu with expectation. No problem. Miyu smiled and nodded. He could see the world even with his eyes closed, so no accidents could happen. 4K, go, work hard, 10,000 a day, please vote. Chapter 262 Gold coins exploded. The 5 disciples surrounded Miyu and kept moving forward, and went to the place where they stored the gifts. After arriving at the location, Kakashi used the earth escape ninjutsu to take out the gifts buried in the ground. Teacher Miyu, you can open your eyes now. Obito said when he saw the gifts coming out. Miyu opened his eyes, and a huge gift box with a little dust on it came into view. Teacher Miyu, thank you for your teachings these days. All the disciples thanked Miyu with gratitude. Teacher Miyu, please open the gift and take a look. This is a gift made by the 5 of us together, and everyone participated in the making. Obito said with a smile, looking forward to Miyu's expression when he saw their gifts. You made it yourself, so I'm looking forward to it. Miyu said with a smile, and slowly reached out to the gift box. All the disciples looked at Miyu's hands and face, wondering what expression Miyu would have when she saw the gift they had prepared together. When the box was opened, the statue inside was revealed. Miyu looked at it, and was a little surprised at first, then the smile on his face became warmer, and finally he looked relieved. To be honest, when Miyu really saw the gift prepared by the disciples for him, he was really a little surprised. At first, it was just because the disciples' behavior revealed some flaws that Miyu had a feeling it was just a guess, until the disciples came to bury the gifts at night, Miyu officially confirmed it. Because he practiced in the South Forest every day, he was worried about any problems. Miyu had a shadow clone hiding here, so he knew in advance that the disciples were going to send gifts. Although he already knew it, seeing that the disciples prepared such a thoughtful gift for him, Miyu was a little touched. Each character sculpture can be easily seen to be made by different people. The sculpture of Kakashi is very delicate, with details in every aspect from face to clothes. And the Might Guy-like sculpture is very bold and focuses on the characteristics, such as the watermelon head and thick eyebrows, and other details are weakened a lot. Because of the careful observation, Miyu even found that the short blade in the hand of the statue of Shisui was his birthday gift to Shisui. When he saw his own statue, Miyu felt the intentions of his disciples again. His statue can be said to have integrated the essence of all the statues. The head is very delicate. Even Miyu himself has to admit that it is simply scaled down according to his head. In addition, although the various parts look a little inconsistent, they are not bad. The overall is very good. Miyu guessed that someone adjusted it as a whole after it was finished. Miyu stood in the middle, keeping a similar distance from each disciple. Obito practiced fire escape, Kakashi practiced thunder-breathing swordsmanship, Shisui practiced short blade, Nohara-rin practiced strange strength, and Might Guy practiced physical skills. Every disciple was practicing seriously, which was their daily practice. I am very satisfied with this gift. It's really hard for you. You can make such a good gift after practicing every day. Yu smiled warmly and touched the little heads of the disciples. Maybe at the beginning he was teaching Obito with a very utilitarian purpose, trying every means to make Obito and others burst out rewards, but after getting along with each other for so long, Yu's thoughts have slowly changed. Now he prefers to use the emotions of his disciples naturally and then get rewards. Anyway, the essence of the system is that the stronger the disciples are, the stronger he is. If the disciples can grow healthily all the way, his benefits will not be small. It's okay. Compared with the help you, Teacher Yu, have given us, the time we spent on the gifts is simply insignificant. Seeing that his intentions were conveyed, Obito smiled happily. From the last to the first in the ninja school, defeating the genius he once admired, and then becoming a genius in people's mouths, the greater the reversal he has completed in this year, the greater the gratitude Obito has for Yu in his heart. Yes, Teacher Yu, you can be more greedy. Your help to us has long exceeded the scope of ordinary teachers. Seeing Yu's gentle smile, Shisui also smiled and said. Shisui became a disciple earlier than Obito and Might Guy, but he was promoted to Trust Level 3 later than Obito and Might Guy, and he was promoted to Trust Level 4 much earlier, which shows how much Shisui trusted Yu after that birthday. In Shisui's heart, Yu is almost like a relative. She accompanies him every day, cares about him very much, and comforts him immediately whenever he is in a bad mood. It is because of you, Teacher Yu, that my youth can quickly become passionate. Listening to the words of Obito and Shisui, Might Guy couldn't help but think of the changes after he became Yu's disciple, and shed tears of emotion. Although he was ridiculed and only came in after being rejected by the ninja school, Might Guy's goal from beginning to end was to be the strongest. He firmly believed that he could continue to become the strongest through continuous efforts. But the road to the strongest is bumpy. Because he was admitted through supplementary admission, and his usual performance was very poor, and he was also the last in the exam, Might Guy soon became the last in everyone's mouth. No one thought he could really become a strong man, but only thought it would be difficult for him to graduate. When he challenged Kakashi, he was killed instantly. When he participated in the practical test, he was quickly defeated in the first round and got a very low score. At that time, his efforts seemed to have no great effect. When he accidentally heard someone mocking his father, he couldn't help but want to take revenge, but he was easily knocked down by the other party. He could only watch helplessly as the other party continued to mock. The continuous blows would occasionally shake even a man with a strong mind like Might Guy. Although it would disappear quickly, it would always cause temporary unhappiness. After meeting Yu, everything changed. In the first exam of the first semester of the 4th grade, Might Guy became the first in the class for the first time. He entered the grade practical for the first time and won the 2nd place in the grade. This was just the starting point. With Yu's teaching and his hard work, he successfully won the 1st place in the grade in the final exam. Not long after he finished learning the breathing of rock, he met people who said bad things about his father again. They were not the same group of people, but they said similar things. Might Guy went up directly as before, but the difference was that this time he became stronger and used his own strength to protect his father's reputation and defeated the 2 ninjas who mocked his father. At that moment, Might Guy really felt that all his efforts were worthwhile, and he protected what he wanted to protect. Then he surpassed his genius friend who he had always regarded as his nemesis, proving that a genius who works hard is also a genius. All of this, without the help of Yu, he would not have been able to complete it within a year. Because of Teacher Yu, the dream will not be so far away. Nohara Lin said softly. She has a very ambitious dream, but she does not have the talent to match it. She wants to save people injured in the war and wants war to stop happening, but this is not a dream that an ordinary person can achieve. So when she was in the ninja school, Nohara Lin yearned for Kakashi very much, because she felt that such a genius Kakashi might be able to do it. After studying with Miyu, Nohara felt different. The palm fairy technique gave her the power to heal teammates, and the strange power gave her the ability to fight against the enemy. She felt that she could also stand with Kakashi and others to achieve her dream. Listening to the words of other disciples, Kakashi, who joined the team the latest, also had memories in his eyes. He joined the team relatively late, but he learned a lot from Miyu, not only the secret techniques of ninjutsu, but also many life lessons. He and Miyu also had some unforgettable scenes. Miyu found the depressed he talked to him by the river and cleared his doubts. After he was attacked by the enemy Jonin, he calmly protected him and even his clothes were not damaged. When he was struggling with his father's death and couldn't sleep, Miyu took him back and carefully counseled him. Kakashi still savored the taste of the rich breakfast the next day, and Miyu's figure alone was deeply engraved in his mind. Thinking of this, Kakashi handed Miyu the gift he had prepared alone and said, "Teacher Miyu, this is a gift I prepared for you personally. I am really grateful for these months." Kakashi felt that if there was no Miyu, he might still be living like a zombie now, numb and meaningless. "There is also a gift." Miyu looked a little surprised. He didn't expect Kakashi to prepare an extra gift for him. "We all prepare one together, and then each of us prepares one separately." Shisui explained and handed his gift to Miyu. His gift was not easy to carry, so he put it in the south forest. As soon as he came, he asked the shadow clone to get it, and it just happened to be in his hands. "To thank Mr. Miyu for your teaching, one gift is not enough, one gift for each person is the minimum." Obito smiled and took out a gift box and handed it to Miyu. "This gift is integrated into my youth." Might Guy gave the gift to Miyu with a bright smile on his face. Looking at these pairs of small hands and the gifts in his hands, Miyu showed a sincere smile. He took all the gifts and put them together in the scroll for preservation. "It's time for dinner. Let's all go to my house for dinner." Miyu didn't say anything more to thank him, but invited all the disciples to his home for dinner. With his current strength, he doesn't need to hide too much. It doesn't matter if the news that Shisui and Nohara are his disciples spreads. On the contrary, it can better reflect the strength of his teaching ability. "Great!" Obito couldn't help jumping up and cheering. After being happy, he can still have a dinner made by Miyu. This is simply one of the happiest things in the world for Obito. "Well, but I have to go back and tell my family first, otherwise my parents will worry about me." Nohara agreed with a smile. Shisui nodded quickly. He had not been to Miyu's home in the main city. Kakashi, who also lived alone, nodded and agreed. Finally, Miyu took Shisui and Kakashi to the main city home first, while the other disciples went home to inform their elders before going to Miyu's home. When Miyu arrived at the door, he saw Minato was about to knock on his door. "Minato." Miyu greeted Minato. Usually at this time, he would start preparing dinner. When he heard the familiar voice, it was behind him. Minato was a little confused. "Something happened today, so I came back a little late. Let's go in together," Miyu said with a smile. "Minato Sr." Kakashi greeted Minato. Although Shisui did not know Minato, he also called him Minato Sr. out of politeness. Minato responded with a smile, and then walked into Miyu's home with a few people. "Why does this person feel a bit like Teacher Miyu?" Looking at Minato's warm smile, Shisui immediately had such an idea in his mind. In addition, Minato looked familiar after he came in, so Shisui guessed that Minato was a close relative of Miyu. As if he had noticed Shisui's thoughts, Kakashi whispered a reminder. "Minato Sr. is just a little bit like Miyu Teacher, and they have a good relationship, not a relative." Kakashi felt that if it was the first time he saw the two, it would be easy to have misunderstandings. Shisui looked a little surprised, but quickly adjusted to normal. "That child is also your disciple?" Minato noticed Shisui's gaze and asked curiously. "Yeah." Miyu nodded and admitted it. He was ready to bring Shisui here. Miyu, you are really hard-working. With this one, there are already 5 disciples. Minato praised, feeling that Miyu is a model teacher in the ninja world. When guiding a senior ninja to lead a disciple, you can also earn some commission fees. Miyu is purely cultivating talents for Konoha. 5 disciples are okay. When I was in special training, I once taught more than 300 students in one go. Miyu said with a smile. Minato looked a little surprised. This was really a lot. When Konoha and Iwagakure fought, they only sent out a little over 1,000 ninjas. Teacher Miyu, we are here. Obito's voice came from outside the door. Come in. Miyu replied with a slightly louder voice. Then Obito, Nohara-rin, and Might Guy walked into Miyu's home. Senior Minato. After seeing Minato, Obito greeted Minato and introduced Minato to Nohara-rin. Don't look at Minato and teacher Miyu look alike. In fact, they are not brothers. Of course, it is not ruled out that they are twins who were separated since childhood. Nohara-rin looked at Minato curiously and felt that he was indeed very similar to Miyu. Pa! A transparent force accurately hit Obito's head, making a crisp sound. Minato, I'm sorry, Obito's thinking is not as good as normal people, please be more considerate. Miyu said to Minato with an apologetic look. It's okay, I don't mind. Minato smiled and shook his head, looking at Obito and Nohara-rin with curiosity and kindness. These two are also his future students. Miyu was cooking in the kitchen, while Minato was helping. Although Minato wanted to stay for dinner and get to know his 3 future students in advance, Kushina was still waiting for him to eat together, so he could only say goodbye to Miyu after the food was ready. Because there were a lot of disciples, plus there were also portions for Kushina and Minato, Miyu made a very sumptuous meal, which not only had various dishes from his previous life, but also local dishes of Naruto. It's so happy, eating so many dishes at once. Smelling the different aromas on the table, Obito began to secrete saliva uncontrollably. Eat quickly, some dishes don't taste so good when they are cold. Miyu also sat at the table and reminded with a smile, and picked up a vegetable to eat. Miyu's action was like a charge, and the 5 disciples began to eat at a high speed. When eating fiercely, in order to grab what he liked more quickly, Obito opened the Sharingan, Kakashi used chakra to strengthen his body, and the chopsticks even had a phantom. After dinner, the disciples all helped to clean up. They couldn't cook, but they could wash dishes and wipe the table. Teacher Miyu, you can take a look at the gift to see if it suits your taste. Obito suggested after finishing the chores. The other disciples also looked at Miyu. The gift made by the 5 people together had been recognized. It would be even better if the personal gift could make Miyu happy. Miyu smiled and nodded, and took the gift out of the scroll. He first unpacked Shisui's gift because it was the longest and most conspicuous. Miyu opened the exquisite gift box, which contained a katana about 1 meter long. He took the katana out and looked at it carefully. Wow, what a handsome sword! Obito praised after seeing it. He thought the pattern of burning fire on the scabbard was so handsome. It is indeed beautiful enough. Miyu nodded in approval, then pulled the sword out and injected fire attribute chakra into it. A raging fire ignited on the blade, and as Miyu waved it, it left traces of flames in the air. Looking at this effect, Miyu knew that this sword cost a lot of money, and it should be added with some more precious materials. Teacher Miyu, I want to learn this. Obito's eyes lit up, as if he could already see his handsome figure defeating one powerful enemy after another with a flaming blade. This is simple, you just need to continue to study the breath of fire seriously and you can do it. Miyu put the sword back into the scabbard and said with a smile. The localized breathing method does not force you to play with the sword, but you can play with the sword if you want. Of course, if you know it, don't use it at home like me. If you can't control it well, you will burn down the house. Mu Yu reminded. Shisui, I can see that you put a lot of thought into it. I'm very happy to receive such a great gift. Mu Yu smiled from the bottom of his heart. Shisui, an orphan, gave him such a valuable gift. If Mu Yu didn't know that Shisui would definitely not accept it, he would have wanted to give Shisui 500,000 taels. Shisui raised his mouth and smiled, saying, Mr. Muyu, as long as you are happy. Then Muyu opened Obito's gift and found that it was an inkstone engraved with a dragon, but the dragon was not very domineering and the details were a little poor. There is still too little time. When my skills improve, I will give you a better one, Mr. Muyu. Obito scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. I am very satisfied with this. Muyu smiled and touched Obito's head. In fact, he didn't care much about the gift itself, but he was moved by the thought his disciple spent on it. What about inkstones and swords? If he wanted it, he couldn't have it. Then Muyu opened Kakashi's gift, which was a good-looking brush with the word faith faintly on it. Kakashi, I will make good use of your pen that incorporates faith. Muyu flashed some of the previous conversations with Kakashi in his mind and said with a smile. It's just the word faith. If it doesn't work someday, I'll make a new one. Kakashi replied. No matter how well the pen is protected, it is still a consumable. The mask covered Kakashi's expression, but from Kakashi's words and eyes, Muyu felt that Kakashi was in a good mood. Seeing that Kakashi's gift was a pen, Obito instantly felt that it was right not to give him a pen. Don't worry if the gift is exactly the same. It would be embarrassing if his was worse. Muyu was a little surprised by Might Guy's gift, because it was not a green tights, not even a tights, but a picture book. The style of the painting was that of a cartoon. Muyu flipped through it and found that Might Guy had drawn everything that happened after he met him on it, which was equivalent to a diary. This is really a big project. Muyu sighed. After all, Might Guy's memory is average, and painting is also an unfamiliar field for Might Guy. Recording youth is not a problem for me who is full of youth. Might Guy showed 2 rows of white teeth and laughed boldly. He really wanted to give a tights, not because it was easy, but because he wanted to promote tights. However, as Obito said, not everyone likes tights. In the end, Might Guy controlled himself, and he found that drawing was a good way to express his ideas. Nohara Lin's gift was also very special, a flower that was about to bloom. I asked my family to buy seeds and plant them myself. Nohara Lin said with a smile. Although I have no experience in raising flowers, I will try my best to keep it alive. Muyu thanked with a smile. He felt that if the disciples could teach their teachers and return to their apprenticeship, they should have received a lot of rewards now. While everyone was very happy, Muyu also took out some suitably appropriate calligraphy works were given to the disciples. For example, Might Guy is about self-improvement and hard work, while Kakashi is about faith, and Obito is about perseverance to remind him not to forget his goal. You gave the disciple a handwritten calligraphy. Because the disciple was very grateful, he rewarded a big critical hit and got the reward Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level. Seeing the reward that suddenly popped up, Muyu nodded with satisfaction. He deliberately gave it to Kakashi first because he felt that he had too many fire escapes and physical skills, and wanted to get some other rewards. As a result, Kakashi directly gave him a mastery level Wind Attribute Nature Change. The rewards returned by apprentices are occasionally random. Muyu feels that this time the randomness is very good. Kakashi, who is good at thunder and earth ninjutsu, will definitely have the opportunity to explode thunder and earth attributes in the future, and none of his disciples are good at wind attributes. Thank you very much. I am so happy today. Muyu and the 5 disciples sighed. Apart from the new Chakram Mastery reward, he is also really happy today. His praise of his disciples is positive feedback for them, and the disciples' careful preparation of gifts for Muyu is also positive feedback for Muyu. Muyu is not a heartless person, so she will not feel nothing after receiving so many thoughtful gifts at once. As long as you are happy, Teacher Mu, your happiness proves that our efforts are worthwhile. Obito said with an excited smile. The other disciples nodded. Usually Mu told them that growing up well is the biggest reward for him, and today it is their turn. Teacher Mu, your happiness is the biggest affirmation for us. The disciples said in unison. 6K, completed 10,000 per day. Chapter 263, Graduation Class Division. After graduation, the class division list will not be issued immediately. It will take 4 days to announce the list. It is not completely free during this period. There will be some small things, such as taking photos of graduating students. This is not a group photo, but a photo that will be used in the ninja information, that is, the ID photo. It was a rare opportunity to take photos, and Obito wanted to look more handsome, wearing a white robe and a bamboo hat, but unfortunately the photographer ruthlessly rejected him, so he could only wear something more ordinary. In addition to this, there were also students taking graduation photos with teachers, but this was not organized by the school, but by each class. For example, Mu, who was more popular with students, basically had his figure in every class photo. After all, he taught the entire 4th grade during the special training. Because Obito had a camera, he took photos with his friends in the ninja school this time, and also took some photos with Nohara Rin, only him and Nohara Rin, without Kakashi. After taking the photos, there was basically nothing to do at the ninja school. He just went to the school to look at the list when it was released, and then collected his own ninja information. So Obito and his friends entered the normal training rhythm again. Because they knew that they would not be able to practice with Mu teacher from morning to afternoon every day like now, they all cherished this time. It was not until Obito found out that he had to do questions in the new training that his mood changed subtly. For the hit training, 5 questions will be generated for every minute that the shadow clone successfully dodges. If it hits, the special training will end immediately. The time limit is 10 minutes. Mu told Obito and Shisui about the punishment mechanism of the new training. Ah! Why do we have to do questions? We didn't have to do them before. Obito said with a confused look on his face. He was secretly happy when he heard that it was a new training, thinking that it was great not to have to do questions. Recall it, I said that you don't have to do questions for the time being. Mu said with a smile. Before, I wanted to make you relax a little considering that you were about to graduate. Now that you have completed the graduation exam, you don't need to be so relaxed. Or do you think that you should live a more relaxed life than students after becoming a ninja? Mu asked, looking into Obito's eyes. Obito. If he nodded, wouldn't he become a person who doesn't want to make progress? Moreover, Obito recalled carefully that Mu did say that it was not necessary for the time being, but he was too excited to hear that he didn't have to do questions, so he chose to ignore the temporary. Of course not, it's just that I only remembered half of what you said, Mr. Mu. Obito scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. 5 questions per minute, up to 10 minutes, that is, if it's the same as last time, you have to do 50 questions. Shisui felt a little pressure. Those questions of Mu were difficult to do, even though he had been doing them for some time. He had to think for a long time and look up information. Begin! Mu shouted after splitting out the shadow clone. Swoosh! Shisui and Obito both burst out chakra and rushed towards the shadow clone. On the way to the shadow clone, Shisui opened his Sharingan. The battle only lasted 10 minutes, so there was no need to save chakra too much. Don't use ninjutsu blindly, you have to find the right time. Shisui thought silently in his heart. According to his guess, if his ninjutsu forced the shadow clone to be unable to dodge, then the shadow clone would use ninjutsu to defend. As long as he didn't use ninjutsu, the shadow clone would not use it either. Full concentration, breathing of fire. Shisui quickly adjusted his breathing rhythm and concentrated his breathing. At the same time, the chakra in his body also gathered together, it kept flowing in the meridians and acupuncture points. Shisui tried his best to attack the shadow clone, but each time Yu dodged it by a slight margin. It seemed very close, but in fact, it didn't even touch the corner of Yu's clothes. But Shisui didn't lose heart. This was within his expectations. Just like the previous time when he was just a little bit away from dodging, it was the result of Yu's deliberate adjustment. If they couldn't improve, they would always be just a little bit away. 5 minutes later, Shisui still didn't hit Yu once, but the tree next to them was damaged a lot. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Feeling that the layout was complete, Shisui made hand seals to condense chakra and used ninjutsu. A large amount of chakra condensed in his throat, and he spit out a group of small fireballs towards Yu. Since Shisui spit one by one, the shadow clone did not use ninjutsu to intercept, but calmly dodged the small fireballs that were attacking. The fireball didn't hit Yu, but it hit the tree that was chopped by Shisui's short blade. The explosion of the fireball caused the already injured tree to break and fall directly. Shisui made a total of 6 big trees, and with a roar, the tall trees pressed towards Yu. At the same time, Shisui also used his breathing method to the limit and rushed up with explosive power. Relying on this unexpected attack, Shisui finally wiped out the slight gap and touched Yu with his hand. Although his punch was caught by Yu's hand, it was still considered a touch. Very good, although the breathing method has not broken through, you have flexibly used the surrounding environment to create favorable conditions for yourself. The shadow clone let go of Shisui's arm and said with praise. Unlike the last training, this training did not break through the breathing method, but the tactics were used well and the training could be completed ahead of time. Of course, after all, it is a training for breathing method, and the main training is still breathing method, because tactics are not endless, and the shadow clone will be prepared next time. Only by improving hard power can the problem be fundamentally solved. 10 minutes later, when the battle on Obito's side ended, Yu announced the results of this battle. Obito needs to complete 50 questions if he is not focused for 10 minutes, and Shisui needs to complete 25 questions if he is not focused for 5 minutes. Obito was surprised to hear that Shisui completed the training in 5 minutes, and said, "Shisui, you are amazing. You have improved so fast this time." "No, I just took a shortcut." Shisui shook his head and replied. "How did you take a shortcut? I want to learn it too." Obito looked envious. These were 25 questions. Think more during the battle and observe the surrounding environment to create favorable conditions for yourself. Shisui thought for a while and said. He also knew that the same method would definitely not work twice, so he only told Obito the idea, but did not tell him his specific approach. You should learn more about this from Shisui and Kakashi. Yu nodded, and then handed the test paper to the two of them. Obito took a look and was about to put it away, but he suddenly noticed something and quickly took it out and looked at it carefully. When seeing the question of analyzing the original intention of the establishment of the ninja school in the reading material, Obito couldn't help but say. "Mr. Yu, did you give the wrong question? I think the question on mine is wrong. Did you mix up Shisui's test paper with mine?" Obito ran over to look at Shisui's test paper, and found that Shisui's question had not changed. He felt something was wrong. "Nothing is wrong. Now that you have graduated from the ninja school, the question naturally needs to be changed." Yu explained with a smile. Originally, those questions were given to Obito because Obito's foundation was too poor and he needed to supplement a lot of knowledge. Second, it could improve the ninja school's grades and increase the exam rewards. Now that Obito has gone through a year of remedial classes and graduated from the ninja school, it is natural to change. The main purpose of the next question is to let Obito learn knowledge from history, and there will be special political courses later. He can't change the entire ninja world at once, but he can start to influence his own disciples. In an instant, Obito had an unprecedented thought in his mind, and he actually began to miss the previous test papers and questions. This would have been impossible in the past, but today, it really happened, because he was going to face a more terrifying existence next. Obito's eyes changed when he looked at the 2 test papers. This was a more powerful and terrifying existence than the cloud-hidden ninja. You have to do the questions seriously. Even if you really don't know how to do it, you have to write down your own ideas. After you finish writing, come to me to explain the questions. Yu said seriously. The reason why he assigned questions instead of giving lectures directly was to let the students think about them first, so that they can better absorb them when he talks later, and they will think about them subconsciously. I will definitely finish it. Obito promised weakly. He had a premonition that he might not sleep well the next night. After the special training, it was the regular training until the training time was over. When Obito dragged his tired body back home and finished dinner, he went to the upstairs bedroom to take out the test papers and started to do the questions. Although he was very resistant in his heart, he still had to listen to Miyu's words and do it seriously no matter how difficult it was. Looking at the lines of information on the test paper, Obito felt a headache. After thinking for a while, he began to make hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Smoke flashed, and 2 shadow clones appeared. Hehe, you don't want to fail to complete the test paper and disappoint teacher Miyu. Obito pointed to the test paper on the table and said. Don't waste your time, I can't knowing what you are thinking, it is impossible to do the test paper. The shadow clone lay directly on the bed. You don't want to be beaten by your own shadow clone, do you? The other shadow clone was more irritable. Bang bang. Obito sighed and removed the 2 shadow clones. He saw that it was impossible to ask the shadow clones to help him. When the fight came, he would still be the one who was hurt, because the shadow clones' feelings would come back sooner or later. Sure enough, this ninjutsu still has too many shortcomings. The impression score of the shadow clone ninjutsu was a little worse, and Obito began to do the questions seriously. Material 1. After becoming the 2nd generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama established many institutions, and the ninja school was one of them. After the establishment of the ninja school, except for a few ninja clans, those who wanted to become ninjas had to enter the ninja school to study and complete the ninja school graduation exam to become genin. Read the above 2 materials carefully and analyze the original intention and significance of Senju Tobirama's establishment of the ninja school. Obito started to feel dizzy after reciting the question in his mind. There are 2 materials in total, one is a text description, and the other is the ratio of Konoha ninjas to non-ninjas in 3 periods. Obito read the 2 materials word by word but still couldn't figure out the connection between the 2 materials and the question, especially the data, he didn't understand what it was for. Damn, it turns out that the ninja school was also created by Senju Tobirama. Obito discovered that the inventor of the shadow clone was the founder of the ninja school. After he couldn't figure it out, Obito wrote it according to his own ideas, which was better than leaving it blank. The original intention was to cultivate stronger ninjas and make the ninjas in the village more outstanding. In terms of significance, in the future, all the children of Konoha will have schools to go to. After finishing writing, Obito nodded slightly with satisfaction. He suddenly became a little curious about what the children in the past did with the extra time when they didn't go to school. After a little divergence of his thoughts, Obito looked at the clock and suddenly realized that 20 minutes had passed, so he hurriedly continued to do the questions. If he couldn't finish them, he would have to do them in installments, and the number of installment questions would increase. Obito did the questions all night long. When he lay on the bed, his mind was either Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, or Tobirama Senju. The 3 of them did various things and then analyzed various meanings. This time, Obito had a little insomnia. He lay in bed for a long time without falling asleep, because he couldn't help thinking about Tobirama Senju. What is the purpose? Why do those things? Until he was very sleepy, Obito slowly fell asleep, and then woke up the next day under the influence of his biological clock. For some reason, since doing those questions, Obito felt that the time flowed faster during the day, and it passed in the blink of an eye, while the time at night became very slow. It was only a few hours of doing questions, but it felt much longer than practicing during the day. Practicing during the day and doing questions at night, such an extremely fulfilling life made Obito almost forget about graduation, and it was only Miyu who reminded him. Tomorrow is the day for the results to be announced and the classes to be divided. I will give you a day off to rest and welcome the new ninja life. Miyu said with a gentle smile. Tomorrow, the ninja school will announce the test results of all grades, including the 4th grade graduation exam, and will also announce the final class list. Great Obito's eyes were a little excited, so he would have more time to solve those damn questions. Obito, are you okay? You don't look very good. Nohara-rin asked with concern. In the past, Obito shouted with full energy. Although he could still feel the joy in it today, he lacked vitality. It's okay, I'm just a little tired recently. Obito said it was not a big problem. He felt that the only benefit of the class division might be less questions to do. After all, he had fewer opportunities to spend time with Miyu, fewer opportunities to practice questions, and naturally fewer questions. Then remember to have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, in addition to looking at the class division list, you have to get our ninja information. Nohara-rin reminded with a smile. Obito nodded in affirmation, and after returning home and eating, he began to do questions quickly. Ah, Senju Tobirama, what are you thinking about in your heart? Obito found that Senju Tobirama had made a lot of things. That night, Obito slept even worse. He always felt someone asking him what was the point of Tobirama doing this. 4K, I'm not feeling well today, so I probably won't be able to do 10,000, but there's another chapter later. I'd like to remind you to adjust your clothes according to the temperature in time. It's easy to get sick when it gets cold suddenly. Chapter 264 The Unknown Third Person. What's the point of me creating a ninja school? What was my original intention of issuing this policy? In his dream, Obito seemed to see a cold-faced white-haired ninja asking him questions at a high speed. Subconsciously shaking, Obito quickly woke up. Looking at the familiar ceiling, familiar desk, and familiar bookcase, Obito relaxed. He felt the wetness on his back, and after touching it, he found that his back was already wet with sweat. He was really sweating profusely in his dream just now. It's horrible. Fortunately, the second generation has passed away. Obito's expression became relaxed. In reality, he would not be questioned by Senju Tobirama like this, because Senju Tobirama died before he was born. But when Obito saw the direction of the clock hand, Obito's original relaxed mood disappeared and his expression became serious. 10:30. I almost slept until noon. Obito looked at the time on the clock with an unbelievable look on his face. He once suspected that the watch was broken. They get up before 8 o'clock. But when Obito opened the curtains, the hot sunlight outside gave him the answer. The clock may be broken, but it won't be so outrageous. It doesn't look like 8 o'clock in the morning now. You're up. You must be very hungry. Do you want me to get you something to eat in advance? Grandma asked with a kind smile. Hearing Grandma's words, and looking at the table where breakfast should have been, Obito felt a little sad. It might really be almost noon now. However, Obito didn't blame Grandma for not calling him, because he didn't tell her yesterday that he was going to the ninja school. He thought that Grandma must have seen that he was too tired and didn't have the heart to disturb him. In this case, Obito was embarrassed to tell her about this. No, Grandma, I have something to do and I have to go out now. Obito briefly explained to Grandma, and then ran to the door at full speed. It should be okay to get the graduation ninja information later. Obito comforted himself. He didn't know how to complain. He was late for the admission documents, and then he was late for the graduation documents. But in a sense, this was a complete ending. Just as Obito walked out of the house, he ran into Nohara-rin, who was holding 2 documents. Although your strength has improved, you are still so unreliable, Obito. Nohara-rin walked up to Obito with a helpless smile. She still remembered how Obito promised solemnly yesterday, but he was late again today. He didn't change at all when he failed at the critical moment. If she hadn't made an appointment with a girl in the same class, Nohara-rin would definitely get up early and ask Obito to go with her. Hehe, Xylan, you helped me get it again, thank you so much. Obito scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. The tension disappeared, replaced by a relaxed and happy feeling. For some reason, when he saw Nohara-rin standing in front of him and smiling, he felt that everything became simple. If we rank them by reliability, Nohara-rin can be ranked second on Obito's side, but considering that the first place is the almighty Mu Xyanran, Nohara-rin's second place has extremely high gold content. Keep it safe. Nohara-rin handed the bag of information to Obito. Yet. Obito smiled and nodded quickly. By the way, Xylan, you should have seen the class division, Obito blushed slightly, a little embarrassed to ask the girl directly whether she was in the same team with him. But the courage in his heart was still better, and Obito quickly continued to ask, are we assigned to the same class? Divided into classes, it's a pity. Hearing Obito ask this question, Nohara-rin lowered her head slightly, the expression on her face changed, and even the crystal clear eyes gradually lost their light. The whole person seemed to have changed from a sunny day to a gloomy rainy day. Listening to Nohara-rin's words and observing her expression, Obito's heart was in his throat, and his previously relaxed mood became heavy, like a sudden storm. Although he had thought about the situation where he and Nohara-rin were not assigned to the same team, after all, there were 40 people in a class, and the probability of 2 people meeting each other was not very high. There was also the possibility of joining other class teams, which would be even lower. But when the fact really happened, Obito found that he was more uncomfortable than he thought. He could squeeze out time to receive Muyu's training. Did he have to squeeze out time to play with Nohara-rin? Occasionally, there would be no problem, but doing this every day would be very troublesome for both parties. It's okay, Xylan, you have to. We are assigned to the same team, and we can continue to practice together and perform tasks together in the future. Nohara-rin interrupted Obito and said with a smile. Obito stopped talking, and his expression immediately changed from sadness to disbelief, and then to extremely obvious joy. Just now, he could feel the cold when he stood in the hot summer sun. He would curse in his heart when an ant passed by him. But now, he was extremely warm, as if his whole body was immersed in a hot spring. He would sigh at the beauty of life when he took a breath of air. Are you scared? Who made you late for so long? All your friends have left. I have been waiting for you for hours at school, but there is no sign of you. Nohara-rin raised her head slightly, with a smile on her face with a little pride. Red Bean Paste Private Marseille. Obito put his hands together and bowed to Nohara-rin to apologize. This was indeed his fault. Okay, I forgive you. After all, you are Obito. If one day you really don't need my care at all, that would be surprising. Nohara-rin said with a smile when she saw Obito apologize so formally. She just made a joke with Obito. In fact, she was not angry. This was also within her expectations. Hehe, carry out the mission with Xylan. After apologizing, Obito had a silly smile on his face. At this moment, his mind was full of the scene of himself saving the beauty and Nohara-rin looking at him with admiration. Because happiness came too suddenly, Obito even doubted whether he was still dreaming. He pinched himself and felt the headache coming from his body, which confirmed that his fantasy had come true. You did a good job, the one who sorted the classes. Obito praised the ninja who sorted them in his heart. He was so insightful that he was put together with no Hara-rin among many people. If he knew who was the one who was divided into classes, Obito would like to give him a certificate, the best class division of the year. Isn't it 3 people in a class? Who is our other teammate? Is it Akai? Obito asked no Hara-rin curiously. If it was Might Guy, Obito felt good, because Might Guy was very strong and could help a lot in the battle, and he felt that with Might Guy, no Hara-rin could focus more on him. It's not that he thinks Might Guy is not good looking, but that Might Guy's death green is not appreciated by ordinary people. No. No Hara-rin shook her head and replied. Who is that, Uchiha Tetsuka? Or Murai Kazuyazu? Obito said several names of students in their class in succession, but they were all rejected by no Hara-rin. None of them. Who is it? Can it be someone from another class? The names of acquaintances from other classes flashed through Obito's mind again. How should I put it? He is a very surprising person in every sense. No Hara-rin thought for a while and answered. She felt that no matter how much Obito thought about it, he could not have thought that their teammate would be Kakashi, who had graduated for several years. Even no Hara-rin was stunned for a while when she saw the class list. Other students were also very surprised. They did not expect that they could be divided into classes like this. No Hara-rin also deliberately asked Ike Gaeyang. Ike Gaeyang told her that this situation usually happened when the opponent's original team had problems, so they joined the new team. This situation basically happened every year during the war. Xiaolin, you said that I am more curious. Who is it? Obito continued to ask. You will know tomorrow. You have to gather at the number 12 training ground at 8:30 tomorrow morning. No Hara-rin did not tell Obito that his teammate was Kakashi, but told him the time and place of the gathering. The reason why she chose not to say it was because she felt that the scene at that time would be very interesting. Not long ago, Obito and Kakashi were still mocking each other that it would be unlucky to become each other's teammates, and as a result, the two of them just happened to meet. But from this point of view, am I bearing double the bad luck? A strange thought came to no Hara-rin's mind, but thinking of Obito's expression after meeting Kakashi, no Hara-rin couldn't help but smile brightly. Well, Xiaolin, why are you smiling so happily? Did you think of something fun? Obito looked at no Hara-rin with a bright smile and was attracted by her smile. It should be considered a fun thing, but I can't tell you for the time being. No Hara-rin's eyes flashed with cunning when she smiled. Obito nodded stupidly. Okay, the things have been delivered, I won't bother you. Don't be late tomorrow and leave a good impression on the instructor. No Hara-rin waved goodbye to Obito. Well, Xiaolin, take care. Obito waved goodbye, looking forward to tomorrow in his heart. Hehe, I can finally carry out the mission with Xiaolin. Obito happily jumped a few times on the spot and punched to celebrate. He has been grouped with Xiaolin, so it doesn't matter who the remaining one is, as long as it's not Kakashi. If the teammate is strong enough, it's good. Even if not, he can protect Xiaolin by himself. Obito doesn't believe that Kakashi, who has graduated for so long, can be grouped with them. The last internship was purely an accident. Good days are coming. Obito walked back home while humming an unknown song. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to achieve perfect results in the academic assessment and received rewards, Chakra plus 300, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to achieve perfect results in the graduation assessment and received rewards, Chakra plus 600, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to achieve excellent results in the graduation assessment and received rewards, Chakra plus 450, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll 3. Perhaps because of graduation, the system was particularly generous this time. Not only did it give a lot more chakra, but it even gave an unprecedented ninjutsu proficiency scroll. Before this, he only received proficiency scrolls. Ninjutsu proficiency scroll, upgrade any mastered ninjutsu to proficiency level. The effect is as simple and crude as the proficiency scroll, which is a direct upgrade. It would be great if it was a skill proficiency scroll. Miyu thought to himself. This kind of scroll cannot be used for property changes, but can only be used for practical ninjutsu such as Huoquench and Palm Immortal technique. He had wanted to use the proficiency scroll to improve the nature change of other attributes before, but found that he couldn't choose it at all. Of course, this does not mean that the mastery scroll is not valuable. On the contrary, it is a very powerful item, because the secret and forbidden techniques can use the mastery scroll. There is no such thing as too many mastery level skills. Miyu wishes that every ninjutsu of his is at the mastery level. Coupled with the high proficiency nature change, he really becomes a walking universal turret. In addition to the mastery level scroll, he got 4 proficiency level scrolls in one go this time, which is not bad. The total chakra gain is 1,350 points. Name, Hanyumwyu. Chakra, 53,200. After a school year, his chakra increased from 4,300 points at the beginning to 53,200 points, and the total annual increase was 48,900 points. This chakra increase is still considerable. When he first met Minato, Minato only had 40,000 chakras. He has gained almost 1.2 Minato chakras in this year, which is equivalent to 19.5 small chakras. Teacher. Miyu, goodbye. I won't be able to see you for a while. Hongdu and Miyu waved goodbye. Due to the shadow clone coming to school, from Hongdu's perspective, the third semester is similar to the previous ones. You can see enough next semester. I will be responsible for the special training next semester. By then, you can see me several times a day for 5 consecutive months. Miyu said with a smile. Next semester, he will focus on ninjutsu and get all A ratings to get more ninjutsu. After all, it is too slow to brush chakra in class, and ninjutsu is better. At the same time, he will also expand the special training level to strive for higher and better rewards. That's great. Without Teacher Miyu, the special training is meaningless. Hongdu smiled happily. The special training in the second semester was really boring if Miyu was not teaching her. She didn't learn much and was tired. The opportunity for you and me is coming. Gang Zisha looked at Shenyu Izumo with a serious face and said. That's right, this time we must rush to Group B. Shenyu Izumo smiled. If we continue like this, maybe we can achieve the same results as Senior Obito and Senior Kai in the 4th grade. Gang Zisha had a fantasy in his mind. He also completed the A-level task like Obito, shocking the whole school. Shisui and I still have a chance, you guys should forget it. Hongdu said that in terms of actual combat, it would still be her and Shisui, the first and second place for 10,000 years. She was submissive in theory, but she hit hard in actual combat. Looking at the few people playing around, Miyu smiled. This school year has been very good, in various senses. 4K, the total number of words is 8K, keep up the good work tomorrow, everyone pay attention to keep warm. Chapter 265 Classic Reappearance. Don't ask me, I really don't know. Obito, who was tortured crazily in his dream, said subconsciously, and then woke up. In order not to be late. He learned his lesson and deliberately did questions during the day and practiced at night, but he didn't expect that those questions could not be dissipated in his mind for a long time, causing him to suffer ruthless torture again and again in his dreams. Will you sleep until 10 again? Obito's expression became solemn. That would be too late. When Obito saw the number pointed to by the clock hand, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. It was only 8:10, and it was still a long way from 10 o'clock. No, the gathering time is not 10 o'clock, it's 8:30. Obito suddenly realized that although he was not late, he was almost late. He quickly changed his clothes and finished washing, took a piece of bread and said goodbye to his grandmother. "Goodbye, Grandma, I'm going out to practice. Pay attention to rest," Grandma reminded with a kind smile. Obito stuffed the bread into his mouth and chewed it while running. The training ground was far away from his home, but if he ran at full speed at his speed, he should be able to arrive at about 8:30. But just when Obito was thinking about who the last teammate would be, his peripheral vision suddenly noticed an old man sitting on a bench with a distressed look on his face. Although he knew he was going to be late, Obito still subconsciously ran to the old woman and asked with concern, "Grandma, are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? I just sprained my waist. I should be fine after sitting here and resting for a while." Seeing that some children were eager to help, the old woman forced a smile and said, "How can this be possible? You should pay attention to your health. Otherwise, I will take you home to rest. Although I am small, I am very strong. It won't take much time to carry you around the city." Obito thought for a while and continued. Even if he didn't go to the hospital, it would be safer to go home with someone to take care of him. After saying that, Obito bent his arms hard, wanting the old woman to see how strong he was. "By the way, I am a ninja." Obito looked at his arms and felt that he might not be very convincing, so he pointed to the forehead protector on his head. Obito boasted for a while, and then performed a one-handed handstand on the spot, and finally successfully moved the old woman to accept Obito's help. Shadow Clone Technique. Obito formed a seal and cast a shadow clone. This was a good way he had thought of before to help people without being late. The main body continued to rush to the destination, while the clone helped people in need. Obito looked at the shadow clone nervously. Although his idea was good, it would be useless if the shadow clone did not give him face. "Grandma, let me take you home." Before Obito could speak, the shadow clone consciously carried the old woman on his back and walked towards the address the old woman said. "I won't complain about Senju Tobirama today. This shadow clone still has its merits." Obito smiled. In this way, he would not be late in the future. Then Obito moved towards the training ground at a high speed. When he was about to arrive, because the terrain was relatively flat, Obito could see 3 people standing in the distance, 1 tall and 2 short, but the distance was too far for Obito to see their specific appearance. As the distance got closer, Obito could gradually see the color of the hair, which was brown, gold, and white. Seeing the blonde hair, Obito was subconsciously happy, and seeing the white hair, Obito had a bad feeling in his heart, but he was running so fast that he didn't have time to think about it, and rushed to the front of the 3 people. "Hoo, I shouldn't be late," Obito said after taking 2 breaths. Kakashi was stunned when he saw Obito. He didn't have a list of members, but Sarutobi Hiruzen informed him that there was a new team and the name of the new team's instructor. So when Kakashi came over, he was a little surprised to see Nohara Rin. He didn't expect that they would meet among so many teams. "Why are you here? Is your instructor, is the teacher also Minato-senpai?" Kakashi couldn't help asking. Given Obito's unreliability, he felt that he might have gone to the wrong place. Xiaolin, the teammate who was surprised, couldn't be Kakashi, right? Obito looked up and saw Kakashi, and was confused, and asked Nohara Rin. If it was true, he had to admit that it was indeed very unexpected in all senses. At this time, Obito hoped that Nohara Rin would shake her head, but unfortunately the facts could not be changed. Nohara Rin nodded and smiled. "Well, it's very unexpected." Obito was numb. He felt that someone was interfering. There was Kakashi in the internship team, and there was still Kakashi in the graduation team. Could it be that he had been with Kakashi for a long time and the bad luck had spread to him? Damn, there must be something shady about the class division. Obito angrily scolded the staff who divided the class in his heart. Then you are late. Hearing the conversation between the two, Kakashi realized that he and Obito were divided together again, so he spoke. It's not 8:30 now. I was late because I was trying to convince the old lady to accept help. To prevent Nohara-rin from misunderstanding, Obito explained. Snap! Minato clapped his hands to attract the attention of the three people, then smiled gently and said, Okay, since it was to help people and it wasn't too late, let's forget about it. Although we have met several times, let's introduce ourselves and get to know each other better. Let me start first. My name is Namikaze Minato. I like a lot of things. Studying ninjutsu, reading books, and tasting my friends' novel dishes are all my hobbies. My dream is to become a Hokage and protect the village. Minato briefly introduced himself. That friend must be Miyu teacher. Obito complained in his heart. He was just surprised by Kakashi. Now think about it, it is strange that Minato became his instructor. After saying goodbye to teacher Miyu, the new instructor turned out to be Minato Namikaze, who was very similar to teacher Miyu. My name is Nohara-rin. I like to grow flowers and draw. I hate war. My dream is to save more people injured in the war and make war disappear. Then Nohara-rin introduced herself. My name is Uchiha Obito. I like a lot of dishes. As long as they are made by teacher Miyu, I like them. I hate doing homework and war. My dream is to become a Hokage and end the war. Obito followed closely. Hearing Obito's dream, Minato gave him a look of approval. I am Hotaki Kakashi. If I have to say what I like to practice now. I don't want to talk about my dreams. Kakashi thought for a while and said. When it comes to dreams, he actually wants to say that he wants to protect his companions, but since Obito is here, isn't it the same as saying to Obito that he wants to protect him? Kakashi can't just think about it. You're almost the same as not saying anything. Obito said speechlessly. This kind of concise self-introduction originally has little content, and Kakashi wants to remove some of it and doesn't want to say it. Kakashi looked indifferent and ignored Obito's words. Since everyone knows each other, then we will start our first training next. Minato took out 2 bells and said with a smile. This training is mainly to train your teamwork ability. If you work together to grab the bells from me, it will be considered a success. This is the training secret that Minato learned from those old instructors, and it is said that those who have used it say it is good. So why are there 2 bells? Is it that the whole team succeeds if 1 bell is grabbed, or only the person who grabs the bell is considered successful? Obito asked curiously. At the beginning of the internship, Miyu also asked them to grab the bells, but Miyu had 3 bells. Obito stumped Minato, and he felt a little strange now. Why were there only 2 bells? It was impossible for one person to fail, and the training did not involve the last place elimination. Because there are only 2 bells on me now, but as long as any one of you grabs it, it will be considered qualified. Minato was stunned for a while and then said. He remembered that the old ninja said yesterday that the essence of this training is to let the students go. When you notice that the students are working hard to cooperate in the attack, you can pretend to be careless and let the disciples grab the bells. If you can't complete it, this training will continue until you can complete it, and you can attack me at any time. Minato reminded after hanging the bell on his waist. Nohara-rin didn't know the specific strength, but Obito and Kakashi were both good at physical skills. Minato saw them training once and their movements were very fast. After the explanation, Minato sat by the tree and began to read a book, quietly waiting for Kakashi and the others to attack. If they fail to snatch, should I comfort them or be more strict? Minato thought absent-mindedly while reading a book. This was the first time he taught students, and all of them were Miyu's disciples. If he didn't teach them well, how would he explain to Miyu? Obito, Kakashi, have you ever done similar training? It seems that you are not surprised at all. Nohara-rin called Kakashi and Obito together and asked curiously. Kakashi was hard to say. Based on her understanding of Obito, Obito would definitely ask questions. As Nohara-rin expected, Obito nodded and replied, "Well, when we were practicing, Teacher Mu also asked us to snatch the bell. That's a pity. I wish I had been chosen." Yuan. Lin felt a little regretful. She was the only one without experience. She didn't want to be a drag on the team. It's nothing, actually. This training is to see how well everyone cooperates. It doesn't matter whether you have experience or not. Obito comforted with a smile. After being taught by Mu for so long, Obito also realized the importance of intelligence. Although Mu was very mysterious, they at least knew some of Mu's abilities, and Minato was very unfamiliar, so he felt that there was no such thing as experience when snatching bells from different people. The only information we know now is that Captain Minato is very strong and has mastered a very fast instant body technique. We need to collect more information. Kakashi said at this time. Minato was very strong, which was learned from Mu, and the instant body technique was seen once when they went to the battlefield. The speed was so fast that it could not be seen clearly. Set up a trap first, and then lead him to the trap area while collecting information. Kakashi began to arrange tactics. Facing a powerful opponent like Minato, better traps can provide them with more opportunities. Xiaolin, come with me. I learned a lot of traps from Mu teacher. Obito did not refute Kakashi, but looked ready to show his skills. Although he had defeated Kakashi, Obito knew that he was not good at tactics and strategy, so he did not argue with Kakashi. Here and there. After observing the position, Kakashi began to set traps with Obito and others. Because he suffered a loss at Mu's place, when setting the trap, Kakashi sent a shadow clone to keep an eye on Minato all the time to prevent Minato from using the shadow clone to confuse their real body and wait for an opportunity to move. The trap was set, and he learned from the shadow clone that Minato had not taken any action, so Kakashi took the next step. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal, condensed chakra at his throat, and spit out a 3-meter-high fireball towards Minato's position. Swish, swish, swish. Kakashi threw several shurikens to the side to reduce Minato's evasive space. Fire style, flame bullet. Minato did not dodge, but smiled and performed fire style ninjutsu on the spot. In actual combat, he basically did not use the 5 basic nature change ninjutsu, because the use of hand seals and ninjutsu was not compatible with his best flying thunder god, but this did not mean that Minato did not know the 5 basic nature ninjutsu. After all, he did not know flying thunder god as soon as he became a ninja. He had practiced a lot of wind style and fire style before. Minato spit out blazing flames from his mouth to form a huge fireball, which offset Obito's fireball and continued to burn towards Obito and Kakashi. Fire style. Kakashi silently memorized this ninjutsu and dodged. Kakashi gave Obito a look, and Obito understood, nodded, and ran towards the trap area together. The students began to attack, and Minato, as a teacher, assumed that they were ready and immediately chased after them. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Minato chased into the woods, Nohara-rin immediately released the traps she had set up, and a large number of shurikens stabbed at Minato. Wind style, great breakthrough. Minato, who had not seen Nohara-rin, was always on guard, and immediately used wind style to spit out a hurricane to blow away all the hidden weapons that attacked. You have also mastered wind style. Kakashi wrote down the new information again. Generally, the Jonin has 2 nature changes. Konoha Big Cyclone. Just as the hidden weapon was released, Obito rushed up and kicked Minato with a whirlwind kick. The cooperation is okay, but it would be better if someone else came together. Minato dodged the attack, took the opportunity to grab Obito's leg and lifted him up and said with a smile. He didn't understand why Kakashi didn't launch an attack together. Hehe, Senior Minato, you have to be careful next time, we have more than this ability. The captured Obito said with a leisurely smile. Minato threw Obito to the big tree next to him. Bang! Obito turned into smoke and disappeared. It was a shadow clone. The shadow clones can release this level of fire escape. It seems that they are better than I thought. Minato was a little surprised. Minato didn't have time to think about it. Kakashi and his team attacked at a very tight rhythm. Two thick wooden pillars immediately hit him. Chapter 266 surprised Minato. Minato's chakra burst out and he moved to the relatively open left side at a high speed. Then he threw the flying thunder god Kunao at Kakashi and Nohara Rin, and carefully observed the surroundings, trying to find Obito's body. Kakashi and Nohara Rin easily dodged the Kunao thrown by Minato casually, and pressed towards Minato together. Kakashi took out the Kunao and poked at Minato's vitals every time, but Minato's level of using Kunao was better. He blocked all of Kakashi's attacks with a normal expression, and Nohara Rin's harassment did not have much effect. But this was just the attack plan they had discussed in advance. While Minato was blocking Kakashi's attack on his heart, Nohara Rin gathered a lot of chakra in her arms, greatly enhancing her body strength, and threw a strange punch at Minato. There is no need to say much about this punch. Even people who don't understand chakra can know its power, because the momentum of the punch is completely different. Minato immediately increased his strength to push away Kakashi who was fighting with him with a kunao, and then gathered chakra in his palm and collided with Nohara Rin. Bang! With a loud bang, Minato was beaten back 2 meters under the heavy force. What a strong power! I didn't expect that this child who looks ordinary in the information actually has such a strong power. The repelled Minato was very surprised. Nohara Rin he was shocked by the power under Nohara Rin's thin body. He had just used chakra, although he was still letting her go, but it was already quite remarkable for a newly graduated student like Nohara Rin to achieve this level. Nohara Rin's grades in school were not as outstanding as Obito's. Kakashi seized this opportunity and quickly stabbed Minato, forcing Minato to dodge backwards. Just when Minato was thinking about whether to show more strength, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He saw Kakashi in front of him stop moving and start to make hand seals. Explode. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. At the same time, Obito's real body appeared on a tree not far away, spitting out a large number of small fireballs to block the position. Boom! The detonating tag buried by Kakashi was detonated, and the fierce flames submerged Minato's position. The thick explosion smoke made it difficult to see what was happening inside. Obito jumped down and walked to Nohara Rin, scratched his head and said, "What should we do? We won't kill Senior Minato, will we? He seems to have not dodged our attack. It's over. Senior Minato is a good friend of Teacher Miyu." Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. He didn't know what kind of strength he had, right? It took 3 people desperately bursting to beat a cloud-hidden ninja, and Minato was obviously not an ordinary ninja. How could he be killed easily by them? It shouldn't be. Nohara Rin said uncertainly. She had the least combat experience and had never fought against a strong enemy. She felt that Minato was very dangerous. The smoke soon dissipated, revealing a charred scene on the ground, and Minato had disappeared. Kakashi's expression immediately became alert, and he was very surprised. He didn't know how Minato disappeared at all. You really gave a big surprise. It seems that I have to respond to you more seriously. Minato's voice came from behind them. Kakashi turned back quickly and found Minato with a smile on his face and intact. Obito immediately stood in front of Nohara Rin, using the breathing method to the extreme, and entered an extremely concentrated breathing state. Such a speed is really hard to deal with. Kakashi's eyes flickered, not too surprised. After all, Minato was a strong existence that Mu said, it would be strange if he was taken away by them in one wave. Watching the three people immediately enter the fighting state, Minato also felt a little emotional. He was fortunate that he was the instructor of the three people. If it was an ordinary jonin, he might really fall over if he was careless. Who would have thought that 3 9-year-old children could actually exert such strength? Obito's fire escape, Nohara Rin's powerful strength, Kakashi's offensive rhythm and traps, their abilities are far beyond their peers. Swish! Minato threw a flying thunder god kunao at the three people. Dang! Obito waved the kunao to block the attack, and the kunao was inserted into the ground next to Obito. Then Kakashi and Obito looked at each other and nodded. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat, rapidly changing its nature, spitting out a large amount of flames, and finally formed a huge fireball of more than 4 meters. Kakashi silently jumped onto the tree, using the tree as a springboard to quickly approach Minato, while throwing out shuriken to block the position. Swoosh! Just as the fireball was about to arrive, Minato instantly disappeared from the spot, and the fireball and shuriken missed. Kakashi quickly scanned around to find Minato's position. Bang bang! Minato, who used Flying Thunder God, appeared next to Obito and Nohara Rin, and knocked the two into the tree with extremely fast physical skills. So fast! Obito, who was more resistant to beating, said in surprise after quickly getting up. He didn't see how Minato came here just now, and he appeared all of a sudden and knocked them away. Kakashi, who found Minato's position, showed a thoughtful expression. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be a kunao at the place where Minato appeared before. Could it be a coincidence? Kakashi silently memorized the positions of the two kunao, and then launched the attack again. Not wanting to be a drag, Nohara Rin also stood up despite the pain and took a fighting stance. The two people who stood up quickly, plus Kakashi who rushed back, surrounded Minato from 3 different positions. The first person to move was Obito. His breathing in such an extreme state could not last long, and the battle had to be ended as soon as possible. After Obito rushed forward, Nohara Rin used her strange strength to rush towards Minato again, and Kakashi also used the instant body technique to stab Minato with the kunao. Minato calmly threw a kunao in the direction of Obito. Just when Obito dodged the kunao by turning sideways, Minato disappeared and appeared behind Obito, knocking Obito to the ground with a punch. It must be related to the kunao. Seeing Minato using Flying Thunder God from the front, Kakashi immediately judged that Minato's amazing instant body technique was related to the kunao thrown by Minato. Damn it! The girl he cared about was right in front of him, but she was either knocked away or knocked down. The fire in Obito's heart ignited, and he didn't care too much. He directly used the characteristics of the breath of fire to make flames appear on his feet, kicked towards Minato, and quietly made a seal with his left hand. Minato jumped back to avoid it, and Obito, who had completed the seal, immediately turned over and spit out several small fireballs at Minato. How can you use fire escape in this situation? Minato was extremely surprised. Just now, Obito was lying face down on the ground, and he couldn't make a seal at all. Whoosh! Minato's body disappeared in front of everyone again, and Kakashi immediately exploded chakra, used the shave to the fullest extent and rushed towards Minato's Flying Thunder God kunao. There are 3 Flying Thunder God kunao on the field now. The first kunao is used to attack Kakashi and Nohara Rin, and it is far away from them now. The second one is used by Minato to attack Obito and Nohara Rin, and the third one is the one that knocked Obito down. Kakashi rushed to the second kunao. The kunao next to Obito is not safe at this time, and he may be covered in the face by the phoenix fire. The first kunao is too far away, and the second kunao is closer to Nohara Rin, so Kakashi judged that Minato would move to the position of the second Flying Thunder God kunao. Full concentration, thunder breath. Kakashi absorbed a lot of oxygen to strengthen his body, then concentrated his strength on his legs, and then quickly changed the nature of the Thunder Attribute Chakra, allowing the Thunder Attribute Chakra to strengthen his legs, and his speed reached a peak. After Minato used Flying Thunder God, he wanted to attack Nohara-rin, but when he found that Kakashi was rushing towards him at a high speed, he immediately changed his offense to defense. Have you guessed the effect of Flying Thunder God? What a strong analytical ability! Minato was very surprised. Minato's reaction was very fast, faster than Kakashi's. Even though Kakashi acted decisively, he still failed to hit Minato. The attack failed, but Kakashi, who was close to Minato, was not discouraged at all. Instead, he smiled. Minato couldn't see Kakashi's expression under the mask, but he keenly noticed something wrong, and then he found the detonating tag on Kakashi's body. Explode! Boom! An explosion sounded, and the flames submerged Kakashi and Minato together. Kakashi is really insidious, Obito said with a sigh of relief. Kakashi certainly couldn't use his own body to perish with Minato because of a training. From the time they went to find Minato until now, Kakashi has always been a shadow clone. Everything was Kakashi's plan. Obito's shadow clone was the first bait, and Kakashi's own shadow clone was the second bait. When the smoke dissipated, it was still the same as before, only the ground was blown black, nothing else. Whoosh! Minato appeared at the position of the first Flying Thunder God, but the moment he appeared, he found a Kakashi holding a purple lightning rushing towards him. Zzz. Kakashi controlled the purple lightning to split into a large number of lightning snakes, rushing towards Minato like a tide. Minato's extremely fast reaction allowed him to dodge the attack, but Kakashi's goal was not to hit Minato's body. He only wanted the bell on Minato's waist. The tiny lightning hit the bell, knocking it down, and was held in the hand of Kakashi, who burst out at an extremely fast speed. Captain Minato, is this considered a successful training? Kakashi asked lightly. Successful? To be honest, I am very surprised by your performance, Minato said with a smile. The performance of his team members really exceeded his expectations. Although he let down a lot and didn't even use the important perception ability, he was still a yellow flash of killing on the battlefield. It was very difficult for Kakashi and others to snatch the bell from him in one go. Obito's fire escape is not only powerful, but also has a release method that he doesn't understand. If it weren't for Obito's falling Fengxian fire, he wouldn't be forced to use Flying Thunder God twice in a row. Kakashi has super combat wisdom. He actually analyzed his Flying Thunder God after just a few fights, and immediately came up with a battle plan to snatch the bell. Even Nohara-rin had her own highlight moment, using her strange power to force him into the trap where he had to use Flying Thunder God. Minato felt that these three in his class might not be beaten by ordinary jonin if they were not careless. This combat ability is really not to be underestimated. It's finally over, Senior Minato, you're really fast. Obito, who came to support Kakashi, exclaimed after hearing the conversation between the two. Miyu is also very fast, but Miyu's speed is different from Minato's. Miyu is fast, but Obito can still feel a blue light flashing, but he can't see it clearly, while Minato's speed is very strange, disappearing out of thin air and appearing out of thin air. Sorry, I don't seem to have played a big role. Nohara-rin felt that she won by mixing. Because of her long-term training in medical ninjutsu and her weak combat power, Nohara-rin did not participate in Miyu's team battles. The only battles she had were with classmates in the actual combat exams. Suddenly fighting with a strong man like Minato, Nohara-rin really felt like she couldn't keep up with the rhythm and was just mixing. Hearing what Nohara-rin said, Obito disagreed and said, "That's not the case. If it weren't for you, Xiaolin, Kakashi's shadow clone would have been blown up long ago and wouldn't have played a big role. And the punch you used to beat back Senior Minato was very cool." He didn't do it purely because of his feelings for Nohara-rin, but he really felt that the battle would be different without Nohara-rin. Obito is right, Xiaolin, you just play a different role in the battle than us. Kakashi nodded and said. According to the game, Kakashi and Obito are both the main output, while Nohara Rin is the auxiliary. The main role of the auxiliary is certainly not an output. In fact, Kakashi thinks that the current team composition is more reasonable. Nohara Rin has mastered medical ninjutsu, and if he and Obito are injured, they can still be treated. It's different to fight with Might Guy. The three of them can only rush all the way to the end. Hearing Kakashi and Obito, Nohara Rin felt much better, but she also secretly made up her mind that she must work harder to practice physical skills and strive to play a greater role in the battle. The intern created by Miyu is really good. If future graduates can have such cooperation, the strength of the village's genin will be greatly improved. Minato recalled the cooperation between Obito and Kakashi and felt that the interns could be promoted more. Obito, who had teamed up with Kakashi during the internship, obviously cooperated much better than Nohara Rin. Obito and Kakashi could understand each other's ideas and execute them just by exchanging glances. You finished the training earlier than I thought. Take a break today and practice the cooperation in battle. Tomorrow I will take you to perform the mission. Minato thought about it and said the next arrangement. This cooperation training is mainly for Nohara Rin. Obito and Kakashi have no problem at all. Great, I can go on a mission again. Obito cheered. He can't wait to defeat various enemies in front of Nohara Rin and enjoy Nohara Rin's praise. Ninja Mission. Nohara Rin recalled the mission experience that Obito had told her, with a little expectation in her heart. Kakashi originally wanted Obito not to be happy too early, but seeing that Nohara Rin seemed to be a little bit expectant, he didn't say anything. Now his experience is a little insufficient. Today is also 8K. Chapter 267 Konoha's Strongest Physical Skills. I didn't expect to become teammates with you, Kai. My luck is really good. On the way to the training ground, Shiranui Genma said to Might Guy who met by chance. Compared to classmates with ordinary strength, Shiranui Genma naturally wanted to become teammates with strong people like Obito and Might Guy. On the one hand, there is a reliable teammate when performing tasks in the future, and on the other hand, he can ask questions from each other during daily training. Can I ask you about physical skills in the future? Shiranui Genma asked with a smile. Of course, no problem. Might Guy responded with a thumbs up. He is a person who is willing to share. Then the two arrived at the training ground and saw Ebisu standing there waiting. Good morning, Xiao. Shiranui Genma raised his hand and greeted his old acquaintance Ebisu. Ebisu also responded to Shiranui Genma. Strange, where is our instructor? The meeting place should be here. Shiranui Genma looked around and said in confusion. The meeting place is here. Maybe something delayed him. Ebisu nodded and replied. Youth should seize every minute and every second, exercise while waiting. Might Guy began to exercise with one finger push UPS, and invited Shiranui Genma and Ebisu to join. Haha, I'd better forget it. My physical strength is not as strong as yours, Akai. Let's wait for the instructor to come and see the situation. Shiranui Genma declined Might Guy's proposal. Although there is no harm in exercising, after all, it is the first time to meet the instructor, and he doesn't know what kind of training will be conducted. He thinks it is better to conserve physical strength first. Ebisu's idea is similar to Shiranui Genma, so he also rejected Might Guy's proposal and waited on the spot. About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing a yellow sports jacket and yellow tights came into their sight, eating a rice ball while slowly walking towards them. Are you Shiranui Genma, Ebisu, and Might Guy? When he walked in front of the crowd, the middle-aged man almost finished eating the rice ball in his hand and asked. I am Shiranui Genma. I am Ebisu. I am Might Guy. Guy did a somersault and stood up, showing 2 rows of white teeth and smiled. Do you know each other? The middle-aged man asked again. The three nodded, they were friends. Then let's skip the self-introduction. My name is Chen Long, you can call me Teacher Chen, I won't say more, because if you can't pass my training next, you will go back to the ninja school to study again. Teacher Chen said directly. Ah, go back to the ninja school to study again. Shiranui Genma was confused. When he graduated, the class teacher didn't have such training. How could the qualified formal genin be retrained? Teacher Chen. Ebisu suddenly thought of something, and his eyes under the sunglasses were a little surprised. Unlike other students, although Ebisu was a student, he liked to pay attention to things outside the school. If he remembered correctly, there was a teacher named Chen who seemed to be the strongest in Konoha's physical skills. It can't be that teacher Chen, if it is, he must pass the training. Ebisu was a little excited. He believed that birth could determine strength to a large extent, and having a good teacher could affect the future. Although it was only the strongest in physical skills, it was much better than an ordinary teacher. That's right. If you fail to pass my training, I will cancel your ninja status and send you back to the ninja school. This is my right as an instructor. Teacher Chen said lightly. He stopped being an instructor a long time ago, but occasionally he would accept a disciple to teach him in case no one inherited his physical skills. But Sarutobi Hiruzen said that an unprecedented physical skills genius appeared in the ninja school this time, so he agreed to let Sarutobi Hiruzen be the instructor again. Teacher Chen is not a young man anymore. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen said it very nicely, he still planned to try it himself to see if this so-called physical genius is really good. What level is it? If it's not good enough, he will send them back to the ninja school and resign from the position of instructor. What kind of training is it? Might Guy asked calmly. He has sufficient confidence in his strength. Even his close friend who has long been a chunin was defeated by him. The training for genin is not difficult for him. Grab the bell. As long as one of you can grab the bell in my hand, then all of you will pass. If you don't grab it before dark, then prepare to go to the ninja school for another year. Teacher Chen took out a bell and said. He was too lazy to play that kind of scare trick. As long as they can show their strength that satisfies him, he will let them see that they are qualified. If not, they will all be retrained. You can use all means to attack me, but I remind you in advance not to attack casually. I am best at physical skills, and it hurts a lot when I hit people. Teacher Chen said leisurely after sitting on the ground. After speaking, Teacher Chen took out a book with a cool big sister cover and started reading. Shiranui Genma pulled Ebisu and Might Guy to the other side to discuss countermeasures. What should we do? I don't think he is joking. If we don't complete it, we may really be deprived of our ninja status and return to the ninja school. Shiranui Genma said with a serious face. Although Teacher Chen didn't look serious when he spoke, but looked relaxed and casual, Shiranui Genma felt that Teacher Chen would really do what he said. Do your best to complete it. If you can become Teacher Chen's disciple, we don't have to worry about our future. He is known as the strongest physical ninja in Konoha. Ebisu revealed the information he knew to the two. Ah, the strongest physical ninja. Shiranui Genma looked at Teacher Chen who was reading a book not far away and laughing at an unknown laugh, and showed a doubtful expression. He didn't think Teacher Chen looked like a physical ninja. First of all, he was not much taller than these 9-year-old children. He looked only about 1.5 meters and didn't have muscles that could hold up his clothes. Konoha's taijutsu is the strongest. Unlike Shiranui Genma, Might Guy's face instantly showed an excited expression when he heard it. His dream is to become the strongest taijutsu in the ninja world, and as the strongest taijutsu of Konoha, Mr. Chen's taijutsu must be very difficult. Ebisu raised his sunglasses with his fingers and said, no mistake, let them call him Mr. Chen, and say that he is good at taijutsu. That would be worse. If he is really the strongest ninja in Konoha's taijutsu, how can we snatch the bell from his hand? Shiranui Genma said with a frown. Although it is a good thing that the instructor is strong, it is not necessarily a good thing when this happens. Just fight with all your strength. Even if you fail, it just means that your efforts are not enough and your youth is not burning hot enough. Might Guy gave a thumbs up to encourage. Looking at Might Guy, Shiranui Genma regained some confidence in his heart. Although the instructor is very strong, they also have a companion who is beyond common sense. That's right, but shouldn't we formulate some tactics or something? Shiranui Genma thought for a while and said. Let's set up some traps to lure him over, and then Akai will attack, and we will assist Akai in the battle. Ebisu thought for a while and answered. He knew very well that this training still depended on Akai. Although Shiranui Genma was stronger than him, he was also limited, and Might Guy had the ability to kill them in seconds, and was the undisputed super thigh of this training. Then several people set up traps while exchanging their own abilities. Shiranui Genma was good at using ninja tools and instant body skills, Ebisu developed evenly, and all his abilities were at the same level, while Might Guy was good at physical skills. When the preparations were almost done, the three of them went together to attract Teacher Chen to the trap area. Swish, swish, swish. Ebisu and Shiranui Genma took out shurikens and threw them at Teacher Chen. Finally, we're ready, but it took so long. Teacher Chen closed the book in his hand slowly and put it away. When the shuriken was about to reach him, he dodged the incoming shuriken with explosive speed. What a fast speed! Shiranui Genma began to believe that this middle-aged man who looked neither tall nor strong was the strongest in Konoha's physical skills. Run! Ebisu's pupils shrank and he shouted hurriedly. He was worried that Teacher Chen was too fast and would catch up before they reached the trap area. Although Might Guy wanted to experience Teacher Chen's strength, he also knew that this training was very important, so he did not make a move casually. He followed Ebisu and left, staring at Teacher Chen's figure with his peripheral vision. It was fine if he himself did not become a ninja, but if his teammates lost their ninja status because of a rash move, Might Guy could not accept it. Let me see what tricks you have prepared. Teacher Chen did not chase with all his strength, but kept a subtle distance and followed. After arriving at the location, Ebisu immediately activated the trap, and a large number of shurikens shot towards Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen ignored the attacking shurikens and looked around with a disappointed expression. That's it. Konoha Dragon God. Teacher Chen exploded his whole body's chakra to make himself spin at high speed, and a huge whirlwind appeared out of thin air, gradually forming a thick green dragon. Under the powerful force of the dragon-shaped tornado, the shuriken traps of Might Guy and others were easily solved, and the huge whirlwind was still raging everywhere, destroying all the traps on the field at a very fast speed. Pa! Shiranui Genjian's kunao fell to the ground, and he looked at the messy trap area with a shocked face. What is this? How can I grab the bell in this case? Shiranui Genjian looked at the huge green dragon in front of him that was more than 20 meters long, and was ready to explain to his former juniors why he returned to school. He didn't think he could break through this terrifying hurricane with 1,000 bones or a kunao to grab Teacher Chen's bell, and he even thought that Might Guy couldn't do it. Is this the strongest strength of Konoha's physical skills? Ebisu looked at the terrifying tornado with great surprise. He had never seen such a big scene. What a strong physical skill, worthy of being the strongest physical skill of Konoha. Might Guy's face was also a little surprised, but more excited. He was looking forward to the next battle. Might Guy silently changed his breathing rhythm and concentrated his breathing to the most concentrated state. Since the traps are useless, it's the turn of the physical beast to appear. Might Guy was ready to fight. Mr. Chen's words are original characters in the animation, but I feel that they are not bad, so I used them. After all, Might Guy has shown such strength. It is not logical for the third generation to let an ordinary jonin teach him. Chapter 268 The Strongest and Difficult to Resist Ninjutsu. If it is only this level, then you can prepare to pack up and go back to school. After destroying all the traps, Mr. Chen stopped the Konoha Dragon God and said disappointedly, The world of ninjas is cruel beyond your imagination. Those who are not good at it should practice more before coming out. Maybe our trap-making level is not very good, but it is too early to deny us. Might Guy said with a clenched fist. Full concentration, rock breathing. Might Guy stared at Teacher Chen, inhaling a large amount of oxygen into his body to enhance his physical strength. At the same time, the chakra in his body cooperated with the flowing chi to strengthen his body, allowing Might Guy's whole body strength to be further enhanced. Konoha whirlwind. Might Guy poured power into his legs, rushed towards Teacher Chen at full speed, and kicked out his best whirlwind kick. Whoosh! The strong wind driven by the powerful force blew Teacher Chen's hair slightly, and Teacher Chen couldn't help but show an interested look on his face. Bang! Teacher Chen caught Might Guy's whirlwind kick steadily with his hand, and then threw Might Guy out casually and commented, "The speed of this kick is okay, but the power is not good enough." Might Guy, who was thrown out, quickly adjusted his body balance to land steadily. "But it's much better than the two people watching the show next to you. Have you read too many weird novels? Your companions are trying hard to attack but you are indifferent." Teacher Chen smiled and said to Shiranui Genma and Ebisu, who were still shocked by the power of the Konoha dragon god. Shiranui Genjian and Ebisu came to their senses and felt very embarrassed. They immediately threw ninja tools at Teacher Chen, but they were easily dodged again. "Not enough power? How about this attack?" Hearing Teacher Chen's words, Might Guy laughed and rushed forward again, ready to use a more powerful whirlwind kick. Konoha's strong power whirlwind. Might Guy ran at full speed, exerting all his strength to kick out a powerful attack. Under the amazing power, the green grass next to him was bent, like a sudden gust of wind. Teacher Chen remained motionless, quickly condensed chakra on his arm and caught this attack steadily, without even retreating 0.1 centimeter. The power is still not enough. Teacher Chen threw Might Guy out again, but this time he used more power, so that Might Guy plowed a 10-meter-long pit before stopping. After Might Guy rushed up, Shiranui Genjian and Ebisu followed, but because their speed was much slower than Might Guy, they waited until Might Guy was thrown away before approaching Teacher Chen. Shiranui Genjian hit Teacher Chen's head with his fist, while Ebisu reached out to grab the bell on Teacher Chen's waist. Ebisu's thinking was very clear. The training goal was not to beat Teacher Chen, but to grab the bell. Bang bang! Teacher Chen directly kicked Shiranui Genjian and Ebisu away with a whirlwind kick. Shiranui Genjian hit the tree, and Ebisu fell to the ground. "Damn, you're so fast!" Shiranui Genjian felt a pain in his abdomen, and his face became a little ugly. He didn't even see how Teacher Chen attacked and flew backwards in an instant. Ebisu didn't feel good either. He thought he was going to succeed just now, but he was kicked away in the blink of an eye. "You are not strong enough and your movements are slow. None of your physical moves are decent. You still want to take the bell from me?" Teacher Chen retracted his foot and mocked. At this time, Shiranui Genjian felt his face burning. He was at least ranked among the top students in the ninja school, but he was degraded like this. Unconvinced, Shiranui Genjian took out his kunao and rushed towards Teacher Chen again. When he was about to get close, he immediately released the chakra on his feet and used the instant body technique to attack Teacher Chen. Shiranui Genjian was fast, but he was faster than Teacher Chen. Just when Shiranui Genjian thought he was going to hit Teacher Chen disappeared in front of Shiranui Genjian in an instant, appeared behind Shiranui Genjian, and kicked Shiranui Genjian's butt, causing Shiranui Genjian to fly out again. 8 gates, open, open. Might Guy opened the first gate of the 8 gates, released the chakra in his body, enhanced his physical ability, rushed to Shiranui Genma at high speed, and caught Shiranui Genma, who flew out. "Thank you, Kai, I was a little impulsive." The rescued Shiranui Genma calmed down a little and thanked Might Guy. The opponent was known as the strongest existence in Konoha's physical skills. He, a newly graduated genin, was undoubtedly giving away his head by charging alone. Haha, it's nothing. How can I be happy if I'm denied? Might Guy laughed to show his understanding. Ebisu stared at Teacher Chen cautiously and quickly joined Might Guy. Teacher Chen did not stop him. Among the three people, only Might Guy could make him a little interested. The remaining two were too average. This time, it's my turn and Genma to take action first. Kai, you are fast. See if you can grab the bell. Ebisu thought for a moment and said. Teacher Chen's attack speed was too fast, even if he and Shiranui Genma attacked together, they would be knocked away in an instant. Then give it a try. Might Guy nodded in agreement. He was only good at fighting, but he didn't know much about tactics. Okay. Shiranui Genma also agreed. Clone technique. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu used the clone technique together, creating 4 clones each. Then 5 Shiranui Genma and 5 Ebisu ran forward in a staggered manner towards Teacher Chen, trying to use the clones to interfere with Teacher Chen's sight. But for an experienced old jonin like Teacher Chen, how could such a clone without a physical body be hidden from him? Although Shiranui Genma and Ebisu were trying their best to exchange positions with the clones, Teacher Chen still found the real bodies of the two at a glance. After the two teammates took action, Might Guy also approached Teacher Chen from different directions, ready to burst out his strength to snatch the bell at the critical moment. You two's intentions are too obvious. Teacher Chen flashed and found Shiranui Genma's body accurately, then punched Shiranui Genma to the ground, and then kicked Ebisu into a tree. Before Teacher Chen made a move, Might Guy gathered a lot of chakra in his legs in advance, and then used the shave to burst out at a very fast speed, grabbing the bell on Teacher Chen's waist. You can be even faster, I am a little surprised. Teacher Chen grabbed Might Guy's outstretched arm and looked at him with some appreciation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not exaggerating. With such physical ability at his age, Might Guy can indeed be regarded as a physical genius. It's a pity that the gap between your two companions and you is too big. If they can cause me more trouble, maybe you can succeed. Teacher Chen said as he knocked Might Guy away with a very fast elbow. He already had the idea of being an instructor in his mind, but he still wanted to continue to see the performance of the three. If you have the strength of Obito, maybe you can help Kai. Shiranui Genma thought unwillingly. At this time, he had to admit that due to the huge gap in strength, he couldn't even assist and would only drag Might Guy down. The basic ninjutsu learned in school is useless for ninjas of this level. What should I do next? Ebisu's mind spun rapidly, thinking about the means that could be achieved through training. What if my strength can be stronger? Might Guy quickly got up, his face still full of fighting spirit, without a trace of decline. He trained such a strong power not to wait for his teammates to save him, but to give himself the power to protect his companions. Today, he has secured the ninja identities of Shiranui Genma and Ebisu. It depends on how much this is. Might Guy's words surprised Teacher Chen, but he still said calmly. 8 gates of Dunjia, Xiamen, open. Might Guy opened the second gate of the 8 gates, unlocking another restriction in his body. The chakra in his body increased, and his physical ability was further strengthened. After opening the second gate of the 8 gates, coupled with the full concentration of the breathing of rock, Might Guy's physical ability has reached the current limit. Use your full strength, let me see where your limit is. Teacher Chen said with interest with his hands behind his back. As you wish. Might Guy first retreated and opened a certain distance from Teacher Chen, then suddenly ran at a very fast speed, and the speed was getting faster and faster, reaching the top when he was about to approach Teacher Chen. Wu Bao! Might Guy roared, pouring all his strength into his legs, and the chakra enhanced by the 8 gates of ninjutsu burst out together, using the multiple burst techniques of shave to the limit of his body's endurance. The next moment, Might Guy pounced on Teacher Chen like a hunting leopard, and his kick was the leopard's extremely sharp fangs. Whoosh! Might Guy's attack exceeded any of his previous attacks. Under the powerful force, it was like a sudden strong wind, blowing the dust on the ground and making the leaves rustle, making Teacher Chen subconsciously narrow his eyes. Akai actually has such a terrifying move. Shiranui Genjian showed a surprised expression on his face when he saw Might Guy kicking out such a terrifying attack. He dared to guarantee that Might Guy had not used this move in the practical test of the ninja school. It turns out that Akai has not used his full strength in the practical test. Shiranui Genjian felt that he had wasted his 4 years of study. Might Guy easily beat a group of people without using his full strength and won the first place. Even Obito was defeated by Might Guy, who did not use his full strength. But he thought about it and felt that Might Guy was useless. It makes sense to use all your strength. If you really use such a powerful force in a practical exam, I'm afraid that one kick will kill the person. He is not from a wealthy ninja family, and he doesn't have a powerful father, but he can have such strength. Looking at the extremely confident smile on Might Guy's face, Ebisu was a little absent-minded for a while. He thought that Might Guy's father would be a powerful physical ninja, but after asking around, he found out that he was not. He was even a famous 10,000-year-old genin for a long time, and was only recently promoted to chunin. Ebisu didn't understand why Might Guy, who had nothing, could have such a strong strength. After realizing the power contained in Might Guy's kick, Teacher Chen's expression was no longer as calm as before. It's incredible that he has developed such a kick at this age. With a sigh in his heart, Teacher Chen's expression became serious. A large amount of chakra condensed on his legs, and kicked out a high-speed whirlwind kick. Boom! Under the powerful force of the two, the ground exploded, and dust flew everywhere. The aftermath of the collision caused Shiranui Genma and Ebisu, who had climbed up, to step back a few steps. The strength and speed are very good this time, but it's not enough. We need to practice more. Although he was surprised, Teacher Chen didn't say it, but slightly increased his strength. Bang! Might Guy flew back 5 meters, and Teacher Chen's body retreated slightly. At this time, Teacher Chen looked at Might Guy with great admiration. He had decided to be a mentor. It would be a pity not to teach such an excellent physical skill seedling. Although Might Guy and the other two didn't get the bell, Teacher Chen didn't care about it. He was the one who set the rules. What he said was what he said. By the way, maybe that technique can work. Ebisu thought of the cover of the book that Teacher Chen was reading while sitting on the ground, and decided to take a gamble. Although that ninjutsu brought him a lot of unwarranted bad reputation, as long as he could become Teacher Chen's disciple, it would not be a loss. Confusing the enemy. Ebisu quickly formed a seal and created 5 cool-dressed big sister clones. Teacher Chen, look here! Ebisu shouted. Teacher Chen was originally thinking about Might Guy's training plan in his mind. When he heard Ebisu's words, he subconsciously looked over and was instantly attracted to his eyes. He couldn't help but ooze red liquid from his nose. Swoosh! Shiranui Genma immediately spit out the senbon in his mouth and knocked down the bell on Teacher Chen's waist. Might Guy, who was not far from Teacher Chen and was in the state of fully concentrating on breathing the second gate of the 8 gates, seized the opportunity to fly over and catch the fallen bell. It really worked. Ebisu looked at Might Guy, who caught the bell with an incredible look on his face. He didn't know what to say. Might Guy's powerful physical kick just now failed, but he used the ninjutsu that once ruined his reputation and actually succeeded. Could it be that this ninjutsu is really powerful? Ebisu was slightly shaken. This ninjutsu brought him too many misunderstandings, and he had never wanted to use this ninjutsu. Xiao, you did a good job. It's you. You are worthy of being our famous 4th grade ninja. Shiranui Genma saw Might Guy seize the opportunity to grab the bell and laughed and praised Ebisu. You are the ninja. I have said that this ninjutsu has nothing to do with me. It was developed by those 2 ninjutsu talents. Ebisu explained with a black line. Okay, I know, this is not developed by you. You just like to read swimsuit magazines. Shiranui Genma came over and clamped Ebisu's neck and said with a smile. Ebisu. That's why he didn't want to use this ninjutsu. No one listened to his explanation, and the more he explained, the worse it got. Akai, I didn't expect that you still retained so much strength during the practical exam. If your opponents knew about it, they would be scared to death. Shiranui Genma then walked to Might Guy and praised his strength. This training is also thanks to your speed. Otherwise, even if Xiao's technique can attract attention, it would be difficult to grab the bell. Haha, after all, I am a physical beast. Might Guy accepted the praise from Shiranui Genma and gave himself a thumbs up. Xianjian, your hidden weapon is also very important. It is not so easy to grab it from someone. Might Guy also mentioned Shiranui Genma's contribution. Teacher Chen is too strong. Might Guy believes that this time he was able to grab the bell because the whole team cooperated perfectly at the last moment. Children nowadays should not be underestimated. Teacher Chen took out a tissue to wipe the remaining blood from his nose and sighed. He was deeply impressed by the cool sisters just now. Of course, Might Guy and the others were able to grab the bell because he let them win. This kind of trick would definitely not work on him in a real battle. Ebisu, Shiranui Genma, Might Guy, right? You three are quite interesting. If you pass the training, you will be my students. Teacher Chen announced that the three had passed the training. It's finally over. Shiranui Genjian breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that he was either being knocked away or on the way to being knocked away. Very good, one step closer to success. Ebisu nodded secretly in his heart. Being a disciple of Teacher Chen is much more promising than being a disciple of an ordinary instructor. Teacher Chen, is the tornado-like taijutsu you used before a taijutsu you created yourself? Might Guy asked curiously. Yes, that is the advanced physical technique of Konoha Dragon God that I created. Teacher Chen nodded and answered proudly. How about it? If you want to learn, I can teach you, but you are not good enough now. You need to become stronger. Teacher Chen continued. Compared with his peers, Might Guy is already very good, but in Teacher Chen's eyes, Might Guy is still a little short of learning Konoha Dragon God. Hearing Teacher Chen's words, Might Guy felt that he had one more reason to practice hard. Chapter 269 Progress of Life Mission. Although most of the disciples have graduated, Mu Yu's daily life has not changed much, except that he has changed from teaching 5 people to teaching 1 person. Of course, teaching 1 person is definitely much easier than teaching 5 people, and Mu Yu has more time to practice his skills. On the afternoon of the first day after the disciples were divided into classes, Mu Yu sat down to rest after practicing the Great Waterfall technique for a while, and opened the System's Master Disciple section to check the information of the disciples' life missions. When he is free, he will open it to see the progress of the mission. When he last looked, Might Guy had the most progress, reaching 0.5%, while Shisui and Obito had no progress for the time being. It has increased so much all of a sudden. Mu Yu fell into deep thought as he looked at Obito's 3% progress. Is it because Minato is Jiraiya's disciple? Mu Yu instantly thought of the core point. Of course, not everyone can be Hokage. The first Hokage was chosen by all Konoha ninjas, and the subsequent Hokages were basically related to the previous Hokage. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a disciple of Senju Tobirama, Minato was the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 5th Hokage Tsunade was a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the 6th Hokage Kakashi was a disciple of Minato. However, it is also rogue to only look at status and not ability. They can become Hokage not just because of status, but ability accounts for the majority. For example, Minato's 2 teammates were also brought up by Jiraiya since childhood, but no one thought they could become Hokage due to their lack of ability. Mu Yu thinks that the status of Hokage is equivalent to a buff that increases with ability. When you have the status of Hokage and strong strength, your chance of becoming Hokage is high. It is not good to have only strength without status, or only status without strength. He estimates that this part of the bonus will increase after Minato becomes Hokage. At that time, Obito will be the grandson of the previous Hokage and the disciple of the current Hokage, which is a stacking of buffs. Except for Obito's sudden surge, the progress of Shisui and Might Guy has not changed. After finishing dinner, Miyu went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. It has been a while since he asked the Shuriken Shadow clone. He wants to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen about the Great Waterfall technique to further stabilize his personality as a ninjutsu genius and pave the way for the next improvement of strength. Sandaime-sama, do you have time now? I have encountered some problems in practicing the Great Waterfall technique recently. Miyu asked after greeting Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm free. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was preparing to digest his food after dinner, nodded in agreement. But the Great Waterfall technique cannot be performed in the yard. Let's go to the nearby river. In order to avoid flooding his house, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not teach directly in the backyard like last time. I'm going too. Asuma also wanted to join in the fun. Why are you going? You're not learning water escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want Asuma to go with him. Because he knew that Asuma would probably have to step on one and praise the other, and the one he stepped on was his old father. I didn't go there to learn water escape from you. What can I learn from you releasing it once and talking about it a few times? I just want to see if Teacher Miyu's ninjutsu has become stronger. Asuma directly retorted. That's because I'm talking about the essence and key points. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to let Asuma know that his teaching ability is not worse than Miyu's. He has mastered countless ninjutsu, and can skillfully apply the 7 types of chakra nature changes. He has also taught 3 famous ninjas in the ninja world. He doesn't understand why he is not as good as Miyu when he comes to Asuma. I don't know whether it is the key point or not. I only know that I learn things very quickly when I study with Teacher Miyu. Asuma said that he only recognizes facts. He knows that his old father has 3 very strong disciples, but Asuma has not been taught by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he is indeed not as good as Miyu. Asuma can rank the teachers who have taught him. The first is Miyu, the second is Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the third is his Jonin teacher. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless, Miyu stood up to smooth things over. First, he proved that Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance was indeed useful, and then he also said something for Asuma. Let Asuma come with you. I have made a big breakthrough in the wind attribute nature change recently. I can teach him. Miyu said with a smile. At this time, it is obviously not enough for him to just watch. The best choice is to ease the atmosphere and help both sides at the same time. After all, Asuma is Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not be too angry. At this time, helping Asuma by saying a word can actually improve Sarutobi Hiruzen's favor. Since Miyu has something to teach, let him go with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and finally agreed with Miyu's suggestion. Miyu is indeed capable, and it is a good thing to let Asuma and Miyu learn more. Since you said that you learn things quickly with Miyu, then you must study hard. The Chunin exam is not long away. If you are strong enough, your teacher will recommend you to participate in the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded. Do you need me to tell you this? I will definitely study hard. Although Asuma knew that his father was concerned, he still couldn't communicate with Sarutobi Hiruzen in a friendly manner. On the way to the river, Asuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen communicated in a similar way. Although the words were harsh, the overall atmosphere was still good. It seemed that they were a bit like relatives who disliked each other but had a good relationship. After arriving at the location, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately asked Miyu to perform the Great Waterfall technique, and then asked Miyu questions, answered them and demonstrated them. Asuma quietly watched the two communicate without interrupting them, and after Miyu showed obvious progress in practicing, he shouted a wave. Teacher Miyu, you still say you are not a genius, and you can learn so fast with the old man. Asuma said in surprise and excitement. Surprised because Miyu performed so well, and excited because he was looking forward to Miyu teaching him the wind attribute chakra nature change. Even though Miyu was so modest, he said that he had made a big breakthrough. Asuma felt that Miyu must have made great progress. Thanks to the guidance of the Sandaime-sama. Miyu smiled and gave the credit to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's mainly because your ninjutsu skills are very good, Miyu, and my teaching is just a guide. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and shook his head. Although he thought that his teaching ability was not weak, he didn't teach Miyu like teaching a disciple. He could only give some pointers. Miyu was able to learn these 2A-level ninjutsu in a short time because of his strong learning ability. Sarutobi Hiruzen had the idea of accepting a disciple. Although he had 3 disciples who were famous in the ninja world, it was a pity that these 3 disciples failed to inherit his ninjutsu and powerful combination ninjutsu. And Miyu's performance was simply a weakened version of him. If he was trained by him personally, maybe Miyu would be the next ninjutsu professor. Let's wait and see after the war. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and temporarily gave up the idea of accepting Miyu as a disciple. Now the situation in the ninja world is chaotic and he is very busy. He doesn't have much time to teach Miyu. It would be meaningless to accept a disciple without teaching anything. After giving instructions, Sarutobi Hiruzen went home. Before leaving, he asked Asuma to go home after learning and not to run around. Really, I'm a ninja, not a child. I have to say such things. Asuma couldn't help but complain. This has nothing to do with whether you are a ninja or not. You are only 10 years old. The Sandaime is worried about you. Miyu smiled and knocked on Asuma's head. Let's not talk about this. Teacher Miyu, please teach me how to change my nature quickly. Asuma said with anticipation. Miyu nodded and began to teach Asuma how to change the nature of wind escape chakra. There are still about 10 days before the start of the ninja school. He plans to take some time to teach Asuma and improve Asuma's strength. Xiaolin, don't be afraid when you encounter an enemy. Just stay by my side. I will protect you. On the way to the Hokage building, Obito taught Noharalin the mission experience as a senior. Since they performed well yesterday and passed the training once, Minato Namikaze decided to take them on the mission. How should I put it? I shouldn't get a mission that will encounter an enemy today. In order to prevent Obito from being too disappointed, Minato Namikaze decided to give Obito a shot of prevention. Generally speaking, you, a newly graduated genin, can only accept D-level missions. Obito, you have done internships and should know the specific content of D-level missions. I know, D-level missions are all about doing odd jobs, picking up garbage and helping with farm work. Obito nodded. He also did a lot of D-level missions. But when we were interns, we all got permission for C-level missions. It is impossible for us to regress after becoming official ninjas. Obito felt that it should be no problem to receive C-level missions. He had even completed S-level missions, so it was too unreasonable for him to only receive D-level missions. Minato thought about it and felt that Obito was still too optimistic. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave privileges to the Muyo class, but now they were in Minato's class, and the rules of ninjas were very rigid. Obito saw that one of the registered ninjas in the hall was an old acquaintance, Kazuya Sawada, and his eyes immediately lit up and he greeted Kazuya Sawada in a familiar manner, "Uncle Sawada, good morning." "Well, good morning, congratulations on becoming a formal ninja." Kazuya Sawada responded with a smile while looking at the forehead protector on Obito's head. "Can you pick a better C-level mission for our team?" Obito asked with a smile. "No." Kazuya Sawada refused directly. "Ah, then don't bother Uncle Sawada, we'll choose it ourselves. Your team can only accept D-level missions, not C-level missions." Kazuya Sawada explained seriously, and then took out the scroll of the D-level mission. "Ah!" Obito was dumbfounded. He didn't expect it to be so outrageous. He had to start from the D-level mission again. And Kakashi showed an expression of as expected. He had guessed it would be like this before. After all, as a chunin, he had to do chores honestly when he entered the rookie team. Obito's resume was amazing to the students, but it was obviously not to the point of breaking the rules. Uncle Sawada, weren't we given the right to perform C-level missions by the Sandame before? And we have even completed S-level missions. Isn't it a bit unreasonable that we can only accept D-level missions now? Obito asked with a puzzled look. He also talked to Rin Nohara on the way about how dangerous the mission was and how to deal with it. He was definitely not happy to do chores now. That was an internship in the Muyo class. Now different classes, different team members, so you can only follow the normal new genin rules. Sawada Kazuya explained the reason. It is impossible to inherit privileges unless the third Hokage speaks. Even if you have the ability to perform C-level tasks, you should also consider whether your teammates have the same ability. Obito recalled the scene where Nohara Rin used her superpowers, and felt that C-level tasks should be no problem. Things developed as Minato expected. He began to look at D-level tasks. Although he knew that the disciples were strong enough, he couldn't force Sawada Kazuya to give them higher-level tasks. That would be too unethical. And Obito looked at the scroll of D-level tasks and a good idea came to his mind. When they first started their internship, they could only perform D-level tasks. It was only after they had completed the D-level tasks that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave them C-level tasks to try. Senior Minato, you can just help us take 10, we will do it quickly so that Xylan can get familiar with the tasks. Obito suggested. He decided to go all out to complete the D-level mission. Then we'll take all the missions on this scroll. Minato looked at Sawada Kazuya and said. That's no problem. Sawada Kazuya agreed. He knew the efficiency of Obito and Kakashi, and it wouldn't take long for 10 D-level missions to complete. Kakashi, let's use shadow clones to increase the efficiency of the mission, and finish the mission quickly. After walking out of the Hokage building, Obito said to Kakashi, he was going to pull Kakashi along. Obito can split 2 shadow clones to work together, Kakashi can also split 2, plus their original bodies, that's 7 people doing the mission together. What's the use of shadow clones? It will be very tiring at that time. Kakashi didn't know why Obito suddenly became so active, so he asked. Have you forgotten that we had to complete the D-level mission before to have the opportunity to do the C-level mission? Maybe this time it will work. Obito said his brilliant plan. Not necessarily. Kakashi felt that this kind of thing was hard to say, and there was no specific standard. Then let's see who has completed more D-level tasks. You, a chunin, won't be afraid of me, a genin, right? Obito said provocatively. Kakashi. Although it was a very low-level provocation, he had to admit that Obito's words made him very unhappy, so he agreed directly. The speed at which the two completed the tasks made Nohara Rin full of energy, and her hands and feet moved faster. With hard work, their team completed 30 D-level tasks in one day. After removing the shadow clone, Obito was exhausted, but in order to do the C-level tasks that could leave the village faster, he decided to continue this mode tomorrow until there were no D-level tasks to do. Obito was doing the tasks here, and Muyu also received the system's reward. Disciple Kakashi and Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commissioned tasks and received the growth reward of Chakra plus 5. Disciple Kakashi and Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commissioned tasks and received the growth reward of Chakra plus 5. Obito worked hard to complete the commissioned task and received the growth reward of Chakra plus 4 euro. Perhaps because of the stronger strength, the rewards for Obito and his team to complete D-level tasks are pitifully small. In the end, even the two of them only got 2 or 3 points. Fortunately, the number of times is enough, and the total amount is actually okay, much more than the chakra of a day in class. Since he is not leading the team, Muyu inexplicably feels a sense of pleasure, and his chakra increases out of thin air while sitting at home. 4.2k, I feel a little uncomfortable today. Chapter 270 The feasibility of returning home to Minato. Afternoon, Hokage Building. Uncle Sawada, give us 10 more D-level tasks. Obito said with a proud face as he walked into the task hall. In order to be able to do C-level tasks, Obito also tried his best and prepared to do another 30 tasks today. There are no D-level tasks for you to do for the time being. Sawada Kazuya shook his head and said. Actually, there are still tasks, but they can't be given to Obito and his team to continue, because other genin also need to eat. At their current speed, some genin teams in the village will have no work to do. Great, it's finally done. Obito's eyes lit up and he smiled. Using shadow clones is efficient, but it's too tiring. Then can you give us C-level tasks? No. Sawada Kazuya answered decisively. He is not the Hokage and has no right to do so. Obito wanted to ask why, but he suddenly found that the third Hokage was sitting not far away and chatting with a ninja, so he walked over. After the third Hokage explained the designated task of the ninja, he happened to see Obito walking over and asked with a smile, "How does it feel to become a formal ninja?" "Not very good, not as good as when I was an intern. I can only do D-level tasks again." Obito replied sarcastically. "Uncle Hokage, you know my strength, and Kakashi is a chunin, and Xylan is also strong. There is no problem for our team to do C-level missions." Obito tried his best to introduce the team members. If this was not indoors, he would have wanted to spit out a fireball with all his strength to prove his strength. You and Kakashi do have the strength to complete C-level missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, showing a thoughtful look. Rules are established for a reason. Not allowing new genin to complete C-level missions is to protect them, but if it was a team like Minato's class, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it would be okay to break the rules a little. Minato, do you think their current strength is enough to complete the C-level mission? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato and asked. Minato replied with a serious expression, "I think there is no problem." When they were fighting for the bell, they had already proved their strength. Not to mention the C-level mission, Minato thought the B-level mission would be no problem. In the future, when Minato's class accepts missions, they don't have to follow the standards of new genin. Seeing that Minato recognized the strength of the three of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up to the registered ninja and said. "Xylan, I said there is no problem." Obito ran to Nohara-rin with a smile on his face and asked for credit. Kakashi always said that he was stupid, but Obito thought he was smart, but he was not good at learning theoretical knowledge. "It's just as you expected, Obito, it's really amazing." Nohara-rin smiled and praised. She didn't expect that doing D-level missions quickly would actually be useful. She had already thought of the words to comfort Obito. What really worked was not the large number of D-level missions, but the experience during the internship and Captain Minato. Kakashi expressed his own views. The only member of their team was replaced by Nohara-rin, and there was not much change from the internship period. The Captain Namikaze Minato was also very strong. Kakashi believed that these two were the reasons for obtaining the privilege of C-level missions again. "I think Kakashi, you are just jealous of my intelligence. Why didn't you tell me before that you can take C-level missions?" Obito said with a proud face, not caring about Kakashi's words at all. Kakashi. He didn't understand where Obito got the confidence to say this word. However, there were too many people here, and the Hokage was also there. Kakashi decided to give Obito a face and did not talk about Obito's intelligence and achievements for debate. Seeing that Kakashi didn't speak, Obito felt that Kakashi had acknowledged his words, and ran to Minato with excitement to choose tasks with Minato. "Is there a mission that will pass through a beautiful place?" Obito asked curiously. "This is work, not vacation." The registration ninja replied speechlessly. It was the first time he heard such a weird request. Scenery, then let's go to the escort mission of the hot spring country. Minato thought for a while and pointed to a sea-level mission. The hot spring country is located in the northeast of the fire country. In Minato's impression, the scenery is not worse than that of the fire country, and there are many natural hot springs. The registration ninja asked again to confirm, and after getting the confirmation, he helped Minato complete the registration. Hot spring country, it's a country I haven't been to. Obito's face showed a hint of curiosity. So far, he has only been to 3 countries, namely the land country, the grass country and the river country. The most impressive thing for him is the desert in the west of the river country. For Obito, who grew up in the fire country with lush jungles everywhere, the endless yellow sand desert is really a bit shocking. By the way, Minato Jonin, there is news from the border reconnaissance team. There seem to be many cloud-hidden ninjas in the hot spring country recently. Be careful when performing missions. The registration ninja reminded. Normally, you won't encounter ninjas in this mission, because it's just escorting an ordinary person to a very ordinary place. But now Kumagakure and Konoha are at war. If the ninjas of both sides accidentally meet, they will definitely fight to the death. Thank you, I will. Minato smiled and thanked. Then Minato took Kakashi and the other 2 to find the client. You are the ninjas who will take over my mission, right? My name is Izumi Soju. I am ready to go and can leave at any time. Izumi Soju said with a smile. In that case, let's go now. Minato nodded and said, he never procrastinated on his mission. Izumi Soju did not prepare a carriage, and the 5 of them walked towards the land of hot springs together. Their formation was Minato and Obito in front, Kakashi and Nohara-rin on the left and right, and the client was protected in the middle. Captain Minato, I feel that your time-space ninjutsu is very powerful. If you put a kunao at home and put some more kunao on the battlefield, go back to rest for a while when you are tired, and then go back to catch the opponent off guard, wouldn't it be invincible? Obito said suddenly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this homecoming Minato tactic was very unsolvable. I am afraid that only the omnipotent Muyu Zainran can fight it. After listening, Minato was stunned for a moment, and felt that Obito's imagination was quite rich. Although this idea is very good, Flying Thunder God is not as convenient as you think. Minato explained with a smile. Flying Thunder God's transmission is limited by distance. If the distance is too far, I can't use Flying Thunder God. His Flying Thunder God is not infinite distance, and the farther the distance, the more chakra it consumes. The enemy will not stay there stupidly. He can go to other places during the time I leave with Flying Thunder God. There is actually a solution to this problem, which is to leave the Flying Thunder God mark directly on the enemy. But this gave rise to a new problem. It was difficult for Minato to leave the Flying Thunder God mark on a strong opponent, but he could defeat a weak opponent without leaving the mark on his body. Of course, the main reason was that the first problem could not be solved, so Minato's tactic could not be implemented. Then leave a few more kunao in the middle, and tie a few short lines together to increase the distance. After Obito finished speaking, he was somewhat impressed by his own wit, and solved the fundamental problem in one go. Obito, ninja's chakra is not infinite. Minato explained with a smile. After tossing around like this, even if he rested for an hour at home, it would be useless. He had already consumed a lot of chakra before reaching the opponent. This long-distance transmission consumes a lot of chakra. Well, it seems so. Obito found that chakra was indeed a problem. For example, he could use the characteristics of flame breathing to release ninjutsu with one-hand seal at a very fast speed. Theoretically, as long as he kept releasing ninjutsu, no one could get close to him, but chakra didn't support it. When it was night, Minato found a relatively hidden place to set up a tent and prepare to rest. They ninjas can travel day and night, but the client is an ordinary person, so he has to rest well at night. Obito took this opportunity to continue to teach Nohara-rin his mission experience. Be sure to pay attention to Kakashi's words. If Kakashi says that there will definitely be no accidents, then be careful, because accidents will happen at this time. Obito said with a serious face. No way. Nohara-rin felt that Obito's words were like a joke, but Obito's expression seemed to be true. It's just a coincidence. Kakashi couldn't hold it anymore and explained. But it was like this every time we did the mission before. It's okay once, but how can it be a coincidence for 4 times in a row? Obito retorted. Then let's put it this way. Tell me whether we will encounter ninjas in this mission. Obito continued. Kakashi's mind was spinning rapidly, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. Normally, sea-level missions will not encounter ninjas, but now it is a war period, and the registered ninjas said that Union and Unokuni appeared, so Kakashi couldn't say. Look, you are not confident yourself. Obito showed a winning smile on his face. There will be no accidents in this mission. Kakashi, who was stimulated, thought for a while and said a more likely option. Although there is Kumagakure in the land of hot water, it is a country after all, and the probability of the 2 sides meeting is still very small. The location of the commissioned mission is still in the south of the land of hot water, which is a city close to the land of fire, which further reduces the possibility of encountering the enemy. And the first 4 sea-level missions all had accidents. Kakashi felt that no matter how unlucky he was, he would not have accidents for 5 consecutive times. Really, Xiaolin, this is not a joke, you really have to be careful. Obito said solemnly. According to Kakashi's previous record, Obito felt that he would definitely encounter ninjas. Watching the 2 fighting in a strange place, Nohara-rin smiled helplessly and said, I will be careful, thank you Obito for your reminder. The first sea-level mission of Minato's class was originally created in TV, but it was fuzzy. After thinking for a long time, I couldn't figure out how to make it reasonable, so I just didn't use it. Chapter 271 Yellow Flash and Ob Combination. Until they left the land of fire, Obito and his team hadn't fought a single battle, but Obito didn't relax because according to past experience, they would only encounter enemies in foreign countries. Although Kakashi felt that he would not encounter enemies with a high probability, he was also very cautious. After all, he had encountered accidents 4 times in a row, and he was not very confident in his heart. Unlike the ninjas, because they were very safe along the way, Izumi Soju gradually relaxed his vigilance and began to talk. If you want to play in the land of hot springs, I strongly recommend you to try our country's natural hot springs, which are very comfortable. For attractions, I recommend you to go to Rose Street, where every household on the entire street grows roses. When the roses are in full bloom, the beautiful petals fly everywhere in the breeze, which is very romantic. If a street is planted with roses, it should be very romantic indeed. Nohara-rin imagined a large number of red rose petals floating in the wind, and said with a twinkle in her eyes. Obito, who was worried about Nohara-rin's injury and had been paying attention to Nohara-rin, noticed Nohara-rin's expression and secretly remembered the name of this attraction in his heart, and took Nohara-rin with him when he had the chance. Everyone stop, there is something going on. Minato opened his perception and found that there were many chakra auras nearby, one of which was extremely powerful, so he quickly reminded Kakashi and the other 2. There are many ninjas nearby, but it should be just a coincidence. Let's hide first. Minato thought for a while and then said. During the mission takes priority. They only need to deliver the client, and there is no need for additional battles. If it was just Minato, he might check to see which ninja village the ninja came from and whether it would be bad for Konoha, but he still had 3 young students on his side, and Minato didn't want to cause trouble. Although Obito didn't understand why he had to hide, he didn't disobey the order, but hid in the tree with Nohara-rin. Minato continued to sense the breath of those ninjas, but soon he found something strange. The ninjas who were not on the same route as them suddenly sped up and ran towards them. It's bad, the other side also has sensing ninjas. Minato instantly thought of the reason. He can sense the enemy, but he has no way to hide his breath, so the other side's sensing ninjas can also sense them. Kakashi, take this. Minato handed the Flying Thunder God Kunao to Kakashi. Kakashi performed best in the last bell snatching training, so Minato currently trusts Kakashi the most. You three protect the client well, don't act casually, I will deal with the enemy. Minato said with a serious face. He could sense that the chakra is very strong, and it is definitely not a simple enemy. So it's a Konoha ninja, that's just right. The fourth generation AI nodded after arriving at the location and seeing the forehead protector on Minato's head. The Iwagakure side is too useless. Even two Chouriki were suppressed by Konoha. The high-level people of Kumagakure discussed for a while and prepared to increase their efforts to deal with Konoha. My lord, be careful. This guy has strong chakra, and it seems to be the Namikaze Minato who is called the Yellow Flash by Iwagakure. It is said that he is very fast. Modem said the relevant information about Minato. In addition to being responsible for perception, he will also record the information of many ninjas. The name Namikaze Minato was collected by him some time ago. He performed well in the war between Konoha and Iwagakure. Very fast, then I want to see how fast it can be. The fourth generation AI had a calm expression. He didn't think that the so-called Yellow Flash could be faster than him. His speed had surpassed his father, the third generation Raikage. The fourth generation AI believed that he was the second fastest in the ninja world, and the first was the mist hidden in disguise as sand hidden. That's not. Obito saw the shocked expressions of the fourth generation AI and Killer Bee. He immediately recognized that they were the powerful enemies who had needed Miyu to cover their retreat. Among them was the candidate Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village. Obito. Kakashi called Obito's name and communicated with him with his eyes. Obito shut up instantly. Miyu had told them several times that they couldn't tell anyone about the encounter with the candidate Raikage during that mission. They could only say that they encountered the killed Hidden Cloud Village Jonin. It's the new combination of Hidden Cloud Village. Minato frowned slightly. This is not an easy enemy to deal with. Compared to Minato, the fourth generation AI and Killer Bee became famous earlier, because the Hidden Cloud Village and the Sand Village fought earlier, and the new combination had already become famous in the ninja world on the corpses of the famous old predecessors of the Sand Village. Although Nohara Rin was the only one who didn't know the strength of the fourth generation AI, she could understand from the atmosphere that they had encountered a strong enemy. She stared at the enemies not far away with great caution. I heard you're fast, but I don't think you're as fast as me. What do you think? The fourth generation AI said and entered the lightning chakra mode directly. His whole body was wrapped in dazzling blue lightning, as if he was wearing a lightning armor. Swish, swish, swish. Minato threw out 3 Flying Thunder God Kunao, 2 of which hit the big tree on the side, and 1 shot towards the cloud-hidden ninjas. Dang! Kiribi pulled out his short blade and easily knocked the Kunao shot by Minato to the ground. What kind of accuracy is this? 3 Kunao can be crooked like this. A cloud-hidden ninja saw this scene and complained, thinking that the yellow flash might not be very strong, and ninja tool throwing is a basic skill of ninja. I don't want to compete with you to see who is faster, but I have a good suggestion. You guys leave quickly. I don't want to waste energy outside the mission. Minato answered, without a trace of fear on his face. Although the combination is very famous, Minato is very confident in himself. He is mainly worried that Obito and his friends will be affected. Although there is no mission, there is no reason to leave when you see the enemy. After saying that, the fourth generation AI burst out with all his strength and rushed out. He burst out a large amount of chakra to activate his body, and his physical ability was greatly improved. Even his nerves were activated and his reaction ability was improved. In the eyes of others, the body of the fourth generation AI had disappeared, and only a blue light rushed towards Minato. I won't bet with Kakashi next time. This is too dangerous. Feeling the terrifying breath rushing towards him, Obito regretted letting Kakashi say that. If Miyu was there, Obito would not panic at all, and he would even be in the mood to joke with Kakashi, because Miyu could gain an advantage in the battle with the fourth generation AI and lead them to retreat successfully. Obito was not sure about Minato. He didn't know much about Minato's strength. He only knew that he was very strong, but he didn't know how strong he was. Kakashi was speechless. This was the 5th time in a row that an accident had occurred. He had encountered a tough guy like the alternate Raikage. He felt that he had encountered all the accidents that other people would hardly encounter in their lifetime in a few months. Facing the fourth generation AI who rushed up at high speed, Minato did not panic. He had a strong reaction and perception ability. Before the fourth generation AI officially attacked, Minato did not know whether he could react to the fourth generation AI's attack. After the fourth generation AI attacked, Minato knew that he could. At the moment when the fourth generation AI was about to rush up, Minato threw out a flying thunder god kunai again. This time he did not use force, but just gently threw it upwards. Stay still. See how you can withstand my ninjutsu charge. The fourth generation AI seemed to have seen Minato's body being broken into 2 sections by him. The next moment, something that the fourth generation AI did not expect happened. Whoosh! Minato used Flying Thunder God to reach the big tree on the side. The fourth generation AI only felt that Minato's figure flashed in front of him, and disappeared in front of him at a speed he could not understand, dodging his charge. The fourth generation AI's face showed an extremely surprised expression. He did not understand how Minato left at this moment, how he dodged his charge, and at this moment his heart was full of doubts. But something more confusing happened. The Namikaze Minato who had disappeared suddenly appeared above him, holding the throne Flying Thunder God Kunai, and a large amount of chakra burst out in his hand. The enhanced power stabbed towards the body of the fourth generation AI. The fourth generation noticed Minato Namikaze's attack, but the attack was too sudden and too fast, and even if he reacted, he couldn't dodge or defend. At this critical moment, Minato suddenly felt a blade carrying a powerful lightning escape stabbing at him, and immediately gave up the attack and used Flying Thunder God again to return to the tree. Brother, that guy can use kunai to move through space. Kirabe quickly told the fourth generation AI about his discovery. Just now, he saw Minato suddenly appear on the tree to avoid the impact of the fourth generation AI, and he had an idea, so he shot a thunder knife directly above the fourth generation AI. Originally, he was just guessing, but Minato's 3 movements were all around the kunai, which made Kirabe directly confirm this information. You performed very well this time. The fourth generation AI used extreme speed to return to the side of the Cloud Hidden Village team, praised Kirabe, and quickly scanned the surroundings to remember the positions of all the Flying Thunder God kunai. With his speed, he can reach this distance in an instant. The next step is to force Minato Namikaze to use Flying Thunder God again. As if he saw through the thoughts of the fourth generation AI, Minato fired 3 Flying Thunder God kunai again, increasing the number of points he can move. Seeing that Minato Namikaze was not simple, the fourth generation AI's subordinates decided not to cause trouble for the fourth generation AI and went to fight with other Konoha ninjas. Modem led 3 Kyumigakuer ninjas to rush towards Obito and his 4 companions. Before, Miyu asked Obito and his companions to use transformation techniques to hide their appearance, so Modem did not recognize Kakashi and Obito, but this did not prevent him from preparing to kill Obito and his companions to disturb Minato. It seems that there are 3 chunins for 1 jonin, which is beyond their response range. Minato sensed the chakra of the Kyumigakuer ninjas rushing towards Obito and his companions, and prepared to find an opportunity to help. With the strength of Obito and his companions, dealing with 1 jonin is already the limit. If there are 3 chunins to help, then Obito and his companions will definitely be defeated. Here, their first battle was brought up a little earlier. Let's just regard it as the butterfly effect of the protagonist. At this point in time, Killer Bee has not yet become a Jinchuriki. In addition, there is another chapter later. Chapter 272, The Second Suffering of the Raikage. Xiaolin, take the client back a little, Kakashi, and I will stop them. Seeing that there was a cloud village rushing towards them, Obito said hurriedly. Nohara Rin was the weakest among them, and Obito subconsciously assigned a safer job to her. Nohara Rin looked at Kakashi, and Kakashi nodded. It was impossible to just focus on the battle and ignore the client. Letting the weakest Nohara Rin keep an eye on the client and assist in the battle was the best choice at the moment. The opinions were unified. Nohara Rin took the somewhat frightened client back a distance, and at the same time gathered chakra to be ready for support at any time. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Obito quickly formed a seal, gathered chakra in his throat to change the nature of fire attribute chakra, and spit out a large amount of flames to form a 3-meter fireball, smashing it towards the rushing Kumagakure. Although the Great Fireball has many shortcomings, its two advantages of low consumption and high power make it a great starting skill. When the enemy's details are not clear, it is best to use the Great Fireball to make a tentative attack. Swish, swish, swish. Kakashi threw out a large number of shurikens, trying to use ninja tools to interfere with several people, making it difficult for them to dodge. The 4 people did not resist, but dispersed and used the instant body technique to avoid the Great Fireball attack. At the same time, they drew their weapons to block Kakashi's shuriken, and then continued to move forward. Such actions, the strength is not weak. Kakashi exhaled, feeling the pressure. Although he didn't have the identification technique and couldn't directly see through the enemy's chakra and ninjutsu, from the reaction of the 4 people to the attack, Kakashi knew that these people would not be simple, and there was no genin among them. However, this was also within Kakashi's expectations. After all, it was a team led by the alternate Raikage. The last time they met the alternate Raikage, only 2 Kumagakure forced them into a desperate situation. If Might Guy and Obito hadn't broken through their limits, he might not have been able to hold on until he realized his inner thoughts. Holding the white fang short blade in his hand tightly, Kakashi thought about the countermeasures in his heart. If his teammate was Might Guy, he would let Obito suppress the firepower and then rush with Might Guy. But now his teammate is Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin obviously doesn't have the suppression power like Might Guy. He can solve the enemy stably and quickly. The power of the strange force is considerable, but it also has to hit the people. Let's see their strength first. If there is no jonin among them, there will be no problem. The enemy gradually approached, and Kakashi decided to test it first. Thunder Breath, full concentration. Kakashi inhaled a large amount of oxygen into his body to strengthen his physical ability. Chakra condensed in the lower body and then quickly changed its nature to activate the cells in the legs. Then Kakashi rushed directly to Modem, who seemed to be the leader. If the leader was not a jonin, then the others were even less likely to be. Clang! Kakashi's white fang short blade and Modem's sharp sword collided with each other, making a huge metal collision sound. The speed is good, but it's still not enough for my perception. Modem burst out with power to push Kakashi out, and then a large amount of chakra condensed in his hand, turning the sharp sword in his hand into a thunder sword and stabbing Kakashi. Although he is a perception ninja, his strength is also a real jonin, but he is not outstanding among the jonin. At this time, a burning kunao stabbed, forcing Modem to give up the attack and avoid the flame kunao. Kakashi relied on with the high speed of Thunder Breath. He returned to Obito's side again and said with a serious face. The leading Kumagakure should be a jonin, and the remaining 3 Kumagakure may be 3 chunins, but there may be other jonin. Listening to Kakashi's speculation, Obito felt a headache. He had experienced the strength of the Kumagakure jonin. He had a hard time fighting with 2 Megatama and the second gate of the 8 gates, Might Guy. It's okay to have a Jonin. If he and Kakashi can't kill them together, it's okay to hold on. But if there are 3 Chunins, it will be unbearable. You can't let Nohara Rin fight those 3 Chunins alone. This is obviously not possible. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Obito tried his best to use the Great Fireball to prevent the opponent from approaching, and then kept retreating. The difference in combat power is too big. Kakashi frantically searched for a solution to the dilemma in his heart. When he thought of the Flying Thunder God Kunao in his ninja tool bag and Minato who was playing a game with the candidate for Raikage, Kakashi thought of the only way to solve the problem at present. Although it is not good to rely on others, Kakashi currently thinks that Minato is the only one who can solve this dilemma. Just then, Kakashi saw Minato who was looking over here. Minato had been waiting for an opportunity. The two looked at each other, and Kakashi decided to trust Minato. Kakashi took out the Flying Thunder God Kunao and shot it at Modem. Because it was a Kunao shot by Kakashi, Modem didn't pay much attention. He didn't notice the Flying Thunder God technique on the Kunao, and dodged sideways and continued to rush forward. Swoosh! Minato appeared behind Modem with the Flying Thunder God, stabbed Modem's body with the Flying Thunder God Kunao, and then grabbed Modem with his hand, leaving the Flying Thunder God mark on him and threw him towards the 4th generation AI. The 4th generation AI didn't expect that Kakashi still had a Flying Thunder God Kunao. He stared at Minato with a cautious face, and quickly caught Modem and pulled out the Flying Thunder God Kunao and threw it away, letting the cloud-hidden ninja heal him. For the 4th generation AI, there are 2 people he cares about in his army. The first one is Killer B. Although they are not brothers, they are better than brothers. The second one is Modem, a very rare perception talent, and he is very loyal to him. If other people die, the 4th generation AI will feel sorry and sad for them, but if Modem dies, it will not be as simple as a little regret, and he will be very angry. Don't continue to act, stay beside B honestly. The 4th generation AI said with a serious face. Yes. Modem accepted the kindness of the 4th generation AI. After severely injuring Modem with one blow, Minato continued to focus on the 4th generation AI to prevent the 4th generation AI from using extreme speed to attack Obito and others. Seeing Minato take away a Jonin, Kakashi instantly breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the White Fang short blade and slashed at the nearest Kumagakure ninja at a burst speed. Flame breathing, full concentration breathing. Obito couldn't care less about this crisis, and directly activated his 2 Megatama Sharingan, and at the same time entered the full concentration breathing state of flame breathing, pushing his strength to the peak that he could reach at present, holding a Kunao and blocking 2 Kumagakure ninjas by himself. Sharingan. Seeing Obito's eyes turn blood red, the 2 Kumagakure instantly recognized that this was the bloodline limit of the Konoha Uchiha clan, so they gave up the idea of attacking Nohara Rin, and the two worked together to deal with Obito. Obito was glad that Miyu had given them special training to dodge. With the powerful observation ability of the Sharingan and excellent positioning, even if the 2 Kumagakure ninjas used ninjutsu together, they couldn't touch the corner of his clothes. However, Obito did not have a good chance to attack. It was true that 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. Obito, who was fighting 1 against 2, could only maintain his upper hand, but could not defeat any enemy quickly. However, Obito was not in a hurry, because there was only 1 enemy on Kakashi's side. He would wait until Kakashi solved the enemy and came to help him. By then, the 2 Kumagakure would not be able to hold on for a few moves. Before Kakashi solved the enemy and came to help Obito, Nohara Rin saw that the surrounding environment was temporarily safe, so she ran towards the besieged Obito. Obito and the Kumagakure ninja noticed Nohara Rin's arrival at the same time. This Uchiha is not easy to deal with. You hold on first. I will capture his companions to threaten him. One of the Kumagakure said decisively. He felt that Nohara Rin must be very weak. If he had not used ninjutsu to help him long ago, how could he have been watching the show all the time? Without waiting for his companion to answer, the Kumagakure ninja rushed out directly. Although the other Kumagakure ninja cursed in his heart, he also knew that only in this way could there be a possibility of victory. If they continued to fight normally, their defeat was only a matter of time. Watching the Kumagakure ninja rushing straight towards Nohara Rin, Obito knew in his heart that the Kumagakure ninja must have underestimated the enemy, so he only used his peripheral vision to observe over there and concentrate on dealing with the remaining Kumagakure ninja. Originally, he was at a disadvantage in a one-on-two fight, let alone a one-on-one fight. The remaining Kumagakure ninja instantly had several blood marks on his body. Hold on! Cheer up for his teammates silently in his heart, and the departing Kumagakure ninja punched Nohara Rin's head with his fist, trying to knock Nohara Rin unconscious. Super Strength Punch. Nohara Rin concentrated a large amount of chakra on her arms and then exploded, waving her slender fist to meet the fist of the Kumagakure ninja. Since it was the first real fight, Nohara Rin was worried that the power was not enough, so she used half of her chakra in this punch. Looking at Nohara Rin's fair and slender arms, the Kumagakure ninja was extremely disdainful in his heart. This little girl whose thighs were not as thick as his arms wanted to fight with him who had been practicing physical skills for a long time. Ninja competition. Bang! A figure flew backwards at high speed and hit the tree hard, breaking it. Looking at his teammates flying backwards, the Kumagakure ninja who was fighting with Obito was dumbfounded. Is this how you catch people? His teammates were dumbfounded, and the Kumagakure who was beaten was even more confused. He couldn't believe that his strength was lost to a little girl who looked thin and thin. But the severe pain and blood on his palm reminded him that this was the fact. It was extremely difficult for him to move his fingers. He felt as if all the bones in his palm were broken. Bang! Obito seized this opportunity and kicked the remaining Kumagakure away with a Konoha whirlwind. The Kumagakure on Kakashi's side already had several exaggerated wounds with blood gushing out, and was in a very bad state. Just as the fourth generation AI continued to attack Minato, Minato used Flying Thunder God again. The fourth generation AI looked around very quickly. He had memorized all the points and could use them to attack Minato at any time. But something unexpected happened again. This time Minato actually appeared next to Killer Bee and pointed his kunai at Killer Bee's head. There shouldn't be any kunai with spells engraved there. The fourth generation AI's face became extremely ugly. Could he engrave that kind of spell on a person? The fourth generation AI thought of Modem who was injured by Minato, and a possibility suddenly came to his mind. The Flying Thunder God kunai stuck in Modem's body had been pulled out by him, and only Modem and Minato had direct contact there. Kirabe had a very fast reaction speed and decisive action. Almost instantly, he immediately pointed his knife behind him. Unlike AI who was attacking before, Killer Bee was always in a state of preparation, and his extreme reaction gave him the opportunity to counterattack. If you want to hurt both sides, come on. I'm not afraid. Killer Bee said calmly without looking back. Although he is young, Killer Bee knows the cruelty of ninjas, and he believes that his elder brother will avenge him. When the time comes, the injured Namikaze Minato will not be his elder brother's opponent. Although we are opponents, I admire you very much. Your reaction and decisiveness are enough to be called a ninja killer. Minato praised. From seeing through the Flying Thunder God's intelligence at the beginning, to the extreme reaction to his attack now, Minato believes that there must be a place for Killer Bee in the future ninja world. How about everyone stop and take a step back? We don't have a conflict of missions, and we are not fighting on the battlefield. Minato continued. He didn't intend to kill Killer Bee, because this would make the fourth generation AI fall into a rage. The fourth generation AI is too strong. If the fourth generation AI suddenly kills Obito now, it will be difficult for Minato to protect him. Before, he didn't kill Modem but injured him severely. On the one hand, it was for the next attack, and on the other hand, he didn't want to tear his face during the negotiation. He was optimistic about Kirabi's future, and also optimistic about Obito and Kakashi's future. They had really grown up, and it was still uncertain who was stronger. The fourth generation AI thought about it, and also spoke to pause the battle, asking the 3 Kumigakure ninjas to support each other and walk back, and not to attack again. Kirabi was willing to exchange his death for the injury to replace Namikaze Minato, but the 4th generation AI did not want his good brother to die like this, even if he could kill the injured Namikaze Minato afterwards. Minato and the 4th generation AI's words were like suddenly pressing the pause button. The enemy stopped attacking. Minato spoke again. Obito and the other 2 also stopped, and then stood together to protect the client. Namikaze Minato, I remember you, you are very good. The 4th generation AI said in a deep voice. Before meeting Namikaze Minato, he had never suffered from other ninjas in his life except for the loss in front of the mist ninja who also knew the lightning release chakra mode. This was the second time. I will not forget you either. Minato said seriously. He had a feeling that this would not be their last fight. Kumigakure and Konoha were at war, and with their strength, they might meet again when a war broke out. Finally, the 2 sides went their separate ways. The 4th generation AI took his men to find a place to heal their wounds, while Minato and others continued to complete the escort mission. Because of this encounter, Minato quickly withdrew Obito and others back to the Land of Fire as soon as the mission was completed to prevent encountering such a dangerous situation again. I wanted to finish writing it in one go, so it was a little late. I went to bed. Good night, everyone. Chapter 273 Teacher Chen and Mu Yu. You should have a good rest for the next 4 days. You don't need to train or do missions. After returning to Konoha, Minato told the 3 of them about the next arrangements. Minato felt that this mission was too dangerous for Obito and the others. They had just become official ninjas and encountered such a powerful enemy and experienced such a level of battle. If Obito and the others had not just joined the team not long ago, Minato would have wanted to give them a week off to rest and adjust. You've taken such a long break. Obito scratched his head and felt that the vacation was a bit too long. He was a little uncomfortable with taking a 4-day break at a stretch, because Mu Yu usually rested on the same day after completing a mission and continued training the next day. Sometimes he would take a day or 2 more if he was tired, but he had never taken a 4-day break in a row. It's normal, right? After all, we encountered that level of enemy. Kakashi felt that resting for 4 days was nothing. When he was in other teams before, he would usually rest for a few days after completing a sea level or above mission out of the village. However, Kakashi felt that resting for a few days didn't matter. If every instructor could be like Mu Yu, he felt that it would be okay if he didn't have an extra holiday. Although the pace on Mu Yu's side was relatively tight, he didn't force students to practice. Even students spontaneously went there to practice during the holidays. In short, everyone should rest in peace for the next few days. You don't have to worry about the mission. I will report it soon. Minato said with a gentle smile. The new combination appeared in the land of hot water. Minato had to report this news to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is a bad signal for Konoha, indicating that the Cloud Village may gather forces from the land of hot water to attack the border of the land of fire. Then goodbye, Minato teacher. Obito smiled and waved goodbye to Minato. Goodbye, Minato teacher. Kakashi also said goodbye. Minato teacher, you should also remember to have a good rest. Nohara-rin said with a smile. At the beginning, due to the previous impression, Obito and Kakashi always called Minato senior or captain, but in this mission, they got to know Minato again, felt Minato's concern for them, and realized the change of identity, so they called Minato teacher. I will. Minato smiled and waved goodbye and walked towards the Hokage building. 4 days of vacation, I don't know what to do in these 4 days, what are you going to do, Xiaolin? Obito asked Nohara-rin with a curious look. Today and tomorrow, I should take a rest and read some information about medical ninjutsu. In the next 2 days, I may go to Muyu teacher to ask some questions about training. According to the time, the ninja school is about to start, and Muyu teacher may not be so free in the future. Nohara-rin thought for a while and replied. Obito's eyes lit up, feeling that what Nohara-rin said made sense, but he did not plan to look for Muyu in the next 2 days, but planned to go to the South Forest to practice tomorrow. This was not the first time he had met the alternate Raikage, and Minato protected them very well, so Obito did not feel tired, both physically and mentally. If I go to Muyu teacher to practice for these 4 days, Kakashi will be even less likely to catch up with me. Obito thought to himself. Theoretically, he is destined to not win against Kakashi, and he does not want to be surpassed by Kakashi in strength. Obito, you don't want to sleep at home for 4 days, do you? Nohara-rin asked jokingly. It's not necessary to sleep for 4 days, but practice is definitely necessary. Obito did not tell his specific practice plan, but answered vaguely. Kakashi, what about you? Obito looked at Kakashi and asked. Practice. Kakashi answered concisely. Kakashi's desire to become stronger is really strong now. Whether it is Obito, Might Guy or Shisui, he wants to surpass them and defeat them in actual combat. Nohara-rin's words reminded Kakashi that they happened to be on vacation and Muyu was also free at this time. It would be best to go to Muyu to practice in these 4 days. Looking at Kakashi's crazy look of training, Obito changed his mind. He would not rest today. He would go home first and then go directly to the South Forest to practice. If Kakashi worked hard for a day and he rested for a day, the gap would be narrowed. After reaching the intersection, the 3 of them separated, and went back to their own homes. After becoming Might Guy's instructor, Teacher Chen finally understood why Might Guy had such a strong body at this age. When dealing with other disciples, Teacher Chen always taught them that they did not train enough, which led to their poor strength, and they should practice more. After seeing Might Guy's training, he told Might Guy not to overwork himself, which would damage his body. Because according to Teacher Chen's somewhat harsh standards, Might Guy's training volume has exceeded the standard by a lot. Haha, Teacher Chen, don't worry, I have always trained like this, and Teacher Muyu has helped me adjust it, so there will be no problem. Might Guy explained with a big laugh. Teacher Muyu? Who is he? This kind of intensity may not be a problem when he is young, but there will be problems after middle age. Teacher Chen said seriously. He was worried that Might Guy was deceived by someone who pretended to know something. Teacher Muyu's full name is Hanya Muyu. In my eyes, he is a ninja whose physical skills are no worse than yours. Might Guy said with pride. Although Ebisu said that Teacher Chen was the best in Konoha's physical skills, Might Guy felt that if Muyu used the 8 gates and the breathing pattern at the same time, Teacher Chen would definitely not be able to beat Muyu. Of course, because of Muyu's request, Might Guy did not say it too exaggeratedly, but just said that he felt that Muyu was no worse than Teacher Chen. Hanya Muyu, the Hanya Muyu that was in the Konoha newspaper some time ago. Teacher Chen, who had read the newspaper, had a slight impression of this name. Well, that time, Teacher Muyu led us to carry out the grain transportation mission and an accident occurred. When we arrived at the battlefield, we happened to encounter the large-scale raid launched by Iwagakuer, and then Teacher Muyu took us to support the battlefield. Might Guy nodded and said. After hearing this, Teacher Chen could basically rule out the suspicion that Muyu was a liar. After all, he was a ninja who contributed to the battle with the Jinchuriki, and this kind of strength was not possible. Let's do this, you find time to talk to Hanya Muyu, I want to talk to him, let's talk. Teacher Chen thought for a while and said. He saw that Might Guy had a respectful face when he talked about Muyu, so if he wanted to solve the problem as quickly as possible, he must find Muyu. Teacher Chen was also a little curious about what level of physical skills Mu Yu had, which made Might Guy say these words. Then I'll go to Teacher Mu Yu to ask after training. Might Guy nodded and agreed. After talking with Might Guy, Teacher Chen told Might Guy to rest more before starting to practice. So Might Guy walked to a big tree, and Shiranui Genma and Ebisu also took a rest here. What did Teacher Chen talk to you about? I saw that his expression was very serious. Shiranui Genma asked in a low voice with curiosity. Ebisu also looked at Might Guy when he heard Shiranui Genma's question. He also wanted to know. Nothing, just worried that I would be tired, so he asked me to reduce training and rest more. Might Guy answered honestly. The corners of Shiranui Genma's mouth twitched, and he felt the disparity of the world. Not long ago, he was reprimanded by Teacher Chen for not training seriously enough. In order to motivate him, Teacher Chen even demonstrated his 30 years of skills on the spot and kicked a big rock to pieces. But what Teacher Chen said does make sense. Akai, your training volume is indeed a bit exaggerated. It feels tiring to listen to it. Shiranui Genma said with a look of agreement. Now he no longer asked why Might Guy was so strong in physical training, because he saw with his own eyes that Might Guy was constantly doing various exaggerated exercises. As a disciple of Teacher Chen, physical training is naturally indispensable. After all, although Teacher Chen knows ninjutsu, physical training is his strong point. But Shiranui Genma felt that Might Guy's training was not training, but had reached the level of self-abuse. He could imagine how tired he was just by listening. Shiranui Genma felt that if it were him, he might collapse before he finished. It's okay, I don't feel anything. I have been training like this all the time. That's why I can't compare with those geniuses. I have to work harder to become a hard-working genius. Might Guy said with a bright smile and a thumbs up. A hard-working genius. Ebisu thought about it and found that it really fits Might Guy. If hard work can be considered a talent, then Might Guy is definitely one of the top talents, Ebisu thinks so. Before, he didn't understand how Might Guy, a student who was not from the ninja clan and had no powerful ninja father, became so powerful. After training with Might Guy for a few days, Ebisu had the answer in his mind. If I could work so hard in school, could I also defeat Uchiha Obito? Ebisu couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. Unfortunately, he will never know the answer, because they have graduated and become a formal genin. But fortunately, Ebisu found a new path in Might Guy. As long as he works hard enough and keeps going, he will have a day to come out. Akai, I admire you the most. You will definitely be the strongest student in our class in the future. Shiranui Genma patted Might Guy's shoulder and smiled. Because Might Guy used a powerful physical technique that he had not used in the exam, Shiranui Genma thought that Might Guy was far ahead of Obito now. Akai will definitely be very strong in the future. You should worry about yourself. Why don't you start practicing after resting for so long? Teacher Chen appeared quietly behind Shiranui Genma and said. Why is there no sound when walking? After complaining in his heart, Shiranui Genma hurriedly got up to exercise. Before Teacher Chen spoke, Ebisu also got up and started practicing. The past could not be changed, but he could work hard from now on. I don't know why the dog at home kept barking and I didn't sleep well yesterday. I'm not in good condition today, so I'm a little late. There is another chapter later. Chapter 274. A small farewell is more conducive to gold coins. Grandma, I'm back. Obito shouted impatiently as soon as he walked into the yard. Welcome home. Grandma walked to the door and smiled kindly. You must be hungry, I'll go cook for you. It was noon now, and Grandma thought Obito should not have eaten yet, so she turned to the kitchen to prepare lunch for Obito. Obito smiled and nodded, then sat down in the living room. When Obito sat on the chair in the living room, his body and mind were completely relaxed, and he even felt a little sleepy. I didn't feel tired before, why do I feel tired after sitting down to rest? Obito scratched his head and was a little puzzled. No matter how he didn't understand, sitting on the chair at home was still very comfortable, and he could sit as comfortably as he wanted. Obito, the Uchiha 8th generation came to see you yesterday and took a lot of things. He said that if you have time after completing the task and come back, you should participate in the Youth Ninja Exchange meeting of the clan. Grandma remembered what happened yesterday while cooking, so she spoke. Youth Ninja Exchange meeting, what is this? Are you getting together to chat? Obito asked. He didn't quite understand. It's almost the same, it seems there will be sparring and fighting, and there will be rewards for winning. Your father also participated in it before. Obito's grandmother recalled and said. What reward did Dad get? Obito looked at the kitchen with curiosity, he rarely heard his grandmother talk about his father. This I don't remember, but your father was very happy at that time, and told me a lot about how strong the predecessors were, how hard he tried to defeat an opponent, and so on. Grandma paused and then answered. When she recalled the past, she realized that she was really old, and even forgot so much about her own children. The time is in 2 days. If you don't want to go, don't go. Anyway, they don't know when you will complete the task. Grandma said while cooking. She knew that Obito couldn't play with ordinary people of the same tribe since he was a child. Why not go if there is a reward? Anyway, there is no registration fee. Obito replied with a smile. He was not interested in communicating with people of the same tribe, but if there was a reward, he could go and see what was going on. Eat quickly, eat a full meal to have the strength to fight. Obito's grandmother brought the prepared food to the table and said with a smile. Obito nodded quickly and prepared to eat. Obito, how are you getting along with Xylan? Have you let Xylan know your feelings? Grandma Obito asked with a smile on her face. Ahem. Obito choked on his rice and coughed twice. Grandma immediately walked to Obito and gently stroked his back to help him breathe. What's the meaning of it? Grandma, you have to know that we are only 9 years old. Obito replied with a blush. Grandma smiled but said nothing. She could see Obito's little thoughts at a glance. Grandma, you should eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. In order to prevent Grandma from saying something that would make him blush, Obito said quickly. After eating, Obito shared with Grandma what he had heard about the land of hot water from the client, and then went to the South Forest to practice. When he was about to arrive, Obito met someone he didn't want to see. You didn't sleep at home? Kakashi asked calmly. He felt a little sorry in his heart. If Obito didn't come today, he would work harder than Obito for 1 day and receive more teachings from Miyu. What sleep? Why should I sleep in broad daylight? Of course, I have to practice with teacher Miyu. Since they had already reached the South Forest, Obito said directly. Obito was glad that he didn't rest because of a little fatigue, otherwise Kakashi would work hard all day without him knowing. The two looked at each other and walked into the South Forest together. At this time, Miyu was developing water breathing, and Shisui was practicing in the normal training. Why are you here at this time? Didn't Minato take you to practice or perform tasks today? Miyu asked when he saw the two of them coming. Miyu was pretending. He knew that Obito and Kakashi followed Minato to do the mission because he saw the reward for completing the mission. Disciple Kakashi and Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commissioned mission and received a growth reward of chakra plus 700. Looking at this reward, Miyu knew that Obito and his team probably encountered an accident during the mission again. There were only 2 disciples, and he didn't have the bonus of leading the team. 700 points of chakra was already a considerable number. Is it not my problem, but Obito and Kakashi's luck is really bad. Miyu thought in his heart. He thought that he had deliberately selected so many accidents before, but he didn't expect that even if he didn't select the mission, Obito and Kakashi would still perform stably. We just came back from the mission, and Minato teacher gave us 4 days off. Obito explained. This mission was really dangerous. Kakashi's mouth seemed to have the effect of ninjutsu. Once he said there would be no accidents, there would be accidents. Obito couldn't wait to tell Miyu about their mission experience. It's just a coincidence. Kakashi emphasized. Didn't you hear the reminder from the registered ninja? There is a Kumagakure in the land of hot springs, and we just happened to run into it. I only know that there have been 5 accidents in a row. Obito said that facts speak louder than words. When Obito said this number, Kakashi was speechless. 5 accidents in a row, and even 2 of them encountered the Raikage candidate, which was indeed a bit weird. Then Obito continued to share the mission experience with Miyu, saying, Teacher Miyu, you will never guess who we met this time. Fortunately, Mr. Minato's Flying Thunder God is powerful enough, otherwise you might not see us. Obito really felt that this mission was very thrilling. He didn't see the battle between Miyu and the 4th generation AI last time, so he didn't know the specific strength of the 4th generation AI. Although Minato was in the front this time, the distance was not very far, and he could see the details of the battle between the 4th generation AI and Minato. Is it the Raikage candidate again? Miyu thought for a while and said, it was Kumagakure again, and it was powerful. The first thing he thought of was the 4th generation AI and Killer Bee. After all, the 3rd generation Raikage is not so easy to brush out, and it is usually only possible to encounter it in a very important battlefield. Teacher Miyu, you are too powerful, you can guess this. Obito looked at Miyu with a surprised face. He didn't expect Miyu to guess it so easily. Miyu smiled and replied, maybe I am lucky. Okay, let's talk after training and rest, let's train first. Miyu continued, Obito and the others must be preparing to practice in the South Forest at this time. If you want to chat, you can go to his house at night to find him. Kakashi, start practicing the breathing method. As long as you have the energy, keep your concentration. Obito, learn a new fire escape from me first, and then practice breathing after you have learned the fire escape ninjutsu. Practice the breathing method. Kakashi's top priority is to solve the reaction problem. The middle level of thunder breathing is more important to Kakashi than any other ability. There is an upper limit to the training of strengthening reaction. There is no way to fundamentally solve the problem by this kind of training. As long as the reaction problem is not solved for a day, Kakashi's thunder breathing will be restricted. Fully stimulating the speed is a gamble that the opponent cannot react to this speed. As for Obito, Miyu feels that Obito still lacks a powerful and large-scale fire escape. In order to prevent the fire from setting the forest on fire, Miyu took Obito to the river for training. Teacher Miyu, what kind of fire escape are you going to teach me? Is it the fire escape that looks like a sea-off fire? Obito asked excitedly. He still remembered Miyu's head when he first performed a sea-level mission. No, but in terms of power, this ninjutsu is not worse than that one. Miyu shook his head and said. What he wanted to teach Obito was the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, which was given to him by Danzo in the ninjutsu scroll. Miyu first explained the release principle and various key points, and then demonstrated it. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Miyu quickly formed a seal and then condensed chakra and opened her mouth to spit out a large amount of violent flames. The flames of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb are different from ordinary fire escapes. Because of the fierce fire, it can attack from many directions at the same time. Of course, ninjutsu will not be powerful for no reason. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the flames of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb are very difficult to control. If used improperly, let alone attacking the enemy from multiple directions, it would be good if you don't burn yourself. Under Miyu's control, the extremely fierce flame split into 3 flames and rushed into the river, evaporating a large amount of river water, and white mist continued to rise. Because too much water evaporated in an instant, in Obito's eyes, the surface of the river became extremely uneven for a moment. This ninjutsu is very powerful, but it consumes a lot of chakra. Don't use it like a fireball. Miyu reminded. Yeah, I know. Seeing the fierce fire of the fire dragon flame bomb, Obito's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice and answered. After demonstrating it once, Miyu carefully disassembled the fire dragon flame bomb and explained it for demonstration. He would teach different people differently. If it was Shisui, he would not explain it in too much detail, because it would be a waste of time. Shisui could learn from many things as soon as he heard them. You taught your disciple fire style, fire dragon flame bomb. Because of your disciple's gratitude, he rewarded you with a critical hit and obtained the ninjutsu water style, water prison, proficient level. It's been a while since we last met. Although Miyu didn't deliberately stir up the mood, Obito also showed off a little. The water prison is indeed a good ninjutsu. It can be used to trap the enemy, and sometimes it can also be used to protect yourself and resist attacks. When the training was over, Miyu invited all 3 disciples home for dinner. Great, I can eat teacher Miyu's food again. Obito readily agreed. Shisui and Kakashi were also happy to go and agreed directly. When Miyu was cooking in the evening, Minato and Might Guy also came to his house. Chapter 275 Inventory of the famous strong men in Konoha. Minato came first. As long as he had time, he would basically come to help Miyu with some work, not to eat for free. When Minato came in, he saw Kakashi and Obito sitting in the living room and was slightly stunned for a moment, and soon smiled and greeted them. Teacher Minato. Obito and Kakashi were not surprised to see Minato. Although this is not their home or Minato's home, they always run into each other here, without any surprises. After a simple greeting to the disciples, Minato went to the kitchen to help. A few minutes after Minato entered the house, Might Guy also came. Seeing Kakashi and others also showed a surprised expression, he smiled brightly and greeted. My dear friend, although we are not in the same team, our bond is stronger. Do you want to have a pleasant physical battle? No, it's time to eat. Kakashi refused decisively. That's a pity. Might Guy felt a little regretful. He felt that his physical skills had become stronger recently, and he wanted to prove it on Kakashi. Akai, who will be your teammates after the class division? Obito asked curiously. Shenjian and Ebisu. Might Guy glanced at Miyu who was busy in the kitchen, sat down and answered. Since he was here, Might Guy decided to ask Miyu if she was willing to meet Teacher Chen after dinner. They are not bad. Their strength is considered strong in the 4th grade, and they are also good people. Obito thought for a while and said. Well, they are reliable as companions. Might Guy raised his thumbs and laughed. If Ebisu hadn't used the confuse technique to confuse Teacher Chen at the critical moment, and Shiranui Genma hadn't spit out the senbon in time, he probably wouldn't have been able to grab the bell. After reminiscing with Might Guy for a while, Obito suddenly thought of the Uchiha exchange meeting that his grandmother mentioned, so he asked Shisui. Shisui, have you received an invitation to that Youth Ninja exchange meeting? Shisui nodded. Youth Ninja exchange meeting, what kind of activity is this? Why haven't I heard of it, and isn't Shisui still in ninja school? Kakashi asked in confusion. Kakashi felt that the words youth and ninja had nothing to do with Shisui. This is an activity within our Uchiha clan. In theory, you should be invited to become a ninja, but the clan leader thinks that Uchiha should have more contact with each other, so he also sent me an invitation. Shisui explained a little. Hearing that it was the Uchiha self, Kakashi instantly lost interest in the activities organized by Fugaku. These were things that outsiders were not allowed to watch. I heard that there seemed to be rewards for this exchange meeting. Do you know what the rewards are, Shisui? Obito asked curiously. If the rewards were ordinary, he would not go, after all, it would waste some training time. Shisui recalled what Fugaku said to him, and then replied, "If you perform well, it seems that you will have a chance to get advanced fire escape, and then ninja tools and secret medicines." Hearing about advanced fire escape, Obito instantly became energetic. Although he had just learned a powerful fire escape from Miyu, there was no such thing as too many ninjutsu, and if Miyu still didn't know it, he could still practice with Miyu, which was also a way to give back to Miyu. "Then Shisui, are you going? If you go, we will go together. I have also been invited." For the advanced fire escape, Obito decided to go and see what the exchange meeting was like. "Well, then we will go together." Shisui nodded and agreed. He was ready to go when Fugaku invited him before, but he was not going for advanced ninjutsu, but wanted to get in touch with the younger generation of Uchiha ninjas. After doing a lot of questions about Konoha's history and listening to Miyu's history, he found a problem. The Uchiha became what it is today, which has a lot to do with many Uchiha members. Not long after the village was built, the clan leader rebelled against Konoha, and later came back to make a big fuss in Konoha, and finally fought with the first generation to create a famous scenic spot in the Land of Fire, the Valley of the End. This is not the end. After Hashirama Senju died and Tobirama Senju became the second generation Hokage, Uchiha got into trouble again. Regardless of the nature of the destruction, this time was worse than the Uchiha Madara incident, because the hawks of the Uchiha clan wanted to launch a coup to usurp the position of Hokage. Therefore, Shisui wanted to observe whether there were more doves or hawks among the younger generation of Uchiha. If there were more hawks, he was worried that the coup during the second generation would happen again. When the food was almost served, Miyu called the disciples to the table to prepare for dinner. Minato said goodbye to Miyu and Obito with a lunchbox. "Minato, why don't you eat here directly? Aren't you not going to do any missions in the next few days?" Obito asked Minato in confusion as he looked at the packed food. He felt that Minato was really strange. He came to Miyu's place every day to help cook but always took it away. Minato looked thoughtful, thinking about how to explain his actions reasonably. "Pa." Miyu sent out a stream of chi and hit Obito's forehead accurately, making a crisp sound, and said, "It's not only the missions in the world that make people busy, and Minato can eat the food in the box at any time. If you don't hurry up, the delicious food will be eaten by others." After Miyu's reminder, Obito realized that Kakashi, Might Guy, and Shisui had already started eating without saying a word. Obito quickly turned on the Sharingan to enhance his insight and started eating intensively, no longer caring about Minato's eating. Minato smiled and looked at Miyu, then took Miyu's food to find Kushina. After dinner, several disciples helped Miyu clean up. Then it was time for a casual chat. Might Guy and Miyu talked about Teacher Chen. "Mr. Miyu, are you free recently? My instructor, Mr. Chen, wants to talk to you about training." "Mr. Chen, no problem. Tell him tomorrow. I'm free this week. He can choose the time to meet." Miyu thought for a while and replied. In the previous life, there was no information about Might Guy's instructor in either the animation or the comics. So after the class division results came out, Miyu used his authority in the ninja school to get it and take a look at it as soon as possible. What he didn't expect was that Might Guy's instructor would be Mr. Chen, who developed the Dragon God of Konoha. However, Miyu soon realized that this was the result of his butterfly effect. In the animation, Might Guy didn't look like a master and apprentice when facing Mr. Chen. He speculated that Might Guy's physical talent was too strong, so the class division results changed like this. This kind of physical genius definitely can't just find a senior ninja to teach. I can use this opportunity to show some of my physical skills. Miyu thought. If physical ninjas discuss training, then it is reasonable to spar with each other. If Teacher Chen uses the Konoha Dragon God, it can also pave the way for Miyu to use the Konoha Dragon God in the future. Well, I see. Might Guy nodded. So your instructor is Teacher Chen, Kai. He is indeed very suitable to be your instructor. Some information about Teacher Chen appeared in Kakashi's mind. Teacher Chen is known as the strongest physical ninja in Konoha and is proficient in various physical skills. Who is Teacher Chen? Is he strong? I have never heard of this name. Obito asked curiously after hearing Kakashi's words. He had no impression of this name. How many powerful ninjas do you know? In addition to Teacher Muyu and Teacher Minato. Kakashi glanced at Obito and said lightly. Kakashi believed that Obito was strong in single combat, and other aspects were simply hard to describe. Seeing Kakashi despise his knowledge, Obito was not convinced. He thought for a while and said, "The third Hokage, Uncle Toad, and." Obito finished the second, then he got stuck, and he couldn't think of the third name even after thinking frantically. Kakashi stroked his forehead with a speechless face and said, "You can say that you don't know any of them. The name of the third generation is Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya is not called Toad." Tsunade. Obito suddenly thought of a name. This is the ninja that Nohara Rin admires. Like Jiraiya, he is one of the three ninjas. You know one, and then what? Kakashi asked calmly. Obito scratched his hair and couldn't think of any other strong people worth mentioning, so he said unconvincedly, "Then how many can you name, and you are not allowed to say what I said." Shimura Danzo, the village's Hokage assistant, is the disciple of the second generation Hokage and is very powerful. Orochimaru, the disciple of the third generation Hokage, is one of the three ninjas like Jiraiya. Kakashi listed many powerful Konoha Jonin. As expected of a close friend, you know so much. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. He was about the same as Obito in this regard. So how strong is that Teacher Chen? Realizing that he was completely at a disadvantage, Obito could only turn the topic back to the strength of Teacher Chen. I heard Ebisu say that he was the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha, but I feel that Teacher Muyu's taijutsu should not be inferior to Teacher Chen. Might Guy said honestly. He is a relatively knowledgeable person. He once witnessed the battle between Might Guy and Muyu. In that battle, neither side used their full strength. Might Guy did not use 7 gates, and Muyu only opened 2 gates and fully concentrated on breathing, but it also gave Might Guy enough shock at that time. Teacher Muyu, can you beat that Teacher Chen with only taijutsu? The straightforward Obito chose to ask Muyu directly. Teacher Chen's taijutsu is very strong, but I shouldn't lose. Muyu replied with a smile. That means you will definitely win. Obito translated Muyu's words into his own words. Pa! Muyu knocked Obito on the head. Obito laughed twice and felt that what he said was correct. Other disciples also felt that Muyu had the ability to do it. Especially Might Guy, he practiced the 8 gates and rock breathing at the same time, and knew how terrifying the power of these 2 forbidden techniques could be when used together. He has only practiced for a year and has such strength, and how strong Muyu, who has practiced for who knows how long, should be. There is another chapter later. Chapter 276 Battles are rewarded, and efforts are made for advanced fire escapes. The past always makes people feel beautiful and nostalgic. I really miss the life of the ninja school. When Shiranui Genjian was soaked in sweat and sat under a tree to rest, he couldn't help but sigh. When he was in school before, he always wanted to graduate quickly and yearned for the ninja life after graduation, but after graduation, Shiranui Genjian missed the school days again. At that time, there was not so much training, and the teachers in the ninja school were not as strict as Teacher Chen. If you stayed up late at night, you could use unimportant theory classes to make up for your sleep. He thought about it carefully and found that he had always been so contradictory. He looked forward to the holiday when he went to school, and looked forward to the start of school not long after the holiday, and wanted the holiday not long after the start of school. If I really go back to the ninja school, I might miss the time when I was a ninja again. Shiranui Genma complained to himself in his heart. I don't miss it at all. It's over. Ebisu expressed his opinion. Haha, that's because your true nature was exposed in the 4th grade. Shiranui Genma laughed at his good brother loudly. Ebisu's face darkened. This was not his true nature exposed, but he clearly met 2 enemies of his life. Seeing that his good brother looked like he was going to chop someone, Shiranui Genma laughed and prepared to run away. You two should rest and be quiet, recover your strength and continue training. You are all from the ninja school. If your physical skills can reach half of a kai's, I can concentrate on teaching you ninjutsu. Teacher Chen appeared from behind the 2 and pinched their shoulders and said. Shiranui Genjian took a breath and nodded quickly. Ebisu also sat down honestly, preparing to seize the time to continue training after resting. He recognized Teacher Chen's level and could really feel that his physical skills were improving. Teacher Chen, we don't seem to have done a mission yet. Do you have any arrangements in this regard? Shiranui Genjian asked doubtfully. Although he didn't want to do those miscellaneous tasks, he was worried that not doing a task would result in not being able to accept higher-level tasks. Moreover, as a ninja, he had to make money by himself and couldn't always ask his family for it. The reason why he asked now was because Shiranui Genjian felt that a powerful ninja like Teacher Chen must have his own ideas and arrangements. Oh, you still have to do some missions, I forgot. Teacher Chen touched his chin and showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. When he was young, he had done enough missions to save a lot of money. Now he basically does not do missions unless the Hokage arranges it. In addition, Might Guy is so outstanding. Teacher Chen is determined to let Might Guy train properly and become stronger, so he simply forgot about the mission. Ninjas must do missions. If they don't do any missions, Teacher Chen can't even recommend them to participate in the Chunin exam. Shiranui Genma. He thought of many possibilities, but he didn't think that Teacher Chen actually forgot. Looking at Shiranui Genma's desperate expression, Teacher Chen coughed twice and changed his words. Just now I was joking, how could I forget? I have already arranged it. I just want you to spend more time training to improve your strength in the early stage. There is no point in doing too many D-level tasks. Shiranui Xianjian looked at Teacher Chen with a suspicious look. He thought Teacher Chen's expression was more natural when he said he forgot. Teacher Chen calmly took out the book with the cover of Qingliang Big Sister and started reading. Shiranui Xianjian silently shifted his gaze. When Might Guy was tired and began to rest, he told Teacher Chen Muyu's answer. Then let's meet tomorrow at this training ground after 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Teacher Chen thought about it and decided on the time and place. Might Guy nodded and wrote down what Teacher Chen said. He planned to tell Muyu in the evening and that he could have another meal. Yesterday's fried rice was really delicious. On the morning of the exchange meeting, Obito and Shisui met at the agreed place and went to the exchange meeting together. The exchange meeting was held in the Uchiha clan's land, in a large courtyard. Chatting can be done in the house, while competitions can be done in the open space in the courtyard. When Obito and Shisui arrived, the room was already seated. There were many Uchiha ninjas wearing ninja forehead protectors. Shisui glanced casually and found that he was the only one without a forehead protector. The Uchiha here were indeed very young, all in their teens. Shisui also saw Uchiha Tetsuka, the only Uchiha who was not much older than them. Uchiha Tetsuka was chatting with his senior Uchiha Inahiro, who had become a member of the police department. Noticing Shisui's gaze, Uchiha Tetsuka smiled and turned back to greet Shisui. Who is he? He looks younger than you, and he doesn't wear a forehead protector. Uchiha Inahiro asked curiously. You mean Shisui? He is only a quasi-second-year student in the ninja school. Of course, he doesn't have a forehead protector. Uchiha Tetsuka explained. But brother Inahiro, don't look at Shisui's young age. He is stronger than me. You may not know that you have been busy with missions and police department affairs in recent years. He is the latest genius of our Uchiha. When Uchiha Taihuo said that Shisui was stronger than him, there was no reluctance on his face, only admiration. He could really feel the difference between geniuses and ordinary people in Shisui. The efficiency of cultivation was too different. It was useless to cultivate for 2 more years. He was surpassed all of a sudden. Uchiha Taihuo was a very normal Uchiha. Under the concept of respecting the strong, Uchiha Taihuo never regarded Shisui as a brother of the same clan, but always regarded Shisui as the boss. Oh, then I would like to meet him, but he has surpassed you just after the 1st grade. Uchiha Inahiro became interested in Shisui. He knew Uchiha Taihuo's strength, and he could be called a little genius. To be praised by Uchiha Taihuo like this, his strength must be extraordinary. Who is next to him? He looks strange. Uchiha Inahiro noticed Obito, who was looking around with curiosity. That's Uchiha Obito, who graduated this year like me. Uchiha Taihuo replied with a complicated expression. Uchiha Obito, I remember that there was someone called the last one of Uchiha. Is it him? Some related memories appeared in Uchiha Taihuo's mind. Yes, he used to have poor grades, but he is no longer the last one. In the 4th grade, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. With his current strength, he can probably become a Chunin directly, even if he directly participates in the Chunin exam. After saying this, Uchiha Taihuo couldn't help but recall the strength shown by Might Guy and Obito in the practical exam in the 3rd semester. He was sure that he would be crushed if he faced any of the two. That's also an excellent Uchiha. Uchiha Inahiro nodded and said, no matter how he performed before, as long as he can become stronger, he is an excellent Uchiha. So Uchiha Inahiro walked towards Shisui and Obito, wanting to get to know them. Hello, my name is Uchiha Inahiro. I have heard about your deeds at Taihuo's place. You are all geniuses of Uchiha. Uchiha Inahiro walked to Obito and Shisui and said. Hello, Senior Inahiro. I dare not say I am a genius, but I am just a little ahead of my peers for the time being. Shisui said modestly. Hello, I am Uchiha Obito. Obito stopped looking around and responded after hearing the voice. If being able to defeat Taihuo at this age is not considered a genius, then there may not be many geniuses in Uchiha. There is no need to be like those hypocritical people. We Uchiha all speak with strength. Strong is strong. Uchiha Inahiro said with a smile. Uchiha Taihuo, who followed, nodded in agreement. If Shisui is not a genius, then he really can't think of anyone else in Uchiha who can be considered a genius. Uchiha Inahiro's words attracted the attention of some other Uchiha. They were a little surprised to find that it was Uchiha Inahiro who was praising others. Uchiha Inahiro was also a relatively famous one among the new generation of Uchiha. He graduated at the age of 10, became a Chunin at the age of 12, and entered the police department at the age of 13 this year. If you have any questions about training, you can ask me. If you want to exercise your actual combat ability, I can also guide you during the battle time. Don't think it will bother me. Just treat it as a warm-up before challenging the seniors. Uchiha Inahiro said with a smile. Very good, the exchange meeting is to guide the younger generation and challenge the seniors. Uchiha Yashiro, who came over after listening to Uchiha Inahiro's words, showed a gratified expression. That's right. Uchiha Fugaku, who was in parallel with Uchiha 8th, nodded and said affirmatively. Patriarch Fugaku. 8th. Elder. The young Uchiha on the field greeted the two Uchiha high-ranking officials when they saw them coming. They were not young ninjas, of course. They came as organizers and battle judges. They commented on the Uchiha's battles. If there was an excellent Uchiha that satisfied them, they would be rewarded. Shisui, keep up the good work. Fugaku patted Shisui on the shoulder to encourage him, and then walked to the front of everyone to give a speech. Fugaku's simple words were really just 2 sentences. He spoke for a minute and then announced the official start of the exchange meeting. This is better than some teachers in the ninja school. Obito thought of the teachers who used to talk for half an hour and complained. Do you two have any questions for me? Uchiha Inahiro asked the two. If Obito and the others were fine, he would go to find a Uchiha who was older than him to communicate. I heard that the exchange meeting might reward advanced fire escape. How can I get it? Obito asked directly. Hearing that Obito's goal was to be rewarded with advanced fire escape, Uchiha Inahiro smiled and said in a joking tone. If you can defeat me in battle, then the Fugaku clan leader will definitely reward you with advanced fire escape. Obito has determined his goal. After recuperating for a few days, I feel that I have regained some energy. I will try to update tomorrow. Chapter 277 The Surprised Uchiha People. Then I want to challenge you. Obito challenged Uchiha Inahiro. He was worrying about how to get the reward, and after hearing Uchiha Inahiro's words, his mind became clear instantly. I accept your challenge. Uchiha Inahiro looked at Obito with admiration. He was very proud of the fact that he dared to challenge a stronger person. Just fight freely later, don't worry about anything else. Uchiha Inahiro continued. Although Uchiha Taihuo said that Obito had the strength to pass the Chunin exam, Uchiha Inahiro did not think that the 9-year-old Obito could hurt him. First, he passed the Chunin exam last year, and second, he felt that Uchiha Taihuo had just graduated and didn't know the difficulty of the Chunin exam. Fight freely, that's good. Obito nodded and agreed, thinking that Uchiha Inahiro was a battle maniac like Might Guy. Taihuo, come and help us referee. Uchiha Inahiro said to Uchiha Taihuo beside him. The Uchiha didn't prepare a special referee, usually they would find a friend or simply not have a referee. No problem. Uchiha Taihuo nodded. After Uchiha Inahiro and Obito finished fighting, he also wanted to be instructed by Uchiha Inahiro. Then several people went to the open space in the courtyard together. There was a small pavilion nearby. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yashiro went to the pavilion to drink tea after they finished talking. Because it was the beginning, no one in the courtyard was fighting yet, and Obito and Uchiha Inahiro were the first to fight. I'll count down to 5 and then we'll start the fight. 5, 4. Uchiha Taihuo said after Obito and Uchiha Inahim took their fighting stances. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yashiro, who were drinking tea, noticed Obito and the others preparing to fight. This Uchiha Obito is a good seedling. He has good talent and dares to challenge. Uchiha Yashiro nodded as he watched this scene. He was quite optimistic about Obito. He felt that among the Uchiha of similar age to Obito, Obito was second except for Shisui who was more talented. Well, Inahim is not bad either. Although he is not very old, he is very steady when doing the work of the police department. Uchiha Fugaku put down his teacup and nodded. 2, 1, the battle begins. Uchiha Taihuo counted down and retreated quickly. When he shouted start, he was already next to the house, and then looked at the open space seriously to watch the battle. Uchiha Taihuo felt that Uchiha Inahim would win in the end, but it would not be an easy win. He would have to go through a hard battle. The voice of Uchiha Taihuo attracted the Uchiha who were communicating in the house. Someone is fighting so soon, let's see who it is. He dares to stand out in the first game, so his strength should not be bad. Some Uchiha came out curiously to watch the battle. It turned out to be an Auri, that's not surprising, but who is the person opposite him? I don't think I have seen him, and he doesn't look very old. An Uchiha asked curiously when he saw Obito. I don't know, I don't have any impression. Everyone around shook their heads. It should be a junior who is not good at communication, so he rarely shows up. This battle should be a coaching battle. So several Uchiha went back to the house to continue chatting, thinking that this kind of battle was meaningless. After Uchiha Taihuo finished the countdown, Obito immediately changed his breathing rhythm and entered the state of breathing of fire, while carefully observing Uchiha Inauri. It's not moving at all. What kind of tactics is this? Looking at Uchiha Inari who has been motionless, Obito wondered in his heart. In various battles at school, or in the enemies encountered during missions, he had never seen an opponent who stood still, and his whole body was full of flaws. Obito was a little confused about what Uchiha Inahim was trying to do. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal to condense the chakra in his throat and then changed its nature and spit it out a lot of flames. The flames piled together and eventually formed a huge orange-red fireball of nearly 4 meters, which looked very powerful. Because he didn't know the information about Uchiha Inahiro, and his tactics were so weird, Obito chose the universal starting ninjutsu, the Great Fireball. He has mastered the Great Fireball at this age. Looking at the huge fireball that was thrown at him, Uchiha Inahiro showed a surprised expression on his face. His Great Fireball was about this level when he used it with all his strength. You know, Obito is only 9 years old this year, and he is already 13 years old. It seems that he should be a ninjutsu genius. Uchiha Inahiro thought in his heart. He decided to focus on physical skills. There is really nothing to point out about this fire escape. He can use this kind of great fireball at this age. Does anyone know his information and can have such a proficiency in the great fireball at this age? Uchiha Inahiro is not the only one who thinks that Obito's great fireball is powerful. Some people even suspect that Obito is already 12 or 13 years old, but he is just shorter. His name is Uchiha Obito, he is the same age as me, 9 years old this year. Uchiha Taihuo came out to correct. Uchiha Obito? I have heard of this name. Isn't it rumored that he is the last one in Uchiha? An Uchiha ninja who was 3 years older than Obito had some information in his mind when he heard this name. The year he was about to graduate, he heard that there was a Uchiha Obito in the lower grade who had poor grades and was called the last one in Uchiha. Although they were of the same clan, he did not have the idea of standing up for Obito. In his mind, he deserved the title of last one because of his poor strength. Tail? You call a 9-year-old who uses such a powerful fireball a tail? Uchiha Taihuo felt very complicated when listening to their words. Who could have thought that Obito would suddenly explode in the school year of graduation and become a favorable competitor for the first place in the grade from the bottom? He also understood that these Uchiha didn't know about Obito. After all, who would care about school affairs after graduation, and Obito seemed to have no other Uchiha friends except Shisui, and he played with people from other clans. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Inahim also quickly formed a seal to gather a large amount of chakra and spit out a great fireball that was almost as big as Obito. Boom! The two huge great fireballs collided with each other and exploded violently. The raging flames turned the ground near the collision black, and the loud explosion attracted all the Uchiha in the house. This Uchiha Obito is not only good, he should have a strong talent in fire style. Uchiha Fugaku said with a surprised expression. He originally wanted to see Shisui's performance, but Obito gave him a surprise. Indeed, this talent is rare even among us Uchiha. Uchiha Yashiro agreed. He couldn't use this kind of great fireball when he was 9 years old. Uchiha Fugaku decided to give Obito a B-level fire-style ninjutsu as a reward after the exchange meeting. After counteracting Obito's great fireball with a great fireball, Uchiha Inahim took the initiative to attack Obito. According to his judgment, physical skills should be Obito's weak point. Obito is only 9 years old. It must have taken a lot of time to practice such excellent ninjutsu, so he has no time to practice physical skills. The speed is a bit slow. What tactics are you doing? Obito thought that Uchiha Inahim might be showing weakness to the enemy. Because Uchiha Inahim looked like a senior instructing a junior before, Obito thought that Uchiha Inahim would be very strong, and at present, Uchiha Inahim's speed is only about the same as his normal breathing. Flame breathing, concentrate on breathing. Obito concentrated his breathing and improved his physical ability again. If he couldn't figure it out, he didn't think about it anymore. He just went all out and responded accordingly. Whoosh! Obito concentrated his chakra on his feet and rushed towards Uchiha Inahim at a very fast speed, then kicked out a whirlwind kick at a very fast speed. Obito also learned a little bit of the whirlwind series of physical skills, and he was quite proficient in it because he often fought with Might Guy. What a fast speed! Uchiha Inahiro felt Obito's figure flash and immediately appeared beside him. Bang! Uchiha Inahiro, who had no time to react, was kicked 4 meters away and fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, Uchiha Inahiro was extremely confused, and his mind was full of who I was, where I was, and what I should do. With such a high level of proficiency in ninjutsu and such strong physical skills, did he start practicing as soon as he was born? Uchiha Inahiro was extremely depressed. Not only Uchiha Inahiro was confused, but Obito was also confused. My physical skills and breathing methods haven't made much progress recently, why did I fall down? Looking at Uchiha Inahiro 4 meters away, Obito scratched his head and thought. The Uchiha watching was even more surprised. Although Obito and the others didn't know him, Uchiha Inahiro and the others were familiar with him. Uchiha Inahiro has been attending the exchange meeting since he became a genin. He has never missed it every year, and he will challenge Uchiha who is older than him at the exchange meeting. He is considered a famous young master of the Uchiha younger generation. When did such a genius appear in the clan? He looks no more than 10 years old, but Inahiro was defeated so easily. It seems to be called Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, isn't that? It started with the noise caused by the collision and explosion of ninjutsu. As more people discussed, the noise became louder. Finally, all the Uchiha in the room came out. In the end, they successfully remembered the name Uchiha Obito and marked him as a genius. His strength is even stronger than Inahiro's. Has he improved again? Seeing the result of the physical battle between the two, Uchiha Shiha Taihuo found it hard to accept. You know, Uchiha Inahiro is the ninja he strives for and admires. Maybe brother Inahiro was careless, after all, it was his first time to fight with Obito. Uchiha Taihuo comforted himself, and then continued to look at the battle. At this time, Uchiha Inahiro stood up again. Uchiha Inahiro and Uchiha Taihuo had similar ideas. He admitted that Obito's physical skills were indeed strong, but he was knocked down so easily because he underestimated his enemy. You can't treat him as a junior anymore. You have to treat him as a ninja of the same level. Uchiha Inahiro took a deep breath and showed a cautious expression. Uchiha Inahiro regarded Obito as an opponent of the same level, and Obito thought about it after 2 rounds of duels and concluded that Uchiha Inahiro's strength was much worse than his. Those were not tactics before, they were just pure rookies. After figuring this out, Obito directly rushed up with the bonus provided by full concentration breathing and started a close combat with Uchiha Inahiro. This time, Uchiha Inahiro was extremely serious and careful, but these could not make up for the gap between him and Obito in strength. With a bang, he was knocked down by Obito again. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Uchiha Inahiro, who found that he really couldn't compete with physical skills, switched to ninjutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Claw Red. The fireball with shuriken was more powerful than ordinary Phoenix Fire. Uchiha Inahiro's Phoenix Fire was offset, and he was also scratched by the high-temperature shuriken. He actually mastered this technique. Uchiha Inahiro found that he still underestimated Obito. It was not that his physical skills were better than his, but that his ninjutsu and physical skills were better than his. Obito seized this opportunity to knock Uchiha Inahiro down and press him under him, and directly pressed the kunai against Uchiha Inahiro's neck. Is this the way I win? Obito asked with a relaxed look. He felt that this high-level fire escape was quite easy. Uchiha Inahiro didn't even have a Sharingan. He was wondering what he would do if Uchiha Inahiro used the Sharingan. Uchiha Obito won. Uchiha Taihuo finally announced the result of the battle. His expression was hard to describe at this time. He was surprised, sad and puzzled. Uchiha Inahiro, who was lying on the ground, was also in a very complicated mood. At first, he came to guide the younger generation, but he was severely taught a lesson by the younger generation. "Are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" Obito asked Uchiha Inahiro with a concerned look. He had a good impression of Uchiha Inahiro. He easily helped him obtain a high-level fire escape ninjutsu. Uchiha Inahiro grabbed Obito's hand and stood up and replied, "Don't bother so much. It's just a broken skin. I'll just take a rest." After that, Uchiha Inahiro walked into the house. He needed to be quiet. "Brother Inahina." Uchiha Taihuo patted Uchiha Inahina's shoulder. He understood this feeling too well. He was defeated by Obito before, amid the incredulous expressions of his classmates. Obito's battle was beyond the expectations of most people. Except for Shisui, no one thought he could defeat Uchiha Inahina. "I didn't expect that he was so good at physical skills in addition to ninjutsu," Uchiha Yasadero exclaimed. He originally wanted Obito to become the next Uchiha Inahina, but Obito now has the strength to surpass Uchiha Inahina. You can allocate more resources to Uchiha Obito and cultivate a sense of family identity at the same time. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while and said. Uchiha Fugaku is very optimistic about Obito now, because he didn't have Obito's current strength when he was 9 years old. Uchiha Yasadero nodded. A genius like Obito must be cultivated vigorously. He will be a reliable fighting force in 10 years. Because of the defeat of Uchiha Inahiro, some Uchiha came forward to communicate with Obito with curiosity, but they all asked Obito questions about training. Obito answered all the questions he could, and met many young ninjas of the Uchiha clan in the process. It was very strange today. It was fine in the morning and at noon, but after 5 p.m., I had a slight headache, which made me write very slowly and without passion. If there are any mistakes or bad places, you can leave a message in the chapter. I will correct them when I see them. My mind still feels fuzzy now. There will be more later. I will try to write another chapter. Chapter 278 Uchiha Shisui, the genius among geniuses. Seeing that there are so many Uchiha who actively communicate with Obito, Shisui decided to fight and attract more people to communicate with him. Uchiha is still the strong one after all. When you are strong enough, as long as you don't do anything to betray the family, everyone will respect you. If you want to prove your strength, you naturally have to choose an opponent who is not weak. Shisui directly ignored the Uchiha without a Chunin vest, and then found an Uchiha ninja who looked about 14 years old. "Hello, senior, I am Uchiha Shisui, I want to challenge you." Shisui stepped forward and said. It might be a bit abrupt in other places, but this is an exchange meeting of the Uchiha clan, and it is supposed to be like this. Uchiha Shisui. The Uchiha Chunin showed a thoughtful look, and soon thought that this was the Uchiha genius who had appeared in the clan before. Civilians can only get in touch with ninja knowledge, refine chakra, and various basic ninjutsu by going to ninja school, but people of the ninja clan are different. They will study in the clan before going to school. Different ninja clans teach different things. For example, those esoteric clans teach esoteric techniques, while Uchiha clans teach basic chakra knowledge and great fireballs. Generally, they start learning at the age of 4 or 5. During this learning process, Shisui learned the great fireball technique at a very fast speed, so the name of genius was known by many Uchiha clans. So you are the little genius of the clan. Hello, I am Uchiha Chihiro. I accept your challenge. Uchiha Chihiro thought about it and agreed to Shisui's challenge. Originally, he already had a target to fight, but he thought that fighting Shisui would not take too much energy and time, so he agreed. In his opinion, although Shisui is a genius, his strength will not be too high, because Shisui has been training for too short a time and has not graduated from the ninja school. It is not easy for him, a chunin, to deal with students who have not graduated. Yuxian, please be the referee between the two of us. Uchiha Chihiro said to his friend Uchiha Yoshisuke next to him. Seeing that Uchiha Chihiro agreed, Shisui walked towards the open space and prepared for the battle. Chihu, aren't you going to fight Yasushi? Uchiha Yoshiaki asked in confusion. They were just talking about Uchiha Yasushi's intelligence. It doesn't matter. Just fight him and then challenge Yasushi. After all, he is a junior who hasn't graduated from the ninja school yet. Uchiha Chihu replied with a smile. Inahim was just defeated by Uchiha Obito who just graduated. Don't be careless. You can't use common sense to infer the strength of these geniuses. Uchiha Yoshiaki said. He felt that Uchiha Chihu might be in trouble. It's different. Uchiha Obito has practiced for a few more years than Shisui. How strong can a ninja school student be no matter how talented he is? Uchiha Chihu shook his head and said. If Shisui was 2 years older, he would be cautious. Shisui's age is too confusing. The Uchiha were still discussing the battle between Obito and Uchiha Inahim just now, so the second battle has not yet taken place. The venue is still empty. Shisui and Uchiha Chihu can fight directly. Found that there were people fighting again, and the age gap seemed to be bigger than the previous group, many Uchiha became interested. It's that Uchiha Shisui, I heard he's a genius, I wonder what kind of performance he will have. Shisui's popularity among Uchiha is better than Obito, and many Uchiha can recognize Shisui. Didn't he just go to ninja school last year? No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to have the strength to defeat a chunin this year. Although Shisui's name as a genius is circulated among the Uchiha clan, more Uchiha are optimistic about Uchiha Chihiro, who is already a chunin. Fugaku, what do you think of this battle? Uchiha Yashiro looked at Uchiha Fugaku curiously. In his heart, he was more inclined to Uchiha Chihiro, who had already become a chunin. Although Shisui was a genius, his training time was really too short. It's hard to say. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and did not specifically answer Uchiha Yashiro's question. Because he really didn't know how strong Shisui was now. After all, he didn't install a camera on Shisui and he had never been to the ninja school to watch the actual combat exam. After answering Uchiha Yashiro's question, Fugaku looked at the battle space. He specifically called Shisui over just to see how strong Shisui was. The battle begins. Uchiha Yoshiaki shouted as he evacuated after seeing the two of them ready. Shisui directly entered the state of breathing fire and rushed up. After Uchiha Chihu found that Shisui's speed was not simple, he put away some of his contempt in his heart and started a close fight with Shisui. Both sides kept colliding with fists and feet, and they seemed to be evenly matched, but if you look closely, you will find that Uchiha Chihu's attacks were basically blocked by Shisui, while Uchiha Chihu failed to block all of Shisui's attacks. He is not my opponent in physical skills. Shisui came to the answer in his heart. He hadn't even entered the full concentration breathing yet. How can he have such speed and strength? Uchiha Chihu was a little puzzled. Physical skills should take the most time to produce results. It won't be the same as the last battle, Shisui's genius is too exaggerated. An Uchiha saw Shisui actually suppress Uchiha Chihiro, who was a chunin, in physical skills and opened his mouth in shock. Is Shisui so strong? Uchiha Taihuo was extremely shocked. He knew that Shisui was stronger than him, but he didn't know that he was so much stronger. He could suppress chunin. You know, Shisui is not even 7 years old now. And Uchiha Taihuo remembered that Shisui's ninjutsu seemed to be better than physical skills. If physical skills were like this, wouldn't his ninjutsu be even more exaggerated? Uchiha Chihiro was not stubborn. He retreated quickly and threw out a shuriken and continued to retreat to form seals and use ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Chihiro condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat and spit out flames. The endless flames finally formed a large fireball nearly 3 meters high and smashed towards Shisui. At first, he was thinking about saving his energy and chakra to challenge another opponent, but now he just wanted to win this battle. Breathing of flames, concentrate on breathing. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui silently concentrated his breathing to the limit and then used the great fireball technique with the breathing method. Soon, a great fireball more than 4 meters high formed in front of Shisui and then smashed towards Uchiha Chihiro. Boom! When the two great fireballs met, the fierce flames made the faces of the Uchiha watching have a shadow of flames. When the same ninjutsu is used by different people and collides with each other, the stronger user will definitely win. Shisui's fireball is better. After destroying Uchiha Chihiro's fireball, he continued to hit Uchiha Chihiro. Uchiha Chihiro's face darkened when he saw that his powerful fireball was still no match. He felt that he had practiced in vain for so many years. Ninjutsu and physical skills were not as good as Shisui, a student who had not graduated. This powerful fireball is stronger than Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Inahiro's. How did he practice it? The Uchiha who watched the ninjutsu duel were even more shocked. Except for some physical skills with large-scale destructive power, the pressure of physical skills can only be felt in battle, but ninjutsu is different. Such a large fireball looks very powerful. As expected, Uchiha Taihuo sighed in his heart when he saw Shisui's powerful fireball. Not only those young Uchiha, even Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yashiro, the two Uchiha high level, showed extremely surprised expressions after seeing the strength displayed by Shisui. If I remember correctly, Shisui has just finished the first grade of the ninja school, and he is not even 7 years old yet. Uchiha Yashiro said with surprise as he looked at Uchiha Shisui who was beating Uchiha Chihiro. He had already tried his best to overestimate Shisui's strength in his heart, but in the end he found that he still underestimated Shisui. The strength shown by Shisui really made the elder Uchiha ashamed. At this age, he was still a long way from being a formal genin. Shisui's talent may even surpass senior Kagami. Uchiha Fugaku was not much better than Uchiha Yashiro, and his face was full of uncontrollable surprise and joy. He knew Shisui was a genius, but he didn't expect Shisui's genius to be so exaggerated that he could defeat a Chunin at this age. If he continues to grow like this, and he is the descendant of senior Kagami, he may really have a chance to become Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help thinking in his heart. Becoming Hokage is the dream of most ninjas in Konoha, and so is Uchiha, who is even more eager than ordinary ninjas. It is the same for both dovish and hawkish Uchiha, but dovish ones believe that as long as they continue to develop, there will be an Uchiha Hokage sooner or later, while hawkish ones believe that they have to use tough means to get the position of Hokage. Now Uchiha Fugaku really feels that the Uchiha clan is going to prosper again. Two geniuses, Shisui and Obito, have appeared at once, and Shisui is the genius among geniuses. Having lost the ninjutsu duel, Uchiha Chihiro could only try his best to dodge the incoming fireballs. But Shisui didn't give any chance at all, showing his extremely fast instant body technique to seize Uchiha Chihiro's flaw and knocked Uchiha Chihiro to the ground in one fell swoop, while using Kunao to resist Uchiha Chihiro's body. Uchiha Shisui wins. Uchiha Yoshiaki saw this and could only helplessly announce the failure of his friend. "Senior, thank you," Shisui said modestly, and then pulled Uchiha Chihiro up. "I didn't let you. You are the most talented person I have ever seen." Uchiha Chihiro couldn't help but praise. He didn't expect to lose this battle, but he lost with conviction. Shisui defeated him with his hard power. "I told you to be careful. These geniuses are always good at creating the impossible." Uchiha Yoshiaki patted his friend's shoulder and said helplessly. Uchiha Chihiro didn't say anything. He felt that even if he had to do it again, he would still make the same choice. Who would have thought that a ninja school student had such strength? How did he bear not to graduate early? Today's score is 7k, 1k more than yesterday. I wanted to score 10,000 a day, but my condition was too bad. Chapter 279 Is Obito a training maniac? Shisui's performance shocked the Uchiha present. Hearing others say that Shisui is a genius who learns ninjutsu quickly and seeing Shisui defeat a Chunin before he was 7 years old are not the same level of impact. In Uchiha, not just anyone can be called a genius, because there are too many excellent ninjas, so the outside world has the impression that at least Uchiha has no poor grades, so the mediocre Obito is called the last one in Uchiha. The strength shown by Shisui made all the Uchiha present think that Shisui is a genius among geniuses. Shisui, why haven't you graduated yet when you are so strong? The teachers in the school can no longer teach you useful knowledge. Uchiha Chihiro asked this question that he was extremely puzzled about. If Shisui was a genin, he would be more vigilant because of Obito's battle. Other Uchiha heard what Uchiha Chihiro said and looked at Shisui curiously. They were also curious about why Shisui, who had such strength, stayed in the ninja school to study. If you graduate early, you can control your time more freely, and you can also join the police department to contribute to the family. Uchiha Chihiro talked about the benefits of graduating and becoming a ninja. He really felt that Shisui's current strength was a waste of time in the ninja school. I think there is still some knowledge I need to learn in school. After all, I am only in the first year, and fighting is not all about ninjas. Shisui thought for a while and replied. He had planned to graduate directly from the first year, but changed his mind after asking Miyu for her opinion. What's the point of learning those theoretical knowledge? Strength is the most important thing. If you can have the power of the ninja god Senju Hashirama, you can become a Hokage even if you don't have any knowledge. Uchiha Chihiro advised with a look of heartache. He really couldn't bear to see a genius like Shisui go astray, and he didn't seize the opportunity. It's a waste of time to learn those knowledge in ninja school when you have strong strength. Chayu is right, Shisui, don't care too much about those theoretical knowledge, it won't be useful even if you learn it. Strong ninjutsu and taijutsu are the right way. Uchiha Yoshiaki said with a face of agreement. Uchiha Yoshiaki never cared about those so-called theoretical courses when he was in school. He would only listen in class and never waste time on those theoretical knowledge outside of class. He felt that those courses were meaningless. What's the use of knowing history? There is no way to change it. Learning those difficult mathematics can't make his ninjutsu more powerful. Because I think that only increasing strength can't save Uchiha. Shisui really wants to say this, and then let everyone learn more knowledge and increase wisdom together. But Shisui knows that this is unrealistic, because he is now just an Uchiha genius, not a Uchiha strongman. Saying such a thing will not be recognized by others, but will only be considered strange. The premise of studying in the ninja school is that it will not affect my strength growth. Shisui thought for a while and explained. Shisui's words made Uchiha Chihiro and Uchiha Yoshiaki unable to refute, because Shisui is now studying in the ninja school and can still defeat Chunin. The effect of showing talent and strength is significant. More and more people come to Shisui to communicate with him. While answering questions about training, Shisui also took the opportunity to ask questions he wanted to know. People look at you strangely when you walk on the street? Who cares what they think? Maybe they are jealous of the Uchiha's strength. An Uchiha answered with a nonchalant look on his face. After all, we are the strongest family in Konoha. This answer made Shisui speechless, but he also remembered it in his heart. How do you get along with the team members after the division? Shisui, are you still worried that you can't get along well with your teammates in the future? The second Uchiha smiled. No one will hate a strong teammate. Just be yourself normally. If you meet someone you don't like, just ignore him. Shisui nodded. This tribe member is still normal. Shisui's third communication partner was Uchiha Inahiro. Shisui asked. Senior Inahiro, can you tell me about the work of the police department? As a department under the full control of Uchiha, the police department's affairs are Uchiha's affairs. The work of the police department is mainly to maintain the law and order in the village and arrest those who violate the rules. Uchiha Inahiro thought for a while and said simply. Uchiha Inahiro may feel that he talked too briefly, and gave Shisui a few examples, such as setting up stalls in places where stalls are not allowed, fighting on the streets, and murderers who harm villagers. These are all under their jurisdiction. But there are very few big things like that. Basically, they are all small things, but small things must be completed seriously to establish majesty, which is more convenient for subsequent actions. Uchiha Inahiro taught Shisui the experience he learned from other Uchiha. The work of the police department is not easy. Shisui sighed. The police department actually has to deal with everything from small stalls and vendors to murderers. It's okay. After all, the police department is full of brothers from the clan. It's easy to relax. Uchiha Inahiro explained. Shisui nodded, feeling that the current situation of Uchiha is really closely related to the police department. It is normal for a family to control such a powerful department alone and be feared by others. After all, the powerful Senju did not monopolize a certain department alone. What worries Shisui is that the Uchiha seem to take this for granted, thinking that the powerful Uchiha should control the police department alone. Shisui tried to communicate with more Uchiha to collect their opinions. After summarizing the information, he found a good news and a bad news. The good news is that the young Uchiha are not as extremists as he imagined. They don't want to overthrow Konoha and become Hokage themselves. The bad news is that the Uchiha likes the police force full of their brothers very much, and even takes pride in it. In addition, there are some minor problems, such as most Uchiha don't care about their clan members, and they care about strength far more than other things. When the exchange meeting was over, Obito and Shisui were stopped by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yashiro. Uncle Fugaku, is there anything else? Shisui, who was familiar with Uchiha Fugaku, asked directly. Now he just wanted to go home and sort out all the information and then go to Muyu to practice. Uchiha Fugaku smiled, motioned to sit down and said, "Nothing, just want to chat with you." Shisui, when are you going to graduate and become a ninja? Uchiha Fugaku asked. The ninja school has a special early graduation exam, which is more difficult than the regular graduation exam, and is prepared for geniuses like Shisui. So in Fugaku's eyes, Shisui can become a ninja whenever he wants. Shisui answered Fugaku with the same words he answered Uchiha Chihiro. Is that so? At your current age, it's okay to stay in the ninja school for a while. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and nodded, and did not deny Shisui's words. Shisui, you have excellent ninja talent. In my opinion, your talent is even better than Senior Jing's. When I saw you fighting, I subconsciously recalled the high-spirited look of Senior Kagami. Uchiha Fugaku praised. Fugaku's words made Shisui firm in his inner thoughts. He wanted to complete what his grandfather failed to complete. Uncle Yase, are you going to issue advanced fire escape ninjutsu? Obito looked at Uchiha Yase with expectation. He participated in the exchange meeting for nothing else but rewards. Uchiha Yase couldn't help but smile at Obito's simple expression. It was the first time he saw someone ask him for advanced fire escape so directly. A genius like you will naturally not be stingy in the clan. There must be fire escape ninjutsu. Uchiha Yase said with a smile. I'm glad that you listened to my words and worked hard to practice and keep improving. Obito scratched his hair, recalled in his mind but couldn't think of what Uchiha Yase said to him. Forget it, get the fire escape ninjutsu first. In order not to affect the reward, Obito nodded seriously. With your strength, passing the Chunin exam is not a problem. If you become a Chunin as soon as possible, the clan can directly arrange you in the police department after you apply. Uchiha Yashiro continued. With Obito's current strength, passing the Chunin exam and becoming a Chunin is the fastest way to enter the police department. At that time, you can ask many clan seniors for advice and learn, and I will also teach you all the fire escape techniques I know. Uchiha Yashiro talked about the benefits of joining the police department. I don't want to join the police department. I prefer to do missions to leave the village and go abroad. Obito shook his head and said, there is no problem in becoming a Chunin, but he does not want to go to the police department. Uchiha Yasudaro was stunned. It was the first time he saw an Uchiha who would refuse his invitation to the police department. Uchiha Yasudaro and Obito introduced some of the advantages of the police department. All colleagues are family brothers, the path to promotion is smooth, and there is a lot of power. Listening to Uchiha Yasudaro's difficult words, Obito felt a headache and hurriedly said that he was only interested in improving his strength now, and brought the topic back to ninjutsu. So you are the type who is obsessed with practice. Uchiha Yasudaro speculated about Obito's character in his heart, so he no longer cared about the police department. Whether he joins the police department or not, Obito is a ninja of the Uchiha clan, and this cannot be changed. How about the Great Dragon Fire technique? It is very suitable for you at this stage. Uchiha Yasudaro thought for a while and said, I already know the Great Dragon Fire technique. Are there any other ninjutsu? Obito hopes to change one. Uchiha Yashiro fell into deep thought. Of course there is a high-level fire escape ninjutsu, but it is not suitable for Obito for the time being. I have to think about this. I will send it to your home after the reward is confirmed. Uchiha Yashiro said. He had to discuss it with Uchiha Fugaku. Obito nodded. Although he didn't know what ninjutsu it would be, he was still a reward. Since Shisui had to sort out the information, Obito went to the South Forest to practice alone. When he thought of Kakashi practicing hard for several hours while he was attending the exchange meeting, Obito couldn't help but speed up his pace. When Obito saw Kakashi who was doing full concentration breathing exercises, he immediately joined the training and rested for a meal at 1 o'clock. I have something to go out for later. You can practice on your own first. Miyu said. The agreed meeting time between Mr. Chen and him is 2 o'clock this afternoon, and the agreed time is approaching. Is it about the ninja school? Obito asked curiously. The ninja school was about to start. No, I'm going to communicate with Teacher Chen. Miyu shook his head and replied. He had handed over all the chores at the ninja school to the shadow clone. Teacher Chen? The instructor of Akai. Obito had a certain impression of this name, because Kakashi mocked him for being ignorant. Can I go with you? Obito wanted to go and see what the strongest physical skill of Konoha looked like. At this time, Obito had already imagined a terrifying macho man with a height of 2 meters and explosive muscles. Miyu thought about it and nodded and agreed. It was not a big deal. Chapter 1, there will be more later. Chapter 280 Battle with the strongest physical skill. Miyu had the habit of arriving early. The agreed time was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and he brought Obito to arrive at 1:50. Xianjian, Ebisu, Akai. Obito smiled and greeted the 3 people who were practicing. The 3 people who heard Obito's voice stopped and looked at Obito, and saw Miyu beside Obito. Teacher Miyu and Obito, why are you here? Shiranui Genjian asked with a puzzled look. He didn't know the conversation between Teacher Chen and Might Guy that day, he only knew that they were talking about training. Teacher Miyu and your instructor have something to do. By the way, where is your instructor? Why can't I see him? Obito looked around for a while but didn't see the muscular man he imagined. Has he not come yet? Obito asked puzzledly. Isn't he sitting under the tree over there? Shiranui Genjian pointed to a big tree not far from them, where Teacher Chen was sitting and reading a book. Obito followed Shiranui Genjian's finger and saw a middle-aged man wearing a rustic yellow jacket and yellow tights. Is he Teacher Chen? Obito asked Shiranui Genma with a suspicious look on his face. He saw that Teacher Chen was probably not much taller than him when he stood up, and he didn't have strong muscles on his body, and there was a bit of a wretched look on his face. Smile. Obito felt that he didn't look like the strongest taijutsu player in Konoha at all, he was just an ordinary middle-aged decadent uncle. Why, don't I look like him? Without waiting for Shiranui Genma to explain to Obito, the perceptive Teacher Chen put away the book and quickly came to Obito and asked. So fast. Obito couldn't help shrinking his pupils when he saw Teacher Chen suddenly appearing in front of him. He didn't even see clearly how Teacher Chen came over. Hello, senior. I'm Hanya Muyuho. Muyuho put her hand on Obito's shoulder and introduced herself to Teacher Chen with a smile. Teacher Chen looked at Muyuho for a few times, nodded and made a simple self-introduction. Teacher Chen gave Muyuho a look, indicating that Muyuho should go to the side to talk and not be with the disciples. He wanted to question Muyuho's training method, which was not suitable for the disciples to hear, so he had to save some face for Muyuho. When the two walked to one side, Teacher Chen asked bluntly. Since you can make merit in the battle with Jinchuriki, you are naturally a powerful ninja. Don't you know the harm of overtraining to the body? The body's tolerance is limited. There will be no problem now, but it will be bad when you reach middle age. Akai's training volume is too large. Just what I see is beyond the limit that ordinary people can bear. Although he admires Akai's perseverance, he believes that this will shorten Akai's peak period and even shorten his life. Facing Teacher Chen's questioning, Muyu's expression did not change, and he smiled gently. First of all, I would like to thank you for your concern for Akai. Teacher Chen looked at Muyu. What he wanted was Muyu's reason rather than thanks. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to bear such a huge amount of training. Muyu affirmed what Teacher Chen said, and then continued, but Akai is not an ordinary person. Akai is very good at physical skills, and his body can withstand more than ordinary people. Might Guy can become strong mainly because of his hard work, but Might Guy's body is actually better than ordinary people. Although he is not born with supernatural power, his ability to withstand is stronger. In other words, if Might Guy does not work hard, he is just an ordinary person, but if he works hard, he has a chance to catch up with those geniuses. I can see this. Even if his body can withstand more, such a training volume is too much. Teacher Chen retorted. He has practiced physical skills for half his life and naturally knows these very well, so he attaches so much importance to Might Guy. Superman's perseverance plus a body with strong endurance makes him a perfect physical skill seedling. If it's just like this, the current training volume is indeed too much, but I also have a secret medicine that can eliminate fatigue and restore the body. Akai's strong tolerance plus the recovery of the secret medicine, this training volume is just right for him. Muyu continued to explain. I have to say that the secret medicine of the system is really powerful, and it is a perfect match for Might Guy. How can the secret medicine be so powerful? Which secret medicine do you use? Teacher Chen asked. He also used secret medicine to practice, but he thought that the secret medicine was not so effective. There is no secret medicine like mine on the market. Muyu shook his head and replied. Teacher Chen couldn't buy the secret medicine given by the system even if he searched the ninja world. Teacher Chen didn't know whether to believe Muyu's words. If everything was as Muyu said, there would be no problem, but Muyu's explanation of the secret medicine was very vague. And Akai practiced the 8 gates of Dunjia. Senior, you should know this forbidden technique. Muyu continued to speak. 8 gates of Dunjia, it turned out to be this forbidden technique. No wonder his breath suddenly became stronger when fighting with me. Teacher Chen showed a thoughtful expression on his face. He had never fought with a ninja who mastered the 8 gates of Dunjia, but he had heard of the reputation of this forbidden technique. The 8 gates of Dunjia become stronger by opening the limitations of the human body. Only when the body is stronger, the damage caused by opening the 8 gates will be less, and the power of the 8 gates will be greater. Mu Yu did not say anything after introducing the 8 gates of Dunjia. Teacher Chen is not a novice and will understand what he means. At this point, Teacher Chen has been convinced by Mu Yu. Mu Yu knows Might Guy better than him and has considered more than him. Akai wants to become a strong man, a top strong man in the ninja world, but his ninjutsu talent is very ordinary. Only physical skills can support him to fulfill his dream. Mu Yu said at last. Mu Yu's words made Teacher Chen fall into deep thought. In addition to being the instructor of Might Guy and the other two, he actually accepted a disciple. That disciple is even worse than Might Guy. Might Guy can learn some simple ninjutsu if he spends more time, but his disciple has no ninjutsu talent at all, and can't learn any ninjutsu illusion. He can only learn physical skills all the way to the end, and it took a lot of effort to graduate from the ninja school. Teacher Chen was moved by his perseverance after hearing his story and accepted him as his disciple, preparing to pass on all his physical skills to him. However, due to his lack of strength, he cannot learn the Konoha Dragon God at present. You are a good teacher, no wonder Akai respects you so much. Teacher Chen sighed after waking up from his thoughts. He believes that the teacher who can help his students realize their dreams is the best teacher. Mu Yu smiled and made a wave of commercial praise, and then invited Teacher Chen to fight. I have heard of your title of the strongest ninja in Konoha's physical skills for a long time. Can you give me a chance to challenge the strongest? Fighting with Teacher Chen is his main purpose of coming here, showing his own physical skills. Teacher Chen waved his hand and said, "What is the strongest? It's all that these people are just making a fuss. If we really fight, the third generation is better at physical skills than me, but we can give it a try." Teacher Chen saw that Mu Yu knew so much about physical skills, and he taught Might Guy so well, so he would not be bad at physical skills. After thinking about it, he agreed. Should we do it here or choose a new position? If we do it here, let those guys see what a ninja fight is like. Teacher Chen suggested. Watching the strong fight is useful. First, it expands your horizons, and then it is to learn the advantages of the strong. Of course, if you are too strong, you can't learn it because you can't see it clearly. Just here, we'll stop there. Mu Yu smiled and nodded. It doesn't matter where you fight. His main audience is Teacher Chen because he is more influential. Teacher Chen flashed to the side of the disciples, and then said, Mu Yu and I are going to spar. Remember to watch and learn carefully to see what a real ninja fight is like. Ah, you fight with Teacher Mu Yu? Shiranui Genma asked in surprise. He felt that this was a bit of bullying. A ninja who was known as the strongest in Konoha's physical skills was fighting a special jonin who was teaching. No, Teacher Mu Yu is also a person who can defeat jonin. Shiranui Genma quickly thought of the mission story that Obito had told him before. But Shiranui Genma thought again, it seemed that it was nothing for a stronger jonin to meet a ninja with the title of the strongest. Why, do you have any opinions? Teacher Chen raised his eyebrows and asked. He didn't know the specific information of Mu Yu, he only knew that Mu Yu and Jiraiya fought off the Jinchuriki on the battlefield. No, no opinions. Shiranui Genma shook his head quickly and said, he was worried that Teacher Chen would let him fight. Teacher Chen might be like this, occasionally giving them difficulties. Teacher Mu Yu and Teacher Chen. Ebisu pushed the sunglasses on his nose, recalling the terrifying Konoha dragon that day, and felt that Mu Yu was a little bit in danger. Hearing that Mu Yu and Teacher Chen were going to fight, Obito showed an expectant expression, and was glad that he followed and could see Teacher Mu Yu's battle. He was not worried that Mu Yu would lose at all. Obito had a strong confidence in Mu Yu. Even if Mu Yu only used physical skills, he didn't think Teacher Chen could win. After all, that was the omnipotent Mu Yu sage, just the strongest physical skills of a Konoha, there must be no problem. Might Guy showed a curious look. At present, the strongest battle he had seen was the battle between Mu Yu and Might Guy opening the 6 gates. He was curious whether the performance of this battle would be stronger than that time. How will Teacher Mu deal with Teacher Chen's Konoha Dragon God? Might Guy guessed in his heart. At present, he has no way to crack the Konoha Dragon God. The wind is too strong and he will be cut soon if he approaches, but how can he crack it if he doesn't get close? After notifying the disciples, Teacher Chen and Mu chose a place that is not too far from the disciples as the battle site. If it is too far, the disciples can't see clearly, and there is no point in watching the battle, but if it is too close, it will affect their battle and they will be easily injured by the aftermath of the battle. The battle begins. Obito, as a tool man, shouted loudly. Recommend a friend's Naruto. Book title: Gojo Satoru doesn't want to be Konoha Hokage. In Naruto and Jujutsu, the young Gojo Satoru saw the Jujutsu Kaisen comics and didn't want to be the clown in the future. In the end, he became the strongest through the resources of two worlds and beat Sukuna. Chapter 281 Intelligence Mu. When Obito called out the start, neither Teacher Chen nor Mu acted immediately, but just stood there looking at each other. Mu gave Teacher Chen an appraisal, and Teacher Chen's panel appeared in his mind. Name: Chen Long. Chakra: 48,000. Skills: Konoha Fluid Technique, Mastery: 7,000/15,000, Konoha Dragon God, Mastery: Fire Chakra Nature Change, Proficiency: 2,800/3,000. Teacher Chen has a variety of highly proficient physical skills, which Mu had expected, but he was a little surprised to see two nature changes in Teacher Chen's skills that were close to the mastery level. This means that Teacher Chen's ninjutsu is not worse than that of ordinary jonin, and he even saw illusions in his skills. Although the skill configuration is quite comprehensive, if you face a real strong man, you still have to rely on physical skills. Mu thought in his heart. Since Teacher Chen has the title of the strongest physical skill in Konoha, he must not be able to match ordinary jonin. It is worthy of the duel between jonin. It feels that both sides are very imposing. Shiranui Genma said when he saw this scene. If it is a practical test in the ninja school, they will generally attack immediately to seize the initiative. After all, we don't know the other party's intelligence, so we should think about how to test and obtain more intelligence. Ebisu pushed his sunglasses with his middle finger and guessed. Obito scratched his head and complained, "Didn't they just stand there for half a minute? How did you see so much?" He thought that both sides might want the other side to take the initiative, so it was like this. Obito guessed that Teacher Chen did want Mu to take the first move, after all, he was a senior. Seeing that Mu didn't move, he felt that Mu might have a special tactic, so Teacher Chen took action directly. Fire Escape, Dragon Fire Technique. Teacher Chen quickly finished and concentrated the chakra at the throat to change the nature of the fire attribute chakra and spit out a straight flame. The Dragon Fire Technique is a relatively special ninjutsu among the fire escape techniques. Most fire escape techniques create large-scale flames to attack the enemy, while the Dragon Fire Technique is a straight flame as thick as an arm. This ninjutsu can also be assisted by a line to hit the enemy more accurately, but this battle has just begun and there is obviously no such condition, and Teacher Chen's main purpose is to test Mu's bottom. Ah, it's actually a fire escape ninjutsu. Isn't he the strongest in physical skills? Seeing that Teacher Chen's first attack was actually a ninjutsu, Obito was dumbfounded. He thought that Teacher Chen should have used the instant body technique to kick out a terrifying attack that could overwhelm the tree. Although Teacher Chen's physical skills are very strong, this does not mean that Teacher Chen's ninjutsu is not good. Our Konoha's senior ninjas generally have no weaknesses in ninjutsu and physical illusions. It is only possible that one of them will be stronger. In this case of not knowing the information, it is obviously safer to use long-range ninjutsu attacks. Ebisu analyzed. Ebisu's well-reasoned and meticulous analysis convinced Obito, who couldn't help but sigh. So Ebisu, you are so insightful in combat, why do I feel that I rarely meet you in the grade practical combat? Ebisu. Because he is usually eliminated in the first round. It is not easy to meet him among the 16 people. There are only 2 exams in a semester. Haha, Xiao is like this. He talks a lot, but he is not good at actual combat. Shiranui Genma laughed and patted Ebisu's shoulder. Is there a possibility that it is not that I am not good at actual combat, but that you are too strong? Ebisu said faintly, restraining Shiranui Genma's neck with his arm. The fact that he can enter the grade practical combat shows that his strength is excellent in the entire grade. After all, only 2 people can be sent to a class, and those who can enter the grade practical combat are at least the top 2 in the class. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Seeing Teacher Chen using ninjutsu, Mu Yu immediately formed a seal and used the same ninjutsu as Teacher Chen, spitting out a straight line of flames. Mu Yu's proficiency in the dragon fire technique was not high, and he had only used it once in class, but with the blessing of the perfect level fire attribute chakra nature change, the fire line Mu Yu spit out was twice as thick as Teacher Chen's. When the 2 fire lines collided, there was no doubt that Mu Yu's thick fire line was better, resisting the sprint of Teacher Chen's fire line and constantly pressing towards Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen did not hesitate to cancel the chakra supply to the dragon fire technique, and then the chakra of his feet burst and flashed away. Bang! The thick fire line shot a black pit where Teacher Chen had just stood. Teacher Chen was not too surprised in his heart. After all, he was a ninja who could play a role in the Battle of Jinchuriki, and it was normal for him to have skills. Wind style, vacuum jade. Teacher Chen jumped onto a big tree and used the vacuum jade from a high position to spit out transparent air force one after another towards Mu Yu like a machine gun. This was a coincidence, because Mu Yu not only knew the vacuum jade, but it was also an advanced wind style that he could use casually in public. Wind style, vacuum jade. Mu Yu and Teacher Chen made the same seal, gathered a lot of chakra in their mouths, and then spit out a stream of transparent chi. Mu Yu's proficiency in vacuum jade was also average, but he happened to have a master-level wind style change some time ago, which had a great bonus to wind style. The transparent chi of the 2 of them did not all collide with each other because there were too many of them, but whenever there was a collision, Mu Yu's side was the winner. Boom! The ground next to Mu Yu was hit by several small pits by the transparent chi, and Teacher Chen's side was even more tragic. Many big trees were blown up by the chi, and cracks appeared on the ground. Due to the large amount of sawdust and dust caused by the attack, Teacher Chen inevitably became embarrassed. Teacher Mu Yu's strength is really unexpected. He used the same ninjutsu twice, and Teacher Mu Yu's ninjutsu was stronger. Shiranui Xianjian sighed with his eyes fixed on the battlefield. Using the same ninjutsu to fight is definitely the best way to judge the level of both sides. Whoever is stronger will win. Obito shut up and said nothing. He wanted to tell Shiranui Genma that this was nothing. Mu Yu's ninjutsu during the mission was much stronger than these, but Mu Yu had told him not to tell anyone, so Obito simply forced himself to shut up. Mu Yu is indeed better in ninjutsu, but we have to wait for Teacher Chen to use taijutsu to judge who will win. The probability is too high. Ebisu thought for a while and said. He didn't know what Mu Yu was best at, but Teacher Chen was undoubtedly best at taijutsu. Such a strong wind escape, which happened to be fire escape and wind escape. He was completely beaten in ninjutsu. After 2 consecutive attempts, Teacher Chen decided to start fighting with his best taijutsu. After all, he was in front of his disciples, and it was not right to keep losing. Your ninjutsu is very good, but be careful next time, I'm going to use all my strength. Teacher Chen shouted to Mu Yu. After seeing Mu Yu's 2 ninjutsu, plus the experience reported by Konoha, Teacher Chen judged that Mu Yu's overall strength was far beyond that of ordinary jonin. Don't worry, senior. Although I'm not as skilled in taijutsu as you are, I know a thing or two. Mu Yu said with a smile. This time he was not modest. If he didn't use the stripes or the 8 gates, his taijutsu would only be considered to be a little bit better than Teacher Chen's. As for whether he used it, Mu Yu could only say that great power can create miracles and break all laws with one force. Absolute power can crush the skills. Teacher Chen exhaled, his eyes became extremely sharp. And Mu Yu silently changed his breathing rhythm, from ordinary normal breathing to extremely concentrated breathing, in order to enhance his physical ability. Teacher Chen gathered chakra in his lower body, burst out and rushed towards Mu Yu at a very fast speed, so fast that Ebisu felt that Teacher Chen appeared in front of Mu Yu in the blink of an eye. And Mu Yu was not to be outdone and rushed up with multiple bursts of shaving. Seeing that the two were finally going to fight in physical skills, Might Guy showed an extremely serious expression and began to watch the fight between the two. Konoha Big Cyclone. Mu Yu poured power into his legs and then kicked a cyclone kick at Teacher Chen at a very fast speed. Facing Mu Yu's extremely fast kicking skills, Teacher Chen showed an expression of ease and easily resolved it with his fists, and kicked out 3 consecutive roundhouse kicks at a very fast speed to counter. Konoha Sudden Wind. The roundhouse kick with strong leg power kicked towards Mu Yu at a very fast speed. Mu Yu dodged the first 2 kicks, but couldn't dodge the last kick. Mu Yu could only use her arms to block the kick in front of her body. She retreated 7 meters under the powerful force. The physical skills are not bad. Have I not paid attention to the village for too long? I didn't know that such a powerful young ninja appeared. Teacher Chen thought in his heart after repelling Mu Yu. Although not as good as ninjutsu, Mu Yu's physical skills are also good in his opinion. The speed and strength are both good, and the attack is also decisive. Sure enough, the situation changed all of a sudden after the physical skills were used. Ebisu thought after seeing Teacher Chen repel Mu Yu. After all, Teacher Chen is the ninja with the strongest reputation in Konoha's physical skills. Although he looks like a decadent uncle, Teacher Chen's physical skills are really powerful. Shiranui Genjian knew the truth that you can't judge a person by his appearance. He and Ebisu both believed that the balance of victory has tilted towards Teacher Chen. Might Guy and Obito's trust in Mu Yu remained unchanged, especially Might Guy. Only he, who practiced the 8 gates and rock breathing at the same time, knew how terrifying Mu Yu's physical skills could be. Mu Yu expected to be at a disadvantage in the physical skills duel. His physical skills were not as good as Teacher Chen's, and his combat experience was much worse. He just wanted to see how strong such a highly skilled physical skill was. Knowing how strong Teacher Chen's physical skills were, Mu Yu silently changed his breathing again and entered the state of rock breathing marking. In his opinion, Teacher Chen's strength was even higher than that of the 6 gates Might Guy. If he only used breathing, he could only enter the marking state. After using the marking, the chakra in Mu Yu's body began to be consumed rapidly, and the extremely concentrated breathing strengthened Mu Yu's body in all directions. Mu Yu could feel the power pouring out continuously. It was impossible for the body to be strengthened like this without changes. Mu Yu's momentum gradually climbed and became stronger and stronger. Just relying on the momentum, the surrounding grass could move without wind. Senior, your taijutsu is really exquisite, but I also have some taijutsu with decent power. Please be careful next time. Mu Yu reminded. Is this the 8 gates? No, the aura is not violent, but very heavy. Since he had seen Might Guy use the 8 gates, Teacher Chen now has a little understanding of the 8 gates. Seeing Mu Yu, whose aura suddenly became stronger, he first thought of the 8 gates, but quickly denied this answer. Teacher Chen calmed down. No matter what ability he used, it was Mu Yu's own ability. He only needed to exert his strength. After opening the stripes, Mu Yu also opened the transparent world, and his control over his own body reached the extreme. With the blessing of the transparent world, Teacher Chen's body was seen through by Mu Yu. Although Mu Yu's aura at this moment was very unusual, it just aroused Teacher Chen's desire to fight. He had not fought with a strong man like Mu Yu for a long time. Swoosh! Teacher Chen flashed forward and kicked Mu Yu with a very fast kick. Teacher Chen, who was extremely serious, was very fast and appeared in front of Mu Yu almost instantly. But Mu Yu had already opened the transparent world at this time. Teacher Chen was seen through by Mu Yu the moment his muscles moved, and knew what kind of attack Teacher Chen would make next. At the moment Teacher Chen moved, Mu Yu took a step back and perfectly dodged Teacher Chen's attack. Coincidence or predicted my action? Teacher Chen noticed something was wrong and used Konoha sudden wind again. Mu Yu's figure flashed, and each time he dodged Teacher Chen's roundhouse kick just right, and all 3 consecutive kicks missed. One time may be a coincidence, but dodging so many attacks can only be strength. Teacher Chen was very surprised. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. It seemed that his heart was seen through by Mu Yu, and all attacks were predicted. After dodging the last roundhouse kick, Mu Yu moved again, raised his palm and slashed at Teacher Chen lightly, without seeming to use much strength. Teacher Chen burst out his chakra and punched forward. When the fist and the knife met, Teacher Chen's face changed instantly. The power contained in the seemingly light knife shocked him. Bang! Under the terrifying force, Teacher Chen flew backwards at a high speed and hit 3 big trees before stopping. What kind of move is this? I can't feel the power, but it has such a terrifying power. Teacher Chen's expression became more serious than ever. In his opinion, this is an advanced physical skill that he doesn't understand. The sudden change in the situation on the field made Shiranui Xianjian and Ebisu were very surprised. Teacher Chen was actually knocked out. Just now, he was. Shiranui Genjian found that the battle between these high-level ninjas was too difficult to understand. They were both close physical skills collisions, but there were 2 completely different results. One time, Teacher Chen gained the advantage, and the other time, Mu Yu gained the advantage. Teacher Mu Yu's physical skills are so powerful. Seeing Teacher Chen fall into a disadvantage, Ebisu showed a shocked expression. This is Teacher Chen, who is known as the strongest physical skill in Konoha. There is one more chapter, which should be finished later. Chapter 282 Konoha Shenlong vs Day Tiger. Teacher Chen patted the dust on his body and stood up. He has practiced physical skills for half his life, and his body is much harder than that of ordinary ninjas. This degree will not affect his next battle. After the previous wave of battles, Mu Yu's impression of Teacher Chen changed completely. Mu Yu's taijutsu is stronger than ninjutsu, and he even mastered taijutsu techniques that he couldn't understand. What a pity, if he was born 10 or 20 years earlier, my taijutsu would be even stronger. Teacher Chen thought to himself. If there was a taijutsu ninja like Mu Yu more than 10 years ago, he would definitely challenge Mu Yu every day, and his taijutsu would definitely be stronger than it is now. But now it's not possible, his body is already at its final peak, 2 frequent battles will only make him enter the stage of strength decline earlier. But it's not bad to meet such an opponent at the peak. Teacher Chen smiled. He said that the taijutsu was the strongest just because of others' encouragement, but he also had his own pride in his heart. He said that the taijutsu couldn't beat the 3rd generation Hokage mainly because the 3rd generation Hokage had Monkey Demon. If he was empty-handed, he might not lose. Konoha Dragon God. Teacher Chen used his own advanced physical skills without hesitation. Facing such a powerful opponent, he naturally had to fight with all his strength. Teacher Chen condensed a large amount of chakra in his lower body, and then burst out all the chakra in one breath, kicking out a whirlwind kick at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh whoosh! Almost instantly, a dragon-shaped tornado more than 30 meters high appeared. The powerful cutting force instantly cut all the trees around Teacher Chen into pieces of wooden stakes. Not only trees, but everything around Teacher Chen that was close to the tornado was torn into pieces, and sawdust and yellow sand flew all over the sky. It's so exaggerated. It turns out that Teacher Chen didn't use his full strength in the last game. Looking at the extremely tall Konoha dragon god Shiranui Genjian, he subconsciously moved his buttocks backwards. He felt that there was a risk of being affected even if he was watching the game here. How will teacher Miyu deal with this move? Might Guy stared at the green tornado on the field, very curious about what kind of physical skills Miyu would use to deal with teacher Chen's Konoha dragon god. How should Miyu teacher deal with such an attack? Because of the last confrontation, Ebisu is not sure that Miyu's strength is worse than teacher Chen. Is this a physical skill or a ninjutsu? It feels so cool. Obito couldn't help but sighed as he looked at the destructive blue dragon. Obito wanted to ask Miyu if he knew this, he wanted to learn. As for this physical skill, Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. As the owner of the master-level Konoha dragon god, and having watched anime, he knew the weakness of the Konoha dragon god. Because it is essentially a tornado, the Eye of the Wind is the weakness of the Konoha dragon god. If you find the right opportunity to enter the Eye of the Wind, you can break the Konoha dragon god. Miyu thought about it and decided to fight the Konoha dragon god head-on with physical skills. This is not a battle with the enemy, there is no need to use the least force to get the greatest results. 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, Life Gate, Open. Miyu directly opened the third gate of the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, which greatly improved his already strong body. He planned to use the Day Tiger he had obtained before to fight against teacher Chen's Konoha dragon god. However, with his current physical strength, even if he used the stripes, he could not reach the conditions for activating the Day Tiger. Even if he wanted to weaken the power of the Day Tiger, he had to open another 3 gates of the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. Miyu concentrated a large amount of chakra on his fist and punched the air very quickly. The air was constantly compressed under Miyu's extremely fast punch. Day Tiger. After Miyu threw the last punch, the compressed air suddenly exploded, and a huge transparent tiger appeared, rushing towards the Konoha dragon god like an air cannon. Hwa wah wah. The moment the tiger-shaped air cannon appeared, an extremely huge shock wave appeared. The nearby trees were directly overwhelmed, and the leaves of the distant trees were also rustled by the shock wave. The defenseless Ebisu was blown backwards by the powerful shock wave. Might Guy immediately entered the rock-breathing state to stabilize himself and then quickly pulled Ebisu back. Shiranui Genma was not much better than Ebisu, but he reacted a little faster and hugged the big tree next to him in time, so he was not blown away like Ebisu. Obito entered the full concentration state of fire breathing to resist the powerful impact. What kind of horrible move is this? It's so far away. There is still such a powerful aftermath. Shiranui Genma complained. When the Konoha dragon god came out, he could subconsciously move his butt back, but when the Day Tiger came out, he was simply worried that they couldn't get away and blew them away. So strong. Might Guy looked at Miyu who fired the tiger-shaped air cannon with a shocked face. He felt that Miyu's current strength could kill him with one punch. The aftermath of the move alone had such power. Although there is no dragon martial, this one seems to be stronger. Obito thought in his heart as he looked at the air cannon giant tiger. There was no such movement when the Konoha dragon god just came out. The 4 of them looked at the battlefield very seriously, looking at the dragon and the tiger that were about to collide, looking forward to the victory of this battle. Such a pure and strong power. After Miyu used the Day Tiger, teacher Chen in the tornado immediately felt an extremely powerful force coming towards him. Obito and the others who were watching the battle could feel the horror of the Day Tiger, not to mention teacher Chen who was facing the Day Tiger directly. He felt an unprecedented powerful force. Under the stimulation of this force, teacher Chen was extremely excited. This kind of physical battle was also unprecedented for him. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, the tiger-shaped air cannon fired by Miyu and the blue dragon kicked by teacher Chen collided with each other. Roar! The blue dragon and the white tiger started to bite each other. The huge white tiger bit the dragon's body with its sharp teeth, and the blue dragon did not. He used his body to whip the giant tiger, letting the strong wind attack the giant tiger. Boom! The collision between the tiger and the dragon caused a huge explosion on the surrounding ground. The ground could not withstand the terrifying force and exploded directly, with dust flying. Shock waves rushed to the surroundings, knocking down trees, blowing objects away, and making the surroundings a mess. As the tiger roared and the dragon roared, the giant tiger and the dragon became full of gaps, and finally dissipated together, and Teacher Chen, who was in a mess, emerged from them. Mu Yu cancelled the 8 gates and rock-breathing marked state, walked forward and said with a smile, "Senior, you are worthy of being the strongest physical ninja in Konoha. Even if I use all my means, I can only barely offset your Konoha dragon god." Mu Yu was not ready to continue fighting. He was in a state just now that could not only use the day tiger, but also the two superimposed. Any physical skill he used was extremely powerful. Coupled with the transparent world, it was a dimensionality reduction attack on Teacher Chen. He said that he would stop at the right time, and he did not come here to defeat Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen was slightly stunned. He knew what the art of language was. It was obviously Mu Yu who looked more relaxed, but in Mu Yu's mouth, he barely offset Teacher Chen's Konoha dragon god. Teacher Chen laughed and said, "You can talk, but there is no need to mention the strongest physical skill. Your physical skill is not weaker than mine." He didn't know how Mu Yu used such a powerful physical skill to block his Konoha dragon god head-on, but he was sure that his physical skill was not as good as Mu Yu's. If it was a real battle just now, Mu Yu could have taken advantage of the moment when his Konoha dragon was cracked and rushed up to launch an attack, and he would have difficulty defending. "I just took advantage of it. Your real physical skill level is still far from that of the senior." Mu Yu replied with a gentle smile. He was completely using force to suppress skill, using breathing techniques and the absolute power of the 8 gates to suppress Teacher Chen. "You are really young, it's hard to imagine how strong you will be when you are my age." Teacher Chen ignored Mu Yu's modesty and sighed. He believed that no matter what means, it was Mu Yu's own strength. "Senior, you have taught a Kai to my age, it should be enough," Mu Yu said with a smile. He just had the rock-breathing mark and the 3 gates of the 8 gates. When Might Guy reaches the age of 18, he may be able to master the 7 gates of the 8 gates and the rock-breathing mark, and may also master the armament haki. As for a Kai, it is indeed possible. Teacher Chen showed a serious thinking expression. Might Guy is only 9 years old now, but his physical skills have reached the current level. If he practices for another 9 or 10 years, plus Might Guy himself is diligent, and there are physical skills teachers like him and Mu Yu, his future is really immeasurable. "Are you not going to fight anymore?" Obito saw the two people start chatting and ran over to ask in confusion, "The winner has not been decided yet." "Pa!" Mu Yu swung his hand knife, and a transparent energy accurately hit Obito's forehead, saying, "This is called a master's fight to the point, and it is not necessary to decide the winner." Teacher Chen narrowed his eyes and found that this was a not simple physical skill, and Mu Yu had never used it in the battle. "Okay, Teacher Mu Yu, do you know the move to create a giant dragon?" Obito touched the place where he was just hit, and then looked at Mu Yu with expectation. "Konoha Dragon God? This is created by Senior Chen. How can I do it?" Mu Yu shook his head and said. Originally, he wanted to pretend that he had learned the Konoha Dragon God in the battle, but now he felt a bit disappointed with Teacher Chen. In addition, Might Guy could also learn from Teacher Chen, and he himself had no need to use the Konoha Dragon God, so forget it. "If you want to learn, then I will give you the teacher and let him teach you." Teacher Chen patted his clothes and said. Although he spent a lot of energy to create the Konoha Dragon God, he had no intention of taking this physical skill underground. It happened that he liked Mu Yu very much, so it didn't matter if he gave it to him. "I was wrong, you are not a decadent uncle, but the most energetic uncle." Obito smiled and gave Teacher Chen a thumbs up. "I'm so sleepy. If you have any mistakes, you can leave a message in the chapter. I will correct them when I wake up." Chapter 283 Basic Breathing Method. Mr. Chen wanted to give the Konoha dragon god to him. Mu Yu would naturally not refuse. It was a good thing to be able to clean up a master of advanced physical skills. However, Mu Yu did not choose to take it for free, but chose to exchange physical skills. He gave the scroll that recorded the method of practicing tile splitting to Mr. Chen. He exchanged a physical skill that Mr. Chen did not know for a physical skill that he already knew. It seemed a bit disadvantageous, but Mu Yu thought it was okay. First of all, tile splitting was not an important skill for him. Then he could use this skill to prove his ninja talent and create such an excellent physical skill. In addition, the whitening skill expanded his circle of friends. Mr. Mu Yu, what is the name of the physical skill you just used? Might Guy came over and asked. Just now, he was very excited when he saw the Konoha dragon god fighting with the tiger air cannon, because the two people fighting on the field were his teachers, and he had the opportunity to learn both physical skills. Day Tiger, when your physical strength reaches the standard, I will give you this taijutsu. Mu Yu replied with a smile. Day Tiger has extremely high requirements for physical ability, even higher than the requirements of Konoha dragon god, because this is a very typical powerful brick flying taijutsu. My youth can't wait to burn more fiercely. Might Guy couldn't help but cheer. Shiranui Genjian and Ebisu showed envious eyes. It's really good to have a good master. There is no need to worry about advanced taijutsu. That taijutsu is not something that ordinary people can learn. If you practice hard and master my Konoha dragon god, it will be very smooth. Teacher Chen noticed the eyes of the two and said. As a master of taijutsu, he can see the principle of Day Tiger. This is not a taijutsu that ordinary ninjas can use. Hurry up and start training. After watching this battle, you almost know how far you are from being a real ninja. Teacher Chen said. Yes. Might Guy and the other two answered in unison, then said goodbye to Mu Yu and started practicing. Then we won't bother you. Mu Yu said goodbye with a gentle smile. Goodbye, Uncle Spirit. Obito waved to Teacher Chen with excitement. Although he wasted a little time, Obito felt that this trip was worth it. Not only did he see Mu Yu's taijutsu that he had never used before, but he also got a taijutsu that looked handsome and powerful. What Uncle Spirit? You can call me Teacher Chen or Uncle Chen. Don't give me such a weird nickname. Teacher Chen said with a black line on his face. Got it, Uncle Spirit. Obito replied with a smile. After hitting Obito's head, Mu Yu smiled apologetically and took Obito back to the South Forest to continue training. After returning to the South Forest, Obito looked around for Kakashi's location. He wanted to show off to Kakashi about Mu Yu's battle just now, but he unexpectedly found that Nohara-rin also came here to practice and was sitting with Kakashi and chatting about something, so he ran directly to Nohara-rin. Xiaolin, you also came here to practice today. How have you rested these days? Obito asked with concern. Unlike them who had encountered this situation several times, Nohara-rin encountered such a crisis for the first time when she left the village. Obito felt that Nohara-rin would be under pressure. Thank you for your concern, Obito. In fact, there is no big problem. I mainly read some theoretical medical knowledge at home these days. Nohara-rin said with a smile. It is impossible to say that Nohara-rin did not feel anything when she encountered such an accident in her first mission, but it would not affect her mentality. She stayed at home for 2.5 days mainly to learn more medical knowledge and improve herself. It's good that you are okay. Xiaolin, you don't know that I just followed Teacher Mu Yu to find Teacher Chen, Akai's instructor, and then Teacher Mu Yu and Teacher Chen had a fierce battle. Obito tried his best to describe the scene of the two fighting. When describing the collision between Konoha Dragon God and Day Tiger, Obito deliberately performed the appearance of being blown back by the impact in order to make it more vivid. Mr. Chen's Taijutsu Konoha Dragon God is a giant blue dragon, and Mr. Mu Yu's Day Tiger is a huge white tiger. The aftermath of their attacks can blow people away. Pa pa pa. Nohara Rin clapped her hands with a smile and said, "It's really wonderful. Ha ha ha, maybe I have the talent to be an actor." Obito laughed happily after receiving Nohara Rin's affirmation. Mr. Chen is worthy of being called the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha. He saw the hidden potential of my body at a glance and wanted to teach me the Konoha Dragon God. When he said this, Obito looked at Kakashi with a very proud expression. Obito's expression successfully made Kakashi want to speak, and he said, "I think what Xylan said should be that the battle between Miyu and Chen was very exciting, not that your narration and performance were very exciting." Kakashi, what are you talking about? The battle between Miyu and Chen was indeed very exciting, but my narration and performance were not bad either. Obito thought Kakashi was jealous of his talent, so he looked at Nohara Rin. Yes, Obito's performance was very attentive and hard. Nohara Rin said with a gentle smile. "See, it must be your jealous and twisted heart that affected your judgment, Kakashi." Hearing Nohara Rin's words, Obito became more confident. Kakashi smiled but said nothing. He did work hard, but the effect was another matter. Feeling that he had rested enough, Kakashi once again devoted himself to the practice of breathing techniques. Although he wanted to chat with Nohara Rin more, he couldn't sit still when he saw Kakashi practicing, so he immediately devoted himself to the practice of breathing techniques. Just when Nohara Rin was about to continue to practice medical ninjutsu, Miyu stopped instructing Shisui, walked to Nohara Rin and said, "Xiaolin, you will start practicing the nature change of water attribute chakra and chakra form change today." Nohara Rin's natural chakra attribute is water, and her ninjutsu talent is not as hard to describe as Might Guy's, so it is only a matter of time before she learns water escape ninjutsu. Before, he didn't teach her because it was unnecessary, a waste of time and meaningless. Because Nohara Rin has the least chakra among his disciples, as a medical ninja, she must retain some chakra to use ninjutsu, and the strange power also consumes chakra, and there is no chakra to allocate to other ninjutsu. So at that time, instead of practicing water-style ninjutsu, Nohara Rin might as well exercise more, improve physical skills experience, or exercise chakra control ability to improve medical ninjutsu. Now the situation has changed a little. First, he is developing water breathing, and second, Nohara Rin's chakra is slowly increasing with age and training. As for water breathing, Miyu conservatively estimates that it will take about a year to completely complete the development, but it is impossible to wait for water breathing to come out before learning water style, and it will be a bit difficult to use it well in battle. In order to let Nohara Rin keep up with Obito and others, Miyu is really trying to find a way. The development time of water breathing is too long, so Miyu used the experience of developing water breathing to develop a basic breathing method. There is no special ability, and it can only enhance physical ability through breathing. The degree of enhancement is similar to that of fire breathing. Miyu plans to teach Nohara Rin after a few days of testing, so that it will be much faster to learn water breathing in the future. Yet, Nohara Rin nodded obediently, and then looked at Miyu. It's said to be practicing water attribute change, but Miyu hasn't taught her how to do it yet, so she doesn't know how to practice. Miyu certainly knows this, and takes Nohara Rin to the river to start changing the water attribute chakra. It's easier to use water escape in places with abundant water sources and consumes less chakra. Miyu asked Nohara Rin to pick up water from the river to feel the water, and then tell him what he thinks. Water is different from fire. If you touch fire with your hands, you will get burned. This is very convenient. Wet, flowing, liquid. Nohara Rin thought about it and said what he thought. Miyu nodded and said, "Next, you just need to move in the direction you feel now when changing the chakra property." After speaking, Miyu demonstrated it once, and under his control, a water column appeared on the calm river surface. After demonstrating the use of surrounding water, Miyu also demonstrated using chakra to make water. Nohara-Lin studied very seriously. After watching Mu Yu's demonstration, she subconsciously replaced Mu Yu to change the chakra property. Water is the natural attribute of Nohara-Rin. In addition, Mu Yu is very proficient in changing the nature of water-attributed chakras and has the blessing of teaching skills. Nohara-Rin practices very seriously. With the superposition of multiple buffs, Nohara-Rin's nature change progress is gratifying. In addition to the nature change of water-attributed chakras, Mu Yu also asked Nohara-Rin to practice the change of chakra form. The characteristics of water attributes make many advanced water escapes require a high level of chakra form change. In the evening, Mu Yu called all the disciples home to eat together. This kind of life is so happy. Obito smiled happily after eating a big mouthful of rice. Although practicing is very tiring, it is really refreshing to eat the food made by Mu Yu after practicing. It is like the soul has been redeemed. Eat more, go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, everyone except Xiaolin will have special training. Mu Yu said with a warm smile. Do you want to do the questions? Obito asked the question he cared about most with a serious expression. If you can complete it perfectly, then there is no need. Mu Yu replied with a smile. Tomorrow is the last day for Obito and his friends to rest. It's time to put some pressure on them. Obito. He felt that if he could complete Mu Yu's training without doing the exercises, he would be more than capable of fighting a Jonin. When he thought about facing the terrifying exercise tomorrow, Obito turned his fear into appetite and worked harder to eat. Kakashi needs to participate this time too. It's time for him to experience my pain. This was the only comfort Obito had. Chapter 1, more later. Chapter 284 Jiraiya. This time, we'll still have to hit the special training. Try your best to attack the shadow clones to win. Mu Yu said after creating 3 shadow clones. Because it was Kakashi's first time, Mu Yu repeated the punishment mechanism of the special training. Then we have to fight quickly and hit the shadow clones as quickly as possible. Kakashi thought to himself after listening to the rules. Since it was a special training with results, Kakashi naturally hoped that he could get good results, and he didn't want to do so many questions. If it was the level of questions from the ninja school, it wouldn't matter, but Mu Yu's questions were not simple. Kakashi would feel very good if he did a few questions, but if he did too many, he would be a bit overwhelmed. The number that Kakashi could accept was about 30 questions in one training. In this way, he only needed to do 4 to 5 questions a day on average in a week, and he could finish them easily when he was resting after training. Begin. Thunder breathing, concentrate on breathing. Kakashi silently changed his breathing rhythm and concentrated his breathing to the limit of concentration. The moment Mu Yu shouted start, Kakashi immediately drew out the white fang short blade and rushed to attack the shadow clone. Special training is different from actual combat. Actual combat requires dealing with various emergencies, so physical chakra must be preserved, but special training with a time limit of 10 minutes obviously does not require it. Kakashi transformed a large amount of chakra into thunder attribute and then exploded in his lower body. His speed suddenly increased, and he rushed to the front of the shadow clone in the blink of an eye. A white light flashed, and the tree next to the shadow clone was cut off, while the shadow clone who retreated and dodged in time was still unscathed. Can you react at such a speed? It seems that it is impossible to finish the training quickly by using all your strength normally. Kakashi thought. Because it is training, the shadow clone will not attack him, so Kakashi just used his speed to the limit, but even so, he was a little short of hitting the shadow clone, so Kakashi judged that the normal use of full strength could not complete the training in advance. The training is difficult, but it is within Kakashi's expectations. After all, even someone as fast as Obito feels miserable about this training, which shows how difficult it is. Then Kakashi tried a few more times and found that no matter how hard he pushed his strength to the limit, he was still a little short of it. After 3 minutes of trying, Kakashi changed his tactics. He threw a smoke bomb to hide his figure, and then the shadow clone attracted attention outside while the main body sneaked underground to act. After a close fight with the shadow clone for a while, Kakashi decisively appeared and used the purple lightning. In order to ensure that Miyu was hit, Kakashi let the purple lightning disperse into more than a dozen lightning bolts and rushed towards Miyu. Miyu calmly dodged and created a short distance between himself and Kakashi's shadow clone, then put his hands together and spit out a large amount of flames to block all of Kakashi's purple lightning. Ordinary tactics won't work. Kakashi temporarily stopped attacking and quickly reviewed the situation in his mind to obtain more information. Based on Miyu's performance, Kakashi judged that Miyu must have known that his real body was hiding in the dark, and the series of actions were too smooth. When the time came to 9 minutes, Kakashi still didn't hit the shadow clone once. It should be impossible to complete it in advance this time, but with this experience, I can think of a targeted tactic after returning. Kakashi thought to himself that 1 minute was obviously not enough for him to organize an offensive that could hit the shadow clone. During these 9 minutes, Kakashi didn't just rush at the shadow clone like a headless fly, he was trying to obtain information. At present, the information Kakashi has collected is that the speed of the shadow clone is just a little faster than him, and the ninjutsu is much stronger. There is no way to win by ninjutsu duel. Then, if he does not use ninjutsu, the shadow clone will not use it either. The second and third points can confirm each other. The shadow clone ninjutsu is so strong that if they use it casually, they may not be able to touch the shadow clone even if their strength doubles. 10 minutes later, Miyu reported the results. No one hit the shadow clone before 10 minutes. All 3 of them have 50 questions. 50 again. Obito's eyes gradually lost their light when he thought of the horror he had to face in the evening. Shisui took 2 breaths. This time he also carried out the battle plan, but failed, and Shisui found that the shadow clone this time was faster than the last time. Everyone try to finish the questions. This time there is no time limit for completion. You can come to me to discuss the questions in the evening. Miyu said with a smile. This time he reset the strength of the shadow clones. As long as the disciples did not make a breakthrough or think of a good combat plan during the training would basically end automatically in 10 minutes. However, most of the students have graduated now, so Miyu cancelled the time limit and let the students complete the questions according to their own situation. The greatest significance of doing the questions is not the questions themselves, but the thinking generated by doing the questions and the knowledge that Miyu told afterwards. Okay. Obito's lifeless eyes immediately regained some spirit. No time limit means that there will be no more abominable existence of installments. Although installments once made him feel relaxed for a while, Obito felt that this was an extremely evil existence when he thought of the extra questions out of thin air. After the afternoon training, considering that this was the last day for Obito and his friends to rest, Miyu said that he would cook a big meal for them, and Miyu purchased a lot of ingredients for this purpose. However, coincidentally, an unexpected guest came to Miyu in the evening. Haha, it's quite lively here. It seems that we came at the right time. Jiraiya laughed and walked into Miyu's house with Minato. The war with Iwagakure came to an end. Although it was not a complete ceasefire, there was no large-scale fighting, so Jiraiya returned to Konoha to rest. Minato-sensei, Uncle Toad, why are you here? Obito greeted Jiraiya. What Uncle Toad? I'm the Toad Sage. Jiraiya corrected. Ahem, the Toad Sage is a hidden name, and the more widely known title is the Three Ninjas. I am the most handsome white-haired handsome man among the 3 ninjas, Jiraiya. Since there were still 2 children he didn't know, Jiraiya introduced himself solemnly. I'm the one who is as famous as Tsunade-sama. Is it Jiraiya-sama? Nohara-rin asked with a surprised expression. The 3 ninjas are very well known in Konoha. Even a newly graduated student like Nohara-rin knows their names. Yes, the legendary Jiraiya-sama is me. Jiraiya said with his chest raised and a proud look. Minato couldn't help but stroke his forehead as he looked at Jiraiya, who was proudly introducing himself in front of several children. Shisui's expression was a little strange. Why did the three ninjas look unreliable? You chose a good time. I was preparing a sumptuous meal. Miyu said with a smile. Jiraiya's arrival was indeed a coincidence. It had been a while since he selected the palm immortal technique as a reward. He could use a very normal reason to find Jiraiya to go and ask Tsunade questions. Feast. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. He guaranteed that this was the most wonderful sentence he had heard in the past few days. This was Miyu's feast, so there must be so many delicious dishes. Minato went to the kitchen to help immediately after hearing Miyu's words. Jiraiya was telling the children about his experience of traveling around the ninja world in the living room. Uncle Toad, do you have so much time to travel in so many countries? Obito became interested when he heard Jiraiya talking about traveling around the countries. He has been to several small countries around him, and he left very quickly. I'm not traveling around the ninja world for fun, but for something very important, which concerns the fate of the entire ninja world. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and said. Jiraiya has been looking for the child of prophecy in the preview of the Great Toad Sage, and he will continue his journey after the war is completely over. What is so important, and it also concerns the fate of the entire ninja world? Obito looked at Jiraiya suspiciously. Although he knew that Jiraiya was very powerful, the whole ninja world was too exaggerated. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Anyway, a fool like you who can't even call his name can never be the son of prophecy. Jiraiya said and laughed. If you want to say who is the most like the son of prophecy among the disciples Jiraiya has taught, Jiraiya's first choice is Nagato, because Nagato has the legendary Samsara Eye of the Six Paths Sage, and the second choice is Minato, whose ninja talent is very powerful. I'm not a fool. The elders of our Uchiha clan say that I'm a genius. Obito retorted. Nohara-rin was right next to him. How could Obito let himself be labeled as a fool? It is said that only fools will rush to explain when others call them fools. Jiraiya added. Obito showed an expression of wanting to say something but hesitating. He wanted to explain but had to hold it back because of Jiraiya's words. Ha ha ha, you are really interesting, not like those Uchiha at all. Obito's look of wanting to say something but not daring to say it successfully made Jiraiya smile. It was the first time he met an innocent Uchiha like Obito, and he couldn't help but want to tease him when he saw him. Kakashi. What else can he say? He can only say that Jiraiya's image continues to collapse in his heart. Kakashi silently memorized Jiraiya's methods and used them on Obito in the future. Jiraiya-sama, can you tell me something about Tsunade-sama? Nohara-rin looked at Jiraiya with expectant eyes. Jiraiya thought about it, and the first thing he thought of was Tsunade's gambling addiction and her love of running away from the bills, but looking at Nohara-rin's expectant little face, Jiraiya still picked up some good words and said some of Tsunade's advantages. Chicken soup is here. Miyu brought a large pot of chicken soup to the table. Then came various dishes, most of which were from the major cuisines of Miyu's previous life, and a small number of which were native to Naruto. When the dishes with tempting aromas were served, no one chatted anymore. They all swallowed their saliva and stared at the dishes on the table with eagerness. When Miyu served the last dish, a war without gunpowder started. Chapter 285 Meeting Tsunade. After dinner, Obito and other disciples went home. Jiraiya, who was not satisfied, bought sake, and the three of them chatted while eating and drinking. Mostly Jiraiya was talking, while Miyu and Minato mainly listened and started some small topics from time to time. It's harder to imitate the tailed beast ball than I thought. Minato talked about his development of ninjutsu, wanting to get inspiration from Miyu and Jiraiya. It's not a simple thing to develop a ninjutsu similar to the tailed beast ball. Jiraiya drank the sake in the cup and touched his chin and said. A large part of the deterrent power of Jinchuriki lies in the tailed beast ball. The destructive power of the tailed beast ball is too great. Even Jiraiya can't take it head-on when facing the tailed beast ball, and can only find a way to dodge. I imitated the shape of the tailed beast ball to develop it in the form of a chakra ball, but now the chakra ball is very unstable, and it can't even penetrate a tree because of its power. Minato continued to talk about the difficulties he encountered when developing it. If it's unstable, I think Minato, you can find a solid round object to assist yourself in practicing, such as a ball or something. Miyu thought for a while and said. Minato's eyes lit up, feeling that Miyu's suggestion was very good, and smiled and thanked Miyu. It is indeed a good idea to use physical objects to assist in practice. After talking about the Raise Nan, Miyu also took the opportunity to talk about his previous ideas. It is indeed not appropriate to set a seal on a single chakra cup ointment to store chakra. I thought about it carefully. If the scope can be expanded and more chakra meridian acupoints can be added, it may work. You haven't given up this bold idea yet. Theoretically, it may work, but it requires a great test of the chakra control accuracy and a strong foundation in medical ninjutsu. Jiraiya sighed. He is still not optimistic about this direction. It is too risky to develop on chakra meridian acupoints, and it is easy to ruin yourself. Of course, the risk is great while the improvement is also great. If it can really be realized, then the improvement of strength is very intuitive, which is equivalent to a lot of chakra out of thin air. Well, I am somewhat confident in the accuracy of chakra operation, but I don't really understand medical ninjutsu. I haven't studied it for too long. At present, I have only mastered the palm fairy technique, so I have been in the theoretical stage. Miyu continued to say along with Jiraiya's words. Hearing that Miyu had started to learn medical ninjutsu, Jiraiya swallowed his words of persuasion again. Fortunately, Miyu knows the importance of things and will not mess around without being sure. After hearing Miyu's words, Minato was in awe. Miyu has really taken great pains to develop a technique that can store chakra. Not only has she studied the sealing technique, but she is also learning medical ninjutsu now. This makes Minato feel that he has been a little lax recently and has not spent enough time developing ninjutsu. Jiraiya-sama, you and Tsunade-sama are both Sunin. Can you help me introduce them? I want to ask Tsunade-sama some questions about medical ninjutsu. After laying the groundwork, Miyu stated his ultimate goal. He had the idea of fluking for Tsunade before, but the preparations at that time were not sufficient. Now he has a certain reputation in the Konoha ninja circle, and the medical ninjutsu on him is also from the ninja hall, so there are no major problems in all aspects. Tsunade, her medical ninjutsu is really powerful, which should be of great help to your study, but she is not a good person to talk to. Jiraiya fell into thought. He and Tsunade are very familiar with each other. They are teammates and good friends. They have been through life and death together countless times. To be fair, Jiraiya thinks Tsunade is a kind person. In order to reduce the casualty rate of ninjas, Tsunade proposed that each team should be equipped with a medical ninja. Although it was not adopted, it was considered an effort. But it would be a lie to say that Tsunade has a good temper. After being a teammate for so many years, how could Jiraiya not know Tsunade's temper? It's okay to take you to see her, but I can't guarantee that she will help you solve the problem. Jiraiya poured himself a glass of wine and replied. If Miyu was seriously injured or had some disease, Jiraiya would be sure to let Tsunade treat her. As a medical ninja, Tsunade still has medical ethics, but if it is about teaching something, Jiraiya really can't guarantee that it will work. This is a very personal matter. Tsunade has the right to teach or not. Well, if you can introduce me to her, Master Jiraiya, I will talk to Master Tsunade about other matters. Miyu smiled and toasted to thank him. It would be much better to have Jiraiya as a bridge than to go there suddenly. Jiraiya laughed and patted Miyu on the shoulder and said. You should be fine. You are only a little less handsome than me, and you have amazing cooking skills. If you use cooking as a condition, she might agree. I remember that she likes to drink and eat tender chicken. Miyu secretly wrote down that Tsunade likes to eat tender chicken. After eating and drinking, Minato helped Jiraiya, who was already drunk, out. Miyu studied the sealing technique until 11:30 p.m., then washed and went to bed. The next morning, Miyu split his shadow clone to handle school affairs. The ninja school was about to start, and there were some things he needed to deal with, and then he was ready to go to the South Forest to teach his disciples. But when Miyu finished his meal and was about to leave, a ninja knocked on his door. Please go to the Hokage building. The Sandaime-sama wants to see you. The ninja said simply. Miyu nodded, left a shadow clone, and waited for the main body to leave for the Hokage building. After the shadow clone went to the South Forest, Shisui was still waiting there. Dong! Miyu knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from inside the office. Miyu pushed the door open and found that in addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was another ninja he didn't know. Sandaime-sama. Miyu greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen with respect, and at the same time gave the unknown ninja a smile and walked to the desk. Is there any mission? Miyu asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, then said with a smile, No, you were promoted. Due to your outstanding performance in the ninja school, plus the merits you have made on the battlefield, you are already promoted to Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Miyu a brand new ninja certificate, which was no longer a special Jonin, but only Jonin. Thank you, Sandaime-sama. Miyu's face showed excitement and gratitude, as if he had accomplished something extremely important, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was the benefactor who helped him in the process. Of course, this was fake, and Miyu's heart was not shaken at all. It was within his expectations to be promoted from a special Jonin to a Jonin. He showed such strong strength and made great contributions on the battlefield. In addition to his performance in the ninja school, the promotion conditions were more relaxed. It is normal to be promoted to a Jonin during the war. In fact, this is slower than Miyu expected. After all, it has been a while since he returned from the battlefield. Miyu guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was preparing to collectively promote a wave of meritorious ninjas, so it was slightly delayed. Miyu glanced at the information of the unknown ninja with his peripheral vision, and he was also promoted to a Jonin. No need to thank me, this is what you have won with your own merits and strength, and it is the reward you deserve for protecting Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a satisfied smile. Miyu did not continue to say good things, but his expression was still excited and grateful. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen denied it, but he was very happy in his heart. This time, the promotion was only for the ninja level, and other positions did not change. The reason is also very simple. His position in the ninja school can no longer be promoted in a short time. There are two people above him, one is the teacher class leader Shimano Hisanobu, and the other is the principal Sarutobi Hiruzen. The teacher class monitor is just an ordinary Jonin, but he has been working in the ninja school for a long time. He is an old Jonin. It is impossible to remove him for no reason. It is even more impossible for the principal of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is a very special position at present. Of course, after all, he is promoted to Jonin, which is considered the upper level of Konoha. There will be no substantial rewards. Miyu has obtained 2 more opportunities to select ninjutsu in the ninjutsu hall. Before Miyu left, 2 more ninjas walked into the Hokage's office, which further verified Miyu's idea. Usually, not so many people come to the Hokage building together. After leaving the Hokage building, Miyu went directly to the south border forest to practice. After noon, Miyu returned to his home in the main city, because Jiraiya said yesterday that he would take him to find Tsunade at noon today. This kind of thing must not be allowed to let the shadow clone go. I will never get tired of eating it no matter how many times. Jiraiya, who had lunch by the way, sighed with satisfaction. Try not to mention topics such as younger brother and lover in front of her. Jiraiya reminded him when he thought of something. I will. Miyu nodded, indicating that he had written down all these taboos. Then Jiraiya took Miyu directly to Tsunade's home. At this time, it feels like she has just woken up. If she is not at home, we can only look for her in the nearby casino. Jiraiya did not dare to say that he could find Tsunade at home 100%. Although Tsunade did not want to find the child of prophecy like him, she was not interested in all kinds of ninja things because of the death of her brother and lover. If it were not for the war, she would not be in Konoha now. Miyu and Jiraiya were lucky. As soon as they walked into Tsunade's yard, they saw Tsunade and Shizuan sitting in the corridor under the eaves. Jiraiya, why are you here? If you want to peek, I will beat you to death. Tsunade asked Jiraiya with her arms folded. Haha, is this the impression I had from you? But now is not the time to collect materials. Jiraiya answered with a big laugh without any shyness. There is one more chapter to come. Shizuan's instructor is her, so Miyu can only be a teacher at the ninja school. Shizuan nodded. Don't underestimate Miyu. Although she is a teacher at the ninja school, Miyu's strength is not weak. Not only did she defeat the Bakutan hunter, she also helped me repel the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya listed Miyu's most outstanding achievements so far. I didn't say that the strength of the ninja school teachers must be poor, so what's the matter with you coming here today? Tsunade patted her mouth and asked as if she hadn't slept enough. Yesterday she forgot when she went to bed, she only remembered drinking and eating all the time. Miyu has been learning medical ninjutsu recently, and he has encountered some difficulties in this regard, so I want to ask you for advice. Jiraiya said their purpose. Although Miyu said yesterday that he could communicate by himself, Jiraiya felt that it would be better if he spoke up. After all, they have been old friends for so many years. Teach me medical ninjutsu? Then you can go back. I don't have the time or interest to teach others medical ninjutsu. Tsunade refused directly after hearing this. Tsunade might still help with healing, but teaching is out of the question. Now, except for Shizuan, no one else is interested. Jiraiya looked a little embarrassed. Tsunade's refusal was within his expectations, but he didn't expect it to be so quick and direct. Tsunade-sama, I won't waste too much of your time, and I won't let you teach for nothing. I can pay you. Miyu looked embarrassed. Bien Boulet and said with a smile. Hearing that there was a reward, Tsunade became a little interested. After all, her chic life was very expensive. Sometimes she could lose millions of rions in one night if she lost a little faster. How much money can you give me? I am one of the 3 ninjas and the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. Tsunade emphasized her identity. It just so happened that she had lost almost all her money recently, so she wanted to get some money back from Miyu. Seeing that Tsunade became negotiable after talking about the reward, Jiraiya had a helpless smile on his face. How about 100,000 rions per hour? Miyu offered a very high price. Originally, the normal process was that Miyu would first offer a low price and then wait for Tsunade to raise the price and then Miyu would cut a little more. After all, if it was 100,000 rions per hour, Miyu's small treasury would not be able to support a whole day. However, Miyu had already thought of other ways. If everything went well, she only needed to spend some money in the early stage. 100,000 rions per hour. Tsunade was a little moved after hearing this. 100,000 ryo is not a small amount. The reward for a common B-level mission is only about 100,000 ryo, and you can't take it all by yourself. In this case, I can only deal with a few hours a day, and I can save up for a few days to go gambling happily. Thinking of this, Tsunade decided to take this job. Since Shizuan said you are a great teacher, I will reluctantly agree to it. Tsunade finally replied. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Yu thanked with a gentle smile. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as Tsunade is willing to teach at the beginning, the rest will be much easier. Do you want to start now? If so, I will start counting. In addition, if you start, you will have to charge 100,000 ryo even if it is less than an hour. Tsunade reminded. Jiraiya interrupted Yu's words with his eyes and pulled Yu aside. Haha, sorry Yu, Tsunade is not like this usually. It should be because she lost too much money recently. Jiraiya explained for Tsunade. Tsunade's temper is indeed not very good, but this situation is still relatively rare now. It's okay. After all, Lady Tsunade is not my teacher. It's normal to pay her. Yu said with a smile. Then Jiraiya touched his clothes, took out 600,000 taels and handed them to Yu, saying, I don't have much money on me. Here are about 600,000 taels. Take it first. He brought Yu here, and he felt a little sorry for what happened now. Moreover, although the money was for Yu, it was actually for Tsunade. If Tsunade took the initiative to borrow money from Jiraiya, Jiraiya would not even blink an eye for a few million. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Jiraiya. After all, this is my business and you should not be responsible for it. Yu declined Jiraiya's kindness. Looking at Yu's firm eyes, Jiraiya patted Yu's shoulder without saying anything more, and walked back to Tsunade with Yu. Tsunade, we haven't had dinner together for a long time. Do you want to drink together tonight? I'll call Orochimaru. Jiraiya invited with a smile. Since the Second Ninja World War, the three of them have rarely gathered together. Jiraiya traveled around the ninja world, Tsunade left the legend of the big fat sheep everywhere, and Orochimaru was devoted to studying various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Drinking, that's no problem. Tsunade agreed readily. She had limited time to teach people, but she had plenty of time to drink. After inviting Tsunade to drink together, Jiraiya left. He had to look for Orochimaru, who was not easy to find and was usually not at home. How about it? How many hours do you want to learn today? Tsunade looked at Yu with interest. At this moment, Yu had turned into a banknote in her eyes. Then let's start with 6 hours. Yu thought for a while and replied. It was now 12:30 noon, and it was just time for dinner 6 hours later. After speaking, Yu found her wallet and took out 600,000 taels of banknotes and handed them to Tsunade. Tsunade glanced at it casually, and nodded with satisfaction when she felt that there was no problem. 100,000 ryo for 1 hour was indeed a very good number. You are very good. I believe in you. If you have any questions, just ask. Tsunade threw the money to Shizune for safekeeping and then looked at Yu and said. She didn't even ask to pay first, but Yu took the initiative to pay. This straightforwardness made Tsunade and Yu more pleasing to the eye. This chapter is a bit short, but it's a bit too late in terms of time. If I don't post it, I will not be fully present, and my brain also sends a signal to sleep. I will try to post more tomorrow, if the condition allows. Chapter 287 Tsunade wants to play badly. I want to develop a sealing technique that can store extra chakra in the body, but this involves many chakra acupoints. How can I set up a sealing technique in the body without affecting the chakra acupoints? Yu asked. In order to get a power bank for herself, Yu is now studying the sealing technique harder than when she took the civil service exam. She thinks about the sealing technique in her spare time. Now he has mastered half of the sealing techniques he has obtained, and the rest are basically at the proficient level. In terms of sealing techniques, Yu feels that even if he is inferior, he is only slightly inferior. He has seen the panels of the sealing class ninjas, and their proficiency and quality are not as good as his. What he lacks now is the medical ninjutsu, which allows him to complete the stable develop. Hey? Are you sure you're here to ask about medical ninjutsu? Tsunade complained after hearing Miyu's question. I'm sure, this involves a lot of medical knowledge, how to perform delicate operations in the human body, isn't it? Miyu continued calmly. One of the purposes of giving money first was that he was worried that Tsunade would let him go directly after hearing his first words. Now that Tsunade has received 600,000 taels, she must listen to him. Tsunade thought for a moment, and it really takes a good medical ninjutsu attainment to develop this kind of ninjutsu. Why is Tsunade so clear? Because she now knows that there is a ninjutsu similar to the one described by Miyu. That is the sealing technique passed down by her grandmother Uzumaki Mito, called Yin Seal, which can store chakra. Tsunade did not learn this ninjutsu because this ninjutsu has great defects and is difficult to learn. However, this ninjutsu has great potential. Tsunade has been thinking about how to improve the Yin Seal or develop supporting ninjutsu. However, this was a thing of the past. Because of the death of her brother and lover, Tsunade is not interested in ninja matters now. She knows that if her idea can succeed, it can greatly improve her strength, but she doesn't care. What's the matter with being strong? The people she likes are dead. Even if her medical ninjutsu is advanced, she can only treat the living, but not the dead. Now Tsunade only regards those studies as a tool to kill time. Sometimes she is really bored and doesn't want to drink and has no money to gamble, so she studies for a while. That's true, but do you really understand the difficulty of developing ninjutsu? Tsunade said lightly, wanting Miyu to give up. First of all, this requires extremely high attainments in sealing techniques. Playing with sealing techniques in your own body can easily affect your body. Release ninjutsu requires chakra, use physical skills requires chakra, climb walls and tread water also requires chakra. It can be said that the amount of chakra can largely determine the strength of a ninja. If you can easily get a chakra charger in your body, it would have become a necessary means for the strong. This is really a very difficult thing. Miyu raised her glasses, stretched out her hand and opened her palm to perform the 5 elements seal. 5 bright chakra lights appeared in Miyu's hand. 5 elements seal, can be performed so smoothly. Tsunade was a little surprised. This was already a very advanced sealing technique. I am still somewhat confident in the sealing technique. In addition, I have also learned the 4 symbols seal. Miyu dispersed the chakra and said with a smile. Even the 4 symbols seal has been mastered. Tsunade was even more surprised. This was a super strong sealing technique that even she had not mastered. In other words, Miyu was better than her in terms of sealing technique. What is your current level of medical ninjutsu? Tsunade continued to ask. Miyu showed Tsunade his chakra scalpel and palm fairy technique. Tsunade felt a headache after reading it. Being able to master these 2 was already a very qualified medical ninja. She knew that the next answer would definitely not be easy if she thought about it casually. If we use a metaphor to describe it, Tsunade originally thought that she needed to teach addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, but in fact she needed to teach advanced mathematics. It's really troublesome, why not just let Shizun teach it? Tsunade's laziness began to take effect while she was lying on the wooden corridor. No matter how I think about it, it won't work. How can I teach teacher Miyu? Shizun couldn't help but complain when she heard Tsunade's bad speech. Shizun pushed Tsunade with her little hand and urged, Tsunade-sama, you have accepted the reward from teacher Miyu, how can you break your promise? Miyu silently gave Shizun a thumbs up in her heart. Sure enough, being a good teacher is still rewarding, and it was not in vain. After Shizun pushed her several times, Tsunade sat up again, and the first thing she did was to rub Shizun's little face with both hands. Tsunade-sama. Shizun looked at Tsunade pitifully. A kid like you is born to be rubbed by me, and you dare to lecture me. Tsunade put down her hands and showed a smug smile after rubbing her. After a short one-sided fight with Shizun, Tsunade calmed down and began to answer questions for Miyu. Miyu had a lot of buffs on her, brought by Jiraiya, and Shizuan was a teacher she liked very much, and she even paid him in the end. If one of them was missing, Tsunade might not be very happy. Miyu had to say that she found the right person. Although Tsunade's personality was a bit bad, her level of medical ninjutsu was really unmatched. After an hour of communication with Tsunade, Miyu found many problems that she had not found before. Maybe she was a little unhappy. Tsunade's words were sharp when she pointed out Miyu's problem, not how could there be a fool who didn't know this, but even a pig knew this. But Miyu didn't care, after all, this was a tutor who could help him complete the power bank plan, even if he really spit out knives from his mouth, he had to open the armed color to listen to the class. Besides, it should be said that Tsunade is very beautiful. If she were someone with special hobbies in his previous life, this might be a reward. Happy time always passes quickly. Tsunade is indeed a very good teacher in teaching medical knowledge. He listened to Tsunade's lecture and thought about it. Soon 5.5 hours passed, from noon to dusk. It's finally over. I must have a good drink tonight. Tsunade showed a relieved expression. She taught for so long at once. She didn't teach Shizuan like this. Tsunade decided not to make money from this. Next time Miyu comes up and chases me away, it's better to lie down and feel comfortable. If you are tired, Tsunade-sama, you can end your rest now. Miyu said with a gentle smile. You said it yourself. Tsunade agreed without hesitation. Only a fool would refuse such a good thing. Miyu looked up at the sky, and then asked with concern, Tsunade-sama, you must be tired and hungry after such a long class. It just so happens that I have a lot of experience in cooking. How about I cook something for you? Teacher Miyu is so gentle. Jingyi sighed in her heart, ending the class early and helping to cook dinner. She felt that Miyu, as a teacher, deeply understood the hardship of concentrating on teaching, so he did this. Tsunade has always been very happy with good things that she picked up for free, but she was worried that Miyu's cooking skills were not good, so she asked, what level is it to have a lot of experience? A level that is more confident than the sealing technique. Miyu replied with a smile. Facts have proved that his cooking can conquer even non-human beings. Tsunade became interested after hearing this. Miyu's sealing skills were extraordinary. Then Miyu went to buy vegetables and went home to get some cakes. Finally, she started cooking at Tsunade's house. Teacher Miyu, let me help you wash the vegetables. Jingyi walked to the kitchen to help. Well, you are such a good child. Thank you. Miyu smiled and handed 3 wrapped cakes to Jingyi. Jingyi could smell an attractive fragrance from it, but she did not take it but looked at Miyu in confusion. This is a reward. Miyu stuffed the cake into Jingyi's hand. After washing the vegetables, Jingyi curiously tasted one. Instantly, her eyes lit up. She had never eaten such a delicious dessert. Teacher Miyu, which dessert shop in the village did you buy this? Jingyi asked quickly. If it is not too expensive, she can use her pocket money to buy some to eat. This is not for sale. Why? Because I made it myself. Shizuan was shocked. She didn't expect Miyu to have such a skill. Shizuan put away the remaining 2 cakes and prepared to eat one a day. If it was other delicious things, Shizuan would definitely share them with Tsunade, but not for sweets, because in Shizuan's memory, Tsunade didn't like sweets. When she bought 3 color dumplings for Shizuan, she even said bluntly how could so many people like to eat this thing. After Miyu finished cooking, she put some dishes into lunch boxes and asked the shadow clone to send them to Minato, and then took the dishes out. The aroma is very good, but I don't know how it tastes. Tsunade smelled the aroma of the dishes before she sat down. She glanced at them. They were all unfamiliar dishes, but they all looked very good. Tsunade casually picked up a piece of meat from the fried pork with peppers. After eating it, she was instantly amazed. In a trance, Tsunade seemed to have gone to another world and forgot all her troubles. When she came to her senses, although she felt extremely hot in her mouth, Tsunade couldn't help wanting to continue eating. After taking a bite, Shizun also fell into a state of immersion in eating. When Tsunade wanted to continue to pick up vegetables and eat with rice, she suddenly found that the 3 plates in front of her were empty. Why did you only make so little? Don't underestimate the appetite of ninjas. Tsunade was a little hungry. Considering that you, Tsunade-sama, will go out for a drink with Jiraiya-sama and others in the evening, I didn't make too much. I originally wanted to take a whole chicken to try the new dishes I thought of. Miyu explained. Tsunade wanted to punch Jiraiya hard now, couldn't she change another day? But I will come to learn from you tomorrow, I will make more tomorrow night. Miyu continued. Tsunade was a little entangled. She originally didn't want to continue to teach and live a carefree life of doing nothing. But after eating Miyu's cooking, Tsunade heard Miyu talking about a new dish made from a whole chicken. She wanted to try what Miyu's chicken tasted like. Then teach me for another day. You can earn more money and gamble more. Tsunade decided to teach Miyu for another day tomorrow, and then tell her not to come after teaching her tomorrow. Okay, remember to cook more dishes tomorrow and make them delicious. Tsunade reminded. Looking at Tsunade's expression, Miyu knew that her plan had taken the first step, and nodded with a smile. In the evening, Jiraiya and Orochimaru went to Tsunade's house and asked her to drink, but what puzzled Jiraiya was that Tsunade looked unhappy at him. There is another chapter later. I am a little busy today, but it should still be more than 1,000 words more than yesterday. In addition, I looked at Tsunade in Minato's biography. There seems to be no yin seal mark on her forehead, so I guess Tsunade's yin seal and the 100 heroes should be from the period of wandering around after the Third World War. Chapter 288 Tsunade eating chicken. In the pub, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru sat side by side. I miss it so much. When was the last time we 3 drank like this? Jiraiya took a sip of wine and laughed. It was the end of the Second Ninja World War. Tsunade drank the wine in the glass and recalled briefly. After the Second Ninja World War, they each did their own things. Jiraiya, it's been so long. Have you found the student who can change the ninja world? Orochimaru picked up the appetizer and ate it, then asked. Haha, good question, I don't know either. Jiraiya replied with a smile. The prediction of the great toad sage, the words were too vague, and he didn't know if there was really a child of destiny among the students he taught. You are so confident when you say that, you are still an idiot as always. Tsunade complained. He is just looking for trouble. Orochimaru was not surprised by Jiraiya's answer. He believed that it was absolutely impossible to change the entire ninja world with personal strength. Even the powerful ninja god Senju Hashirama couldn't do it. After his death, the ninja world would still be the same. I am looking for trouble, so what are you? You have learned all the ninjutsu in the world to achieve immortality. This is impossible. No matter how much you study, human life will not be eternal. Jiraiya replied unceremoniously. Instead of studying immortality, it is better to find a pleasing successor to pass on your ninjutsu. In this way, although you are dead, you live in another way. No matter how nice it sounds, people are dead. Living in the heart is just a nice thing to comfort children. Orochimaru retorted lightly. He had witnessed many deaths since he was born. His parents died not long after he could remember. During the Second Ninja World War, Orochimaru was already an outstanding jonin. He had led many Konoha ninjas to carry out important war missions. During this period, he saw many of his men die in front of him. However, what touched Orochimaru the most was the death of his disciple Nawase. Nawase was both his disciple and Tsunade's younger brother. Although he was Orochimaru's disciple, Nawase and Orochimaru had almost opposite personalities. Orochimaru always had a cold face, while Noes always had an excited and enthusiastic smile on his face. Although the personality difference was very big, Orochimaru liked this disciple very much. His not smiling did not mean that he could not stand others smiling. In fact, Orochimaru felt very comfortable when teaching Noes. But the ninja world war was too cruel. In a night mission, Noes was caught in an explosive trap because he was anxious to catch up with the enemy and died on the spot in front of Orochimaru. Since then, Orochimaru knew one thing, that humans are very fragile creatures, so he had to study ninjutsu to the extreme to make himself less fragile. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Tsunade recalled some bad memories and drank several glasses of wine. "You are getting more and more cold." Jiraiya sighed after hearing Orochimaru's words. "Your ideas are too naive," Orochimaru said after taking a sip of wine. "A naive idiot and an idiot who can't speak." Tsunade chose to fight with two people together. The three of them chatted for a long time while drinking and eating. Although they spent a lot of time fighting each other, the overall atmosphere was pretty good. "Haha, I'm quite happy today. Do you want to continue drinking tomorrow?" Jiraiya's cheeks were already red when he finished, and he asked. "No time, I have to study ninjutsu tomorrow night." Orochimaru rejected Jiraiya's invitation. "No, if you hadn't invited me today, I could have eaten the chicken dish made by Miyu today." Tsunade also refused directly and decisively. "Just kidding, she changed her mind to eat the chicken cooked by Miyu. How could she go to have a drink with Jiraiya? That is indeed a big loss, after all, it is Miyu's cooking." Jiraiya touched his chin and nodded in agreement. Miyu. Hearing Jiraiya and Tsunade discussing this name, Orochimaru showed a thoughtful look. However, he was not thinking about the legend of a certain cooking god, but the content of the Konoha newspaper and the communication between Danzo and him. He happened to be working in the root organization on the day the Konoha newspaper was published, and Danzo couldn't hold it when he saw the content of the newspaper. Originally, he just thought that he had dug up an insignificant shrimp, but it turned out to be an outstanding jonin who could make contributions in the Battle of the Tailed Beasts. Danzo couldn't help but use his authority to get a detailed report of the battle and learned how Miyu made contributions in the war. If Orochimaru remembered correctly, this Hanyu Miyu was good at using combined ninjutsu, and the ninjutsu was very powerful. After a brief recollection, Orochimaru lost interest. He was now studying ninjutsu, not the ordinary 5 nature ninjutsu, but those with more special effects. When Tsunade woke up again, it was already noon. Feeling a little hungry, Tsunade walked out of the room and shouted, "Shizuan, I'm so hungry, is there anything to eat?" "I'm doing it, Tsunade-sama, please wait a moment." Shizuan responded. Tsunade simply washed up, and when she passed by the table, she smelled a faint floral scent, and then she locked onto 2 unknown packaging bags on the table based on the smell. Because she was a little hungry, Tsunade curiously opened one of the packaging bags and stuffed the pastry into her mouth. "It's actually quite delicious. Is it a newly researched dessert?" Tsunade also opened the second packaging bag, stuffed the pastry into her mouth, and nodded. "Tsunade-sama, the food is ready." Shizuan trotted and put the prepared dishes on the table. Then she saw 2 packaging bags that had been opened. Jingyan was dumbfounded. Because it was so delicious, she decided to eat another one within 24 hours. In order to prevent herself from being unable to resist the temptation, she deliberately did not bring it with her when she cooked. €1 maybe eat €1 just the same bag. Maybe Lady Tsunade will eat other types of desserts €1. Shizuan comforted herself in her heart. Then Shizuan picked up the 2 empty packaging bags and looked through them carefully. There were still a few crumbs of pastry on them. At this moment, Shizuan could no longer comfort herself. There was no doubt that these were the pastries she put on the table. Shizuan's face was stunned, and she looked at Tsunade with lifeless eyes. €1 Shizuan, what €1's wrong with you? €1 Tsunade noticed Shizuan's sight and asked. A euro ita euro es gone a euro. A euro wata euro es gone, a euro Tsunade was a little confused. A euro the desserts are gone. They were eaten by Lady Tsunade who doesn't a euro tea like sweets. A euro Shizune euro's voice was a little resentful. A euro, eat a euro s the two on the table. They taste surprisingly good. Where did you buy them? A euro lol give you money and you can buy some more. A euro Tsunade showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and was ready to give money to Shizune. A euro I can a euro tea buy it. That one was made by teacher Miu herself. A euro Shizune euro's expression was very disappointed. Seeing Shizune in a low mood, Tsunade also felt a little embarrassed. Although she usually didn't care about such things, she felt an indescribable sense of guilt for accidentally snatching the candy that the child was looking forward to. It's not a big deal. Shizune, you should eat soon. I'll ask him for some when he comes. Tsunade quickly thought of a solution and said. It's not good to trouble teacher Miu like this. Shizune shook her head and said. Although she really wanted to eat, she felt that it was a bad thing to trouble Miu for no reason. What's the matter? His problems are so complicated and difficult. 100,000 taels per hour is not enough. He should give some desserts. Tsunade waved her hand to indicate that there was no problem. At 12:30, Miu came to Tsunade's house again, but this time she didn't need Jiraiya to lead the way. Miu came by herself. Tsunade-sama, today is 5 hours. Miu handed the 500,000 tael banknote to Tsunade. Tsunade took the money and threw it to Shizune, and then began to answer Miu's questions. I don't a euro t know if it was Miu a euro's illusion, but he felt that Tsunade was more active today than yesterday. Yesterday, Tsunade slacked off whenever she had the chance. When the 5 hours were over, Miu felt the same as yesterday, and still gained a lot. After the teaching was over, Miu also fulfilled his promise and made a chicken dish for Tsunade. Tsunade, who was curious and had nothing to do, took Shizune to watch Miu cooking the whole time, wanting to see if the new dish Miu mentioned was a scam. A euro why do you want to smear mud on it? A euro Tsunade asked Miu, who ran to the yard, with a puzzled look on her face. A euro what if it gets dirty? Will it taste good like this? A euro. A euro it won a euro tea get dirty. The lotus leaf is wrapped very tightly. As for the taste, you will know after you eat it. A euro Miu replied with a smile. The chicken dish he wanted to make for Tsunade was the famous beggar chicken in his previous life, which had a very unique flavor. After sending the beggar chicken into the simple baking tool made by Earth Escape, Miu began to make other dishes. After frying some tempura and making sushi, it was time for the essential stir-fry. When all the dishes were placed on the table, they looked very rich. Although many dishes exuded a very tempting aroma, Tsunade's eyes were still attracted by the biggest dish, the beggar's chicken. Tsunade poured herself a glass of sake, which she bought specifically for eating chicken. Will it taste good if it is baked wrapped in mud? Tsunade took a chicken leg with this doubt and took a bite. After the entrance, the crispy, tender and fat flavors burst in Tsunade's mouth, and Tsunade's eyes burst into light. She had never eaten such delicious chicken. Then there was a trance. Tsunade seemed to have turned into a free pheasant living in the jungle, and her mind and body were extremely relaxed. Then Tsunade didn't say another word until she finished the dishes on the table. Miu, your dessert is very delicious. Can you give me some Jingyan? She likes it very much. After the meal, Tsunade thought of Jingyan. No problem, I'll bring some with me when I come to study tomorrow. Miu replied with a smile. Tsunade fell into silence, thinking that she would end her short teaching career today. Forget it, I'll teach you for another day, for Shizune, and it's definitely not because the food is too delicious. Tsunade decided to ask Miu not to come tomorrow. Chapter 289 Tsunade, teach me again. Why haven't you come yet? Have you not gotten up yet? Tsunade glanced at the clock, and the hour hand pointed to the 12th minute hand, which had already moved halfway. Since Mu arrived at this time the past 2 days, Tsunade thought that Mu would come at about the same time today. Teacher Mu shouldn't be someone who gets up at noon. Shizuan felt that Mu must be different from Tsunade. What's wrong with getting up at noon? Anyway, there's nothing to do, and it doesn't matter what time you sleep. Tsunade felt that Shizuan's words were pointed to something, so she stretched out her evil hands towards Shizuan's cheeks. Shizuan wanted to say that getting up at noon would directly lose 1/3 of the day, but Tsunade's rubbing attack made her words unclear. Tsunade didn't see Mu until 1 o'clock, so she started to teach Jingyin. I think she is still teaching you the palm fairy technique, right? Tsunade asked Jingyin. Yeah. Jingyin nodded. At 2:30, Mu entered Tsunade's courtyard, holding a small box in her hand. Tsunade-sama. Mu greeted Tsunade with a smile said, and put the box next to Tsunade and Shizuan. Tsunade had just finished talking for a while and was taking a break. She nodded and opened the gift box directly. Shizuan, who was standing next to her, saw the cakes in the gift box and her eyes lit up instantly. Tsunade picked up a piece and put it in her mouth, then nodded. She had to admit that Mu was really good at eating. Even someone like her who didn't like sweets thought it tasted good. Eat it. It was originally for you. Mu said to Shizuan with a smile. Shizuan looked at Mu with gratitude after receiving the affirmation, and then followed her to eat. In fact, Shizuan wanted to save some for the night or tomorrow, but Tsunade's constant actions made Shizuan extinguish this idea. She definitely couldn't save it. If she didn't eat it, it would be eaten by Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, I have to study for 4 hours today. Sorry for the trouble. After Tsunade finished eating, Mu said and handed 400,000 taels to Tsunade. Then let's get started. After taking the money, Tsunade threw it to Shizuan without even looking at it. She didn't ask Mu why it only took 4 hours today. After all, Mu might not be as free as her, and it was normal to be delayed by something. In the next 4 hours, there were only lectures and questions in the courtyard. Although the knowledge Tsunade taught was too advanced for Shizuan now, in order not to affect the atmosphere, Shizuan also tried hard to listen to the class and wrote down the content that she didn't understand. After the lecture, Mu made dinner for Tsunade and Shizuan as usual, and left a preview for the next day. In addition to beggar chicken, I actually know a way to make chicken that is delicious, but a little spicy. Mu said after dinner. After listening to Mu's words, Tsunade silently swallowed the words she was about to say. The beggar chicken made by Mu is the most delicious chicken Tsunade has ever eaten. In fact, Tsunade and Shizuan tried to replicate it at noon today. Although the taste is okay, it is completely different from Mu's. After eating it, I didn't feel relaxed both mentally and physically. I must tell him not to come after tomorrow's chicken dish. Tsunade thought very resolutely in her heart. There is no doubt that Mu's existence seriously affects her slacking. It would be easy for Tsunade to teach a ninja of Shizuan's level, because she can give the answer without thinking, and most of the time she can let Shizuan practice by herself. But Mu is different. Sometimes she needs to think seriously about the questions Mu asks. When Mu left, Shizuan waved to Mu reluctantly and said, "Goodbye, Teacher Mu." Mu is so good to Shizuan. Not only does she give her desserts, but she also cooks delicious dishes for them for free. Mu responded with a gentle smile and left the yard under the gaze of the two. Seeing her disciple staring at Mu's departing back, Tsunade knocked Jingyian's head with her hand knife, crossed her arms and said, "Still looking, he's gone far away, a few meals make you like him so much. It's not because of the cooking, because Teacher Mu is very nice." Jingyian explained with her hands covering her head and blushing. "Not only do I like him, everyone in the 4th grade likes Teacher Mu very much." The next day, since there was no hangover, Tsunade got up a little earlier today, at 10 o'clock. However, getting up early is meaningless to Tsunade, and even has a negative impact, because it means that she has to wait a little longer if she wants to eat Miyu's food. Jingyan is very happy, thinking that Tsunade may be able to resume a healthy routine of getting up at 8 in the morning. I should have slept until 6:30 in the afternoon before getting up. Tsunade glanced at the clock, and it was 1 o'clock and Miyu hadn't come yet. If he really sleeps that late, he will definitely not be able to eat Miyu's cooking. He will leave disappointed when he sees the teacher sleeping, and he will not stay to cook. Jingyan thinks that Tsunade's idea is not good. She thinks that Miyu stays to cook to reward Tsunade for giving lectures. Then Tsunade wants to eat Miyu's cooking without giving lectures. Isn't this getting something for nothing? Tsunade thought about it and it was true. If she didn't teach, how could Miyu stay? Today, Miyu came later than yesterday. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Miyu came to Tsunade's courtyard. You are lazy. You came so late today. I will never use the evening time to teach you. Tsunade said with an unhappy face. Sorry, Master Tsunade, only 2 hours of teaching time is enough today. Miyu said apologetically, and then handed 200,000 taels to Tsunade. Miyu's strength is enough to support him to complete high-level tasks and earn commissions, but Miyu will definitely not waste time for money, and the ninja school is about to start, so Miyu doesn't have much money. Of course, this is also in Miyu's plan. So that's how it is. Tsunade was slightly stunned and then the inexplicable anger in her heart disappeared. If Miyu only plans to study for 2 hours today, then there is nothing wrong with coming at 4 o'clock, and it is not too late to come at 4:30. After teaching for 4 to 6 hours for 3 consecutive days, Tsunade only taught for 2 hours today. She felt that time passed in a flash and she was not tired. Tsunade did not give up the idea of stealing the skills, and took Shizuan to watch Miyu cooking. Tsunade felt that the chicken might taste richer today, because she saw Miyu marinated, fried, and stir-fried it, which looked a bit complicated. In fact, Tsunade was already very hungry when the frying was finished, and she couldn't wait until Miyu finished frying. This dish is called spicy chicken. For people who like spicy food, it may be more delicious than beggar's chicken. Miyu briefly introduced it after serving it to the table. Tsunade ignored Miyu's words. How could she not know whether it tasted good after eating it? However, looking at the pile of red peppers, Tsunade felt that the name of spicy chicken was very appropriate. Driven by the fragrance, Tsunade picked up a piece of chicken and put it in her mouth to chew. In a trance, she felt as if her whole body was soaked in a warm hot spring, and she felt very comfortable. Miyu, you have such good cooking skills. If you open a restaurant, you will definitely make a lot of money, more than being a ninja. Tsunade tried to persuade Miyu to open a restaurant, so that it would be easy for her to eat Miyu's food. Cooking is just a little hobby of mine. I don't want it to be my job. Miyu told Tsunade directly that this was impossible. Tsunade was entangled in her heart for a long time and didn't say Miyu, don't come in the future, because she still wanted to eat the beggar chicken and spicy chicken made by Miyu. Forget it, I will teach you for the last day tomorrow, definitely the last time. Tsunade said silently in her heart. Tsunade didn't ask Miyu not to come, but Miyu said. Tsunade-sama, I have something to do tomorrow, and I probably don't have time to come to you to learn. You don't have to wait in the afternoon. Who do you think I am? I am Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. How could I wait for you to come to study at home in the afternoon? I just want to teach Shizuan. Tsunade said with an unhappy face. Well, thank you Tsunade-sama for your teaching today. Miyu didn't care about Tsunade's words, smiled gently and said goodbye to the two. Watching Miyu leave, Jingyan said with some regret, it's a pity that I can't eat Miyu's food tomorrow. What's a pity? I'll take you to a high-end restaurant tomorrow and use his money to eat," Tsunade said with a nonchalant look. Tsunade didn't break her promise. She got up at noon the next day and took Jingyi into a high-end restaurant in Konoha for dinner. "I really don't know how dare you set such a high price. It's not as good as an amateur's," Tsunade complained while looking at a table of dishes. She tried to order more expensive dishes, but none of the dishes could give her the feeling of Miyu's dishes. Tsunade even felt that these dishes were not even 1/5 as delicious as Miyu's dishes. Maybe Miyu's dishes are too delicious. Jingyi thought it was not that the restaurant was too bad but that Miyu's dishes were too strong. She felt that the restaurant's dishes tasted much better than hers. In the afternoon, Tsunade still had a thought in her mind, thinking that Miyu might finish her things in advance and come to study. After all, according to her observations over the past few days, Miyu worked very hard in her training, and should be the type who would seize the time to improve herself. But until Tsunade saw the clock turn to the number 7, Miyu was nowhere to be seen. The current atmosphere of young ninjas is really bad. They can't even grasp the opportunity to improve themselves. Tsunade thinks that the younger generation of ninjas in Konoha is a bit worrying. "Tsunade-sama, Miyu teacher just has something to do, it won't involve all the young ninjas in the village." Shizuan said a word for Miyu weakly. Tsunade glared at Shizuan. "Can you just say what's in your heart casually?" At this moment, Tsunade suddenly felt the slowness of time, and she eagerly hoped for the arrival of tomorrow. Chapter 290 Tsunade Who Understands Everything. On the 6th day of knowing Miyu, Tsunade got up at noon as usual. After finishing the food that Shizuan prepared for her, Tsunade subconsciously looked at the clock. The hour hand pointed to 12, and the minute hand was almost halfway. "Since I was busy yesterday, maybe I will come at 12 o'clock today like at the beginning," Tsunade thought to herself. After finishing her meal, Tsunade sat on the wooden aisle under the eaves, and from time to time she would look at the entrance of the yard to see if there was any trace of a golden figure. "You are so lazy. You can't delay learning. The more you delay, the more you will become a habit." Tsunade thought this was the main reason why Miyu's arrival time was gradually postponed. "Tsunade-sama, I think what you said makes sense. Why don't you get up early in the future and set an example to inspire teacher Miyu?" Shizuan tried to correct Tsunade's irregular schedule. "I don't need to study anymore, so it's okay to sleep a little longer." Tsunade said it was impossible to get up early. I don't know if it was because she was still busy or she didn't plan to study for a long time. Tsunade still didn't see Miyu until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Could it be that yesterday's work is not finished yet? Tsunade thought of a possibility. This is a very normal and reasonable thing, because this is the world of most adults. Thinking that she can only eat restaurant food or silent food today, Tsunade sighed in her heart. As her mood deteriorated, Tsunade suddenly found that the sky, which was originally sunny, suddenly became gloomy and depressing with dark clouds. Drops of raindrops as big as beans kept dripping, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Along with the heavy rain came a burst of lightning and thunder and a whistling wind. "This damn weather, it was fine just now." Tsunade after complaining, he walked into the room with Shizuan. Although there was a strong wind and thunder outside, not to mention the battle-hardened Tsunade, even the 9-year-old Shizuan was not afraid of thunder. The two of them were very quiet doing their own things in the house. Shizuan looked through the information about medical ninjutsu, while the bored Tsunade studied how to improve the yin seal. Tsunade was a person who could not stay idle. After studying for an hour, she couldn't help but tease Shizuan twice, and then she felt a little comfortable. Tsunade subconsciously glanced at the clock. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. He should not have finished his work yesterday, and it's raining so hard, he probably won't come today. Tsunade simply speculated. If it were her, she would not want to do anything and would just lie down in such a heavy rain. Although as a ninja, it would be fine even if she acted in the rain, but Tsunade felt that the atmosphere when it rained heavily was not suitable for doing things, only for lying down or playing. Thinking of this, Tsunade's heart gradually calmed down. It was just that she couldn't eat the food that was so delicious that it seemed like she was under a magic spell. It was not a big deal. Shizuan, I want to give you an important task. Tsunade looked at Shizuan with a serious face and said. Shizuan, who had never seen Tsunade show such a serious expression, also became serious in an instant and asked with a cautious face. Tsunade-sama, please tell me, I will definitely complete the task. Go and learn all of Miyu's dishes, and make them exactly the same. Tsunade said solemnly. Forgive me for refusing. Shizuan, didn't you just say that you will definitely complete the task? This shouldn't be an important task, and teacher Miyu may not teach me how to cook, and I may not be able to learn it even if he teaches. Shizuan didn't think that Miyu's dishes could be learned by ordinary people, and she was not outstanding in cooking. How can you know if you don't try? Young people should be brave enough to try. Just ask him directly. Tsunade patted Shizuan's shoulder and said with an attitude of I am optimistic about you. Tsunade-sama, I'm here. Can I come in? Miyu's voice came into the house just as Tsunade and Shizuan were chatting. Shizuan looked at Tsunade. She really wanted to say please come in, but to be precise, this is not her home but Tsunade's home, so Shizuan didn't say anything. Ahem, come in. Tsunade suppressed her somewhat surprised expression and said calmly. Tsunade looked at Miyu who walked in from the door. Although Miyu brought an umbrella, it was obviously impossible for an umbrella to completely protect Miyu in such a heavy rain. There were traces of rain on Miyu's trouser legs and back, and her hair was a little wet. Excuse me. Miyu put the umbrella outside, wrung the water on her clothes, changed shoes, and walked into Tsunade's house and said. Teacher Miyu, let me help you wipe it. Shizuan took out a dry towel and said to Miyu. Then I'll trouble you, Shizuan. Miyu smiled and squatted down and said. He did not refuse Shizuan's kindness. He gave Shizuan pastries and Shizuan also had a share of cooking. He had to give Shizuan a chance to play her part in repaying him. Have you finished what we talked about yesterday? Tsunade asked with her arms folded across her chest, showing her broad mind. Yes. Miyu nodded in affirmation. Why did you come here in such a heavy rain? Tsunade asked. After all, I wasted a lot of time yesterday because I couldn't study with you, Tsunade-sama, because of miscellaneous matters. Let alone rain, I would come even if shuriken fell. Miyu said in a joking tone. Tsunade laughed at Miyu's words, if shuriken really fell, you would be soaked to death before you could walk for long. Although ninjas are strong, if shuriken keep falling like rain, they can only use defensive ninjutsu to resist, and their bodies can't bear it at all. That's why I have to learn medical ninjutsu from you, Tsunade-sama, and run while healing. Maybe it really works. Miyu stood up and said after Shizuan finished wiping. You have to study for 2 hours today as well. Miyu took out 200,000 ryo and handed it to Tsunade. Why don't you study for a little longer? It's raining today, and I don't want to go out, so we can study later. Tsunade thought for a while and asked. This is her little compensation to Miyu. After all, she has been speculating about Miyu for no reason in the past 2 days. Because I'm running out of money. Miyu said directly. I'm a teacher at the ninja school, and I basically don't perform extra tasks outside the school, so I don't have much money now. After today, I can't study with you, Tsunade-sama, for a long time. I have to wait until the school pays me a month after the start of school. Tsunade suddenly understood everything. Why did Miyu come so early to study for 6 hours in the first 2 days, and then she came later and had less and less study time? The reason is money. Miyu offered her a price of 100,000 ryo per hour, which is enough to issue a B-level task. She didn't know how strong Miyu was, but Miyu couldn't make much money if she worked at the ninja school, because the ninja school didn't pay based on strength, but based on position and performance. Tsunade felt a little guilty. She really didn't expect that Miyu's change in study would be because of money. After all, she never cared about money. Even if she lost money from childhood to adulthood, she was always happy to go to the casino to give money. It will take a month after today before I can study again. Doesn't that mean I won't be able to eat that kind of food for a month? Tsunade found an extremely serious problem. She scratched her hair. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. She wanted her to do it because it's too uncomfortable not being able to eat Miyu's food for a month. Chapter 291 Tsunade's Decision. The 2 hours of teaching passed quickly, and when Tsunade finished teaching, she found that the sky had just cleared up. Miyu bought groceries and cooked, while Tsunade sat in the living room thinking about life. How can I make Miyu rich? Tsunade thought about this question very seriously. If Miyu had money, she could learn from her every day. Tsunade thought that Miyu would make money quickly if she opened a restaurant and sold expensive food, but this was denied by Miyu herself, and it was obviously not possible. Tsunade thought of several ideas in a row, but they were immediately rejected, because either Miyu had to change her career or she thought they were a bit unreliable. Shizuan, how do you think Miyu can make money? You don't want Miyu to come once a month in the future, right? Tsunade, who had not thought of a good idea, looked at Shizuan next to her. Although Shizuan is not very old, she is reliable in all aspects. Why do you need teacher Miyu to be rich? Shizuan looked at Tsunade with a puzzled look. If Miyu doesn't have money, he won't be able to learn from me. Although I think it's good for him to come and cook directly, he will definitely not be willing to do so. If it's not for learning, he will definitely not come. Tsunade leaned back on the chair and said. Since teacher Miyu has no money, wouldn't it be better if you don't charge money, Tsunade? Didn't teacher Miyu cook for us without charging money? Shizuan thought for a while and said. Tsunade scratched her head. She had thought about this, but she always felt that she would lose out if she didn't charge money. She is Tsunade, the three ninjas, and the recognized medical saint in the ninja world. People who want to find her for treatment can line up from Konoha Hospital to outside the main city. If she teaches people for food, doesn't it mean that she is a foodie? Tsunade, you don't charge money for teaching me, and you can also propose other rewards. Shizuan continued. Tsunade gave Shizuan a thumbs up and rubbed Shizuan's cheek. If Miyu was her disciple, then she would not need money. Exchanging rewards was also a very good way to solve the problem of money. Tsunade decided to choose to exchange rewards. After all, she still didn't know much about Miyu and didn't want to accept her as a disciple rashly. While eating, looking at that chicken dish she had never seen before, Tsunade was curious about how many chicken-related dishes Miyu had mastered. What is the name of this dish? Tsunade asked curiously. Saliva chicken. Miyu replied with a smile. What a strange name. Tsunade complained and then decisively picked up a piece of chicken with a red oily luster on the surface and stuffed it into her mouth. Tsunade's eyes lit up. She hadn't eaten Miyu's dishes for 5 meals. When the chicken was put into her mouth, Tsunade knew that it was back, that feeling was back. At this moment, Tsunade admired Miyu very much. It was just a chicken, but there were 3 different ways to cook it, and they were all delicious. If she had reached the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, then Miyu had undoubtedly reached an unsurpassed pinnacle in cooking. Tsunade couldn't help eating piece after piece of chicken. When dinner was almost over, she remembered that she had forgotten to talk to Miyu about teaching. Ahem, Miyu, don't leave in a hurry today. In order to prevent Miyu from going back directly, Tsunade spoke quickly. Tsunade-sama, is there something wrong? Mu Yu put down her chopsticks and asked with some doubt. The original teaching remuneration cannot be easily changed, but I see that you are very enthusiastic about learning, and Shizun also likes you very much. I allow you to change the original 100,000 ryo hour remuneration to other remuneration. Tsunade looked at Mu Yu with admiration and said, as if she was moved by Mu Yu's efforts. Tsunade-sama, is this really okay? Mu Yu's face showed a surprised and grateful expression. Mu Yu knew in her heart the real reason why Tsunade was willing to change the remuneration, but this could not be pointed out, and she had to accompany Tsunade to continue acting. Tsunade nodded affirmatively. In that case, can I change the reward to tutoring Shizun? Mu Yu thought hard for several minutes and finally answered. In fact, this is the reward he had thought about from the beginning. The reason why he had to think hard is that sometimes answers that are too easy to get will be underestimated. Cooking cannot be used as a reward. Although he knows that Tsunade is just for that bite of food, he can't put such things on the surface, otherwise it will become a pure transaction. Compared to a pure transaction, Mu Yu wants to make this transaction a transaction with feelings. His talent in medical ninjutsu is very ordinary, which is incomparable to sealing techniques, so if he wants to complete the power bank plan faster, he can only let Tsunade participate directly after brushing up Tsunade's favorability. Become Shizun's tutor. Tsunade was a little confused. The reward for her teaching Mu Yu was that Mu Yu would teach Shizun. Isn't this a bit confusing? Although she thought that Mu Yu could just make a condition casually, it was a bit narcissistic to think that her tutoring could be equal to the teaching of the three ninjas. Tsunade-sama, please do not underestimate Mr. Mu Yu. He is a very good teacher. He is the best teacher in the ninja school. He can teach more than 300 people well. Jing Ian beside him said softly. After listening to Shizun's words, and thinking about Mu Yu's deep thinking, Tsunade felt that Mu Yu might not be narcissistic, but had already shown her most proud ability. After all, Mu Yu had been very humble in all aspects during the days she had been with him, and it was impossible for her to suddenly become narcissistic. Of course, Tsunade just thought that Mu Yu was very thoughtful, but her teaching ability was questionable. What was taught in the ninja school was not the same as what was taught after graduation. Then it's settled, you come to teach Shizun to cook. Tsunade decided to confirm the new remuneration. Tsunade might not be assured of teaching others, but she felt that there was no problem teaching this one. She felt that it was not an exaggeration to say that Mu Yu's cooking skills were the best in the ninja world. Mu Yu smiled and nodded. What he taught Shizun was not the point, but learning from Tsunade was the point. Things were easier than Mu Yu thought, and he had some other backup plans for accidents that were not used. The plan of sealing technique power bank is on the right track. Mu Yu only needs to maintain normal actions. With the solution of Tsunade's problem, Ninja School officially ushered in a new school year. In the classroom of Class 1, Grade 2, students who had been separated for 2 weeks began to discuss their experiences in the past 2 weeks. Zisha, did you find a chance to deal with your cousin during this holiday? Shinayu Azumo asked curiously. During the holiday, Gang Zisha threatened to fight with his cousin who was 1 year older than him during this holiday and suppress him with strength. As a good brother, Shinayu Azumo was extremely worried that Gang Zisha would suffer. After all, Gang Zisha's cousin was indeed insidious and cunning, and he couldn't take him down even with several tricks. Don't mention it. This despicable guy knew that I was strong and didn't fight with me in actual combat. He insisted on using games to decide the winner. I was either reading or exercising every day. Where did I have time to play games? In the end, I lost. Gang Zisha sighed. He can refuse your actual combat, and you can also refuse his game challenge. Shinayu Chuyun said with a puzzled look. Because he said that if I win, he will help me pursue my Hawaii. Gang Zisha looked regretful. Haha, it's very your style, Zisha. Shinayu Chuyun smiled and patted Gang Zisha on the shoulder. This is indeed an offer that is impossible to refuse. Shouldn't the point be that this guy spends all his vacation reading and exercising? Hongdu couldn't help but complain. She still remembered that Gang Zisha said that vacations are not easy and should be enjoyed well, but he actually enjoyed it like this. After all, we are students, isn't learning a matter of course? Gang Zisha said with reason. Having said that, Zisha, you give people the feeling that you want others to stay where they are and then secretly work hard to surpass them. It's really despicable. You treat the school as a battlefield and your classmates as enemies. Shinayu Chuyun accused with a heartbroken look. That's right. Hongdu nodded quickly, feeling that Shinayu Chuyun spoke her mind. But I saw you, Izumo, also training. Gang Zisha said with a smile. Hongdu was not surprised by this, because this incident had happened countless times, so Hongdu deliberately sat between the two of them to make it easier to clean up together. In fact, it was only that time, and it happened to be seen by Zisha. Shinayu Izumo felt that he could still struggle. Hongdu ignored Shinayu Izumo's sophistry, rubbed his fists and prepared to fight. It would be a miracle if he could believe what these two said. The next moment, Hongdu's idea of fighting was extinguished, because the teacher came. Muyo pushed open the door and walked into the classroom with a gentle smile and looked at the students. Recently, there are a lot of troubles, so the update is a bit lagging. I'm sorry about this. I will try my best to adjust back. There is another chapter later. Chapter 292 Jonin Meeting. Good morning, Teacher Muyo. All the students in the class greeted Muyo actively. Hongdu, who is quite good at the community, even stood up and waved to Muyo. Good morning, everyone. Muyo responded with a smile and then used her eyes to signal Hongdu to sit down. From today on, you are no longer first-year students but second-year students. Last school year, everyone worked hard and got good grades. Do you want to surpass last year this year? Muyo looked around and asked with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Hongdu said 3 yes in a row to show her momentum. I want to enter Group B in this summer special training. Gang Zisha shouted out his small goal for this semester. We will continue to develop more practical ninjutsu this year. Shenyu Izumo shouted at the same time. This year, we must take a theory test with a score of more than 95. The practical score must be more than 35 points. After Muyo finished speaking, the students quickly stated their goals for this semester, looking like they were about to get excited. Muyo smiled and nodded, very satisfied with the students' enthusiasm. Then, let's start the class. The students immediately quieted down. At the beginning, some people would communicate in a very low voice, but in the middle, basically no one spoke and they were all listening to the class and practicing seriously. Complete the lecture. Evaluation, A. Award, Water-Style Water Array Wall. This school year, Muyo plans to use it to brush up on ninjutsu, expand his skill base, and improve his skill proficiency. Ordinary ninjas need to find a track and then conduct in-depth study to construct their own system, but Muyo, who is cheating, does not need to go through so much trouble. He can use the pattern mode of thunder breathing to transform into a super-speed ninja, and can also use the highly proficient nature-changing ninjutsu to use a powerful combination of combined ninjutsu. He is also a complete taijutsu master using only rock breathing and 8 gates. Since he will not bite off more than he can chew, Muyo must try to make himself more versatile. Because there is a restraint relationship between ninjutsu and ninjas, Lao Zi will be killed by Kisame alone in the future, and the current Minato cannot take down the Jinchuriki alone. Does it mean that the future Kisame can defeat the current Minato? Obviously, this cannot be said. It is just because Kisame's same head restrains the tailed beasts, and Kisame's own water escape restrains Lao Zi's lava escape. The double restraint leads to Lao Zi's defeat to Kisame. But if Kisame fights the current Minato, Miyu can only say that Kisame may not lose, but if anyone wins, it must be Minato, even if the young Minato who has not mastered the Raise Nan is very powerful. In order to prevent being restrained and to restrain others, Miyu wants to master more high proficiency skills. It's not that he didn't build a system, but he built many systems at the same time to make himself all-powerful. The afternoon class was a big class, and Miyu brushed out 2 wind escape ninjutsu. Just when Miyu was about to find Tsunade, he noticed that the Jonin meeting was held. So Miyu turned around and went directly to the Hokage building. Miyu was not too late or too early. When he arrived, there were already some Jonin in the room, but not many. Miyu Jonin. A Jonin greeted him. Miyu smiled in response, and he recognized that this was the Konoha Jonin he met on the battlefield. Unlike before, this time Miyu was considered to be a little famous, and he had won it with his own strength, which led to many Jonins taking the initiative to talk to Miyu to get to know Miyu, the suddenly appeared Jonin. It's really not the right time. I was just about to buy some rice balls to eat. Teacher Chen walked in and complained directly. He noticed Miyu, walked up to her and asked, "How is the training of Konoha Dragon God? If you don't understand something, tell me directly after the meeting. I also have some questions about your taijutsu." "Well, I can basically perform it, but I do have some doubts. Let's have a good discussion after the meeting." Miyu smiled and nodded and replied. "It's a bit scary to show the level of proficiency directly, it's better to do it in a circular and progressive way." The surrounding Jonin heard the exchange between the two and looked at Miyu with more curiosity. Teacher Chen's taijutsu can be said to be very famous in the Konoha Jonin circle, and listening to the conversation between the two, Teacher Chen actually asked Miyu about taijutsu. "Haha, Miyu, how about studying with Tsunade, but don't make her angry, otherwise the consequences will be terrible." Jiraiya, who walked in with Minato, saw Miyu and reminded him seriously. Maybe because the medical ninjutsu was too strong, Tsunade's attack was a bit heavy, even the companions who were also Konoha ninjas also punched hard. "Well, it's going very well." Miyu answered Jiraiya and said hello to Minato with a smile. "Why am I so scary?" Tsunade, who walked in 2 steps after Jiraiya, asked Jiraiya with her arms folded and an unhappy look on her face. Although she did hit Jiraiya a little too much, Tsunade thought that Jiraiya really deserved a beating. "Ahaha, what I mean is that you are a strict and good teacher, Tsunade, and Miyu should not let you down if she studies hard," Jiraiya explained with an awkward laugh. Fortunately, Tsunade had no intention of making trouble at all. She just said it casually. After that, Tsunade walked to Miyu's side and asked if Miyu would come to study today. Originally, Miyu said she would go, but now she has to attend a meeting and it will take some time, so it's not certain. Miyu thought about it and told Tsunade that she would go, but she would go later. "Hiruzen, when did you discover his potential?" In the only 4 positions, Danzo looked at Miyu who had intersected with many Hokage-related senior ninjas and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen with an unhappy face. On the first day he entered the ninja school. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, stroking his mustache. If Danzo hadn't sent Miyu to the ninja school, he wouldn't have known that Danzo had such a talent under his command. Now the situation in the ninja world is getting more and more chaotic, and countries are conquering each other. I need some stronger subordinates to obtain intelligence. With his strength, he shouldn't be in the ninja school. He should return to the route to perform more important tasks. Danzo said in a deep voice. "You know, I am the Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became sharp, staring at Danzo speechless. Danzo cursed in his heart, but soon became proud again. Of course he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not let him go. How could he let such a talent go back after poaching it? Danzo didn't think Sarutobi Hiruzen would be stupid about such a simple thing. He said this because he wanted to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for some benefits after the meeting. "Hiruzen, you still underestimated me. My subordinates are not so easy to take away. Danzo sneered in his heart. He still remembered the sincere expression of Miyu at the root base before she left. She was definitely a pure root member with the will of the root. The meeting begins. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded when almost everyone arrived. Chapter 293 The Attack of Kumagakure. Today, a large number of Kumagakure ninjas attacked our border from the land of hot water. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious face. Some younger jonins became solemn. Although Kumagakure had been at war with Konoha for a long time, there had been no major battles between the two sides. However, most of the jonins were calm, because they knew that if it was really urgent, they would not hold a meeting, but directly assign ninja troops to support. Since there was time for a meeting, the situation must be fine. Fortunately, the ninjas in our frontline troops are very tenacious and have blocked the enemy's offensive very well, blocking the Kumagakure ninja troops outside the land of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and said. On the one hand, the reconnaissance ninjas discovered the movement, and Minato met the noob combination, so Sarutobi Hiruzen sent more ninjas to guard the border, so there was no major problem. But the situation is still not optimistic, and more ninjas need to be sent to the border to thwart the Kumagakure conspiracy. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Selecting a commander to lead the ninja troops to support the front line is one of the contents of this meeting. Actually, before this, Hiruzen Sarutobi had held a small meeting with the three of them including Danzo. Originally, Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to let Jiraiya continue to be the commander, but Danzo thought that it would be better for Orochimaru to go, so he finally decided to put it on the meeting of the senior ninjas to make a decision. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Jiraiya. He wanted Jiraiya to volunteer to lead the team to support the border. The best way to become Hokage is to get achievements that surpass everyone. Jiraiya has just defeated the Iwagakure ninja troops once. If he succeeds in defeating Kumagakure again, Jiraiya's reputation in Konoha will reach a new level. Minato, what does it feel like to teach disciples? It's great to see disciples grow up day by day under your guidance. Jiraiya turned his head and said to Minato, without looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet. Minato smiled gently and nodded. Ah, this guy. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed in his heart as he watched Jiraiya turn his head at the right time. The meeting was silent for 20 seconds, and then Orochimaru said, Sandaime-sama, I am willing to go to the border to support. Because it was a meeting, Orochimaru did not call Sarutobi Hiruzen his teacher. Seeing Orochimaru stand up, Danzo immediately supported him and praised Orochimaru's will of fire. Looking at Jiraiya who had no desire to compete, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally decided to let Orochimaru be the commander to lead 1,000 ninjas to support the border. After all, he had just rejected Danzo's request, and Jiraiya himself didn't seem to want to go. The meeting did not end after the candidates for supporting the front line were determined. It was naturally impossible to hold a meeting of senior ninjas to discuss only this matter. The situation in the ninja world is chaotic, and now there are wars between countries. Under such a situation, what actions do you think Konoha should take? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the senior ninjas. Compared to who should lead the troops to support the front line, this is the main content of the meeting, because there are only a few candidates for the former, and they have almost figured it out before the meeting started. Of course, we should actively participate in the war, so that the daimyo and the clients can recognize our strength. In this way, Konoha's reputation can reach a new peak. Danzo expressed his opinion at the first time. The commissions of the ninja village did not come for no reason, especially the foreign commissions, which were basically aimed at the strength of the ninja village. The ninja village with better performance in the Ninja World War will have more commissions after the war, and vice versa. Counterattack into the land of lightning and the land of earth, let those guys know how powerful our Konoha ninjas are. As the leader of the Konoha Hawk faction, Danzo said, and the Hawk faction ninja followed. The Wind Country can send spies to investigate. After losing the third Kazekage and fighting fiercely with the Cloud Village, the sand village is now weaker than ever. Compared to this, since the war is getting more and more intense, why not train more medical ninjas? If each team can have a medical ninja, then the casualties will be greatly reduced. Tsunade, who had been silent, spoke up. Originally, she didn't want to talk. She just wanted to go back and lie down after the meeting and wait for Miyu to cook, but she really couldn't stand the hawkish remarks. Tsunade thought there was nothing wrong with being invaded and beaten back, but she was crazy to want to attack the Wind Country, a country with no conflict at present. It is true that we need to train more medical ninjas, but it is still difficult to equip a team with a medical ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly. His statement was to give Tsunade face. He would never agree to this proposal because it was a waste of manpower and material resources and was not pleasing. Konoha's regular team consists of 4 people, 1 captain, and 3 team members. If there must be 1 medical ninja among the 4 people, then there must be 1,000 medical ninjas among the 4,000 ninjas. The number of ninjas that Konoha can afford is limited, not unlimited expansion. Increasing the number of medical ninjas means reducing the number of ordinary ninjas, which will lead to a decline in the overall strength of Konoha ninjas. Besides, training medical ninjas is more expensive and more difficult than training ordinary ninjas. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen spend money to reduce Konoha's strength? If we want to train medical ninjutsu talents, I have an idea. Generally speaking, people with good chakra control are more talented in medical ninjutsu. If we start training talents in this area at the ninja school stage, we can not only screen out talented people but also shorten the training time. Miyu thought for a while and said, set up a class for medical specialty students, so that students who have the ambition to become medical ninjas can enter this class for training medical ninjas. System rewards are random and fixed, the improvement brought by teaching students is fixed, physical skills improve explosive physical skills, and ninjutsu improves explosive ninjutsu. He wants to further narrow the scope and try to see if only medical ninjutsu is taught, then the reward will only be medical ninjutsu. If successful, Miyu's ninja school reform plan will be very promising. In the future, if you want to improve a certain field and teach students of a certain major, you can get rewards in a targeted manner. And Miyu thinks that saying this at this time should be able to brush Tsunade's favor a little. Medical specialty students. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful look, feeling that Miyu's idea is very good, much more reliable than Tsunade's proposal. Tsunade opened her mouth slightly, looking at Miyu with a little surprise. After thinking carefully, she also felt that this proposal is very good and very friendly to medical ninjas. Then Miyu didn't say anything more. This is not a big deal. It is not worth discussing too much at the emergency meeting of the senior ninjas. It is not a new ninja school that only recruits medical ninjas. The Ministry of Education and the ninja school can hold a meeting by themselves. The meeting soon returned to Konoha's actions in the war. After the meeting, Miyu briefly exchanged physical skills with teacher Chen, and then went to Tsunade's house to cook dinner and learn medical knowledge. Because the basic breathing method test was almost done, Miyu began to teach Nohara Lin the basic breathing method. However, because the main body was very busy, except for the weekends, it was basically the shadow clone who taught. There was no way, Shisui was like this. Chapter 294 Progress in 2.5 months. After Sarutobi Hiruzen dealt with matters related to the war, he seriously thought about Miyu's medical specialty student plan and felt that it was indeed feasible, so he sent a ninja to call Miyu and Tsunade to the Hokage's office together. The reason why Tsunade was called together was because Tsunade was very knowledgeable about medical ninjutsu and could give some suggestions on the specific details of training. Another reason was that Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped to let Tsunade understand his ideas. He did not adopt Tsunade's ideas not because he was ruthless, but because Tsunade's proposal was too little considered. Miyu and Tsunade met on the road. Tsunade-sama. Miyu greeted first. Are you going to the Hokage building too? Tsunade asked, looking at the Hokage building not far away. After the Second Ninja World War, Tsunade stopped taking combat-related missions, so she rarely went to the Hokage's office. In addition, she happened to meet Miyu, who proposed the medical ninja specialty student. Connecting these, Tsunade vaguely knew why Sarutobi Hiruzen asked her to go to the Hokage's office. Yes, Tsunade-sama too. Miyu smiled and nodded and asked. Well, it should be related to the medical specialty student you proposed before. Tsunade said her speculation. By the way, Miyu, how did you come up with this method? As she said, Tsunade looked at Miyu. She thought this method was really good. If it was really implemented, the growth of medical ninjas would be much more stable than now, and it would be easier to discover ninjas with medical ninjutsu talents. How should I put it? Because I am a teacher at the ninja school, I will think about the problem from the perspective of the ninja school. Miyu thought for a while and answered. I think it's because you think more about this, otherwise why don't other ninja school teachers come up with this idea? Tsunade smiled and praised Miyu. Since the establishment of the ninja school, there has been basically no change, and it has always been the same model. Miyu smiled and said modestly, thinking that Tsunade was quite concerned about this aspect. It was the first time that Miyu saw Tsunade praise him so seriously. Miyu followed the topic and talked about some of his ideas about the ninja school. For example, his ninja middle school and ninja university. The middle school teaches more ninjutsu knowledge and physical skills on the basis of elementary school, while the university subdivides majors and then deepens in a certain major. If you fail to get into university, you can graduate directly and become a ninja. College students can be regarded as ninjas to take on tasks. Tsunade looked at Miyu with a little bit of something wrong. She felt that she saw the shadow of her great-uncle, the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, in Miyu. Miyu's ninja university is completely different from the current ninja school. This level of innovation can only be described as bold. The two walked and talked and soon reached the door of the Hokage's office. Miyu was about to knock on the door, but Tsunade pushed the door open and walked in, so Miyu followed her in. Sandaime-sama. Miyu greeted. Tsunade was not so polite and said directly, if you have anything to say, please tell me. Faced with such Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not annoyed. He took off the pipe in his mouth and replied with a smile. I think Miyu's idea of a medical specialty student is very good, and you are the best at medical ninjutsu, so you can play a role in specific training. Miyu, please expand on your idea of a medical specialty student. Miyu thought for a while and said, first of all, the scope of enrollment of specialty students. I think it is best for specialty students to be in the second or third grade. Students at this stage have already laid a foundation. There are quite a few civilian ninjas in the ninja school. Before entering the ninja school, they don't know anything, so Miyu is not going to set up specialty classes in the first grade, at least in the second grade. Actually, he prefers the third year, but now it is a state of war and students graduate early, so the third year is a bit late. If it is a normal 6-year system, the third year is very good. In addition, Changshen's graduation exam can be changed to something related to medical ninjutsu. Miyu continued. At the meeting of the senior ninjas, he did have a flash of inspiration, but after returning, he thought about it carefully and thought about all the details. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Miyu's words and nodded. He was very satisfied with Miyu's attitude. This was obviously not a casual remark but a well thought out one. Then let you and Tsunade take charge of this matter. When the plan is completely perfected, hand it over to me for approval. Sarutobi Hiruzen said after exhaling a light white mist. Miyu and Tsunade had no objection to this. If it was something else, Tsunade might not be willing to do it, but she was willing to do it. In the future, if you don't understand the training of medical ninjas, you can ask me directly. The matter of writing the plan will be left to you. Tsunade patted Miyu's shoulder with one hand and raised her thumb with the other hand. At least don't say this in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head speechlessly. Otherwise, let me write it, will you pass it? Tsunade said rudely. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a helpless smile. Could it be his fault for not passing it? It was because Tsunade's idea was too unrealistic. Miyu happily accepted the task. His shadow clone could handle such a small matter very beautifully. However, this matter has no impact on Konoha, but it still has a certain impact on the ninja school. It is a bit unrealistic to set it up directly in the new semester. Miyu thinks that it will be implemented quickly in the next semester. Several disciples graduated, but Miyu is still busy this semester. Every day is full of arrangements, including his own affairs and the affairs of his disciples. After all, his disciples just graduated and did not completely leave Konoha. Obito and others basically come to Miyu when they have time. Time flies quickly under such busyness. The basic breathing method is much simpler. Noharalin has reached half of the progress in 2.5 months, which can concentrate on breathing and improve physical ability. During this period, Namite Guy successfully trained the 8 gates to the point where he could open the 3rd gate, and began to practice rock breathing. Obito's fire breathing practice reached a new stage, and what he needs to do now is to maintain the fire breathing for 24 hours. Although Kakashi still did not solve the reaction problem, he improved his Thunderbolt Flash and developed Half Flash, a move he had explored for a long time. It has an explosion, but it will not exceed his reaction. It is slower than Flash but has stronger power. Shisui redeveloped the existing fire release to make the ninjutsu more suitable for himself. In these 2.5 months, Miyu mastered more medical ninjutsu knowledge with the help of Tsunade, and learned many ninjutsu of various attributes through classes, and went a long way in solving the shortcomings. As July approaches, Miyu has another thing on his mind. He was selected as an examiner for the Chunin exam. Chapter 295 Girl Terumi Mei, 2-in-1. Strange, Minato teacher was late today. Did he oversleep? Obito rushed to the training ground as fast as he could and only saw Nohara-rin and Kakashi, and said in confusion. Do you think Minato-sensei is you? Kakashi looked at Obito who arrived just in time for the assembly, and he was almost late and complained about the teacher. It's as if you have never been late, Kakashi. Obito clenched his fist and said unconvinced. I have been late before, but the number of times is much less than yours. Kakashi replied calmly. When he is not in good condition, he will suffer from insomnia and disordered work and rest, which leads to lateness, but this is rare in a year, and Obito's lateness has reached the point where it is normal for him. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Obito stared at the avenue, and then continued to argue, what lateness? I went to help others, how can helping others be called lateness? The so-called lateness, isn't it not arriving at the agreed time? Kakashi killed the debate with one sentence. Okay, okay. Nohara-rin smiled helplessly and began to change the subject. Minato-sensei, he must be late for something important, and he's so fast, maybe he'll be here soon. With the reliability shown by Minato, Nohara-rin naturally wouldn't think he would oversleep. Swoosh! As if to confirm Nohara-rin's words, Minato appeared in front of the 3 people in the next moment. Sorry, I'm a little late. Minato looked a little apologetic, but soon turned into a gentle smile. Do you want to take the Chunin exam? I recommend you. If you want to take it, you can fill out this application form. Minato took out 3 forms. Nohara-rin's guess was right. The reason why he was a little late was because he just went to the Hokage building to get the Chunin exam qualification. Chunin exam, wouldn't that mean I can be promoted to Chunin? Yes, yes, yes. Obito's eyes lit up, and he said the important words 3 times directly. Although Kakashi was already defeated, Kakashi's ninja level was higher than his, which made Obito very unhappy. He would be one level lower than Kakashi when performing tasks. It's just a qualification. You must pass the exam to become a chunin. Minato hurriedly explained, worried that Obito would mistakenly think that he could become a chunin as long as he participated. But after saying that, Minato felt that it didn't matter if he didn't say anything. As a teacher, he knew the strength of Obito and the other two, and it was no problem for them to pass the chunin exam with this strength. Hehe, I'm sure you can pass it. Obito too has full confidence in himself. He has defeated several chunin from the enemy ninja village in the mission. Kakashi looked at the three forms in Minato's hand and was a little confused. It should be enough for 2 forms, so he asked, "Teacher, should I participate too?" "Kakashi, you have already become a chunin, but you can still take the exam. Can you become a jonin after passing the chunin exam 3 times in a row?" Obito took a form with his photo from Minato and complained. "Kakashi. Even if you ask him like this, he doesn't know." "Kakashi, you do have to take the exam, but you can't become a jonin after passing the chunin exam 3 times in a row. Jonin can only be promoted by the Hokage." Minato answered the two people's questions seriously. "The reason why Kakashi can participate in this chunin exam is mainly because your team is special in various senses." Minato continued to explain. The official start of the chunin exam is July 1st, but Obito and Nohara-rin will graduate in mid-March, which means that Obito and Nohara-rin are new genin who have only graduated for 1.4 months. Generally, genin who take the chunin exam usually graduate for more than a year, and most of them take the exam 3 years after graduation. Some people take the exam late not because they don't want to, but because they can't, because the chunin exam is not unconditional, and there are requirements for the time of becoming a ninja and the team's mission resume. The reason why Obito and his friends can take part in this chunin exam is inseparable from the high-level tasks that Obito completed during his internship. After all, the gold content of S-level tasks is a bit high, and then there is the recommendation of Minato Namikaze, and the recommendation of the guiding jonin can ignore the problem of too short a ninja career. However, this chunin exam must be taken in a team. Considering that Obito's team graduated too soon, plus some other problems, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally allowed Kakashi, a chunin, to take part in the chunin exam with Obito and Nohara-rin. After listening to Minato's words, Kakashi nodded to show that he understood, and then took his own form away. Kakashi looked at the familiar volunteer form with a subtle expression on his face. It was really strange to participate in the chunin exam as a chunin. Kakashi found that since he left the last official team, his encounters have become stranger and stranger. First, he formed a team with students from the ninja school, then encountered accidents in several consecutive missions, and now he has to participate in the chunin exam as a chunin. "Kakashi, don't hold us back just because you are already a chunin," Obito said after filling out the form. He suddenly thought that if Kakashi played badly in the exam, he would not lose anything, because he was already a chunin, but they would lose a lot and could not be promoted. "Instead of worrying about me, you might as well worry about yourself. The first exam of the chunin exam is the theoretical exam. Those who fail will be eliminated directly." Kakashi looked up at Obito and said lightly, with contempt in his eyes that he disdained to hide. This is the confidence that the full score theory brings him. In terms of theory, he can easily beat Obito. "Ah! The first one is the theory test." Obito showed an expression of facing a great enemy, and he no longer cared about Kakashi's eyes. He asked quickly, "What does it take to pass?" Now he just wanted Kakashi, an old guy who had participated in the chunin exam, to reveal some information. "It depends on the specific requirements. The requirements of the chunin exam are not the same every time." Kakashi shook his head and replied. "The chunin exam is held twice a year, and the same year may not be the same, not to mention the years he took. But the minimum requirement, if it is based on a 100-point system, is basically more than 60 points. Kakashi added. Obito's expression became more severe. 60 points was a huge challenge for him. Just go back and review well, you will definitely have no problem. Minato encouraged with a smile. He was very confident in his disciples. That's because you haven't seen me in my prime. Obito could only complain silently in his heart. He was not as confident as Minato. You know, when he was in the ninja school, he even got a single-digit score. In the 4th grade, his grades improved slightly with Muyu's tutoring, but they dropped again after he learned less theory. Of course, Obito has another way. Although he doesn't believe in his own theory, he believes in the omnipotent Muyu, and he will go to Muyu when he is in doubt. Maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to help Muyu make his resume look better. Muyu held many positions in this Chunin exam. He was responsible for the theoretical exam papers, and he was also the chief examiner of the second round of exams. In addition, there were some positions that were just names but did not require any work. It seems that there are many positions, but in fact there are not many things to do, and some of them can be completed by shadow clones, which is generally within Muyu's acceptable range. If it is too busy, Muyu will directly refuse. Wouldn't it be better to study more sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu with that time? Why go to work for Sarutobi Hiruzen? It's really troublesome. At this time, you actually have to invite other ninja villages to come. Can't you just do it yourself? And why do you want me to welcome them? Jiraiya complained to Muyu next to him on the way to the gate of Konoha. Muyu smiled but didn't say anything. Height is not appropriate to complain in front of the public. The fact that we can still hold this level of Chunin exam during the war can better prove the strength of our Konoha to the daimyo and the clients. Even if we are one of the 5 major ninja villages, we are the strongest. Midaman N paused and explained. The top leaders also held a meeting to discuss the issue of holding the Chunin exam. Because the war was going very smoothly, they finally decided to invite other ninja villages to participate in the exam as before. Let those ninja villages who came to participate and the clients who came to visit the exam feel the strength of Konoha. The first thing to decide was the list of small ninja villages. All the surrounding small ninja villages were invited to make them stand on the side of Konoha more firmly in the war. For the big ninja village, the Hidden Mist village was chosen. Although the top leaders of Konoha were very confident in the strength of their own village, they were not arrogant enough to invite opponents to the village to take the exam during the war. Although Tsunagakure didn't go to war with Konoha, their own cage disappeared. In addition, the battle with Kumigakure was fierce, so Konoha didn't disturb Tsunagakure and chose the only Kirigakure that didn't participate in the war. After all, inviting only small ninja villages is a bit suspicious of bullying the weak, and even if they fight well, it can't prove their strength. Hiruzen is valuing you because he asked you to come. Don't let him down. Udaten Koharu turned to Jiraiya with a stern face. As an old classmate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she could naturally guess who Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to train to be the Hokage from Sarutobi Hiruzen's series of actions. Today's wind is very noisy. Jiraiya began to say something unrelated to the topic. He could see Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, but he really didn't have the idea of becoming a Hokage. He just wanted the war to end quickly and then continue to travel around the ninja world. The 2 consultants looked at Jiraiya with a look of disappointment. When they were about to reach the door, the 2 consultants adjusted their facial expressions and smiled at the oncoming Kirigakure ninja team. Of course, they could not welcome all ninja villages. Only Kirigakure, which was one of the 5 major ninja villages, had this treatment. The small ninja villages had to show their certificates and come in by themselves. Muyu stayed in the team calmly and looked at the Kirigakure team. Everyone gave an appraisal technique. Name, Yuanchi. Chakra, 74,000. Skills, Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, Kirigakure Technique, Mastery, Water Escape Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Mastery. This is an old man holding a snake-shaped wooden staff, who looks between 65 and 70 years old. The faceplate looks very good. Miyu estimates that this is a figure at the level of Kirigakure elders. Although the faceplate is very good, Miyu feels that this Yuanshi should not be able to beat the current Danzo in actual combat. The strength of ninjas at this age is a bit affected. Miyu also saw some familiar faces in the crowd who appeared in the plot, but they have not grown up. Name: Mei Terumi. Chakra: 4000. Potential: S. Skills: Water Chakra Nature Change, Proficient, 2200/3000, Dissolve Style, Proficient, 1000/3000, Boiling Style, Proficient. The future 5th Hokage with a good figure is still a flat red-haired kid, who looks about the same age as Kakashi and the others. However, Mei Terumi, who can use water style to block Madara's fire style, does have a good talent, and all aspects of the data are very good. Name: Zabuza Mamakai. Chakra: 3600. Skills: Water Chakra Nature Change, Proficient, 900/3000, Mist Hidden Technique, Proficient. Because of his early appearance, Zabuza has an extremely luxurious record. He once single-handedly forced the 6th Hokage and the Indra Chakra reincarnation and the Ashura Chakra reincarnation into a desperate situation. Zabuza now looks about the same age as Kakashi. Although he is a child, his expression is very similar to Zabuza in Miyu's memory. He has a bandage wrapped around the lower half of his face, and his eyes are extremely cold, as if he is unhappy with everyone. Name: Hoshigaki Kisame. Chakra: 7000. Skills: Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Proficient, 2400/3000, Water Escape Water Prison Technique, Proficient, Water Escape Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Proficient. Kisame doesn't look the same age as Kakashi. Miyu conservatively estimates that he is at least 2 or 3 years older. Because Kisame's face is quite special, he just underestimated it. But this panel doesn't look like a genin at all. Miyu thought as he looked at Kisame's panel. This chakra is already similar to some ordinary jonin, and the skill proficiency is a little worse, but not too much. Is Kirigakure trying to make trouble? Is there such a plot in the original work? Miyu kept thinking in his mind. There are few plots related to the Third Ninja World War. He only knows that Kirigakure and Konoha fought later. He is not sure whether Kirigakure's participation in this Chunin exam is in the original work or the result of his butterfly effect. I didn't understand the plot, but Miyu guessed their purpose based on the overall strength of the Kirigakure team. They probably wanted to suppress Konoha in the Chunin exam. With the overall strength of this Kirigakure team, it is not worthy of causing trouble in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't even need to do it himself. Jiraiya can wipe out this team by himself. Miyu can only say that it was a coincidence. In another Chunin exam, Kirigakure might be able to suppress Konoha with the young Mei Terumi and others, but this time, his disciples also happened to participate in the Chunin exam, and he was there when the Jonin recommended his disciples. In fact, Mei Terumi is not old. Big, only 31 during the Fourth War, the same age as Kakashi. There will be another chapter later, but it will be a little late. Chapter 296. 9 years old, the goal is the 5th Mizukage, 2-in-1. Teacher Yamamura, this mission is to perform well in Konoha's Chunin exam, right? Terumi Mei looked at Konoha, which was not far away, and confirmed the mission content to the instructor again. Well, you just need to play your strength normally. Yamamura Soki nodded and replied. Before Konoha's invitation came, Kirigakure didn't expect Konoha to suddenly invite them to participate in the Chunin exam. Because the Land of Water is an island country, Kirigakure rarely participates in the activities of the other 4 major ninja villages on the mainland. However, since Kirigakure was invited, it would definitely not be timid, and felt that this was a good opportunity to not only make Kirigakure famous on the mainland but also observe Konoha's strength. Although the Kirigakure rarely participated in the Ninja World War, they were not completely unconcerned. They still sent ninjas to gather intelligence and knew that the 4 major ninja villages on the mainland were fighting. However, this had nothing to do with Yamamura Sashu and his team members, because the mission he received was just to defeat the Konoha ninjas in the Chunin exam and get a good ranking. Yamamura Sashu was very confident about this, because there was a ninja genius named Terumi Mei in his team, who had mastered 2 bloodline limits at the age of 9 and had also practiced water escape very well. By the way, that shark-faced guy, isn't he a Chunin? Why is he here to take the Chunin exam? Terumi Mei looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and asked in a low voice. Hoshigaki Kisame looked so unique that Terumi Mei remembered him at a glance. She remembered that Hoshigaki Kisame became a Chunin through the Chunin exam in the Kirigakure last year. You failed the mission and got demoted, right? You don't need to delve into this. No matter who your opponent is, you have to fight as hard as you can during the exam. The better your score, the better the village reward. Yamamura Sashu explained casually and then reminded him. The law of the jungle is the law of Kirigakure. Yamamura Sashu naturally hopes that his disciples can go further and get more rewards. Mei Terumi nodded and stopped asking questions about Hoshigaki Kisame. Growing up in the high-pressure and cruel environment of Kirigakure, Mei Terumi knew that she didn't need to know things she shouldn't know. She was just secretly wary of this ninja from the same village who came to participate in the Chunin exam as a Chunin, and thought that Hoshigaki Kisame was her biggest enemy to win the first place. As the distance got closer and closer, Mei Terumi also saw the huge wooden gate of Konoha. There are many tall buildings in Kirigakure, so Mei Terumi was not surprised by this. She just felt excited because she was going to defeat all the Konoha genin who would participate in the Chunin exam and take a solid step towards her dream. As long as I can get the first place here, I will be valued in the village. Then even the master and the 3rd generation Mizukage will look at me with new eyes. Terumi Mei thought in her heart. 2 ninja villages of the top 5 ninja villages held the Chunin exam together. If a 9-year-old genin like her stood at the end, she would definitely be considered a genius among geniuses. Although it was just an exam, Terumi Mei thought it was a big step for her to become Mizukage. Terumi Mei likes Kirigakure because it is her hometown. She likes the morning view of Kirigakure. There is white mist everywhere, and everything looks beautiful. Terumi Mei hates Kirigakure because the atmosphere of Kirigakure is very depressing. People who can suppress it can't breathe, and even students have to kill each other. Terumi Mei doesn't want to hate her hometown. In order to make herself like Kirigakure only in the future, Terumi contemplates becoming Mizukage. She wants to change the high-pressure policy of the 3rd generation Mizukage and make Kirigakure peaceful. When she saw the Konoha ninjas who seemed to be welcoming them at the door, Mei Terumi carefully observed every ninja, trying to find out the enemies she would meet in the Chunin exam. When Mei Terumi saw Miyu was using the identification technique on Mei Terumi, and their eyes met. Although she was facing an adult ninja who was much older than her, Mei Terumi looked at Miyu without fear, and tried to open her eyes as wide as possible to increase her momentum. However, Miyu did not want to compete with Mei Terumi to see who could last longer without blinking, so she smiled slightly and began to identify the next person. It was late June, and we had bid farewell to spring and arrived in the hot summer. Under the hot summer sun, Miyu's dazzling blonde hair became more dazzling, and the gentle smile on her face that had been maintained for a long time also brought warmth. What's wrong with this person? Why is he smiling so hotly? Mei Terumi, who thought she had won the unblinking competition and was a little proud, couldn't help muttering when she saw Miyu's smile. That's right, she felt that Miyu's smile was a bit warm to her. Mei Terumi rarely saw others smile. It was okay when she first went to school. Everyone would play and laugh together, but after a year, it became less common because everyone except herself might be an enemy. In such a situation, how could they still play and laugh together? Cruel sneers were possible. The high-level conversation did not waste too much time. After a few simple business talks, the Kirigakure team followed the Konoha team that came to greet them into Konoha and walked towards the hotel in the main city of Konoha. Mei Terumi didn't know much about Konoha. She only knew that it was a ninja village of the same level as Kirigakure, and the leader of the village was called Hokage. This was her first time in the Land of Fire. She had left the Land of Water when she was on a mission before, but she didn't go to the mainland country, but to the surrounding islands to perform missions. Humph, it's still our Kirigakure's room. They houses are tall. Mei Terumi thought proudly as she looked at the houses, most of which were only 2 stories high. There are many tall stone buildings in Kirigakure, which look spectacular. Kirigakure, win. After arriving at the designated hotel, Mei Terumi put down her things and asked Yamamura Sashu if she could move freely. Just now, she did not find any potential opponents in the welcoming team of Konoha, so Mei Terumi went out to collect intelligence. It's okay to move freely, but be careful not to cause trouble. This is another village after all. It's best to move with your teammates. Yamamura Sasha replied. Mei Terumi selectively ignored what Yamamura Sasha said later. The reason was simple because her 2 teammates were the kind of ninjas that Mei Terumi didn't like. Except for the mission, Mei Terumi didn't want to act with her teammates. Mei Terumi first acted in the surrounding areas and memorized the nearby roads to prevent getting lost. She came here just to compare the size of the buildings. When Mei Terumi carefully observed the streets and pedestrians in the main city of Konoha, she found that Konoha was more prosperous than the Hidden Mist village. There are so many shops, it feels like there are shops everywhere, and it smells so good, it's desserts. Mei Terumi suddenly found herself standing at the door of a dessert shop. Looking at the signs of those desserts and the sweet smell coming from them, Mei Terumi subconsciously wanted to go in, but she relied on her strong will to stop after taking only half a step. Mei Terumi, you are here to collect information, not to buy desserts. Mei Terumi said to herself in her heart. Although the desserts are delicious, better than all kinds of fishy seafood, it is obviously more important to become the Mizukage and change the Hidden Mist village. Mei Terumi forced her attention from the dessert shop to the people around her and found the difference in Konoha village. Although not everyone laughed very warmly, Mei Terumi could feel the relaxed atmosphere, not heavy at all, and it didn't look like she was at war with other ninja villages. Mei Terumi had to admit that Konoha was more comfortable in terms of prosperity and village atmosphere. The Hidden Mist village, a small loss for the time being. Konoha, what kind of village is it? Mei Terumi decided to continue observing. Why are you standing at the door of the dessert shop? Is there anything I can help you with? Obito, who was about to find Miyu to ask for a solution to the problem, found that a red-haired girl had been standing still in the dessert shop, so he stepped forward and asked. Did you forget to bring money because you wanted to eat? I can lend you some. Mei Terumi, who was thinking about Konoha, subconsciously stepped back when she heard the stranger's voice, gathering her chakra and preparing to spit out a dissolving escape at any time. After hearing the words clearly, she found that she was still standing at the door of the dessert shop. I'm not here to buy dessert. Mei Terumi said that she was not the kind of person who didn't know the importance of things. Then why do you keep standing here? Obito scratched his head and asked in confusion. Hey, you're not a ninja from our village. Because of his doubts and looking at Mei Terumi, Obito realized that the forehead protector on Mei Terumi's head was not from Konoha, but a forehead protector pattern he had never seen before. Is it a spy who sneaked into the village? Obito immediately jumped back and looked at Mei Terumi with a cautious face, ready to enter the full concentration breathing state and open the Sharingan at any time. How can a spy sneak in with his own village's forehead protector? Because Obito's words were too outrageous, Mei Terumi couldn't help but complain. Although she did want to collect intelligence, it couldn't be considered espionage. Maybe there are spies who take advantage of other people's psychology to carry out activities. Obito's eyes revealed wisdom, as if he had seen through everything. Mei Terumi. I mean, is there a possibility that I am a ninja from the Hidden Mist village invited by your village for the Chunin exam? Mei Terumi directly stated her identity. She felt that if she didn't make it clear, this Konoha ninja who looked stupid and spoke stupidly would really attack her as a spy. Although she didn't think that this Konoha ninja who looked similar to her could threaten her, she didn't forget that this was Konoha, and it was unwise to have conflicts with Konoha ninjas outside the examination room. Ah! Are there ninjas from other ninja villages participating in the Chunin exam? Obito asked in shock. Mei Terumi felt that the ninjas trained by Konoha must be much gentler than those trained by Kirigakure. Such a fool would usually die in the graduation exam if he were in Kirigakure. Then you will be my opponent in the Chunin exam. Obito looked a little excited. He really didn't expect that there would be ninjas from other villages in the Chunin exam. If he could defeat all the ninjas from other villages and take the first place, wouldn't his image in Nohara-rin's eyes be a little taller? Did you participate in this Chunin exam? Mei Terumi looked at Obito for a few times. She didn't expect that she would come across information that could be collected so soon. Of course. Obito gave himself a thumbs up. Not only did you participate, but you will also become a Chunin directly. Mei Terumi looked at Obito's silly look and remained skeptical of his words. After all, if she could become a Chunin at this age, she would be considered a genius. Mei Terumi never set her sights on her peers. She wanted to compare herself with them, and her enemies were all ninjas older than her. This is the confidence that the double blood limit brought to Mei Terumi. She is invincible among her peers. My name is Uchiha Obito. Since you haven't encountered any difficulties, then goodbye. Obito and Mei Terumi waved their hands and turned to look for Miyu. Although he said that he would become a Chunin directly, Obito's heart began to tremble when he thought that the first round of the Chunin exam was a theoretical exam. The almighty Miyu sage will definitely be able to solve this problem. Obito put his hands together and prayed to Miyu sage. He always believed in Miyu sage before believing in him. What a strange ninja! Are all Konoha ninjas like this? Mei Terumi looked at Obito and thought. If there were no difficulties, then goodbye. Would he help a ninja who was not from the same ninja village or had just met? Since he didn't know whether Miyu was at home, Obito went directly to the south border forest. Even if he was not there, there was a high possibility that Miyu's shadow clone was there. Obito's judgment was correct. After he arrived, he saw Miyu who was instructing Shisui's fire escape after a tour. He just didn't know whether it was the real person or the shadow clone. Teacher Miyu. Obito trotted to Miyu and called out, then he put his hands together and bowed. Please help me improve my theory score. Obito looked at Miyu with a pious expression and asked. Pa. Miyu's finger landed accurately on Obito's forehead. What's wrong? Don't you always say that theory is unnecessary? Shadow clone Miyu said with a smile. He was a shadow clone created this morning, and it was easy to guess the reason why Obito asked for it, which was nothing more than the Chunin exam. I hope so, but he's still here for the theory exam. Obito wailed with his hands on his head. I've already told Xylan that I can definitely become a Chunin this time. If I fail because of the theory, Kakashi will definitely laugh at me and Xylan will be very disappointed. He was full of confidence in front of others saying that he could become a Chunin, and he was really embarrassed when he asked for improvement in theory in front of Miyu. Just go to my house tonight. There are things that can solve your problems. Shadow clone Miyu smiled and pulled Obito up and said. Miyu set the questions for this Chunin exam. He had expected that something like this would happen to Obito. After he set the questions, he prepared several test papers with similar questions for Obito to do. If Obito can absorb the knowledge smoothly, he can solve the exam perfectly. Even if it doesn't go smoothly, it can also reduce the pressure of Kakashi and Nohara-rin to help Obito. Could it be a fairy magic weapon that can make people master a lot of knowledge at once? Obito looked at Miyu expectantly. How much he wanted to have a kind of bread with knowledge printed on it, so that he could increase his knowledge by eating it, so that Kakashi might not be able to surpass him in knowledge. In terms of eating, Obito didn't think he was worse than Kakashi. Shadow clone Miyu smiled but didn't say anything. He thought it was beautiful. If there was such a good thing, he would have used it to learn medical ninjutsu. Will it be a test paper? Obito's forehead began to sweat. Although it was the scorching sun, he was sweating coldly. Because he remembered the horrible memory of forgetting the time because of doing the questions. Now Obito felt horrified when he recalled it. The shadow clone Miyu nodded with a gentle smile. I finally finished the second chapter at 2 o'clock, which was a small repayment for yesterday's debt. I will continue to work hard tomorrow, but I shouldn't stay up so late. Chapter 297 Chunin Exam. In the evening, Miyu finished studying with Tsunade and walked towards his home in the main city. Are you still buying? If not, I'm going to close the stall and go home. You've been standing here for almost an hour. The boss looked at the red-haired girl standing in front of the cart with a thoughtful look on his face with a headache. Mei Terumi did not answer the boss's words. She was thinking seriously about which ice cream to buy, strawberry ice cream, vanilla ice cream, or chocolate ice cream. Chocolate ice cream has a very important position in Mei Terumi's heart, because this is the first flavor she tasted when she ate ice cream, which made her know that there is such a delicious thing in the world. Although vanilla ice cream appeared later, its slightly refreshing taste quickly won the first place in the ice cream flavor ranking list in Terumi Mei's heart. As for strawberry ice cream, this is a flavor that Terumi Mei has never eaten, because she has never eaten strawberries, let alone strawberry ice cream. One is chocolate ice cream that opened the door to the world of ice cream for her, one is vanilla ice cream that she likes most at present, and the last is strawberry ice cream, a new flavor that she has never tried. This makes Terumi Mei very difficult to choose, and it seems that there are enough reasons to choose any one. Since you can't decide, why not buy one of them? Miyu, who happened to be on the same street, gave a suggestion. He can understand this kind of choice difficulty a little, because in his previous life, he was also a person who could choose takeout for more than an hour, and even chose, and finally chose the first store that opened. But he thinks he is much better than Terumi Mei, because he chooses one from a bunch of takeouts, and Terumi Mei only chooses one from 3. It can be like this. Terumi Mei's eyes widened, and she looked at Miyu in shock. Is he a genius? After thinking about it carefully, it seems that there is no problem. After all, she is a ninja now. She doesn't need to ask adults for money to buy ice cream. She can buy as much as she wants. It seems that a new world has opened up for Mei Terumi. Please give me 2 of each. Mei Terumi doubled the amount and bought 6. The ice cream shop owner quickly gave Mei Terumi Mei packed 6 servings of ice cream and put them in a bag and handed them over. If he hadn't gone home to eat, he wouldn't have cared if Mei Terumi had been standing here all the time. After all, a stall with people patronizing it would always give people a better feeling, but it would have to close down eventually. Miyu also continued to walk towards home. He just happened to meet her on the way home and simply helped her. After all, he only needed to say 1 sentence. He didn't want to communicate too much with Mei Terumi because Mei Terumi was a Kirigaku ninja. Although he didn't have a sense of belonging to Konoha, he still had to maintain his superficial identity. The guy who looks hot, please stop. Mei Terumi called Miyu. Because Miyu walked faster, Mei Terumi set out her image of Miyu in a hurry. Miyu turned around and looked at Mei Terumi. He didn't know whether Mei Terumi was polite or impolite. If she was polite, she would just give her a nickname casually, and if she was impolite, she would still use honorifics. Here, it's your reward. Mei Terumi took out the strawberry ice cream and handed it to Miyu with a look of heartache. Although Miyu was a Konoha ninja, he was the benefactor who helped her open the door to the new world. Besides, Mai Terumi felt that Miyu, as an adult, would not want a gift from a child from another ninja village. In this way, she not only repaid Miyu's kindness, but also kept the ice cream, since Miyu didn't want it anyway. "Thank you very much." Miyu took it with a smile. He was too familiar with this kind of plot. If he refused, there might be other plots. If he just accepted it and left, nothing would happen. After Miyu finished speaking, he turned around and left again, walking towards home. Mai Terumi stared at Miyu, who turned around and left decisively in amazement. This was different from what she imagined. Why didn't this person play by the rules? How could an adult accept ice cream from a 9-year-old child like this? Terumi Mai subconsciously stretched out her right hand forward, but she was too embarrassed to continue to call Miyu to take back the ice cream, which she had personally given out. "I'm so stupid, really." Terumi Mai's eyes gradually lost their spirit, and the ice cream that was about to reach her mouth flew away. Maybe this strawberry ice cream is not delicious at all. Terumi Mai comforted herself in her heart. In this way, her loss would be the smallest. After all, her favorite vanilla ice cream and the most missed chocolate ice cream were not given away. Terumi Mai found a park and sat on a chair and started eating directly. She ate vanilla ice cream first, after all, it was her favorite. When she stuffed a large spoonful of vanilla ice cream into her mouth, Terumi Mai showed a smile from the heart. Terumi Mai originally wanted to eat chocolate ice cream second, but after thinking about it, she decided to try strawberry ice cream, which she had never eaten before. After putting the ice cream with strawberry pulp into her mouth, Terumi Mai showed a surprised expression on her face. She felt that it was more delicious than vanilla, but Terumi's expression quickly became depressed after thinking about something. Good news, the new flavor of ice cream is delicious. Bad news, she gave one away. Until the night when she was lying in bed, Terumi Mai could not forget it for a long time. Her mind was full of the smile of the blonde man and the strawberry ice cream he handed over. There were 2 delicious strawberry ice creams in front of her, but she did not cherish them. If she was given a chance to do it again. On the morning of July 1st, the Chunin exam officially began. Because of this, there will be many ninjas coming to the ninja school for the exam, including many ninjas from other villages, so the school simply gave the students a day off to prevent unnecessary accidents. Chunin exam, I didn't expect to be able to participate so soon. A few months ago, I thought Chunin was very far away from us. Shiranui Genma sighed while looking at the gate of the ninja school. A few months ago, he was not even a genin. In his eyes at that time, Chunin was a very reliable existence. It doesn't mean that you can become a Chunin after participating, and we can participate in the Chunin exam because of Kai. Ebisu said rationally. The situation of their team is a bit similar to that of Obito and his team. Might Guy's resume and strength make Teacher Chen feel that there is no problem in passing the Chunin exam, so he recommended them to take the Chunin exam. However, in order to prevent Shiranui Genma and Ebisu from being disappointed, Teacher Chen told them in advance that they are quite strong among their peers, but it is very difficult to become a Chunin. Don't hold out hope for promotion to Chunin. There is no disappointment without expectation. Hee. Shiranui Genma hugged Ebisu's arm and laughed. People always have to have some dreams. Kakashi became a Chunin when he was 6 years old. We are 9 years old now, maybe we will become one. Just take the exam with all your strength, so you won't regret it even if you fail. Might Guy showed a bright smile and gave the 2 a thumbs up to encourage them. Ebisu nodded. Although he was pessimistic, he came to take the exam. How could he not have any ideas at all? Akai, you also took the Chunin exam. Obito saw Might Guy and his team and immediately waved and greeted them. Yeah, you guys too. Shiranui Genma nodded and said with a smile. Of course, not only do you have to participate, but you also have to pass it once and become a chunin. Obito laughed and answered. Might Guy looked at Kakashi, who was coming over, and ignited his fighting spirit, and sent Kakashi. He challenged. My dear friend, let's have a competition full of youth and passion, to see who has the better result in the chunin exam. Okay, let's compare the results of the first game. Kakashi nodded calmly and agreed directly. My youth is starting to burn. Might Guy felt that his blood was boiling when he saw Kakashi agreed so decisively, and he wanted the exam to start immediately. Ebisu felt very harmonious when he saw this scene, but he soon thought of something wrong, and his expression became a little weird, because Kakashi, a chunin, seemed to have to participate in this chunin exam. Thinking of this, Ebisu realized that Kakashi was not wearing a chunin vest today. Confused, Ebisu walked up to Kakashi and asked, Kakashi, are you also going to take part in this chunin exam with Obito? Kakashi's expression was a little subtle. After thinking for a while, he replied, yes, for various reasons, I will take part in this chunin exam. Ebisu's expression was a little solemn. He felt that his hope of becoming a chunin was a little smaller. It was okay for a chunin to take part in the chunin exam. I hope Kakashi is the only exception. Ebisu sighed in his heart. None of Shiranui Genma and Might Guy noticed anything unusual. They thought that there was nothing wrong with Kakashi, as a teammate, taking part in the chunin exam with Obito. As the exam was getting closer and closer, more and more ninjas came to the ninja school. Ebisu keenly discovered that there were ninjas from other ninja villages. Ramen Village, Taki Village, Kusanagi Village, Mist Village. Ebisu recognized their ninja villages based on the forehead protectors. You guys are taking the chunin exam so soon. Asuma saw Obito and the others and came forward to greet them. He graduated last year and took the chunin exam for the first time this year. Is it not possible? Obito scratched his head and asked Asuma with a puzzled look. Obito's words really stumped Asuma. It was his first time taking the exam, so he didn't know much. It doesn't matter. I've become much stronger since the special training. You'll be surprised if you meet me in the battle later. Asuma said confidently. I've made a lot of progress, too. Like Asuma, Obito was confident in himself, except for the first theoretical exam. The 9 people walked towards the designated teaching building for the exam while chatting, walked into the exam room, and sat in the seats arranged in advance. When there were still 10 minutes left before the exam, all the invigilators walked into the classroom and began to announce the rules of the first exam of the chunin exam. There is one more chapter later, but it should be written around 1 o'clock. I suggest you read it tomorrow. Staying up late is harmful to your health. I will try to adjust tomorrow. The chunin exam is not to test a student's single ability, but to test their comprehensive ability. If you can't do it yourself, you can complete the exam by obtaining information from others. In order to prevent the entire exam room from being empty-handed, Konoha will send some ninjas to use transformation techniques to blend into the candidates and write the correct answers. Damn it, 70 points is not a pass, it's already very high. Obito complained about Nohara Hisanobu in his heart. But after complaining, he was nervous. Although he had been working hard on the test paper in the past few days, the score of the last test paper was only more than 60. Obito took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Anyway, he prayed to the Muyu Immortal first. Almighty Muyu Immortal, please take me back 7 days ago and study for another 7 days. Obito put his hands together and prayed in his heart. Obito felt that without the almighty Muyu Immortal to take him through time and space, he would be finished. If he failed at the first level because of his poor theory and caused Nohara Rin to fail, Obito would be very sad. Just when Obito was desperate, he suddenly noticed that the test paper seemed familiar. Obito picked up the test paper and read the questions carefully. His expression changed from worry to joy, because he had done similar questions in the 10 questions above, and Muyu had also explained them. Although the actual questions were changed, the difference was not very big. Mu Immortal is indeed omnipotent. Obito cheered in his heart, picked up the pen and started to do the questions quickly. Although he had never scored 70 points before, Obito firmly believed that he could break through the limit and reach the high score of 70 this time. However, Obito knew that the power to break through the limit did not belong to him, but to Mu Immortal. Did he just happen to encounter a question that he could do? Kakashi guessed in his heart after noticing Obito's excited expression. This was indeed unlikely to happen to him, because within the scope of the Chunin exam, there was basically nothing he couldn't do. Then Kakashi began to work at a very fast speed doing the test. Although Obito looked quite confident, Kakashi did not trust Obito in this regard, and planned to finish it quickly and then find a way to pass the answer to Obito. Fortunately, there are Obito and Mu teachers. Might Guy was relieved when he saw the content of the test paper. Mu took into account that Obito would naturally not forget Might Guy, who was as weak in theory as Obito. That day, he asked Obito to take away 2 test papers and then handed one to Might Guy. And Ebisu didn't know that Might Guy had gone through a period of special training for answering questions. He was glad that he was lucky this time. His position was behind Might Guy, and it was very easy to pass the answer. At the beginning of the exam, basically everyone was doing the questions, and the examination room was full of rustling writing sounds. After all, no one could write well even if they wanted to copy. 4th row, 5 seats, you and your teammates can leave. Shimano Hisanobu said lightly when the exam was halfway through. The Kyuzagaku ninja named by him showed an expression of disbelief on his face, and couldn't help asking, "Aren't there 5 chances in total?" "There are 5 chances, but you have been caught 5 times." Shimano Hisanobu said lightly. The other students who were cheating in the examination room became alert instantly. This one didn't even remind them how many times they had to go. If they reached the number, they would be eliminated directly. The Kyuzagaku ninja was speechless, and finally he could only walk out of the classroom with a look of frustration, and his teammates followed him out. With the first team of eliminated ninjas, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became serious and tense. Zabuza took advantage of the fact that the teachers and students were all paying attention to the eliminated ninjas and immediately used the mist hidden technique. The white fog enveloped the classroom, and then Zabuza quickly took over the answers from his teammates and started to work frantically. Kakashi had finished at this time, and had also prepared the answer for Obito. Seeing the thick fog rising in the classroom, he immediately threw the answer to Obito's location according to his memory. Ebisu secretly sighed that these ninjas from other villages were brave and quickly handed the answer to Might Guy in front of him. The thick fog came and went quickly. The invigilators immediately used wind escape to disperse the fog, revealing the students who were extremely well behaved in the classroom. The exam is over, everyone put down their pens immediately, and the exam results will be announced at 1 o'clock. As soon as 10 o'clock came, Shimano Hisanobu immediately asked the students to stop writing. Obito, who had finished before 10 o'clock, left his seat with a comfortable look on his face. This was the easiest exam he had ever experienced since he came into contact with theory. "Obito, how do you feel about the exam? Can you get 70 points?" After leaving the classroom, Nohara-rin asked Obito with a concerned look. When the exam reached the middle and late stages, she was ready to pass the answers to Obito, but Obito told her with his eyes that she didn't need to. Nohara-rin decided to believe first and then question, so she didn't pass the answers to Obito, but just asked briefly after the exam. "Definitely more than 70 points." Obito answered decisively. "That's great, then there should be no problem with the first level of the exam." Nohara-rin clapped her hands lightly and said with a smile, "We can trust him this time. After all, the food has been fed to him. If he still fails, I can't do anything." Kakashi nodded and said. He gave all the answers to Obito directly. As long as he copied, he would pass. "So it's you, Kakashi. Nohara-rin wanted to thank Kakashi for Obito, but Obito interrupted immediately. I didn't copy the answers you threw to me. I wrote them all myself. Obito explained quickly. He didn't want all the credit for his passing to go to Kakashi. He admitted that Kakashi did have a role in passing the answers, but he didn't copy the answers above. He just took a quick look. The real MVP is Miyu. Are you sure? Kakashi asked, looking into Obito's eyes. Of course. Obito answered with his chest raised. That might be a bit troublesome. Xiaolin, be prepared to be eliminated with you. Kakashi looked at Nohara-rin and said. Kakashi knew Obito too well, so he knew that what Obito said just now was all true, and Obito really didn't copy his answers. Hey, Kakashi, what do you mean by this? Is it impossible for me to get more than 70? Obito asked unconvinced. Have you ever scored more than 70 in the exams of the ninja school? Kakashi asked back. Well, that was in the past. It's different now. Now I have the help of teacher Miyu. Obito said that he was different from before. You will know in a while. I hope you are not bragging. After all, it only hurts you and Xiao Linear. Hearing the word Miyu, Kakashi had a little more confidence in Obito. Chapter 299 The Second Exam. When the time came to more than 12:50, Obito couldn't wait to take Nohara-rin and Kakashi to the bulletin board to wait for the results to be posted. So many people. Obito was a little dumbfounded when he saw the bulletin board surrounded by people. He thought it would be better if he came earlier, but he didn't expect that so many people were more anxious than him to see the results. We can just stand here and wait. After all, this is an exam related to promotion, and everyone is very enthusiastic. Nohara-rin said with a smile. Obito nodded and stood with Nohara-rin, not forcing his way in. Make way. A few minutes later, two ninjas wearing chunin vests came over. The semicircle of people surrounding the bulletin board immediately made a gap to let the invigilator post the results. Hey, that was a close call, it's exactly 71 points, if I made a few more mistakes I would have been eliminated. Someone made a sound of relief. You idiot, I sent you all the answers and you only got 67 points, it's over, you didn't even make it to the first round for the first time. Some people complained to their companions speechlessly after seeing the results. Everyone on the bulletin board was frantically searching for their names and scores. Kakashi, who was standing next to him, looked at the people who were scrambling with a calm face. This was within his expectations. The more anxious you are to see the results, the worse the results will be. If you are as sure of passing as he is, you will definitely not be anxious to know the results. Let me in. Obito heard that those people had already started discussing the results and squeezed in directly with brute force. He was not worried that he would fail, he just wanted to know how many points he had and then use it to slap Kakashi in the face. Obito directly entered the state of full concentration breathing and squeezed in with his physical advantage. Obito looked at the top and saw the 3-digit score of Kakashi at the front at first glance. Obito ignored Kakashi's score and started to look down for his own score. Xiaolin, you are amazing, 88 points, 18 points above the passing line. Obito first saw Nohara-rin's score. So did you pass? Kakashi asked. He was not worried about Nohara-rin's score. The only flaw in their team in the theoretical exam was Obito. Kakashi, come and see. Obito found his score, his eyes widened, and he did not directly answer Kakashi's question, but called Kakashi in. At this time, the first group of people who surrounded him had already seen the results, so there were fewer people, and Kakashi walked to Obito's side easily. 80 points. Kakashi, speak. Obito said excitedly, pointing to his name. Looking in the direction of Obito's finger, Kakashi saw Obito's score, which was indeed 80 points. Kakashi was a little surprised. Although 80 points was not a particularly good score, Obito scored 80 points, which was more rare than a person who usually just passed the passing line to score full marks. Obito's smile was extremely proud. This was an unprecedented high score. What do you want me to say? Can't you get 80 points by doing 2 fewer questions? Kakashi replied indifferently. Obito was speechless for a moment. Kakashi, who got full marks, obviously did all 10 questions perfectly. If he wanted 80 points, he only needed to do 2 fewer questions. Obito is really amazing. He didn't even get 50 points in the last ninja school exam. He actually got 80 points this time. He must have studied hard for a long time. Nohara-rin praised softly. Hee, it's okay. I'm not as serious as you think. Hearing Nohara-rin's praise, Obito smiled again. Just then, Might Guy and Asuma came to see the results. Very good, everyone passed. Might Guy gave a thumbs up to Shiranui Genma and Ebisu. It's the same for us. Asuma said after looking at the results. Let's work hard together to become Chunin. Obito excitedly waved his fist. They were all friends, and it was their first time to take the Chunin exam. It's really interesting. Could it be that Konoha's Chunin exam is just a game? Why are we working hard together? Zabuza, who was passing by, sneered. Who knows? Maybe. Zabuza's teammate shrugged and replied. Hey, what do you mean? Asuma asked with an unhappy face after hearing the conversation between the two. One sentence denied them and Konoha at the same time, and Asuma couldn't stand it. Literally. Zabuza replied with an indifferent face. He was very unhappy with these Konoha ninjas. Why did they, Kirigakure, have to kill each other with their classmates since school, while Konoha ninjas were so harmonious? You'd better take back your words. Obito stood next to Asuma and said to Zabuza. Facing such an arrogant ninja from another village, even Obito, who was invited to take the Chunin exam, would not be polite to him. Zabuza, Kurosawa, don't make trouble. Hoshigaki Kisame said lightly. If it was outside Konoha village, he wouldn't mind competing with these Konoha ninjas, but in Konoha village, forget it, they came to participate in the Chunin exam with a mission. After saying that, Hoshigaki Kisame took the lead and left, going to the second exam to explain the location. Zabuza glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame and left with him. He and Hoshigaki Kisame were not originally in the same team, but formed a temporary team because of this Chunin exam. Hoshigaki Kisame was the designated captain, but Zabuza would listen to Hoshigaki Kisame not because he was the captain, but because Hoshigaki Kisame was very strong. He was only 2 years older than him, and he gave him the feeling that he was just like those mist-hidden ninjas. What a group of rude guys, if I fight them in the exam later, I must teach them a lesson. Obito waved his fist and said. Obito, who had defeated many Chunins in direct battles, believed that he had the strength to kill in this exam. Don't underestimate them. It's hard to say about the others. The guy with the shark face is not weak. Kakashi reminded him. Although he couldn't sense ninjutsu, the experienced Kakashi keenly noticed that Hoshigaki Kisame was not simple. His momentum was the same as that of an ordinary. I admit that I am a little worse than you in the theoretical exam, but I will definitely have no problem in the actual combat next. Obito said confidently. Haha, this is not weaker than my confidence, worthy of you Obito. Might Guy showed his shining white teeth and gave Obito a thumbs up. You guy. Kakashi shook his head, feeling that Obito might suffer because of his arrogance. With Obito's strength, it would be no problem to kill normal genin, but this is the Chunin exam jointly held by 2 major ninja villages, and genin is not necessarily an ordinary genin. Kakashi felt that he might not be the only exception. Maybe there were also young Chunins from Kirigakure who came to participate in this Chunin exam. If the opponent was those people, Kakashi didn't think Obito could win easily. Several people arrived at a large open space next to the teaching building of the ninja school. After waiting here for about half an hour, Mu brought 2 chunins to the students after all the qualified students arrived. I am Hanyum, the examiner of the second exam. Mu first gave a brief self-introduction. Teacher Mu. Obito immediately waved to Mu with a happy face when he saw her. Damn it, it's the guy who ate my strawberry ice cream. Terumi glared at Mu with a puffy face, secretly engraving the words Hanyum in her mind. Then Terumi looked at Obito again, memorized Obito's appearance, and prepared to give him a taste of his own medicine when she met him during the exam. Although it's not good to bully stupid guys, who let your teacher eat my ice cream. The more Terumi thought about it, the more heartbroken she felt. How happy she would be if she could eat 2 servings of strawberry ice cream in one go that day. Mu smiled in response to Obito, and then continued, before you start reading the rules, you have to sign a consent form first. After Mu finished speaking, the 2 chunins began to distribute consent forms, and each candidate had one. Because you may get hurt or even die in this exam. It is actually a life and death agreement. After signing it, all candidates can use any means to attack their opponents in this exam, and they don't have to bear any responsibility even if they kill their opponents. You can choose not to sign, but if one person doesn't sign, it will be regarded as the whole team's waiver. After saying that, Mu stopped and waited for the exam to sign the consent form. I actually have to sign the real consent form. It feels so dangerous. Yeah, I was still asking my senior a few days ago, and I didn't say there was this. Is this exam special? Some genin who participated in the Chunin exam for the first time discussed it. That's exactly the same as the real combat. Obito scratched his head and said after listening. He didn't feel much about this, thinking that the restrictions on the exam battle were lifted. Asuma, do you want to sign? He looked at Asuma and asked. Of course I have to sign. If I'm afraid of getting hurt, I won't be a ninja. Asuma signed the consent form without hesitation. Then Yui Kurane also signed decisively. All students signed the consent form within a few minutes, and no one gave up. They were ninjas from ninja schools. Even the most gentle ninja schools taught people how to kill. They were particularly courageous when it came to life and death. Then Mu didn't waste any words. He first took out a map of the Death Forest and said. This is the examination room for your second exam. It's a circular venue surrounded by iron nets. The straight line distance from the iron net to the middle tower is about 10 kilometers. There are many poisonous insects and beasts inside. After introducing the venue, Mu took out 2 scrolls, one white and one dark. Each of your teams can receive an initial scroll, which may be the scroll of heaven or the scroll of earth, but no matter which scroll you receive, you need to collect both scrolls and arrive at the middle tower to complete the exam. You have a total of 5 days. If you cannot collect the scrolls of heaven and earth and arrive at the middle tower within 5 days, you will be eliminated. I am still outside for special reasons, so the update is late, sorry. There will be another chapter later, which will be late. I wanted to adjust my schedule, but I can only say that plans cannot keep up with changes. Chapter 300 Scroll Battle. It feels very simple. In this case, you only need to defeat one team to pass the exam. After listening to the rules, Obito felt that this exam was much easier than the previous one. If you are lucky, you can. Kakashi nodded. The distance of 10 kilometers is not long for ninjas. The core of this exam is to snatch scrolls. Then at least half of the people will be eliminated after this exam. Noharolin analyzed the rules and said. In the last theoretical exam, there were only 3 teams that cheated or didn't score enough points, and most of the teams passed the first exam. Not only that, at most 1/3 of the people will be left after this exam. Kakashi shook his head slightly. In order to pass the exam, all teams will actively attack other teams, but the problem is that they may not be able to grab the matching scrolls, and they will continue to attack if they can't grab them. Kakashi feels that 1/3 is conservative, and some people who like to make trouble may not stop even after collecting all the scrolls, further increasing the number of eliminations. It will be bad if it depends on luck. We will definitely not be able to encounter the matching scrolls smoothly. With Kakashi here, there will definitely be accidents. Obito is ready to win 5 consecutive games without getting anything. Kakashi. Maybe you are unlucky, after all, we have always been in the same team. Kakashi retorted. How can I be unlucky? I have been expecting the enemy to appear. If they really appear, it should be a proof of my good luck. Obito thought Kakashi was forcing an explanation. Each team sends a representative to receive the scroll. The Chunin in charge of distributing the scroll shouted. Kakashi looked and saw that the place to receive the scroll was a wooden house with only front and back doors and no windows. Xiaolin, go and receive the scroll. Put it away immediately after you get it and don't show it. Kakashi said decisively. He realized that the second Chunin exam had already begun, starting with receiving the scroll. If you know in advance whether a certain team has the scroll of heaven or the scroll of earth, you can fight according to your needs. Obito, you and I will stay here and keep an eye on those who come out. If someone doesn't hide the scroll, remember his face and the type of scroll. You should not have forgotten how to distinguish the scroll. Teacher Mu, you just said, how could I forget? The white one is the scroll of heaven, and the dark one is the scroll of earth. Obito felt that he was seriously underestimated. Even a fool would not forget it just after he said it. However, Obito also knew the priorities. He did not continue to argue with Kakashi about this issue. Instead, he and Kakashi stared at the exit of the wooden house from 2 different directions. Scroll of heaven, scroll of earth, scroll of earth. After looking at 5 teams in a row, Kakashi found that there was no pattern in the distribution of scrolls, which was purely random. There were also other ninjas who discovered Kakashi and his actions, but they did not make a sound. They reminded their teammates and quietly used their peripheral vision to explore intelligence nearby. Ninjas with special abilities directly used their own abilities to obtain intelligence. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan directly opened their Byakugan to check everyone's scrolls, and the ninjas of the Aberame clan released a small flying insect into the cabin. Water escape technique, fog hiding technique. When it was Mei Terumi's turn to take the scroll, she used the mist hiding technique to cover the cabin with thick fog. Our scroll is the scroll of earth, come and grab it if you have the guts. When Kurosawa got the scroll, he raised it directly to show the people around him. Kurosawa's arrogance caused a discussion among the students. However, no one explicitly said that they wanted to snatch Kurosawa's scroll. After all, this would be equivalent to directly exposing the scroll information of their team. Hoshigaki Kisame was unmoved. Kurosawa's action was not brainless, but their mission was to make a big effort in Konoha's Chunin exam this time. The 9-year-old Zabuza was a ruthless person who killed all the graduates of the same period. The 13-year-old Kurosawa became a Chunin 3 years ago and was an experienced young Chunin. The 11-year-old Hoshigaki Kisame had chakra and strength beyond ordinary people. With such a configuration, the top leaders of Kirigakure would naturally not let them take the exam normally. After Nohara Rin got the scroll, she immediately put it in the ninja bag and then met with Obito and Kakashi. Kakashi took the 2 to the edge of the uninhabited area and began to communicate in a low voice. We are the scroll of heaven. Nohara Rin said in a low voice. Then what we need is the scroll of earth. Kakashi began to recall the teams with the scroll of earth. In addition to Kurosawa who took the initiative to disclose it, he knew that there were 5 teams that had the scroll of earth. Kakashi looked at the teams that had the scroll of earth and memorized all their members. When Kakashi was observing other teams, he found that many teams were also eyeing them. Most of them were ninjas from other villages, mostly Kirigakure ninjas. Kakashi was not surprised by this, because their team did look easy to bully, and they were all children under 10 years old. Tisk, it would be great if we were near their entrance. They should all be genin who graduated not long ago. A certain mist ninja thought. Ninjas basically don't have a one-on-one duel or bully the weak. Compared to tough guys, more people like to pick on the weak. Not only Kakashi's team, but also Might Guy and Asuma's teams are treated the same. There are even more people eyeing them, because there are also many ninjas from the same village eyeing them. Kakashi is still a little famous in Konoha. Some of the ninjas who participated in this Chunin exam are seniors of Kakashi's ninja school, and some are genin who have taken the Chunin exam together. Although they don't know why Kakashi came to participate in the Chunin exam, they know Kakashi's strength and will definitely not regard Kakashi's team as the first target. It's really not good. Feeling the malicious gazes from all around, Ebisu raised his sunglasses with his middle finger, and a little cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he did not take action immediately like Kakashi, he also followed up in time to protect the scroll information. But Ebisu saw that those teams did not care about any scrolls they had and wanted to grab them, treating them as someone who could be manipulated at will. Facing those seniors who had graduated for 3 or even 5 years, Ebisu admitted that he was sweating a little. Shiranui Genma could no longer show that relaxed smile, and he was under a lot of pressure. It's okay, believe in your youth. Might Guy put his palms on the shoulders of the two and encouraged them. Looking at Might Guy's bright smile, Ebisu felt relieved. With a super thigh, there is still hope for promotion. 15 minutes after the scrolls were distributed, Mu Yu began to make the next arrangements and took the candidates to their respective entrances.